Chapter 15, Revelations Part 2. Little confession on this chapter, I actually completed it within roughly a week of my last update. However, I wanted to hold off on releasing it until I got a good jump on the next chapter. Which proved to be quite beneficial because, although this chapter was very quick to write, the same cannot be said of the next chapter. Despite having said that though, I do have a good chunk written and it will be released within a month of this chapter. So don't worry, I am doing my best to keep on track with the update schedule that I've set for myself. Now then, wanted to address something quick that has come up in a few reviews. While I am pulling primarily from the books, I am also using bits of the show as well. Which includes the timeline. Right now, in the story it is 296 AD, 13 years after Robert's rebellion. Some have said that, because the direwolves are in the story, that the main storyline will soon be starting up. Well, you will just have to wait and see. But that might not necessarily be the case. Also, I've had several questions as to the length or multiple parts. Unlike IATB, I'm going to be keeping this to one story. As to the length, well, we're on chapter 15, 300k words and not even to the start of the story yet. So I can safely say that this is gonna be a long one, folks. So buckle up. Also, one final note. I'm trying something a bit different with the lore in this chapter, which will become obvious once you get to that point. But it is something that I haven't read before, or at least this take on it anyway. And in the interest of keeping things different, I decided to go this route. Now again, I didn't go different just to be different, it will have a point later. Huge shout out to my beta reader and brainstorm partner Telemachus Sundus. The help has been invaluable so far. And another huge thank you to everyone who has favorited, alerted, or reviewed this story so far. Your support is what keeps me going. So if you feel so inclined to leave a review, please do. They really do help me get my mojo going and get the next chapters rolling on. Lastly, I do not own Disney, nor am I Lucas or Martin, so I have no ownership of A Song of Fire and Ice, Game of Thrones or Star Wars. This is purely for fun with no profit being made. And with that out of the way, let's get to the chapter. Stay safe out there everyone. Chapter 15. Enjoying the sensation of the somewhat warmed winds of the northern spring air warm her body, Lady Catelyn Stark stood tall in the courtyard before the main keep of Winterfell as she waited for her children and her husband to return from their voyage to White Harbor while beside her, her youngest son Rickon bounced excitedly from foot to foot as he waited with all the patience a boy his age could muster. And while she was most anxious to see the return of her children and her husband, the same could not necessarily be said of the return of the sorcerer and the boy. Her feelings on the sorcerer were still mixed, to say the least. The practical side of her, which had become more and more prevalent with each passing year she spent in the north, recognized the benefit the sorcerer had brought to the land and the continued benefit he brought with just his mere presence. However, that practical part of her heart was at constant war with her faith, the core of who she was. The faith of the Seven did not have a favorable view on magic. It was unnatural. Such power belonged with the gods and the gods alone. After all, it was magic that destroyed the greatest civilization ever known. In fact, it was said that it was magic that was the cause of the long night during the Age of Heroes, if one were to believe such things. Yet, she had trouble finding these words to be true. Her children, even Sansa despite not being an active participant, all had this magic the sorcerer could wield. Even her youngest son by her side. If magic were indeed evil as was known in the faith of the Seven, then why were her children cursed with it? For years, this question plagued her mind and kept her awake many a night as she knelt before the statues of the Seven in her small September, praying for guidance. But as the years wore on and the Seven refused to answer her questions, she began to have doubts. Watching her children practice this unnatural ability at first set her teeth on edge. But now she was starting to see the benefits. And none of her children were falling to darkness that was said to curse all those who used magic. After more than one infuriating conversation with the sorcerer, she swore that man could sway even the wisest man alive with but a few words. She came to a startling revelation. Magic, or this force as he insisted on calling it, was not inherently good nor evil. But rather, it was the actions that were taken with it that made it good or evil. Much the same as a sword. It was simply a tool. One that could be used for great evil or one that could be used for good. It all depended on the wielder. And with that mindset, Cat had stopped trying to prevent her children from learning magic, which was a futile task to begin with. Rather she tried to guide her children to only do good. And she felt that, with the absence of the sorcerer, that she had been able to make some ground with her children and her teachings. But now with his return, the gods only knew what would happen as his apparent hold over her husband and children were quite strong. Her dear friend Peter had suggested that she get Ned to grant the sorcerer a tower or keep outside of Winterfell to keep his influence from growing more than it already was. And she had brought the idea up to her husband, leaving aside the want to wane his steadily growing influence over her children. The idea seemed to take on even more merit when she brought up the former serving girl Nyra's pregnancy. If the sorcerer had even a shred of honor, which she knew he did, especially now that they had received a raven a week past announcing that the sorcerer and Nyra would be wed beneath the weirwood in Winterfell upon the conclusion of her son's fair. Then the sorcerer would be honor-bound to marry the girl and raise her to the ranks of nobility. They would then start their own house, which had technically already been started when the king had declared Lord Knox as a lord. And they would need a place of their own to start their family. There were many abandoned towers and keeps around the north. Hells, even Moat Caillion was a valuable option. But in the end, her idea was dismissed by Ned. At first she had been irritated by the dismissal, but then Ned had explained to her that Knox was still very much needed in Winterfell, as the college he had founded was still in its infancy and their children needed a teacher to guide them through the usage of their magic. In the end, she had conceded the point and had resigned herself to making sure that the sorcerer's grip on her husband and children did not grow any more than it already had. The boy, however, John, her feelings on him were perhaps even more mixed than they were on the sorcerer. After her foolish display in the Godswood years ago, when she foolishly admitted her promise to the old gods, she had tried, 7 help her, she had tried, to not hate the boy at the very least. But it was hard. So very hard. He was the living embodiment of her husband's dishonoring of her. Just the mere sight of him was enough to send a wave of anger and fear through her. He looked more like a Stark than her own true-born children. Every day she feared that he would awaken to his bastard nature and covet that which was not his by right. How long until he turned against her sons? How long until he tried to forcibly take her daughters? These thoughts plagued her for years. Yet as the years wore on, she found herself more and more conflicted. John, he simply did not act as she was taught that all bastards did. He genuinely seemed to care for her children, his true-born siblings. He never held his accomplishments above their heads. Instead, if he managed to succeed where her children failed, he tried to help them overcome what had set them apart. It wasn't right. He wasn't like a bastard. He wasn't acting as her tutors in the faith and her family had always claimed bastards acted like. She'd said as much to Peter, and he advised caution. The boy might be only putting on an act. Waiting until the right moment to strike when her husband and her children would least expect it. She tried to find the deceit in him just like Peter advised, but it was always for naught. Perhaps, just perhaps, he was one of the rare few exceptions to the nature of a bastard? But even if that were the case, she would not truly feel safe for herself and her children's future until he was well away from Winterfell. Either in a keep of his own or at the wall, she didn't care. She just needed him gone. Relax, Cat. You'll wear the solace out of those boots of yours if you keep shifting your weight like that. Smiling, Cat turned her head slightly. Standing just beside her in the armor and livery representative of their house was her uncle, Sir Brynden Tully, the Knight of the Gate for House Arryn. His arrival with the lords that had come representing the Vale had been a surprise, but a very pleasant surprise. In some instances, her uncle was almost more of a father to Lisa, Ed Muir, and herself than their own father. He always took the time to listen to them or to help them whenever he could. And she had dearly missed his supportive presence ever since she wed Ned and became Lady Stark. Looking down the line, she spied the other knights of the Vale that had accompanied her uncle on the journey north. And she couldn't wait to see the look on her daughter Sansa's face when she beheld true examples of southern knighthood. Beside her uncle stood the impressive form of Lord Yohn Royce, the Bronze Yohn, along with his 3 sons, Andar, Rabar, and Waymar. The youngest of whom would be continuing north after the fair to take the Black and become a member of the Night's Watch. Beside the Yohns stood yet another example of true knighthood in the form of Sir Lyn Corbray, whose battle prowess was proven during the rebellion when he managed to cut down a member of the King's Guard during the Battle of the Trident. And beside the famed knight was his squire Mikkel Redford from House Redford. And standing next to the young squire was a young man with pale skin and even paler eyes. Domeric Bolton, the son of Lord Roose Bolton of the Dread Fort and current squire to Lord Redford of the Vale. If there was one house which truly managed to set her nerves on edge in the north, it would be the Boltons. The family that was once heralded as the Red Kings of the North were infamous across Westeros, and their bloody history with the Starks was equally as well known. She could only pray that the young man's time in the Vale had weeded out the less savory aspects of his family lineage. Standing next to the visiting lords of the Vale were some of the northern houses that had arrived for her son's fair and name day while he and her husband went to White Harbor to welcome back the sorcerer and his expedition. Of those present, the ones of most note were House Irwin, House Glover, House Forrester, and House Whitehill. The latter of the two houses had to be separated by House Glover as there was a blood feud between the two houses almost on the same level as the one between House Blackwood and House Bracken. A feud which had only escalated as of late as one of the sons of House Forrester had been caught in a dalliance with the only daughter of House Whitehill and had been forced into exile. Almost every other house of noble standing in the north, with a few notable exceptions like the Reeds, would be arriving at some time during the week leading up to her son's name day, but so far those were the only families to have successfully made the voyage. "I haven't done that in years, uncle," Kat replied fondly as she tried to calm her aching heart, waiting for her children and husband to return to her. "They haven't been gone long, not even a full moon, yet it has been the longest time in my life." "It's because you love them, Kat," her uncle responded with a light smile. "And I must say, the North has done wonders for you, my dear niece. Motherhood and your position as a high lady have suited you like a well-tailored glove." Smiling at the compliment, she was about to respond when one of the bells near the east gate rang loudly, signaling the arrival of visitors. "They're back," she smiled, feeling her heart race with joy as she placed a hand on Rickon's shoulder to calm the boy down. "Calm, Rickon, your father, brothers, and sisters will be here soon." Looking up at her, her youngest boy gave her a grin that nearly split his face in two as he obviously fought a steadily losing battle to stay where he was. Keeping her eyes trained on the far side of the courtyard, her heart nearly beat out of its chest as she started to make out the first of the riders emerging into the inner keep with her husband in the lead. It was all she could do to keep herself in place as she watched her husband, his head held high and his back straight, lead the column into Winterfell with Robb and the Sorcerer by his side. She wanted to run to him, to take him in her arms and taste his lips once more. To hold her sons and kiss her daughters and, by the gods old and new. "What is that?" Blinking, her eyes flickered to her uncle, noting his wide-eyed expression and the fact that his hand had fallen to the hilt of his sword before turning back to her husband. And when she did, she saw what had put her uncle, and indeed almost every other soul in Winterfell, on such guard. For walking beside her husband was a beast nearly as tall as the warhorse her husband rode upon with grey-white fur and yellow eyes. "A wolf," she thought, her heart steadily racing as she tried to come to terms with just what she was seeing before her. No. Not a wolf. A dire wolf. The very sigil of House Stark made flesh. And it's walking beside Ned as if it belongs there. What is going on? The only thing that kept her from shouting at the top of her lungs for the men of Winterfell to cut the beast down where it stood was the fact that Ned didn't seem even slightly perturbed by its presence. In fact, none of the men with her husband seemed to be even giving the wolf a second glance. How? How could they just ignore such a dangerous creature standing so close to her husband? To her children? She couldn't understand it. Watching her husband with bated breath, Ned calmly got down off of his charger when they were but a few dozen paces away and calmly patted the wolf atop its head like it was just a common dog before making his way towards her. "Lord husband," Cat said, just barely managing to keep her voice steady as the various lords and ladies of the Vale and the North bowed in greeting of the Warden of the North. "Welcome, home." The wolf had not stayed back with the rest, preferring instead to stay by Ned's side as he approached her and stopping only when Ned came within arm's length of her. "It's good to be back, Cat," Ned replied, taking her in his arms and giving her a chaste kiss on the cheek as was suitable for public displays. As he pulled back though, he quickly noticed that her attention was not on him, but rather on the wolf that was now sitting back on its haunches and nearly as tall as she. "This is Winter," Ned explained, taking her hand in his own and almost pulling her forward so that her hand was near the beast's snout. "We found her and her pups on the road being attacked by a stag. Nox killed the stag and I well bonded with her. She and her pups will be staying with us from here on. Winter, this is my wife, my mate, Catelyn Stark. Treat her as if she were an extension of me. And this is Rickon, my youngest pup." Cat honestly thought that her husband had lost his mind, talking to a wolf as if it were just another one of his vassals. But surprisingly, the wolf almost seemed to bob its head as if it understood her husband perfectly before giving her hand a lick and then proceeded to do the same to Rickon, only this time the wolf caught her young son in the face with her tongue, bringing on more than a few squeals of laughter before bouncing off back towards the carriages and wagons. "Blackfish," her husband called out, breaking her out of her stupor as he greeted her uncle with a firm grasping of the arms. "It's been many years." "It has, Lord Stark," her uncle replied, "and I must say, that is certainly an entrance to be remembered. Returning with the very sigil of your house. A creature long thought lost or that could only be found north of the wall is extraordinary. Though I'm you." "Pups," Cat murmured, catching the attention of her uncle and husband as she finally started to regain her wits about her. "You said, pups. What pups?" Her question was answered as she watched the lead carriage be opened by her eldest with Jon and Nox standing right beside him. The moment the door was open, several little pups jumped out of the carriage and immediately started playing with one another. And then her eldest daughter emerged from the wagon, a small grey wolf held tightly in her arms as if it were a newborn babe. "Mother!" Sansa laughed, all but running towards her with the young wolf pup cradled in her arms. "Isn't she precious? I named her Lady because she's a true lady. Just like me." Cat honestly thought her heart was going to stop as she watched her eldest daughter, her perfect little lady, cuddling a pup that, while small now, would one day grow in size to potentially rival the beast that had walked beside Ned just a moment before. Gods! How will she control such a beast? It will be larger than her in but a few years. And Rickon, Bran, Arya, did Ned give each of them a pup as well? How will they control them? Her question was answered almost as soon as she thought it as she watched Arya and Bran bounce out of the carriage and immediately start playing with the yipping pups that were dancing around the legs of the men-at-arms of House Stark and Manderley. Rickon, unable to hold it in any long, bolted from her side and joined his siblings in playing with the wolves. By the gods, she heard one of the northern lords, Lord Glover she believed, gasped as he came to realization of some sort. There are 6 pups, and 6 children of House Stark. Surely, this is a blessing from the gods of the north. Kat's heart soared at the words of the Northern Lord. A pup for each of her children. A direwolf pup. The very sigil of House Stark. Could this truly be a sign from the old gods? It had to be. But as quick as her elation came, it went as she fully caught on to what Lord Glover had said. Desperately, she counted the wolves playing around her children. Then she counted them again and then again. But no matter how many times she counted, it always came out the same. Including the pup in Sansa's arms, there were 6 pups playing in the yard with her children. 6. Not 5. For there was one wolf, the smallest with a pure white fur that, while playing with its littermates, stayed mostly along the edges. Right next to the legs of Jon Snow. No, she nearly wailed. Do the gods of the north truly mock me so? Is this their vengeance for not fulfilling my promise to them? Is this a sign of things to come? Why? Why do the gods mock me so? Why does the bastard son carry the Stark likeness and now gain the loyalty of a dire wolf? Something that should only belong to those of House Stark. Why? Have I not started to atone in the eyes of the gods? When will enough be enough? Cat. Giving herself a shake, she sent a grateful glance towards her uncle. I'm fine, uncle, she replied, doing her best to hide her anger and disappointment that the bastard would be as honored by the gods as her own true-born children. Just, surprised by, well, them. Her uncle nodded with understanding as he turned his attention back to the column that had just arrived. I don't think the surprises are through just yet, Cat. You might need to have a talk with your son soon given the look in his eye. Frowning, Cat turned her attention back to the lead wagon. Nyra had exited the wagon and was currently clutching tightly onto Lord Knox's arm. Her well-rounded belly announcing loudly and clearly to those few who still did not know that she was indeed with child. And given the way she held onto the sorcerer's arm, there was little doubt on just who the father was. But that wasn't what had caught her uncle's eye nor made hers narrow. For there was a second girl that had exited the wagon. One that her son Robb was escorting forward along with Sansa. A girl with darker skin as if she were from Dorne. Immediately, her thoughts went to Ashura Dane and the rumors that she'd heard of late, on how the woman was the supposed mother of Jon Snow. And that thought brought along another wave of jealousy and a slight touch of fear. Had her son fallen to the same vice as his father? Were the men of the north so weak-willed to the loose nature of the Dornish? Gods, she hoped not. Her son was just turning 3 and 10 this week. He could not have done something so stupid yet. Could he have? Mother, Robb greeted her, letting go of the girl's arm. This is Lady Talisa of Volantis. She came back across the narrow sea aboard the Seawolf with Lord Knox and will be staying with us in Winterfell as she studies with Lord Knox and the other students at the college. Volantis, she thought with a start as she felt both relieved and worried. Why is girl from Volantis here in the north? And the way Robb introduced her as a lady, does she have noble blood in her? Is she truly here to study at the college under the Sorcerer? Why? Surely, they have schools in Essos the girl could learn at if she so chose. Despite it being quite improper for a highborn lady to pursue such a future. Straightening her posture as much she could, she fixed the young woman with her best Lady of Winterfell face. Welcome to Winterfell, Lady Talisa. Cat greeted the young woman, who couldn't be more than 2 years older than her son. I hope that you find your stay here at Winterfell enlightening. The young woman didn't even bat an eyelash as she curtsied in response to her greeting, completely unfazed at her look. I believe I shall, Lady Stark. And I thank you for allowing me to stay with your family while I am here. Your sons and daughters have been a delight to be around since we left White Harbor. Talisa is absolutely wonderful, Mother. Sansa gushed, looking towards the older girl with shining eyes. She's been telling us all about her home the whole way here. It sounds amazing. Well, despite the slavery thing and oh. I'm sorry. I meant no offense, Talisa. There was no offense, Sansa, Talisa responded, making Kat's lips twitch as she noted that her daughter and the older girl were not addressing each other properly. Indeed, the slavery of my homeland is the main reason I left in the first place and decided to come to Westeros. I wanted to be free of the vile practice. She could hear many of the lords present mumble in agreement to her words. How? How could she be winning the lords and ladies over so quickly? Talisa is really smart, and brave too, Mother. Sansa continued to gush as Ned left her side and started to work his way down the line of visiting lords and ladies in order to greet them all personally. She helped Lord Knox develop a cure for grayscale. They even cured Lord Baratheon's daughter, Shireen. Yes, they even cured Shireen of grayscale on their way home. And after the wildlings attacked us on the road, she didn't even hesitate to get out and help with the wounded despite all the blue. Wildlings. Cat gasped loudly, drawing the attention of just about everyone in the courtyard with her raised voice as she rounded back towards Ned. What wildlings? And what attack? Robb visibly winced, as did Sansa, who suddenly seemed to find the ground very interesting. I was supposed to let father tell you about that. It wasn't that big of a deal, mother, Arya replied, almost making Cat jump in shock as she hadn't even been aware of her youngest daughter's approach until she'd spoken from her place then a pace away from her. Just a skirmish against some wildlings. It was really boring too. I wanted to go out and fight, but Nyra and Talisa kept me in the carriage and only Robb and Jon got to fight them and then chase after them. I'm just as good as the both of them. Why couldn't I fight too? Cat felt her head lighten and the need to sit down, soon. Robb. You fought. Robb, her eldest son and yet not even 3 and 10 name day, replied with a tone that betrayed his age. The wildlings attacked our people, my sisters and brother. I was not about to just on the side of the road and do nothing. Not when it is my sworn duty to protect the people of the north. Cat would have swelled with pride at the conviction her son spoke with if not for the overbearing fear of what could have happened during the battle. But whatever she would have said was cut off when her uncle spoke up. You're turning into a true man already. To have such conviction. Such a force of will at your age is commendable, nephew. Children, Cat cut in as she noted the confused look on her children's faces. This is my uncle, your great-uncle, Sir Brynden Tully, the Knight of the Gate. None of that now, Cat, her uncle waved her off good-naturedly, I'm merely their uncle, nothing more and nothing less. And as for this young man, I can clearly see that he has indeed inherited the best of both his families already. He will make for a fine warden in the north in due time. Robb preened under the praise. Thank you, uncle. But it wasn't just I who fought. The men of House Stark and Manderley deserve most of the credit. As does Lord Knox and my father. They were the ones who rallied the defences the moment the attack was launched. Do not undersell yourself, lad, Lord Royce cut in as he and his 3 sons joined the conversation. Fighting wildlings is no small feat. Be proud of what you did. And from what I hear, soon enough you will be the best sword in the north. Perhaps the whole of the 7 kingdoms if anyone ever dares to challenge their arm against yours. Again, Robb preened slightly under the praise of the legendary knight, but surprisingly he shook his head. I'm afraid I will have to disagree with you, Lord Royce. If anyone has a chance of becoming a Sword of the North, it is my brother Jon. He was by far the better swordsman between the 2 of us before he left. And if anything, he has only gotten better, far better, during his brief time away. You say that your bastard brother is the better sword. Sir Lyn Corbray chuckled. A likely tale. No need to make him feel better about himself, young lord. I'm not, sir, Robb replied, shooting Sir Corbray a cold look that she had seen on his father's face one time too many. Jon is by far the better swordsman. Perhaps the best in all of Winterfell, save for my father and Lord Knox. And he has already proven himself several times over. The most recent of which was when they stopped in Dorne and he handily defeated Sir Gerald Dane in a duel. One that the knight broke the rules of by drawing live steel. Yet despite that, Jon still defeated him with nothing by a tourney blade. That drew several sharp looks from the Knights of the Vale and the other lords who were present. That boy, defeated Sir Gerald Dane, the Dark Star? Sir Corbray asked disbelievingly. Well then, perhaps I shall have to test his arm myself and see if the title of Sword of the North truly does deserve to be held by a bastard boy. Cat could see that the words of the man were getting to her son. He wasn't breaking decorum by calling the boy what he was, but she knew that Jon's status was always a sore spot for both the boy and for Robb. Forgive me, my lords, I have been neglectful in my duties, she said quickly, trying to send a look towards her son to calm him down. We are all introduced, and the servants are taking care of the carriages. Let us retreat back to the warmth of the great hall and I will have the servants send for some warmed ale. A fine idea, Cat, her uncle smiled before shooting a look at Sir Corbray that told the younger knight to tighten his lips without saying it. Let's all get warm, my lords. I don't know about all of you, but these old bones don't quite handle the cold like they used to. And while we do, my nephew here can regale us with tales about his first true battle. Standing with his hands held tightly behind his back, Warden of the West and Lord of Casterly Rock Tywin Lannister stood before his mantle as he let the warmth of the fire burning within warm him. To say that the last few days at the Rock would be interesting would be highly understating matters. His youngest brother Jaerion had returned at the head of a dozen Lannister honor guards after being pulled out of the ruins of Valyria by none other than the Northern Sorcerer himself. And despite not claiming any of the plunder that had been taken from Valyria for his own, his brother did not return empty-handed. Despite his many failures, he had managed to succeed in one aspect of what he set out to accomplish in that he managed to return Bright Roar back to its proper place. He'd hoped that after hearing that the sorcerer had been successful in his expedition and even managed to rescue his wayward brother that Jaerion would manage to claim some of what had been taken from Valyria. But his brother didn't take anything more than a potential sum of what the sorcerer had claimed. A total sum that Tywin was sure would be a vast underestimation of its true worth. Yet again, he had to hand it to Lord Knox for his excellent play. Instead of sailing to King's Landing himself to offer the expected tribute to the crown, he had instead given the tribute to Tywin's brother with the request that he deliver it. By having the tribute delivered in this manner, the sorcerer ensured that no official inventory of the loot was ever taken by the crown. So Lord Knox could simply report whatever value he wanted to the crown when the tax collectors came. A shrewd move. And one Tywin applauded and cursed the man for. A grand feast had been held to celebrate Gerion's return, as was expected, but personally Tywin found little to celebrate. His brother had returned and with his family's ancestral sword, but that had been it. The pride of the Lannister fleet, a fleet that was still trying to recover from the sacking of Lannisport by the Greyjoys, was lost. As was its crew. While the crew was replaceable, a ship on level with the likes of the Laughing Lion was extremely expensive and time-consuming to construct. And then there was the decree that he returned with as well. A decree of legitimization for his daughter Joy from the oaf Robert himself. Pulling himself away from the hearth, Tywin slowly paced over to his desk as his mind worked over how to salvage several plans that had been in the works and were now thrown off by that one piece of paper. Ever since he'd met Lord Knox on Pike all those years ago, he had been focused on a single task. Bringing the sorcerer's power under the control of House Lannister and solidifying the Lion's place at the top of the hierarchy of Westeros's great houses for years to come. Unfortunately, this task was proving far more difficult than he had ever imagined. The most obvious way to achieve this goal would be to have the sorcerer breed into the Lannister line directly. But that was simply not possible due to unfortunate timing. Tywin only had one daughter, Cersei, and she was now married and queen of Westeros. There were options outside of Cersei of course. Namely his nieces by way of his brothers Jaime and Joy. But neither was a good option at the present time for the sorcerer. Jaime though was still but a babe, barely a year old now. Joy was closer in age, though not by much, but marriages with wider age differences had occurred. His sister Jenna was another option. But she was unfortunately wedded, bedded, and mother to 4 children. And while the idea of disposing of her incompetent husband Emmon Frey and replacing him with the sorcerer was indeed tempting, his sister was nearing the end of her child-rearing days and was not the beauty that she had once been. A harsh fact, but one of life. And he knew that if he were to catch the sorcerer in such a manner he would have to do so with the pride and joy of the lionesses of Casterly Rock. So, while he wanted the power of the sorcerer bred directly into the Lannister line, he unfortunately had to let go of gaining the sorcerer through a marriage into the direct Lannister line. But then he was gifted a second chance when the eyes and ears Tyrion had arranged to be put in place sent news of the Stark children, including the bastard son, not only having the same power as the sorcerer but also of them being trained directly by the sorcerer to use said powers. While the sorcerer was the true prize, he would settle for a Stark child if they had the same power. And while many would obviously seek out to grab hold of the heir, Robb Stark was the first one of the Stark children he eliminated from his list. As heir, Robb Stark would stay in Winterfell, and whoever married him would become the next Lady Stark, not Lannister. Which defeated the whole purpose of what he was trying to achieve. Luckily, the Tully girl had proved herself quite fertile and had given birth to several options for him to choose from. The eldest girl was an attractive option. Word was that she was already turning into a beauty that could rival her mother and was every inch a lady as any lord could hope to obtain. A betrothal to Jaime would have been preferred, but his foolish son refused to step down from his position as a king's guard. His son had held such promise as a boy, but now he was little more than a disappointment as he would prefer life as a glorified bodyguard rather than take up the position his family needed him to. For a time, he considered a marriage between the eldest Stark girl and Tyrion, if only so that the two could produce a child while he was still alive for long enough so he could groom a proper heir. But that idea was dismissed almost immediately as he doubted that anyone would ever willingly enter a betrothal with Tyrion. Not unless Tywin offered terms that were insulting to House Lannister. His nephews were an option as well, and he had plenty to choose from. Kevin had sired 3 sons in Lancel, Martin, and William while his late brother Tygett had managed to sire a single son, Tyrag. But that would require him to name one of them as his official heir, which was something he was hesitant to do as he still held out hope that Jaime would come to his senses. But there was a problem with the eldest girl. While she was apparently the picture of a future lady, word from their spies said that lacked in the one area he wanted. The eldest girl did not join her brothers and sister in their training under the sorcerer. Whether it was because she simply did not have the power or that she was giving in to her mother's ridiculous teachings of the 7, he didn't know. All he knew was that of the Stark children, she was either the weakest or completely powerless. While the eldest girl not being what he wanted was disappointing, there were still options. And this was where the second daughter came into play. Word was that the second daughter had no problems regarding her sorcery. And while the eldest Stark girl might be shaping up into an ideal future lady, the younger Stark girl was said to be Lyanna Stark reborn. An interesting prospect to be sure. But again, trying to arrange a marriage would require him to designate an heir. So as unfortunate as it was, he placed the Stark girls as a secondary option for now. Which brought him to his ideal target, and why Joy's status as a bastard had been so important to his goals. Lord Stark's bastard son was the favored student of the sorcerer, so much so that the sorcerer had recently named Jon Snow as his apprentice. Which, according to his brother, was akin to a knight naming a squire who was sure to become a knight of the realm. Both Jon and Joy were close in age, enough so that no one would even think twice about the two becoming wed. And they were both bastards, which meant that they were malleable to where they would make their home. He'd been planning on offering terms to Lord Stark for a betrothal between the two, which would include petitioning the king for legitimization for the two of them, raising them to the ranks of noble lord and lady and granting them Castamere and the surrounding lands. The castle was still in ruins and flooded, but it would serve as a good test for the boy to see how he would turn the castle around. And to ensure that the power of the sorcerer would enter the Lannister mainline, he would put in the contract that the firstborn girl of their union would be betrothed to the heir of Casterly Rock. While this method was not expedient, it would ensure that within the next 2 generations that the line of sorcerers would be bred into House Lannister. And while it was more than likely that he would not be around to see his plan come to fruition, he would lay the groundwork for House Lannister to become the unquestioned power in Westeros. But now that plan was now faltering on a knife's edge. Joy's legitimization made it so that it would no longer be a betrothal between 2 bastards, but rather between a legitimized daughter of House Lannister and a bastard. And while he did not care for the opinions of the sheep, the image of such a union reminded him far too much of what his father, the Toothless Lion, had done when he married his sister to that foolish Frey. But there was still time to salvage it. All that was needed was for the boy to be legitimized as well. Which, if he were being completely honest, he was surprised had not already happened. The boy was the northern sorcerer's apprentice, had bloodied himself against bandits in the north, had ventured into Valyria and returned to tell the tale, and he had bested an anointed knight in single combat quite easily. And not only that, but apparently the boy now wielded a sword which was like the sorcerer's, if only a different color. With such a reputation at such a young age, the boy had more than earned his legitimization. And Stark was the king's brother in all but blood. So, the question remained, why did Robert hesitate? He didn't want to throw his word in to get the boy legitimized, as that could truly tip his hand to the realm, but he might have no choice soon. Especially with the tale his brother brought back about their brief stop at Sunspear in Dorne. The Martells, Tywin frowned, sitting down and staring blankly off into the distance as he thought about just what his brother had told him regarding the events at Sunspear. Apparently, Snow had been training in the yard with Oberyn Martell's squire when the two caught the eye of Princess Arianne Martell. The two then proceeded to have a friendly competition, which Snow ended up winning. However, word of what was going on got out and soon they had attracted quite the crowd. And after the two had finished, Sir Gerald Dane had proceeded to slander the Martells and the princess. Snow defended her honor and fought the man and beat him soundly, earning him the attention of Princess such that she even danced with him that evening and spent the next several days in his company almost exclusively. This situation was perhaps the most worrying to him. Arianne had but 3 years on the boy and was reputed to have grown into a beauty that men would do anything for just to have her grace them with a look. But most concerning was that she was still unbetrothed even though she was approaching her 6 and 10 name day. And the ruling prince or princess of Dorne taking a bastard as their consort was not without precedence. Was this Doran's plan? Use his daughter to ensnare the sorcerer's prized pupil and gain his power and the potential support of the north? The two kingdoms had already established a very profitable trade in the last few years. Was that how Doran came to learn of the boy's power? If the Martells gained the power of the sorcerer and made a full alliance with the north, then Tywin knew that House Lannister's position would be threatened. If such a situation were to come to pass, he would more than likely have to arrange a situation where Clegane would be unknowingly offered up as a sacrificial lamb to the slaughter to sate the Martells' quest for vengeance. And that was not a situation he wanted to place himself in. He would make sure to cover his tracks well, but if it ever came to light that he sent his best enforcer to die just to please another house, then the reputation of House Lannister would once again fall. And he could not, and would not, let that happen. Which meant that he would have to try and move quickly to secure the boy. He could send a letter directly to Stark offering the betrothal, but he doubted that he would receive a favorable response. Much as a squire was usually not marriageable until they achieved knighthood, he assumed the same was true for anyone that was apprenticed to the sorcerer. Not to mention, Stark's foolish honor would not allow him to see past what happened during Robert's rebellion and what he'd done to ensure Robert's future reign as king was secure. No, the best option would be for the boy to approach his father and request the betrothal. But that was difficult to achieve. He could send Joy north with the hopes that she could catch the boy's eye, but she was still but a girl and wasn't ready physically or mentally ready to seduce even a boy on the cusp of manhood. Which left him in quite the quandary. "My lord. Lord Kevin, Lady Jenna, Lord Tyrion, and Lord Jerian are here to see you." "Send them in," Tywin responded to the guard just outside, not bothering to rise from his seat nor to turn towards the door. In short order, his siblings and his remaining child made their way into his solar before closing the door to ensure that they had privacy. "Well, brother, here we are, one big happy family again," Jerian commented dryly as he flopped, not sat, flopped, down into one of the chairs available. "Is this where you tell me where I'm such a disappointment again?" Only this time for not bringing back more than just our family's sword from Valyria? Or is this when you tell us all your grand scheme to sell my daughter like a two-stag broodmare? Geryon, shut up. Jenna countered, slapping their brother on the back of his head with a firm hand before taking the seat next to him, leaving Tyrion to hop up onto another as Kevin preferred to remain standing for now. I would have thought your ill-thought-out venture to Valyria would have matured you. Oh, it did that, dear sister, and more, Geryon countered back, rubbing the back of his head. It's why I've spent the entirety of the day with my daughter, trying to make up for the shit of a father I've been to her. And that is how I discovered the rather peculiar nature of her education. An education which emphasizes northern houses and traditions. An addition that was apparently ordered by you, dear brother. And given just how well we all know you, it was not difficult to connect the dots and figure out your plan. I can even guess that you were going to offer Castamere as an incentive. Tell me I'm wrong. Tywin had to give his brother credit for figuring it out so quickly. Not that he would say it aloud. Anyone who bore the name Lannister should have been able to figure out his endgame. We all have a duty to our house, including Joy. Tywin responded, looking directly into his brother's eyes. A duty that has become much more apparent with her legitimization. And as you already seem to know what I am planning, then tell me this. Can you name a better candidate for your daughter's hand? If so, then I would hear it now. He knew the argument was over the moment his brother didn't immediately respond. Gods damn you, Tywin. You haven't changed at all, Geryon growled. She's only 8 for God's sake. She will not be wedded until the appropriate time, Tywin countered back. But setting up a betrothal is not outside the norm. And yes, I do intend to offer them Castamere as a test to see how the boy can handle himself. But a bastard marrying a legitimized Lannister, Tyrion chirped, a smile playing on his face. Dear father, what will the how did you put it? How will the sheep react to such a development? The boy will be legitimized soon enough, Tywin shot back. It is a wonder the king hasn't already done so before this. But once word spreads of his actions, then he will gain his legitimization. And it will no longer be two bastards marrying, but rather a Stark marrying a Lannister. That is provided that Lord Stark even allows his son to be married to a Lannister, Tyrion pressed further, making Tywin want to grind his teeth. We Lannisters are not thought of all that well in the north. And lest we forget, it was Lord Stark himself who was the first to speak of Jaime's new moniker. A moniker which has stayed with him to this day. Tywin did not need to be reminded of that fact. Joy will play on the boy, and through him we will get to Stark. But first, we must get Joy to Winterfell. The eldest girl, Sansa, is entering the age to obtain handmaidens. We shall send an offer to Stark for Joy to enter her service. The plan was sound enough, but as soon as his intentions were announced he noticed something. A tightening around his brother's eyes. You have another idea, Geryon? Tywin asked, turning to his brother with a look that demanded he speak up. Damn it all, Tywin, Geryon growled. Yes, there is another way we can send Joy to Winterfell. As an acolyte to the Sorcerer. That brought Tywin up short. Explain. Sighing, Geryon scratched at his hair. I wanted to wait longer to see if I can confirm it, but there is a chance that Joy might have the same type of power that Nox has. Joy can use magic? Tyrion asked, sitting up in his seat straighter. If there was one thing that could make Tyrion pay attention to something, it was anything that dealt with the arcane. Or whores. How do you know? She hasn't shown any such powers before. Because, according to Nox, I had the same power as well. Or at least the capability of learning how to use the same power as he. Geryon admitted, though he did not seem enthused by the prospect. He said he had the same power, not that he has. Meaning that this magic power can be lost. You have never shown anything like what we witnessed Nox wielding, Geryon, Tywin stated with narrow eyes, wondering if his foolish brother had managed to pull the wool over his eyes for years. How can you be sure that Lord Nox wasn't just humoring your dreams of glory and honor? 1. Those dreams died the moment I was shipwrecked in Valyria, Geryon shot back immediately, meeting Tywin's hard glare with one of his own. And 2, Nox isn't one to lie, at least not about this. And before you jump down my throat, like usual, I spent a lot of time learning as much as I could from the Sorcerer about his power. Hells, I'm willing to bet that I've learned more about the Sorcerer and his power in the little more than a month I've spent with him than you have in the years you've spent trying to dig up any scrap of information you can. Now, do you want me to tell you what I learned? Or are you just going to continue to berate me for hours on end? Leaning back, Tywin motioned for Geryon to continue. As galling as it was to admit, his brother had a point. He'd spent years and thousands of gold dragons trying to uncover as much information as he could about the Sorcerer. And in the end, he had barely enough to fill a single sheet of paper for all his trouble. Geryon, however, had spent over a month on a single ship with the man. His insight could prove invaluable. For starters, Nox does not call his magic, well, magic. He instead calls it the Force. Think of it like a giant lake and those who can use it being the rivers that are fed from said lake. One cannot simply learn how to use the Force, you are either born with the ability to wield the Force or you are not. And just as all men cannot be as strong as your monster Clegane, not everyone who can wield the Force can do so in equal measure. The measure of an individual's strength is something Knox calls Force sensitivity. The greater an individual's Force sensitivity, the stronger they can become. And it seems to be that those that are trained can tell if an individual has any Force sensitivity just from looking at them, though how I have no idea. And just to let you know, Knox took careful note of both you and Kevin back during the Greyjoy rebellion and, these are his words, you two have the Force sensitivity of a stone. Tywin did not appreciate the thought. The fact that House Stark could be considered superior to House Lannister in anything was an insult of the highest order. Which was why he was so focused on introducing this power into the Lannister line. Yet, you apparently do have this power, Uncle, Tyrion noted, scratching at his chin. How? Jerion shifted his weight as he continued. Sheer luck, and that is the best answer that I can give. If two Force sensitives have a child, then it is almost guaranteed the child will be Force sensitive as well. The same is true if only a single parent is Force sensitive, though Knox did note that if the Force sensitive is on the weaker side then the odds of any offspring with a non-Force sensitive individual goes down to about a flip of a coin. However, there are rare, and he stressed rare, occurrences where two non-Force sensitive individuals will give birth to a Force sensitive one. So, in all honesty, it was sheer luck that I was apparently born with these powers and the rest of you were not. Yet, like our brother said Jerion, I've never seen you do anything that this sorcerer is rumored to be able to do, Jenna added, bringing the conversation back around. Why is that? Surely, you haven't been hiding this magic, have you? No, I haven't, sister, Jerion replied. Apparently if an individual who is born with these powers never receives instructions on how to use them, it is probable that they will live their entire life in ignorance of what they can do. And according to Knox, this instruction must occur while the individual is still young. Why I'm not entirely sure, but Knox said that it has to do with the mind of a youngster being able to adapt more readily to this power. If they too long to learn how to use the Force, then it is possible for the power to go dormant. So they were on a timetable then. So, because you apparently beat the odds and were born with the ability to use this Force, then it is likely that any offspring you have will be able to use the Force, Tywin summed up. Which is why you believe that your daughter might be able to use the Force. Is there a way that you can tell? No. Not unless she does something obvious right in front of me, Jerion answered with a sigh. The only one who can tell right now is Knox. And perhaps Jon Snow as well. If Joy does have the ability to use the Force, the only way to find out will be to send her to Winterfell and have the sorcerer test her. And if she passes his tests, then she will need to remain in Winterfell in order to learn how to utilize her powers. The information was quite promising. Sending Joy to Winterfell with the intention of her becoming one of the sorcerer's acolytes was an easy method for getting more Lannister eyes on what was going on in the north and gain an insight into Knox's methods. And sending Joy north to be tested wouldn't be without precedence either. Lords and ladies from across the land had been throwing their sons at the sorcerer for years, hoping that he would take an interest in them. And from the stories he'd told so far, Jerion apparently had a rapport with the sorcerer. Both angles would need to be leveraged to get a Lannister a prolonged stay in Winterfell. And this also provided him with another opportunity as well. But the plan wasn't without risk. It would have to be firmly installed in Joy's mind that no matter what, family came first. She was a Lannister. Not a Stark or a Knox. The last thing House Lannister needed was for one of their own to turn their back on them. You will send a raven to the sorcerer in the morning, Jerion, informing him of your intentions on bringing Joy to the north to have her tested to see if she has this Force. Tywin ordered. And you will go with them, Tyrion. Me? Tyrion gaped like a fool. Why? Not that I'm complaining, Bulletin. You've proven yourself to be quite clever over the past few years. Now I am giving you a chance to prove just how clever you are. Tywin cut in, not wanting to listen to Tyrion's stutter. The North has grown substantially in wealth over the past few years due to various exports that they have begun crafting in mass. Their glass production is their primary source of coin, but they have also made a significant amount off their new smelting process, their exotic food production and now this new medicine that can apparently cure grayscale. During your stay in Winterfell while Joy is being tested by the sorcerer, you will do everything in your power to learn what you can of these new processes and bring them back here to Casterly Rock so that we can begin duplicating them. Tyrion bit his lip in a nervous tell that he would have to eliminate soon if he was to be of any use in the future. That is quite the task. You're asking me to all but steal the secrets of the sorcerer. Not steal. House Lannister does not steal. We are merely going to begin our own processes using what the Starks have spent years of effort and coin on to create. Tywin countered. House Lannister must begin seeking ventures outside of our minds if we are to retain our position. It was a piece of information that Tywin did not want to share, as it would project weakness to the other houses. But none of their gold mines had managed to find any new significant veins of gold in years. House Lannister wasn't broke, not by a long shot. But the staple upon which their house had risen to power was no longer as easily to obtain. He'd put a great deal of effort into making sure that this knowledge did not become known, and for years he'd been successful. But it would only be a matter of time before word got out. And once it did, House Lannister needed to be known for something other than their gold mines if they would survive in the long run. Well, Tyrion breathed, slapping the arms of his chair. I suppose I will need to begin crafting quite the story to spin if I'm to slip one past Lord Stark and Lord Knox. Any ideas? I'm sure that you will figure something out. Tywin replied dismissively. Now leave me. I have work to be done and am losing light. Jerian, I want to read over the raven you will be sending to the Sorcerer and Lord Stark when we break our fast in the morning. Used to his dismissals, his siblings and Tyrion all immediately got to their feet and left. But despite what he'd said to them, he did not start working right away. Instead, he allowed a slight grin to appear as he thought of the future. Joy will succeed. That girl has always been different. And now I know why. She will spend a few years learning what she can from the Sorcerer, and after she flowers, I will send her instructions to begin seducing the boy Jon Snow using any means necessary. They will wed. And she will start giving birth to children that will have this power, this force. And then House Lannister will rise higher than ever before. But as pleasant as the thought was, it was still just a single plan. And Tywin was not one to place all his coin on a single plan. He needed a backup plan as well. And a third plan as well. He would not rest until this strange force power resided within House Lannister, where it belonged. Standing upon his balcony in the Sorcerer's Tower of Winterfell, Knox let his senses wander over the bustling courtyard below, trying to take a moment to just relax. The past week since they'd finally returned to Winterfell had been a whirlwind of never-ending exhaustion for both the inhabitants of Winterfell and its visitors. The fair had gone over well, almost unbelievably so. Small folk from all over the north had made the journey to Winterfell, lured in by the prospect of being able to showcase what they could do in front of many different lords and perchance even earn the lords and ladies of the north favor. A feeling that was heightened when Robb announced that the small folk would be able to partake in some of the games that would be held during the week. Which had led to a truly surprising development as a simple woodcutter from the lands of House Glover defeated the great Jon himself in a log-throwing contest. Instead of being offended though, the Lord of Last Hearth had instead invited the man and his family personally to the Great Hall that night to feast and drink and celebrate the man's victory. Outside of the games though, there was unfortunately little that the small folk offered in terms of advancements. One netmaker woman had crafted a new weave, which increased the tensile strength of the fishing nets, allowing them to garner a greater haul before breaking. And another man from the lands owned by House Karstark had shown his idea for a gravity-fed watering system for smaller farms. Both useful, but hardly groundbreaking. At least to Knox anyway. The one that had really caught his eye however was a family from the lands of House Forrester. During the previous winter they had stumbled upon a sweet maple tree and had begun harvesting its sap after they discovered that it was edible. After a few years of experimentation with the aid of House Forrester, the family was able to create a rudimentary simple syrup, which was an immediate hit with the lords and ladies. A sweetener, any sweetener, was a highly sought-after commodity. And therefore, it was expensive. With but a single taste, Ned had offered the family whatever assistance they needed in order to expand their work and begin the process of planting more of the trees that created the sap. While the presentations of the small folk were only mildly interesting at best, the same could not be said of the presentations given by the students of Winterfell's college, led by Samwell Tarly and their newest member Talisa McGurr. Talis's presentation had been easy enough for Knox to predict. The lady from Volantis had presented her and Knox's cure for grayscale, including going into an in-depth explanation of the how and why it worked, which he was sure went over most of the assembled nobles' heads. But while the specifics may have gone over their heads, the implications did not. Grayscale was considered one of the worst, most contagious sicknesses in all the known world. To have a cure readily available was astounding. Samwell, the other students and Maester Luwin had all worked together to present the second display the college put on. Well before he'd left for Valyria, he'd planted an idea into Samwell and Luwin's head about gears and automation. And he was more than pleased to see that the two had taken to the idea like a fish in water. And in less than 7 months, the group had gone from theorizing to creating a basic steam engine in the form of an atmospheric engine. The engine itself stood over 2 grown men tall and required specific timing to work the values in order to introduce the steam and to vent the steam so that piston would move. It was rudimentary, but a huge step forward. At least to Knox, who could understand its worth anyway. The nobles were not all that impressed at first. All they saw was an overcomplicated system to move a pump handle up and down. But then Luwin and Samwell showed how the machine could create a pump system to help clear water out of mines. That had garnered some interest, but it was when Samwell showed off their last invention that the full implications of the steam engine could take hold. Sam had created a bicycle. Or rather quadcycle, as he had modified a small one-man wagon for this demonstration. He'd crafted a gear system over the front axle of the wagon, which was connected with a chain to a secondary gear that had a pair of pedals on either side just beneath where the wagon driver would sit. After situating himself in the wagon, and with no small amount of effort, Sam had managed to get the wagon moving forward without a horse, using the power of his legs only by pedaling. After displaying the moving wagon, Lewin then went on to explain how the gear system worked and why it could move without horses. And then presented what they were hoping to achieve in the long run. They were hoping to work on bringing the steam engine down to small scale and then attaching it to a wagon that had the gear system on it. The piston of the engine would then be used to pedal the wagon. And once they could achieve that, they would have the first horseless wagon, capable of continuously running if there was enough heat and water to keep the piston moving. The idea of a horseless carriage completely floored almost everyone in attendance. And almost as soon as the presentation was finished, the members of Winterfell's college were bombarded with questions from the nobles as they all but demanded to know when the first working unit would be available and how they could go about procuring it for themselves. A definite step in the right direction, he thought as he let his senses wander over the steam engine, which was still garnering a lot of attention from just about everyone even days after it'd been displayed. While Knox had planted the original idea for the steam engine in the minds of his students before he left, he honestly couldn't take hardly any credit for its creation. While he knew the basic principles of a steam piston engine, the design was just too simple. He was used to working on the level of technology that involved hyperdrive engines, not simple machines that had been outdated for potentially tens of thousands of years. But now that they had created the very basic of engines, he was ready to offer a few ideas for modifications that would increase efficiency, decrease its size and increase its output. The only problem was, as it was with the original concept of the steam engine, it was still too simple. He would be able to present the ideas, but it would be up to Lewin and the students of the college to truly figure out how to put them into practice. With all the presentations shown and the offers from the various lords and ladies having been made, the fair was steadily winding down. But that didn't mean that people were leaving. Not yet anyway. For there were still 2 more events that the nobles and small folk alike wanted to either attend or even just catch a glimpse of. One of which was Robb Stark's name day celebration, which would be happening in 2 nights and would mark the end of the fair. But the other event was the one that would be taking place tonight. Knox's wedding to Nyra. Despite having asked her weeks ago for her hand and with the day now upon them, Knox was still trying to wrap his mind around just how they got to this point. When he'd first met her years ago, he'd found a keen mind just waiting to be unleashed. And the fact that she was just a mere servant was all the better. By taking her under his wing and raising her to the rank of a pseudo-noble, he had instilled a sense of hope into the small folk that if they worked hard that they too could reach her level. And his plan had worked. The small folk all looked up to and admired Nyra for all that she had accomplished over the years. Sure, there were some that still whispered she was nothing more than a noble hunter, but she didn't let those comments get to her. She knew who she was, and she wasn't about to let anyone's thinking change that. It was one of the many qualities that had attracted him to her in the first place. And now, here they were, 7 years after their first meeting about to officially become husband and wife. The small folk were not the only ones who were excited about the marriage either. Almost every lord and lady that was visiting had taken the time to congratulate them both. Some more enthusiastically than others, as Knox was sure there were more than a few sore ladies that were still holding out hope that he would pick them as his bride. But of all the enthusiastic reactions, none was greater than Sansa's. The eldest daughter of Ned was practically swooning every time the marriage was brought up. No doubt that to her, this seemed like the greatest romantic fable come to life. A sorcerer who comes to a foreign land, makes a name for himself, earns a title, raises a mere serving girl to the rank of a noble lady, and then takes her as his wife. It was fairly cliché and romantic now that he thought about it. Sansa had been having the time of her life this week working with Nyra, and to a lesser extent Lady Stark, to plan out every facet of the wedding celebration. She'd even taken to personally sewing Nyra's maiden's cloak and the cloak that Knox would put on her shoulders at the conclusion of the ceremony. For her cloak, as she did not have a house, the grey wolf of House Stark was sewn onto the back, representing Nyra as a vassal to House Stark. And for Knox, his cloak had the black sun with the 2 triple-peaked mountains laying sideways, an old symbol for the Sith Lords that Knox had always taken a liking to. And outside of Sansa and the small folk, the bards were also having a field day with the wedding. He'd already heard at least 2 or 3 different traveling bards that had come to Winterfell in hopes of coin by working on crafting a song to commemorate their union. Sensing his apprentice crossing the courtyard below with his brother, Knox focused in on the duo as they made their way towards the entrance to the catacombs. No doubt to meet up with their father and Lady Stark, who had entered the catacombs just a few minutes prior to their arrival. It's finally time, he thought, sensing the 2 descend into the depths of the Stark's final resting place. I suppose that I should get ready for the inevitable fallout then. Force only knows how Jon is going to react to what Ned has to tell him. Standing before the statues of his lost family deep within the crypts of Winterfell, Ned Stark was doing everything he could to try and calm his racing heart. It was no lie to say that he was dreading what was about to happen. In another life, he would have never even considered having this conversation at all to spare himself and others the pain that he knew it would bring about. But that was neither here nor there, and he realized now that his refusal to speak would have been worse than not speaking at all. Father. Brother. Sister, he thought to himself, staring at the 3 Starks that lost their lives during the fall of the Targaryen reign. Give me strength and guidance to find the words that need to be said this day. And may one day my family find the strength to forgive my silence. Ned. Swallowing, Ned turned his gaze away from the statues of his family and found his wife of the past 3 and 10 years standing just a short distance away from him. The soft glow of the torches illuminating her face. Gods, she was indeed beautiful. Even after all these years. Cat, he nodded, not sure what further to say as she came up beside him and glanced towards the statues depicting the lost Starks. He knew, just like the gods would, that Cat never truly felt comfortable down in the crypts. Though why, she would not say. And, if he were being honest, this was not necessarily the place he wanted this conversation to take place. But in all of Winterfell, there was no better place for such a discussion to occur. With very few exceptions, no one save for the Starks were allowed into the crypts. And with so many of his bannermen around, this was the safest place to speak freely. I almost considered waiting until they all left before saying what needed to be said, he thought, glancing towards his father. But I know that if I did, then when the time came again, I would simply find another excuse to delay this. No. It is far better for this to happen here and now rather than later. The boys are old enough. They will understand. As will Cat. I hope. Ned, Cat called out softly, placing a hand on his shoulder. Are you all right? Ned nodded, trying to draw strength from the simple gesture, fearful that once he'd said his piece that it would be some time before he could feel such comfort from here again. Though for how much longer that will remain true, I do not know. Pulling away from his wife, Ned turned and faced down the path leading towards the surface as he felt, and heard, his 2 sons approaching. Such a strange sensation, he thought as he watched Jon and Robb slowly approach himself and Cat. To be able to feel when someone you know is close without having to see or hear them. Truly, this power Nox has awakened in the north is indeed a gift from the gods. Father, Mother, Robb greeted the 2 of them with Jon staying just slightly behind him. Is everything all right? Ned nodded, a weight heavier than the wall itself pressing down on his shoulders as he realized he now had nowhere left to turn. It was time to reveal the truth. And may the gods give his sons the strength to understand just why he did what he had. Then, what's going on? Robb pressed. Has something happened? Is the fair not going as well as you'd hoped? No. Your fair is exceeding my expectations, son, Ned replied, trying to reassure Robb. I asked you 3 to come and speak with me here because what is about to be said between the 3 of us must remain between us. Is that understood? Both of his sons blinked, clearly startled by the tone of his voice. A tone that he had never used in front of the 2 of them. Cat wasn't any better as she was clearly trying, and failing, to work out just why he had asked for them specifically. I swear on the old god's father, whatever you have to say will not leave us, Robb swore, with Jon mimicking his oath almost immediately. Turning his head to Cat, he could tell that she wasn't pleased with what was going on, but she nodded her consent despite her obvious reservations. There are truths that you 3 must know. Truths that have been hidden for a long time. Truths that once spoken, cannot be taken back. And should they leave the 4 of us, then it could spell disaster for not just us, but our family as well. Lord Stark, Jon corrected himself with a quick glance towards Cat. Should I be here for this? You should, Jon. For this concerns you most of all, he said cryptically before taking a breath and mentally preparing himself for the plunge he was about to take. I have lied to you 3 and indeed the realm for 3 and 10 years. At first, it was to protect our family and I swore that one day I would stop the lie. But as the years passed, it became harder and harder to say the words. It is only now, as you 2 are entering the cusp of manhood that I have once again found the strength to say what needs to be said. Turning away from his sons and wife, he faced the statues of his lost family. Father, Father, Sister. Give me strength. Jon, this truth revolves around you. For your entire life, I have claimed you as my bastard son. That was a lie. You have the Stark blood, Jon. But you are not my son. He could feel the air move as Catelyn gasped, her head turning rapidly from the statues of his family to Jon. Jon, though. Jon merely took a step back, unsure of what to say but a look of fear growing on his face. Brandon. Cat stated. He's Brandon's son, isn't he? No, Ned denied, the lump growing in his throat as he could feel the fear, the want of denial rising from Jon. Jon is the son of my sister, Lyanna Stark. The color drained from Cat's face as she quickly made the connection. Robb, still trying to work out the connection, kept looking back and forth between Jon and the statue of Lyanna. And Jon didn't say anything. Instead he backed away from Ned and the others until his back hit the far wall and he slowly slid down until he was on the ground and buried his head in his hands. My father. He was. Ned nodded. Your father was Rhaegar Targaryen. Ned had been expecting several reactions from Jon upon learning of his true parentage. Shouting and anger being the most prevalent among his reactions. But what he had not expected was for Jon to just simply sit there, as if his mind was no longer able to function. Marching up to the front of his sister's resting place, Ned went to one knee and began loosening a hidden panel at the base of her statue. Pulling it open to reveal a small hiding place, he reached inside and pulled out a small box. He knew without even needing to open it what was within. After all, he'd been the one to place everything inside years ago before sealing it away. Opening the box, he glanced at the various papers laying within before pulling out a thin leather-bound journal. His sister's last words to her son. She had left him a similar one as well, one that he had destroyed shortly after reading it for fear of it falling into the wrong hands. Your mother, my sister, Ned began, closing the lid on the box. There would be time for him to go through papers on another day. He could tell that Jon needed to see this first and foremost. She left this for you, Jon. I don't know exactly what is within, but it is her last words to you. Lifting his head from his hands, tears forming at the corner of his eyes, Jon stared at the small book in his hand. With a shaky hand, Jon slowly reached out and took the book from him, staring at the leather cover as if it were about to spawn two heads and start talking. Jon, Robb called out tentatively, talking a step towards his brother in all but name. Jon, are you? His question went unfinished as Jon shot up from his spot, almost running into Ned as he did so, before turning away from Ned and the others and all but running away from them towards the exit. His departure was so sudden and unexpected that neither Ned, Cat, nor Robb were able to stop him before he could disappear into the darkness of the catacombs. Robb was the first to come back to his senses as he began marching after Jon the moment he went out of sight. Robb. Cat called out tentatively, bringing his eldest son to a halt. I'm going after my brother, Robb said with a conviction that Ned had rarely heard from his son. No matter who his mother or father is, no matter his name or status, Jon is still my brother. And he will always have a place by my side. And I will always stay by his. Seeing that Cat was about to say something further, Ned shot her a look that stilled the words on her tongue as Robb continued to chase his brother out of the catacombs. That didn't necessarily go as bad as I thought. But it certainly did not go as I would have hoped. Though, from the look on Cat's face, it is far from over. With their son no longer in sight, Cat turned her full attention to him, her eyes and face full of hurt and anguish. You lied to me, Ned, for 3 and 10 years you have lied. Why? Why did you not tell me? Why, just, why? To protect him, and all of us, Ned answered without hesitation. To protect him and us. Cat repeated. From whom? Robert, Tywin Lannister, and anyone who would seek to use Jon to try and reclaim the Iron Throne for the Targaryens. Cat took a few long moments of silence to gather her thoughts as she visibly tried to work out what he'd said with what she knew. I can understand wanting to protect him from Tywin and the Loyalists, but why Robert? Surely, he would not have brought harm to Jon. In fact, had you just told the king about the boy, he could have ensured that no harm would come to him while removing him from the line of succession. Ned wanted to smack his head against the stone wall of the catacombs. He loved Cat, she was a wonderful mother and a good lady of Winterfell. But, gods, sometimes he feared that she was far too naive in some matters. You weren't there, Cat, Ned sighed, running a hand through his hair. That day in the throne room when Tywin had the bodies of Elia, Aegon, and Rhaenys laid out before Robert, covered in blood and wrapped in Lannister red. Robert didn't berate Tywin or even punish those responsible. He merely looked down at the 3 corpses, 2 of which were but babes, and smiled. Then he laughed. He laughed and said that he saw no babies, only dragon spawn. That they deserved to burn in all 7 hells just for the sin of being born. And that any and all born to the Targaryen line deserved the same fate, or worse. Realizing that his voice had been steadily raising, Ned took a moment to compose himself. Gods, over 3 and 10 years later and the memory could still invoke an anger unlike any within him. Robert loved Lyanna, or at least the idea of her. I'd even go so far as to say that he was obsessed with her. To learn that she'd had a child with Rhaegar Targaryen, he would have stopped at nothing to ensure that the babe was killed in the most violent manner possible. And how do you think the Northern Lords would have responded? There was already a growing discontent amongst our bannermen regarding Robert's behavior during the rebellion. Everyone respected Robert's prowess on the battlefield, but off the field? He would continuously say that he was fighting to reclaim his lost love that had been stolen by Rhaegar, but in the next breath he would be betting every camp follower he could find. And then after the sack of King's Landing, the fate of Elia and her children, coupled with Robert's unwillingness to punish those responsible, that discontent only grew. And Lyanna was beloved by the North, the she-wolf of the North they called her. If I had revealed Jon's true parentage, they wouldn't have cared for who his father was, though they would want to keep a close eye on him. They would only care that he was a Stark. Robert on the other hand, he would have demanded that I hand the boy over to be killed. And what do you think my bannermen's reactions to that would be? They would promptly tell Robert where to shove his order and immediately take to arms, and the war would start anew. So yes, I lied. I claimed Jon as my bastard son to protect him from those who would seek to either use him or kill him. And I lied to prevent another war from starting. Biting her lip, Cat went silent as she took in everything he laid out before her. I understand, Ned, she breathed as a weight almost seemed to lift from her shoulder. Yet what I can't understand is why you did not tell me. Even after all this time. Why did you keep this from me? At first, it was because I did not know you, Cat, Ned answered honestly as he held up a hand to stop her retort so he could continue. I had met you only once prior to our marriage at Harrenhal. And over time, I doubted whether I would ever even reveal this secret as it could potentially bring calamity down upon us. And should that happen, I wanted you and our children to be able to deny that you knew anything of my deception to save you. I realize now my folly, my love. And I pray that one day you will be able to forgive me. Cat looked on the verge of tears, though not necessarily from sadness. Then, you did not betray me. No, Ned replied, shaking his head. Ever since we said our vows and I put my cloak around your shoulders, there has been no other. What about her? Now it was his turn to turn away. There was no need to ask just who Cat was speaking about. No more lies, Cat. Ashura and I laid together at Harrenhal and I was going to write to my father once I had returned to the Vale to ask for her hand. But that changed when I married you. And I did not touch her again. And as far as I know, no child came of our time in Harrenhal. He could hear Cat trying, and failing, to stifle her tears behind him. I thank you, Ned. I need time, but I still love you. Turning back, he gently wrapped Cat in his arms. She didn't respond, but that didn't surprise him in the least all things considered. I understand, Cat, he nodded, stepping back from her. Take what time you need. I will wait for you. Nodding, Cat moved to step past him, only to stop. What if Jon now decides that he no longer wants to remain here in the north? What if he wants the throne? How will you respond? It was a fair question, and one that Ned honestly did not have an answer to. But Ned had faith in his son. Cat, think of Jon, not as a bastard, but as the young boy that has been raised alongside our children his entire life. Think beyond what you have been told as to the nature of a bastard and think only of the nature that Jon has shown us his whole life. And then answer me this. Do you truly think that Jon would put his siblings' lives in danger just so that he could sit on the Iron Throne? Cat didn't answer, she just stood there beside him looking down the length of the catacombs towards the path leading to the surface. No, he would not, she just barely whispered before marching away from him. And I'll pray to the Seven that it remains so. Kneeling in the middle of his private meditation chamber, Knox slipped into a meditative trance as he waited for the inevitable fallout from the conversation he knew that his apprentice was currently having with his father. The moment he felt his senses stretch out, he was almost immediately struck with a slight disturbance in the force. The same type of disturbance that had been plaguing him since they had banished the dark entity from Valyria all those months ago. It was an odd sensation to say the least. Like a bright spot in the corner of one's eye that would disappear the moment one tried to look for it. It'd been a persistent ache for him for months. And it had been creeping up with more and more frequency ever since they'd stepped foot back onto northern soil. It has to be whatever controls these others, he theorized. I have a feeling that whatever these creatures are, they have some sort of force sensitivity. They've more than likely sensed my presence the moment I crash-landed here years ago. And with the destruction of the dark entity in Valyria, which these others clearly wanted to gain control of based on the vision I had, they now know that I'm a threat. But what is this annoying disturbance that just won't leave? It's a sense of danger but diluted. Unsure. Are they making their move? Perhaps. Which means getting the wildlings south of the wall before they can be eradicated and added to the ranks of walking dead the others have at their command. His concentration was abruptly shattered and the vision was sent fleeing as the door to the chamber nearly came off its hinges as his clearly unstable apprentice all but ran into the room. Anger, confusion, and hurt screaming from every aspect of his being. You knew. I see he didn't take it very well, Knox sighed as he got up to his feet and turned towards his irate apprentice. If you are referring to the fact that Lord Stark is not the man who sired you, then yes. I knew. He could feel Jon's anger practically radiating off him. How long? How long have you been lying to me? Lying? Knox questioned, shaking his head. My apprentice, I have never once lied to you. Have you ever heard me refer to you as Eddard Stark's direct son? No, I haven't. And as for how long I've known, I knew almost immediately that, while you two share a familial connection, you are not directly related. With that established, it took me all of maybe a week or two of reading through this land's recent history to figure out just who your mother and father were. Taking a step back, Jon's anger faltered slightly. You can tell that just from looking at someone. Why haven't you taught any of us that skill? Because it is infinitely more complicated than simply looking at someone, Nox sighed. For starters, both individuals need to be side by side and both have a decent force sensitivity for me to ascertain parentage or not. Then the two force signatures will resonate with one another in a certain fashion. And the only reason I even know what to look for is because in the Sith Empire, one could rise from nothing like myself. Sith ancestry and family was highly coveted. And those who had the skill to sense the force resonances between two individuals were treated almost like kings because they could tell familial connections and even ancestry to a certain degree. Lord Stark, despite his powers being most dormant, is strong in the force. And so are you, apprentice. When you two stood next to one another that first time I met you, both your presences echoed off one another in a familial fashion, but not in a manner that one would accept between a parent and child who were both force sensitive. Leaving breadcrumbs for Jon to learn of a new skill was usually a successful method of dispelling this young apprentice's anger, and it almost worked this time. Almost. You still knew. Jon all but shouted. 4 years. You knew that I wasn't a Stark. And you never told me. Why? Would it have changed anything had I told you the truth of your parentage? Yes. Jon immediately shouted, to which Nox just merely stared at the boy, making him shift his weight. It would have changed. It would have changed what? Nox pressed, stepping towards Jon, waiting for his apprentice to come up with something. You can't think of anything, can you? Because it would have changed absolutely nothing. It's no different than when you thought you were just a bastard. You are not defined by some name. You are who you choose to be. And you are still the son of Eddard Stark. Jon scoffed and looked away. He's not my father. Nox moved without even realizing it, the back of his hand connecting with the side of Jon's head hard enough to send the boy into a spinning fall. To his credit, Jon tried to retaliate, keyword being tried. With how unstable he was, it was easy enough for Nox to knock aside any physical or force attack Jon sent his way. And in the end, Jon was planted face first into the floor with Nox's boot on his back keeping him in place. Had enough yet? Nox growled, putting more pressure onto Jon's back. Jon didn't cry out, nor beg. Nox had taught him better than that. A Sith didn't show weakness from pain. Instead, Jon raised his right hand with his index and middle finger extended outwards. A sign of surrender. Removing his boot from Jon's back, Nox squatted down in front of his struggling apprentice. Eddard Stark, is your father Jon? Nox said in a lighter tone, trying to get through to the boy. A father is not denoted by the one who shot his seed into your mother. A father is one who loves you and raises you as if you were his own son. Eddard raised you alongside your cousins and gave you a home. He taught you how to fight. How to lead. He taught you the difference between right and wrong. If anyone, especially Robert, learned that your father was harboring a child of the Targaryens, let alone Rhaegar's child, their past wouldn't have saved him. He could have taken the easy way out. He could have left you in the desert or with some unsuspecting small folk or even sent you to another keep to be raised. Yet he didn't. Because he loved your mother, his sister. And he loves you as well. Not just as his nephew. But as another son. Never forget that. The sound of sniffling came from Jon, making Nox's cheek twitched. He'd never been good with all this gentle emotion stuff. Never had the chance to even care about the softer emotions. But he was learning. First through Ashura, now through Nyra. He just hoped he wasn't screwing things up further. Am I, Jon sniffed, is this, all I'm destined to be? A burden? I never wanted to be, I only ever wanted to be a Stark. To make my father proud. Sitting down fully, Nox let out a breath. He is proud of you, Jon, as am I. Jon's head shot up at that. Not many have what it takes to go through what you did under my tutelage. Yet you did. And you excelled far beyond my expectations. And as for a name, have I told you before how I came to the name Darth Nox? I had another name before that one. But amongst the Sith, once you reach a certain level you cast aside your old name, who you used to be. And you become someone new. The reason we do this is in part to show that our past doesn't matter. All that matters is who we have chosen to become. Holding out his hand, Nox wordlessly summoned the book that Jon had had in his hand when he first entered. From your mother I take it? He asked, to which Jon nodded. Read it, he ordered, forcing the book back into Jon's hands. The past is important, Jon. But only so much so that we may learn from our mistakes. We are not bound by the mistakes or sins of our forebears. Learn from what happened and move past it, Jon. Otherwise you will always be stuck. Standing, Nox purposefully turned his back on his apprentice and made his way out of his meditation chambers. It was a strange sensation, this wanting to help his young apprentice through his emotional troubles. But this was a battle that Jon needed to fight on his own. And he was confident that his young apprentice would come out better for it in the end. The sound of Master Nox closing the door was almost deafening as Jon now sat alone in his master's personal study with nothing more than his mother's journals to keep him company. My mother, he thought sadly, looking down at the seemingly innocent leather book barely larger than his hand. For so long he had only wanted to know one thing about himself. The one thing most could not answer and the few who could refuse to do so. But now he knew. And knowing was almost worse than not knowing. When he didn't know who she was, he still had hope that he would someday meet her. That she would hold him in her arms and tell him how proud of him she was. But now there was no chance of that ever happening. Because she was dead. Dead and buried along with her brother and father down in the crypts of Winterfell. Fighting through the pain of anguish that threatened to overtake him once more, he focused on the small journal on the table before him. It looked just like any other book one could read, but to Jon, this one thing might as well have been the stranger himself in disguise. Would this tell him why she did what she did? Why a rebellion that cost so many lives was started? Did he even want to know? Did she despise him because of who his father was? I won't know anything just sitting here like a lump on a log, he thought, shaking his head and sucking in several deep breaths as he purposefully flipped the book open while the words Master Knox just spoke to him went through his mind. Move forward, Jon. To stay stagnant is to die. Learn from the past, but do not fear it. His resolve faltered as he eyed the seemingly neat yet still sloppy writing on the first page. My mother's hand, he swallowed, his fingers tracing the letters as if they could connect the two of across the barrier of life and death that separated the two of them. Oh, for God's sake, Jon, he cursed himself as he realized he still hadn't read a single word on the page. As Master would say, man up or shut up. Now, read the damn book. My son, gods, that is odd to say. Even though you are still growing in my womb, I feel that I already know so much about you. Well, I guess that I do. But most, well, probably all would probably think that I'm crazy for just why. After all, I've been locked in this god-forsaken bloody tower for moons now with no one to talk to save for 3 Kingsguard who do rather impressive imitations of trees and, gods I'm rambling. You see my son, I've had wolf dreams, just like the Targaryens of old used to have dragon dreams, the Starks frequently had those who could have wolf dreams. And I guess I'm the lucky one that got saddled with this accursed power this time around. But it wasn't all that bad, I guess. I saw you, my son. I saw that you would be born a boy and that you would be raised with your cousins in Winterfell, our home. I saw what a brave and good man you will become. But this knowledge came with a great price. The price to know that I will not survive you coming into this world. And it is a price that I will gladly pay, my son. And no matter what anyone might try to say to you, I will not regret paying this price. Because I love you. More than my own life. Because you are my life, my son. Now and forever. Pausing, Jon took a steadying breath. She knew that she wouldn't survive giving birth to me. And she didn't hate me. She didn't even know me and she said she loves me. I supposed that most of this just sounds like the ramblings of a mad woman. And reading what I already wrote, I would be ready to agree with you. But again, I've been locked in this tower for months on end with only my own thoughts to provide any meaningful company. So, I'm sorry if a lot of this won't make sense, but I want you to know. To know the truth behind what happened and the circumstances around your birth. Though, having said that, I don't know where to even begin. I suppose I might as well start when I was still but a little girl in Winterfell. I was always, well, different from the other girls in the keep and Wintertown. I didn't want to do needlework or listen to poetry or any of those other ladylike things our accursed southern maester insisted were proper indulgences for a lady. I wanted to be in the yard training with my brothers and the guards. I wanted to go out hunting for deer or boar or whatever struck my fancy. I wanted to ride my horse to the ends of the land and sail beyond the sunset sea just to see what was out there. The last thing I wanted was a cage that so many girls wanted to willingly lock themselves in. But as I grew up, I suppose I came to realize that such fancies were not possible. Not for me at least. Nobility is a gift and a curse. A gift because we have privileges that others do not. A curse, because we have expectations that we have to meet. And it wasn't just that proper lady activities didn't sound appealing to me that set me apart from the other girls. Around the time I started my moon blood, don't cringe son, it's a natural part of a woman's cycle and something that you will have to deal with in time, all the other girls started gushing about this guard or stable boy or perhaps even a lord's son or two. But I just wasn't interested in them. At least not like the other girls. They all wanted to steal kisses or perhaps more. But I just wanted to beat them into the ground to prove that I was just as good, no better, than them. And my thoughts weren't helped when I overheard 2 of Winterfell's guards talking about their recent trip to the brothel in Wintertown. By the gods, from the way they spoke they viewed the girls who worked there as little more than holes to be used and discarded. Now that I think about it, that might be a direct quote. And they weren't alone in their feelings. After hearing that, I began to sneak about more often, trying to listen in on more raunchy conversations. I was hoping that those 2 were the exception and not the norm. But nope. I was wrong. They were pretty much the norm. Even several of the Lord's son talked about their wives, betrotheds, or whores in the same manner. So, my opinion towards men got quite colored. Then came the day that I knew was coming but was still dreading with every fiber of my being. The day when my father pulled me into his solar to coldly and calmly informed me that within a few years, once I reached the age of 10 and 6 and could safely carry a child to term, I would wed to Robert Baratheon, the heir of Storm's End and the Lord of the Stormlands. And then I was dismissed. Just like that, Lyanna, you will wed Robert Baratheon, get fucked by him, bear him a son and that is all. Leave. Obviously, that wasn't the real conversation between myself and my father, but that was close. I spent the next 2 months coming to terms with what was to be my future. I had hoped that, seeing as how Robert was a brother in all but blood to Ned, that he would be a good man. Even if the idea of being with him, or rather any man, didn't sit well with me, if he was a good man then I could live with it. Then came the tourney of Harrenhal. My father sent myself, Brandon and Benyon down to represent House Stark and we were to meet up with Ned and my future betrothed as well once we were there. When I first saw Robert, I can honestly say that I could somewhat understand why many a maiden seemed to be infatuated with him. He was tall, strong, and I'd even go so far as to say that he was ruggedly handsome. Though I still felt no spark or interest in him when Ned introduced us. But he was pleasant enough and courteous. At least for a time. He said that he loved me, even though we'd never even met before this. That sent the bells off in my head. And the more we talked, the more I realized that he loved the idea of me. Not me. I could tell from the way he looked at me, to the way he responded to all my interests that he loved the idea of claiming the she-wolf of Winterfell. Not in marrying Lyanna Stark. And my dislike for him was set in stone that very night when he tried to force himself on me. Well, he didn't push for sex but, he was certainly insistent with his hands and mouth. And didn't stop until I firmly slapped him across the face and ran off. I told my brothers what had transpired, and Brandon looked ready to march off and kill the man. But Ned, the ever-patient one of us, managed to talk our brother down. He explained that Robert had probably indulged a little too much with his drink, which didn't settle my thoughts at all. But in the end, I decided to give the oaf another chance and went to his tent to speak with him once more. That was when I found out he was with not one, but 2 whores. Whores that apparently looked a lot like myself judging by the way he kept calling them both Lyanna and the way his men standing guard winced while I stood there for a time listening to his debauchery. After that, I realized that I was doomed to marriage with a man who was just like all the rest. John's fingers curled around the edges of the book as he read through the passages, his anger spiking as he developed an urge to grab the fastest horse he could find in the stables and make his way down to King's Landing and become the second Kingslayer in less than 2 decades. Somehow, he managed to fight down the urge to gut the king and press on reading his mother's last writings. The next day was the start of the tourney and, despite not announcing that he was even coming, the Mad King apparently decided to come to the tourney. When I first saw the man, I almost asked Brandon why a beggar was masquerading as the king. His hair was long and disheveled, his fingernails almost impossibly long and he just looked wretched. In comparison his son, the crowned prince, was exactly what I pictured whenever I thought of the royal family. He was the first man that I considered beautiful. But he paled in comparison to his wife, our future queen, Elia Martell. She was beauty and grace personified. Outside of the king's arrival, nothing else of note really happened till that night when I caught 3 squires beating up one of House Stark's bannermen by the name of Howland Reed. I managed to chase them off with my name and tended to Howland personally. Howland said he didn't care about the beating, but I did. And as my father always said, the wolf's blood is strong in me. So, I did something that, looking back now, was insanely stupid. But also, the greatest thing I'd ever done. I managed to piece together a suit of armor. Then I rode out on a borrowed steed the next day proclaiming myself to be the Knight of the Laughing Tree and challenged the 3 knights whose squires beat Howland the night before. And I handed all 3 their asses on a platter. But the thrill of beating them was dashed when the king demanded I remove my helmet and present myself. I couldn't let that happen so, I ran. I managed to ditch my horse and was in the process of throwing my armor into the God's Eye when I was found. By none other than Prince Rhaegar, Princess Elia, and 2 King's Guard. I was done for, and I knew it. But then something I never expected to happen happened. Elia wrapped me in her arms and told Rhaegar and the King's Guard to throw the armor into the lake and to never speak of it. The prince even added that he would take my shield as proof of my fleeing. I was stunned. I didn't understand why they were helping me. But as the King's Guard, who I later learned was Sir Arthur Dayne and Prince Lewin Martell, threw my armor in the lake, Elia led me into an unused passage that led back into Harrenhal and proceeded to help me clean up and get changed. And that moment was the start of everything, both good and bad. I asked Elia why she was helping me, but she simply smiled and said that she understood what I was going through and that she admired me. Me. The Princess of Dorne and future Queen of Westeros admired me. And while I thought that after that one meeting, I would never see her again, I was wrong. For the next several days the princess always seemed to be wherever I was, and she kept inviting me to have tea with her, or take a walk, or anything to really spend time with her. We talked, gods we talked a lot. And it was through her that I learned more about myself than I ever thought possible. I told her everything, my thoughts on my marriage and on men in general, and she just stood there and took it all in. And in the end, she explained just why I was so different from all the other ladies. I was, to quote Elia, a lady's lady. Or rather, I would prefer to be a man in the company of a woman rather than a woman in the company of a man. I didn't really understand what she was saying, but then she dropped a question that changed everything. She asked me if I had a choice, would I rather kiss and sleep with herself, or Rhaegar? And that was the moment when everything became clear. The reason why I didn't want to be with a man was because I wanted to be with a woman. I'd heard about such things, of course, but, well, such behavior was not acceptable. At least in public. Except for Dorne, of course. And the North was more forgiving of such things. But there were still expectations to be held upon. And then, as if that revelation wasn't strange enough, Elia dropped another one on me as she admitted that she too was a lady's lady, and that her marriage to Rhaegar was more like a brother-sister relationship, though not in the Targaryen manner. Rather in the normal manner. And as I was still trying to recover from that piece of information, Elia leaned forward and kissed me. And right then and there, I was lost. Any doubts I had were gone. Gods, I still don't remember how it happened, but the two of us ended up, well, performing carnal acts right there in the godswood of Harrenhal. All I can say is, thank the gods that trees block out noise and that it was her Uncle Lewin that was guarding her that day. Having read that part, John felt his face flush and he had to readjust his pants. While the thought of his mother doing, well, that wasn't particularly high on his list to think about, that wasn't necessarily where his mind went. Rather, it pictured another Dornish princess locked in a passionate embrace with another woman. Focus, John, he cursed himself, forcing himself to read on. I don't need to take care of that particular problem. After that wonderful night, I knew that no matter what, the future I wanted was to be with her. Whether as her friend, lover, sworn shield, or whatever, I didn't care. All I wanted was to be with her. And as if the gods were listening to my pleas, they provided one. After we woke up in each other's arms, Elia explained to me the true reason behind the tourney of Harrenhal. Rhaegar was going to overthrow his father and take his place as king. And the tourney was being held so that Rhaegar could meet with the High Lords of Westeros and garner their support. Though that plan was now on the wayside as the king had somehow caught wind of what might be happening and decided to attend unannounced, ruining Rhaegar's plans. But that was just one of the two primary reasons why the tourney was being held. The second was that Elia and Rhaegar were trying to find a second wife for Rhaegar. Elia, with tears in her eyes, told me a truth that no one else in the entire realm save for a handful knew about. She was barren. Rhaenys was hers. But the child Aegon that was being passed off as her son was not. The true Aegon was a miscarriage. A miscarriage that cost Elia her womb. So, to make sure that Elia did not die on the orders of the king and to buy them time for Rhaegar to take the throne, they were passing off a serving girl's child as the actual crown prince until the truth could safely be revealed. But Rhaegar still needed an heir. A male heir. Which was why he needed a second wife. And, as Elia put it, she would rather his second wife be a woman that she loved, rather than some cold-hearted bitch, and I could have sworn she said some name like Kersey or the like when she did. Now I wasn't a complete fool. I was instantly crushed as I thought that Elia had only seduced me and used me to become a broodmare for her husband. But, and gods above I don't know how, but she convinced me that everything she said, everything she felt for me, was true. And, I don't know why, but I knew that she wasn't lying to me. She loved me, just as I had come to love her. I still love her. Even now after everything. And that will never change. When I had brought up the prospect of me giving birth and my, well, distaste for the thought of being with a man, she comforted me. She said that she would be with me always. And that, well, Rhaegar wasn't exactly like most men. He had needs to be sure. And he was not above seeking out a woman's company and that I shouldn't necessarily say I wouldn't like something until I tried it. But she reassured me that Rhaegar usually found solace in his books, or in the company of other men. Which was a thought I did not need. Not when I was still holding Elia's naked body close to my own. I then brought up my current betrothal, to which Elia merely laughed off. What father would uphold a betrothal to a lord, even a lord of a great house, when he could instead have his daughter become a future queen? In the end, I was convinced. And for the rest of our time in Harrenhal, Elia and I spent almost every spare moment we could together outside of the public eye. This of course was made considerably easier as my dear brother Ned had fallen of the wall in love with Elia's handmaiden Ashura. I can still remember walking out of Elia's room one morning, only to catch Ned walking out of Ashura's at the same time. Gods, I don't know who was more embarrassed. Luckily Ned bought my excuse that I was merely talking to the princess after failing to find him. I love my dear quiet brother, but gods only knew what he would do if he knew that I had spent the night with said princess in the same manner as he'd spent the night with Ashura. But all good dreams must come to an end. And for me, and everyone else for that matter, that end came when Rhaegar won the tourney and, instead of crowning Elia like we had planned, crowned me instead. My brothers, not to mention Robert, were furious and the crowd was stunned. And the king, the mad bastard, just laughed at the mayhem his son had caused with his actions. Our retinue packed up and left that very day, heading to Riverrun where Brandon would be married to Catelyn Tully before we went back north to Winterfell. And after we left, none of the plans that had been put in place worked as they should have. Rhaegar and 2 of the King's Guard came and spurred me away from Riverrun, though why it had to be this way I still don't understand. But I made sure to leave a note in my room for Brandon explaining what was going on, and I even sent a raven to my father explaining that I was not going to be the future Lady of Storm's End, but rather the future second Queen of Westeros. We stopped on our journey on the edges of the God's Eye and, after the King's Guard managed to find a septon, I married Rhaegar on the banks of the lake. Though I looked in Rhaegar's eyes and said the words making us husband and wife, in my mind and heart I was saying them to Elia. And I knew that she was doing the same. Then Rhaegar, well, claimed me. Only once and mercifully it was not nearly as horrible as I had thought it would be. We then made our way south all the way to the northern borders of Dorne to a tower that Rhaegar called the Tower of Joy, though I have truly found nothing but anguish here. It was all part of the plan to keep me safely away from those who would side against Rhaegar until he was king. We were at the tower for only a day before a raven arrived from King's Landing. My brother Brandon had, for some god-forsaken reason, marched to King's Landing and demanded my return and for Rhaegar to come forth and explain himself. Apparently, he thought I was taken against my will. In response, the Mad King imprisoned my brother, killed his retinue that came with him, and demanded my father present himself to the court to explain my brother's actions. My father did as was asked of him and was murdered. As was my brother. On the orders of the king. And then as if that wasn't enough, he called my brother Ned and Robert Baratheon traitors and had sent orders that their heads were to be sent to him. I wanted to head north immediately and explain everything that had happened, damn the plan. It was ruined anyway. But Rhaegar wouldn't listen to me. He kept insisting that he couldn't just depose his father now. And then the next raven came, and with it any fantasy I had of Rhaegar being a good man was destroyed. My brother Ned, Robert, and Jonathan had all risen in rebellion against the crown. Now I was frantic to get back and fix the mess that we'd caused. But Rhaegar, he wouldn't budge. Instead, he said that because my brother, Robert, and Jonathan had declared open rebellion against the crown, they were traitors and would be dealt with as such. And that he would have to head north to deal with them, but promised that, out of respect for the future mother of his children, that he would leave Benyon as the next Lord of Winterfell. And that should Ned survive that he would allow him to live out the remainder of his life at the Wall. He then followed that statement up by saying that, before he left, he had to make sure that his line was secure. That I needed to be pregnant. I told him that, if he was insistent on killing my brother after what his father did, that I would bite his cock off if it got even close to me. He then, gods, the look in his eyes. He told me that if I did not submit willingly, that he would have his King's Guard hold me down so he could impregnate me and then he would end House Stark for good. But if I complied and provided him with his heir, then and only then, would he grant mercy to my brother Benyon. He said all of it so calmly, as if we were talking about the fucking weather. I had no choice and, I didn't fight back as he took me over and over again. 2 weeks later I missed my moon blood and a week later Rhaegar went off to war, leaving the newly arrived Lord Commander of the King's Guard along with Arthur and Oswell behind to protect me. Feeling sick to his stomach once more, John pushed the journal away from him. Thinking he was just a bastard born from a moment of weakness was one thing. Knowing that he was born from rape was God's that was infinitely worse. Even if he was technically trueborn. The thought of just how he came to be sickened him and made him wish that his father would come back from beyond the grave just so that he could send him back to whatever hell he was currently in. Despite how you came into being my son, I hold nothing but love for you. I fell in love with you the moment it was confirmed that you were growing within me. The sins of your father are not yours, my son. After the man who sired you left, I refused to call him your father my son, my life became duller than dull. The only people I had to talk to were the 3 King's Guard, none of whom I wished to even see, and the one serving girl named Willa that Sir Arthur managed to get permission from Rhaegar to bring back from his home in order to help me as my pregnancy progressed. Willa was nice enough, but I can tell that she is scared out of her mind. And it is no wonder why, as the esteemed Lord Commander told her that should she ever breath a word of what was going on here that he would cut her down without hesitation. Such a wonderful man. For months I have been stuck with nothing to do but think and, talk to myself. But then the news came that had me just about on the floor laughing for joy. Rhaegar was dead. Killed on the banks of the Trident by Robert Baratheon. That act alone was enough to elevate the man somewhat in my mind, though I still didn't want him within a few leagues of me considering the way he acted the first time we met. With Rhaegar's death, the tide of the rebellion shifted and the coalition of Northmen, Valaman, Riverlanders and those from the Stormlands started pushing the Loyalists back all the way to King's Landing. I was openly praying to the old gods for my brother's success in dethroning the Mad King, something that I knew irked the King's Guard, especially the Lord Commander, more than a little. Which of course only made me pray louder and more frequently. The next message that was brought to the tower however destroyed what little hope I had left in me. King's Landing had been sacked and the Mad King killed by his own King's Guard. That news was cause for celebration, however Elia, my sweet desert rose was murdered. Raped and murdered with the blood of a child still on her killer's hands. And her daughter, my soon-to-be unofficial daughter, was stabbed nearly 100 times. And Robert, he laughed at their corpses. And my brother, my sweet Ned, did nothing. The one person who I had come to truly love, the one who explained to me just who I truly was and accepted me for it and even loved me, was dead. And no one seemed to give two shits about it. The writing faded off as there were clear signs of water droplets having fallen onto the page and smeared the writing. Not water droplets, he realized, feeling his own eyes swell. Tears. Tears for the woman she loved and the woman who was torn from her so violently. Sorry, I couldn't write for a while after that. I thought I'd come to terms with what happened, but I realize now that I haven't, and I probably never will. But I guess this is it, my son. Now you know everything that happened. Gods only know what people say happened during all of this, but I doubt it is the full truth. So, I guess that I need to end this as I don't really know what else to tell you, my son. I just wanted you to know the truth of your birth and to let you know that even though bringing you into this world will end my life, I will gladly pay the price. I love you, my dear son. I know that your uncle will raise you to become a good man. And I just want to say that, even though you have the blood of the dragon within you, you also have the blood of the wolves. And between the two of us, I know that the blood of the wolves is far far stronger than that of the dragon. And I just wanted to say that I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything. I'm sorry that I won't be there to watch you take your first steps. I won't be there to listen to your first words. I won't be there to wrench your ear and tan your hide when I catch you with a young girl in some darkened corner. And I won't be there to watch as you cloak a young girl with whatever sigil you take for yourself. But even though I might not be there physically, I will always be watching over you from the realm of the gods, my little dragon wolf. Oh, one last thing. The man who sired you wanted you to be named Aegon. Well, I'd rather shit down my own throat than give two shits what that man wanted. So, I decided on a much more fitting name for you, my son. Jaehaerys Targaryen, or Jaehaerys Stark, whichever you prefer. Or perhaps a new surname to make a fresh start. I'm sure you can guess my preference, but I want this to be your choice, my son. Goodbye, my son. Live long and live well. Your loving mother, Lyanna Stark née Martell née Targaryen. He read the last words ever written by his mother time and time again, trying to picture her sitting in that accursed tower, tears streaming down her face as she penned her last words to him. Jaehaerys, he thought, his fingers tracing his mother's elegant, yet somehow still sloppy, script. My name, my true name isn't Jon Snow, but rather Jaehaerys. It's the name my mother gave me, and I want to honor her. But gods, I don't want anything to do with my father, no. Lord Eddard Stark is my father. Rhaegar Targaryen is merely the man who sired me. Nothing more. As he pondered this, a different thought occurred to him, something that Lord Knox had just told him. About how, when a Sith was ready, they would cast aside their old name and take a new one. The names were often given in relation to what they were expected to do or what they'd accomplished. But they also served as a means of severing their ties with their past and forging a new future for themselves. I can choose my name. Be who I want to be. Not who others want me to be, he thought, finally coming to the realization of just what it meant. My names, Jaehaerys Targaryen and Jon Snow, in grand scheme of things mean nothing if I do not allow them to. Jaehaerys Stark, no. Not Stark. I might want to be a Stark. But, I need something new. What was it my mother called me? Dragon Wolf? Yes. Jaehaerys Dragon Wolf. That is my name. That is the name that I choose. That is who I will become. Moving to close the book, he realized as he flipped through a few more pages that there was a second set of writing on the back pages. Flipping the book open to the very back, he regarded the writing that stood in stark contrast to his mother's delicate hand. Your Grace. Before you read further, please know that I have not read what your mother has left for you. That is for your eyes and your eyes alone. While I may not know the exact words that your mother used, I can guess. I know that my death is coming for me in the form of your uncle. Even now, while your mother labors to bring you into this world with but a single wet nurse for aid. I pray that your uncle will arrive here in time and bring aid for both yourself and your mother. Neither of you deserve this accursed fate that has been set upon you both. And I shoulder the blame for that. But the oath of the King's Guard is both absolute and a crutch. I have done many terrible things and stood witness to more heinous acts than you can possibly imagine, unable to do anything as my oath as a King's Guard prevented me from doing anything while my oaths as a knight, a lord and a man demanded that I stand up and stop what was happening. It may sound odd, but I wish that I had the strength of will, the conviction, to do what Sir Jaime Lannister did when he ended the Mad King's life. I would have been put to death and called an oath-breaker and king-slayer, but how many lives could I have saved had I done what needed to be done instead of what was easiest? It is a question I have pondered for months now. And I have not found an answer. Forgive my ramblings, my king. I have had so many doubts ever since I became a member of the King's Guard. I thought that Rhaegar was free of his father's madness. But he wasn't, not entirely. He merely had a different form of madness. Obsession. Obsession with the prophecy of the prince who was promised. At first, he thought that he was the promised prince. He dedicated himself to the art of a warrior in preparation for what lay ahead, even if he didn't know what it was. But then, one day, his obsession shifted. No longer did he think that he was the promised prince, but rather that the prince would be born directly of him. His son. And after speaking with his uncle Aemon, who is a maester at the Wall, he became convinced that his son needed to match Aegon the Conqueror exactly. The dragon needs 3 heads, he would constantly tell me. Elia gave birth to their first daughter Rhaenys. And when she was confirmed to be pregnant for a second time, he knew it would be a son. But then Aegon died a stillbirth and what was left of my friend died with him, though I did not know it at the time. He retreated into the library at Dragonstone for nearly a week. And when he emerged, it was with a revelation. Fire and ice, he kept saying over and over. We were sent for fire and ice. And through fire and ice shall the prince and his second wife be born. I thought it mere ramblings, my king. As once we left Dragonstone with the fake Aegon, he never once spoke of it again. But now I realize. The tourney of Harrenhal was indeed so that your father could gain allies so that he could overthrow his father peacefully. But it was also so that he could find a second wife with Elia's blessing to provide more children. I realize now that Rhaegar had purposefully targeted Lyanna Stark. This was not known to Elia, who I feel truly had come to love with the she-wolf. Everything was seemingly going to plan, but then everything fell apart so quickly that we were not able to recover. Rhaegar showed himself no better than his father as he raped your mother several times a day to ensure his seed took hold in her womb. Gods, I wanted to split him in half the first time I had to stand and listen to him forcibly take her. She was but a girl of 6 and 10. But my oaths to the King's Guard prevented me from doing anything. Then Rhaegar left and died. Then Elia and her daughter died. And now your mother lay on the birthing bed with not but a single wet nurse to aid her, and I fear she will not survive you coming into this world. I ask no, beg for your forgiveness, my king. Even though I know that I do not deserve it. Forgive me for being a weak man, unable to do what was right and who instead let my oaths bind me into inaction. Sir Oswell Went is of similar mind. He truly liked your mother. He enjoyed her wit and northern forwardness. And I know that listening to her screams and tears cut him far deeper than a sword ever could. We both wished we could stay by your side as your King's Guard, or even your friends should you decide you not want the throne. But we know that we do not deserve such an honor. Death is the only thing we deserve. But while we have too much stubbornness to simply die, we will both meet our end at the edge of ice when your uncle arrives. It is no less than we deserve, and I could never harm the man that my sister loves more than life itself. Even if he has been forced to marry another, despite everything that happened. One last thing, my king. I know that these events have more than likely colored your opinion of your father's family. But I beg you to not remember the Targaryen dynasty and your ancestors based on the few bad apples. There were just as many good and just kings during the Targaryen reign as there were bad. Perhaps more so. And if you truly need confirmation of this, I implore you to seek out your great-uncle Aemon Targaryen at the Wall, provided he still lives. He will be able to tell you much more than I live long and live well, my king. Whether as a king, pauper, or knight. I know that you will do well in life. Your loyal King's Guard, Sir Arthur Dayne. Not able or willing to read any more, John closed the journal and buried his head in his hands. The past half a day had been the most turbulent of his life. First, he found out his father wasn't his true father. Then he learned that his mother was dead. Then he read her last words to him and learned that while he wasn't a bastard, he was a child born of rape. Then the words of Sir Arthur, the Sir Arthur Dayne, the man he had always looked up to as an idol. Well, learning that the man he had tried to emulate his life had stood outside the door while he listened to his mother be violated time and time again. Gods, how was he supposed to deal with this? John. Jerking, he just barely managed to stop himself from drawing his lightsaber and turning it on Robb, who had somehow managed to enter Lord Knox's private meditation chamber without him even realizing it. Knox would have tanned his hide or made him run till he dropped from exhaustion for such a lax in awareness. Hell's even Ghost and Grey Wind had managed to get in with Robb without him noticing. Robb, he gulped, not even sure where to begin. Robb approached him slowly, his eyes shifting towards the book laying closed before John. Are you all right, brother? Brother, John hiccuped, the one word meaning more to him than anything, am I? I'm your cousin. A cousin brought about by rape thought justified because of, I don't even know what my father thought justified it. The chair next to him scrapped across the floor as Robb sat down beside him. You might be my cousin by birth. But you're my brother by choice, Jon. Hells, we've been through everything together. The first memory I have you are in it. And when your cock got hard for the first time you came to me in fright. And father, he's still our father. Regardless of who sired you or how you came to be. Chuckling through the sadness within him, Jon lightly knuckled Rob's shoulder. I thought you swore on the old gods never to talk about that again. Laughing, Rob knuckled him back. I swore I'd never speak of it to anyone else. I never said anything about when it was just the two of us. And besides, you know just as many embarrassing stories about me, perhaps more. Yet, Jon nodded, his mood lightening. Does Lady Stark still not know about the whore that Theon snuck into your room just before we left? The whore you couldn't do anything with. Hey, I was ambushed, Rob countered. How would you react if you walked into your room after a long day and found a naked woman kneeling on your bed saying she was there for whatever you wanted? Jon didn't need to imagine. Princess Arianne had pretty much done the same thing. And he hadn't reacted any better than his brother had. But he wasn't about to admit that to Rob, not yet. So, he was going to tell a little lie. Oh, I'm sure I would have handled it better than you, Stark. Really? Rob countered as look Jon did not care for entered his eye. Are you sure, brother? 'Cause Daisy told me the most interesting story about how you escorted Princess Arianne back to her room. And how after you left you were in a complete daze and, well, you know the reputation of the Dornish. Did she show you her appreciation for defending her honor in the yard, brother? Careful, brother, Jon said, cursing Daisy in his mind and starting to try and plan his revenge on her. Or I might just arrange something similar for you with Lady Talisa. Hey, she's off limits and oh, you. Rob tapered off as he realized he'd walked straight into Jon's trap. Fine. Gods, I've never met anyone like her. She's smart, almost ungodly so. And she acts more northern than most northern ladies I've met. And her skin, her eyes, and that hair of hers, alright, so she's been featured in my dreams more than once since we've met. So what? No judgment, brother, Jon nodded as he watched Ghost and Grey Wind play around the room. I can understand where you're coming from. The difference between us is you might stand a chance with Talisa. Arianne, she's a princess and you're the apprentice to the northern sorcerer, a son of the Warden of the North, a brother to the future Warden of the North, and you have the blood of two of the oldest and most well-known families running through you. Rob said, fixing him with a look that brokered no argument. Yeah, there's absolutely nothing there to make you a decent match for a princess from Dorne. Smiling, Jon gave a thankful nod to Rob. You know, Arianne might have said something similar. She said, well, gods. All right, she said that it wouldn't have been unheard of for a princess of Dorne to take a bastard as her consort. Smiling, Rob gave him a nod. Well, there you go then, Jon. It seems like you have a far better chance with your lady than I do with mine. And what about Theon? Jon asked, scratching at the back of his head. I mean, I might not always get along with him, but, hells, he's our brother also. Yeah, he is, Rob nodded. That's a good question. We'll have to find a lady from somewhere far to the south, that way it can be a complete southern invasion on the purity of us poor northern boys. Not sure there's much purity left in Theon regarding women, Jon laughed. Not if even half of the stories he's told us about his exploits in Wintertown are true. Half, at least, Rob laughed. Feeling the tension leaving him, Jon nudged the book with his hand. Do you want to know what she said? He could see Rob's throat move as his brother stared at him. Yes, but only if and when you want to tell me, brother. And not a moment sooner. I do, just, not now. Jon sighed. He knew he needed to talk about it. But, for just a short time, he wanted the words to stay private between him and his mother. Then when you're ready, Rob nodded before clapping his hands and standing. Well, now that that's all out of the way, let's get to the baths. We need to get ready for Lord Knox and Lady Nyra's wedding tonight. And gods help both of us if my mother or, gods forbid, Sansa finds even the slightest fault in either of our appearances. I swear, with the tear that our sister has been on since the announcement back in White Harbor, you would think that she would be the one getting married today. One would think, he agreed, rising to his feet and taking the book with him. Walking over to the one section of the wall, he held his hand out and used the force to unlock a hidden compartment in the wall that could only be opened with the force. Giving the journal one last caress, he carefully set the book inside and closed the compartment up tight. Well, Rob, let's go get sheared like the sheep our sister seems to think we are. Not sheep, brother, Rob laughed, slinging his arm around his shoulders as the two walked out of the chamber with their direwolves nipping at their heels. Wolves. The slight chill of the northern air was almost calming as Knox stood before the weirwood tree within the heart of the godswood of Winterfell. A calmness that he was in almost desperate need of. Some may find it odd, or even ridiculous, that a Dark Lord of the Sith, a Darth in rank, and a member of the Dark Council could feel even the slightest hint of nerves. But in this time and place, it was all Knox could do to remain firmly planted to the ground beside Ned Stark, the man who had quickly come to be one of his few true friends, along with dozens of other lords and ladies from the north and the Vale as they waited for the woman who would soon become his wife to emerge from amongst the trees. "Relax, friend," Ned said quietly out of the corner of his mouth as they waited for Nyra to appear. "Enjoy this moment while you can, for the wedding will be over quickly enough and you will only be able to wish to repeat the events over and over again. Trust me, I know from experience." Knox was about to respond, but his words died in his throat as two people made their way from the trees and into the clearing between the rows of those assembled. Robb Stark stood tall and proud, the sigil of House Stark clearly displayed with the pin on his chest as he walked forward. And on his arm was the woman who would soon be Knox's wife, Nyra. And force, if there was ever a divine entity, he swore that it descended and blessed Nyra. She was breathtaking. The white dress and fur that hugged her curves beautifully. The white maiden's cloak over her shoulders and her dark hair woven into an intricate braid and slung over her right shoulder. Force, she was beyond beautiful. "Who brings forth this woman before the gods and men today to be wed?" Ned's strong voice called out, almost startling Knox. He'd been so focused on Nyra that he hadn't even realized that her and Robb had crossed the distance separating them and were now standing before the weirwood. "I, Robb Stark, heir of Winterfell, do hereby bring forth Nyra, vassal of House Stark, to be wed this day. And who accepts this woman before the gods?" "I, Lord Alan Knox, do hereby take this woman, Nyra, vassal of House Stark, to be wed this day," Knox answered Ned's question, taking care to ensure that his voice was loud and steady. Motioning for Nyra to take the last step forward, Robb let go of her before retreating to join Jon and his siblings, while Knox held out his hand for her to take. Nyra's presence was radiating pure joy and light as she grasped her hand in his and stepped even with him. "Nyra, vassal of House Stark," Ned spoke loudly, a slight smile playing at the corners of his lips as he placed a single hand atop of theirs. "Do you accept Lord Alan Knox as your husband, from this day forth and until you are reunited in the realm of the gods?" "I do," Nyra responded, her head held high. "He is mine and I am his. From now and until we are reunited in the realm of the gods." Turning his attention to Knox, Ned placed his other hand underneath their joined hands so that he was holding them together. "Lord Alan Knox, do you hereby accept Nyra, vassal of House Stark, as your wife, from this day forth until you are reunited in the realm of the gods?" "I do," Knox said, feeling a joy he had not felt ever in his entire life as the words left him. "She is mine and I am hers. From this day forth until we are reunited in the realm of the gods." "Then kneel before the gods and may they recognize your union," Ned said, stepping aside so that the two were left with an unobstructed view of the carved face of the weirwood. While Knox was not of the faith of the North and would have perhaps preferred a different ceremony, Nyra was very much of the North and the faith of the old gods, even if she agreed with many of his views on the Force. And this ceremony was for her. Everything now was for her. So, with their hands still tied together, Knox and Nyra knelt before the weirwood tree and bowed their heads before rising once more. "Lord Knox, you may remove the cloak of Nyra, and place upon her shoulders the cloak of your house. And with this cloak comes your solemn vow to take and protect her, now and forever." Letting go of her hand was one of the most difficult things he had ever done. Unclasping the cloak at her shoulders, he gently removed the maiden's cloak and handed it off to Sansa, who'd stepped forward to accept it with tears of happiness running down her face. Undoing his own cloak, Knox wrapped the heavy black fabric around Nyra's petite frame, signifying that she was no longer a direct vassal to House Stark, but rather the Lady of House Knox. "Lord Knox, Lady Knox," Ned spoke, his voice gradually rising in pitch as he did. "You have come before the old gods and have sworn yourself to each other. And now I, Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell, Warden of the North, do hereby proclaim you to me man and wife. May no man tear asunder what the gods have brought forth and witnessed this night." The cheers of the crowd were almost deafening, but Knox didn't care as he leaned forward and pressed his lips against Nyra's, sealing their bond. But as he pulled back, the cheering abruptly cut off into gasps. Nyra, both physically and in the Force, was glowing. To everyone save for Knox it might have looked like she was being blessed by the gods, but Knox could see what was truly happening. For there was a second presence that had made itself known and was blessing their union as well. Ashura, Knox thought, reaching out for her presence and feeling a warmth in response. She was gifting Nyra both her blessing and protection through the Force. "Thank you." The lingering presence of his lost love flared once more in comfort and warmth before fading, the light that had been around Nyra dissipating slowly until it disappeared completely. "Fucking hells!" Great Jon Umber bellowed, slapping a massive hand to his equally massive thigh. "The Sorcerer is a true Northman now. And Lady Knox, blessed by the old gods themselves. Now what are we all standing around here for? There's a feast and drink to be had." Sweeping Nyra up into a bridal carry, Knox pressed a quick kiss to her lips as she wrapped her arms around his neck. "I love you, my lovely Lady Knox. My wife." Her joy was almost blinding as she tucked her head onto his chest as he walked out of the God's Wood with the lords and ladies of the north and the Vale following behind. "And you, my husband." The next several hours passed in a blur for Nox as he and Nyra sat in a place of honor within the Great Hall of Winterfell while a feast unlike any Nox had ever experienced since coming to this strange land took place. There were several different animals roasting on spits within the fireplaces all around the hall. Wine and ale flowed freely and there was a sense of revelry that Nox would not have expected of the usually serious northern people. It seemed that when the people of the north found an excuse to celebrate, they did not do it in half-assed. Jon, Robb, and Theon were both being permitted to drink undiluted wine, in a limited quantity of course, but given their age it certainly hadn't taken long for both boys to go red behind the ears. And they'd even managed to get Samwell Tarly to down a full cup of wine, which of course was almost enough to do the boy in as he quickly ended up on the floor giggling while the other three laughed at his antics. By the time the younger children were put to bed, an exodus which had been started when Lady Stark had announced that it was time for her children, save for Robb, to head to bed, all four boys were well on their way to being drunk. Of course, they were relatively tame in comparison to some of the others in the hall. He wasn't quite sure just what had started it, but the great Jon and Maege Mormont had at some point in the night started a drinking competition, and now Nox was seriously starting to wonder if they would run out of wine before either one or the other would concede defeat. And there were more than a few of the younger men that were chasing anything with a skirt around the hall. Though, to be fair, it seemed like there were quite a few women who were chasing the men as well. The atmosphere was such that Nox was relatively sure that there would be a baby boom within the next year given how many in attendance were pursing such delights. Feeling the night starting to wear on him, not to mention the persistent ache that hadn't left him since this morning, Nox wrapped his arm around his wife and leaned in towards her ear. "Have we stayed long enough for propriety's sake, my love?" he asked, nipping at her ear slightly. "It had to have been the wine. As beautiful as you look in that dress, I would much rather show you my true appreciation for your beauty in private." Blushing fiercely, Nyra nodded as a servant placed a new chalice of wine down on the table next to him. That we have. Let us finish this wine and retire so that, well, so that we can show each other our appreciation more appropriately." Nodding, Nox picked up his wine and downed most of it while Nyra slowly sipped on her own. "Ned," Nox called out lowly, getting his friend's attention. "Not to break with tradition or anything, but Nyra and I are going to slip out here. Like hell am I going to let a betting happen?" Smiling, Ned nodded. I can understand the sentiment, my friend. Enjoy your night together." Feeling more than a little warm, Nox took Nyra's hand in his own and got to his feet. And then promptly almost collapsed as his legs didn't seem to want to support his weight. "Gods, husband," Nyra chuckled with him as she somewhat supported his weight. "Just how much have you had to drink tonight? I surely do hope you haven't indulged yourself to the point where you will be unable to perform your husbandly duties." "There is not enough wine or ale in the world that could keep me from performing that duty, my wife," Nox laughed, though on the inside he was confused. How out of practice was he that such a relatively small amount of wine as he'd drunk tonight was enough to put him in this state? Rising to his full height, he almost immediately collapsed again. "Gods, maybe I had more than I thought," he laughed, his throat suddenly parched as he searched for a glass of water to try and gain his wits about him. Coughing again, he started to feel something was off. It started low in his gut, then it exploded. Doubling him over in agony he hadn't experienced since he'd been under the Overseer's watch in Korriban. Letting loose a hacking cough, Nox frowned as he felt something wet leave his lips. Spit. No, he wondered, confused as to what was happening. Blood. My blood, what? The pain intensified again, doubling him over and making him almost collapse onto the table. Nox. Nyra screamed as his force vision started to waver. What poison, he realized as he started coughing up globs of blood onto the table. The warning. It was not about the darkness. It shit. Something hard and sharp pierced through his shoulder, nearly spinning him around as his shoulder was thrown back. A bolt. He realized as he could feel the bolt still quivering in his flesh. How, when, shit. Throwing his arm out in front of Nyra, he let out a pained yell as the crossbow bolt that had been intended for his wife's heart embedded into his outstretched forearm. Run! Nox yelled with a pained cough as his vision darkened even further while all around him the great hall which had once been a site of joyous occasion turned into pandemonium. Chapter 16, A Plot Revealed Part 1. Alright everyone, here we go yet again. Now just a forewarning before reading this chapter. This chapter does contain mature content, torture and character death. But it's a song of fire and ice, so that's pretty much PAR for the course and everyone should be expecting all those things when reading either the source material or fan FICS. I will say, this chapter fought me like there was no tomorrow and I ended up partially rewriting a few sections within. But everything in the chapter needs to happen because there are quite a few setups going on. And, when I originally outlined this story, this whole event was the first major plot point that I mapped out. So hopefully it all turned out good. Also, just wanted to say quickly that I don't know how much longer I'll be able to keep this once every 3 weeks update schedule going. I don't want to burn myself out, but I also don't want to let this story just sit idle either. So please keep the expectations to once a month. Huge shout out to my beta reader and brainstorm partner Telemachus Sundus. The help has been invaluable so far. And another huge thank you to everyone who has favorited, alerted, or reviewed this story so far. Your support is what keeps me going. So if you feel so inclined to leave a review, please do. They really do help me get my mojo going and get the next chapters rolling on. Lastly, I do not own Disney, nor am I Lucas or Martin, so I have no ownership of A Song of Fire and Ice, Game of Thrones or Star Wars. This is purely for fun with no profit being made. And with that out of the way, let's get to the chapter. Stay safe out there everyone. Oh, and there is a quick reference to die in this chapter as well, but that is only because it worked so well with what was going on that I couldn't help but put it in. Chapter 16. Humming a lively tune to herself, Sansa Stark stealthily made her way down the halls of her home with her best friend Jane Poole at her side. Their destination, the Great Hall to spy for on the happily married Lord and Lady Knox. And then perhaps on to the kitchens to see if they had any more lemon cakes left over. Sansa, Jane giggled as the two made their way out of the family wing and down towards the Great Hall. This is so much fun. But if your mother finds out, she will be so mad at us. A few months ago, such a thought would have made Sansa completely abandon what she'd been doing and correct her actions. But now she was finding the thought of being caught just made the act even more fun. She blamed her sister and Lady Nyra, now Lady Knox, for the bad influence. But nonetheless, she had been sneaking out from her room every now and then ever since Lady Knox put the idea into her head that you won't really know what people think about you until they think you are no longer in the room. She hadn't caught anyone speaking about her yet. But she was desperate to know what the people of Winterfell thought about her. Really thought about her. They always praised her to her face, saying that she was the perfect lady. Especially her mother and Septa Mordain. But she knew that many were, well, disappointed that she had not joined her brothers and sister during their sessions with Lord Knox. But they just didn't understand. The Seven said that such powers were an abomination. Well, maybe not directly. But many viewed the powers the Sorcerer could wield as an affront to the Seven. Yet still, he was such a nice man. And handsome too. Oh, how she truly envied Lady Knox today. The past week had been like a dream to Sansa. All the visiting lords and ladies, plus the Knights of the Vale. Shining examples of knightly honor and chivalry. And they lived up to it. Lord Royce and his sons were all so courteous. Sir Corbray was a knight straight out of the tales. And his squire Mikkel Redford was so cute. He'd danced with Sansa multiple times during the week, and had told her that if she ever came south to a tourney, a real tourney, that he would do his utmost to win so that he might crown her the Queen of Love and Beauty. Oh, it was such a wonderful thought. But if the past week had been a dream, then today had been a heaven crafted by the Seven and the old gods themselves. The weather was perfect. Not a cloud in the sky and not too cold either. Lord Knox looked so handsome with his beard closely trimmed and his hair done back. Sansa only wished that he hadn't been cursed early in life so that she might have been able to see his eyes today instead of that black cloth he always wore. And Lady Knox, by the gods she was beautiful. Her white dress, her hair done in a braid over her shoulder and the cloak. And the cloak Sansa had spent hours sewing for her just looked fantastic on her. She just wished that the ceremony had lasted longer than it did. But even still, what happened at the end, for Lady Knox to be blessed by the gods so, she could only pray and wish that she would be so fortunate on her own wedding day. And, well, she hadn't told anyone but for just a moment Sansa could have sworn that she saw the god that had blessed Lady Knox. It looked like a normal woman who was wearing a strange headpiece. The moment she saw the being she immediately thought that it was the maiden come to bless the ceremony, but that wasn't right. This was the north, not the south. And none of the depictions Septa Mordain had shown her of the maiden aspect of the Seven were anything like the being Sansa saw. It sounds like the celebration is still going on, Jane whispered to her as the two drew closer to the Great Hall. She was right. Sansa could still hear, well, something going on. It sounded like a celebration, but she couldn't hear the music anymore. Perhaps this was time for the betting that Septa Mordain had told them about? The thought of the betting, of what it entailed, brought a blush to Sansa's face and she tugged on Jane's sleeve. It's probably the betting, she said, making Jane's eyes widen in realization of what might be coming their way. We should head back and stay out of. Sansa and Jane jumped as a door slammed hard against a wall down the hall from them. Then there was the sound of someone running towards them. Come on, Sansa whispered urgently, we don't want to get CA. Her words died in her throat as Lady Knox came running around the corner. Gods, she looked scared. But why? Why would she fear her own wedding celebration? Maybe the betting? Sansa could understand being afraid of that. She'd been terrified when the Septa had told her about the tradition. But it was tradition and expected of the bride to be CA. Sansa. Jane! Lady Nox yelled, running towards them, her dress hiked up in her hands. What are you two doing here? We need to get you both somewhere safe so you can hide. Now. Safe? Sansa questioned, looking at Jane who looked just as confused as she felt. Why would they need to hide? Why do we need? This isn't the time for questions, Sansa. Lady Nox yelled, shocking Sansa as the older woman stopped close to them and rested a hand against the wall so she could catch her breath. It isn't safe. Betrayed. Need. Can't, must get you. Well, we were wondering where our blushing bride had run off to. And now here she is with two pretty little flowers as well. Lady Nox immediately turned and reached down to the top of her exposed boot. Sansa's eyes widened as her breath caught in her throat as Lady Nox pulled out a dagger the length of her hand and then turned away from Sansa and Jane, placing the two of them behind her. Back. They. Fuck. Off. Sansa wasn't sure what surprised, or scared, her more. The fact that Lady Nox had just cursed. Or the fact that there were 6 men standing just down the hall with daggers in their hands. She recognized 3 of them as Knights of the Vale in service to Sir Corbray, one of them had even danced with her earlier tonight. But the other 3, they were dirty and covered in rags. Most assuredly not the type of men that chivalrous knights of the South would ever want to be in the company of. Why would the knights be with these men? Why did Lady Nox pull a dagger? Sansa wondered as she looked back and forth between Lady Nox and the men down the hall. I recognize some of these men as men from the Vale. But the others, they look dirty, but that isn't a reason for Lady Nox to pull a dagger on them. The men all laughed as one stepped forward. A man she recognized but couldn't name. Though she knew that he spent a lot of time in the company of Sir Corbray. Well, the heathen whore has teeth, it seems. The foul words in his tone shocked Sansa. This wasn't right. Men of the Vale, knights, didn't call a noble lady a whore. Much less a heathen whore. I can't tell you how painful it was to sit through that godless ceremony tonight. The only thing that got me through it was the thought of me and my boys here tearing you out of that dress and fucking every single one of your holes over the corpse off your husband. Gasping, Sansa involuntarily took a step back as she tried to figure out just what was happening. No. This isn't how anointed knights and their men act. This isn't right. Something's wrong. The knights in the Tale's mother and Septa Mordain tell never speak like this. Over my dead body. Lady Nox growled, the arm that didn't have the dagger ushering Sansa further behind her. The man in the lead leaned slightly and his smile grew. A hideous look that Sansa never wanted to see again. That can be arranged. But as fun as it will be claiming you, I see that you brought us to a bigger prize. 2 young flowers, just ripe enough for the plucking. Our night is looking better and better, boys. Sansa felt a wave of bile rising in her throat. She didn't understand. Septa Mordain and Mother had both told her about birthing children even though she hadn't had her moon blood yet. But these were knights and their men were talking about, well, that. But why? That was only supposed to happen between a husband and wife. They couldn't be taking about doing that with her and Jane, could they? The moment your cocks jump out of your pants, Lady Nox growled, brandishing her dagger towards the men, I'll cut them off. Ha ha ha. Amusing. The lead man laughed with all the others joining in. How about you drop that little knife and just get on your knees where you belong at? Maybe if you be a good little whore for us, we won't treat you too bad. Get 'em, boys. Sansa wasn't quite sure just what happened next, but one moment the Vale men were a fair distance away, and then the next they were right on top of them. Lady Nox told them to run, but Sansa couldn't move. This wasn't the way it was supposed to be. She couldn't understand why this was happening. This couldn't be happening. Lady Nox slashed her dagger at the men, but the lead man who'd been taking just sidestepped the blade and grabbed her arm before spinning her around and wrapping his arm around her neck. By the time Sansa could find the will to move, it was too late as 2 of the grime-covered men grabbed her by the shoulders and they started touching her. No little lady, one of the men holding her laughed in her ear as she tried to struggle out of his grip. His breath was completely terrible. Don't do anything stupid, ya hear? Ya wouldn't want something bad to happen to that little babe now, would ya? Gasping, Sansa realized that the lead man had pulled out his own dagger and was holding it against Lady Nox's belly. Right where her babe was. No. These were knights and men of the Vale. They were pure knightly chivalry. They couldn't be doing this. What the hell is going on here? Sansa sagged in the arms of the man holding her as she nearly wept with relief as Sir Corbray pushed his way through the crowd of men. Thankfully, his sword was already in hand, no doubt ready to defend their honor and. Strange. It was covered in something red. Blood. His sword was covered in blood. Why did he have blood on his sword? Was he already fighting somewhere else before this? Sir Corbray, the lead man said, clearly nervous but keeping a firm hold on Lady Nox, Be quiet, you idiot, Sir Corbray growled, you three were supposed to capture the sorcerer's whore. And as for you three, the only reason why you are not rotting in the cells is because you were supposed to be out causing as much havoc as you can to distract the guards. Why are you all still standing here with your dicks in your hands messing with these two girls when you should be out doing what you were supposed to do? Sansa's relief disappeared as quickly as it came. Why? Why wasn't Ser Corbray fighting against them? Why? He was a true knight. A handsome knight and a lord. Why was he just standing there when they were saying such awful things? Well, the first man said, giving Lady Nox a shake, we were chasing the whore there and well, she led us to these two little flowers and we were just about to pull lots to see which one gets the honor of being the first to pluck their flowers. She had a brief twinge of hope when Ser Corbray looked at her and Jane. But that hope disappeared as his look soured as if he'd just seen something particularly offending. That one there is Sansa Stark, he said, pointing his bloody sword towards her and making her shrink back into the smelly man that was holding her as the point of the sword passed far too close to her for her liking. She needs to remain unharmed and unsoiled. Damn, the lead man groaned, as did several others, though the one holding her didn't lessen his hold on her at all. What about the other one then? Ser Corbray's eyes shifted to Jane. Jane Poole. Considering I just orphaned her, she has no value. Do with her as you will. But make it quick or save her for later. We have a lot of cleaning up to do still. But separate the Stark bitch. Roose will be wanting to make sure nothing happens to his future good daughter. What? Jane screamed. It took Sansa a bit to realize just what was going on, but the blood on Corbray's sword, combined with what he'd just said about Jane, gods, no. That's right lass, Corbray smiled, an unkind smile that made Sansa wonder just why she ever thought the man was handsome. Your father, well, he was pathetic. Barely even put up any resistance. Though if you want to say goodbye to a part of him, I believe there might be a bit of his hair left on the edge of Lady Furlone here. The men all laughed, then laughed even harder as Jane let loose a wail of pain. Her father is dead? No, no, no. This can't be. What about my father? He can't, they accepted guest rights. This is an affront to the gods. All the gods. They can't be doing this. This can't be happening. Father. Mother. Robb. Arya. Bran. Rickon, Jon, no. This can't be real. A new hand grabbed a hold of her arm, roughly pulling her out of the arms of the smelly man. I'll be taking Sansa here to meet her future good family, Ser Corbray said, his hold on her arm causing pain to race through her. Do what you want with the sorcerer's whore and the orphan girl. But they're not to leave here alive. The men's cheers and Jane's screams filled the hall as Ser Corbray pulled on her arm, forcing her feet to move as he began to lead her away. No. Sansa wanted to scream as she watched in horror as the men began to pull roughly at Lady Nox's beautiful snow-white dress and Jane's night dress. No. This isn't happening. The man holding Lady Nox suddenly let out a pain scream as the older woman stomped down hard onto the man's toes with the heel of her shoe. The act loosened his hold on her, and Lady Nox threw her elbow back into the lead man's neck. Letting out a pained coughing noise, the lead man took a step back from Lady Nox. But he didn't get far as Lady Nox had somehow managed to grab hold of her dagger again in the struggle and she turned and buried the dagger into the lead man's throat. Run! A hard tug on her arm, and Sansa found herself involuntarily all but running towards Lady Nox. The older woman managed to turn just in time to catch Sansa in her arms, but with how fast she'd been moving she ended up spinning the both around as if they were in some form of dance. You need to run! Lady Nox yelled right into her ear once the two had stopped moving and Lady Nox moved her back to arm's length as the other men started to descend upon the two of them. Find some guardsmen. Nyra jolted and Sansa felt something warm hit her arm. Looking down at her hand, she saw something red. And warm. Blood. But not her blood. She could hardly breathe as she looked towards Lady Nox, wanting to ask where the blood had came from. But Lady Nox was just standing there. And there was something coming out of her front end and her white dress was turning red for some reason. Looking past her, she saw Ser Corbray standing just behind Lady Nox. His sword in hand and the blade was in Lady Nox's stomach. Not as good as killing that Dornish king's guard fuck, Ser Corbray sneered jerking his arm back, and like a puppet with its strings cut, Lady Nox fell to the floor clutching at the steadily growing red spreading across her dress. But killing a heathen whore and her unborn hellspawn with a single thrust is certainly satisfying. Damn milord, why did you have to do that? I wanted a turn with her. She's still alive, if only barely. And even if not, she's still warm. How picky are you? Feeling something grab her arm, she looked away from Lady Nox and found the cold eyes of Ser Corbray staring down at her. Her arm held tightly in his once more. I'm taking this one to meet her future, he said, pulling on her arm, do what you want with these two. Just don't take long. She could hear Jane scream. The men were surrounding her. One had grabbed the front of her dress and was trying to tear it. No. No. This wasn't right. This wasn't like the stories at all. This wasn't supposed to happen. This shouldn't be happening. Twisting her arm, she tried to get free of Sir Corbray to help her friend, but the man's grip was like iron. Stop struggling, you little bitch! The knight yelled, jerking her arm and throwing and making her lose her balance so that she fell to her hands and knees. Whimpering at the pain in her hands, Sansa turned her head and saw something that made her blood run cold. Jane was on the ground. And some of the men were using their daggers to cut off her sleeping dress while one stood above her and started fiddling with his trousers. And Lady Knox, gods, another man was cutting away at her dress too. She had to do something and a cold unlike any she had ever felt in her entire life descended upon her. Descended upon all of them as the men from the Vale all stopped whatever they were doing and began looking around clearly confused. What in the hells? The man who was standing above Jane asked as his body was racked with shivers, is there a winter storm happening? No. It wasn't a storm. At least, not the kind the men were thinking of. She didn't know how she knew, but she knew. This cold wasn't the cold of winter. It was being caused by Lord Knox somehow. Though it was strange, while the men were all shivering and looking around nervously while clutching their daggers, Sansa didn't feel overly cold. Or afraid. It was as if the cold was giving her strength. A strength she never knew she had. Slowly, her fear eroded away into anger. An anger unlike any she had ever felt before. How dare they? She seethed, gritting her teeth as she watched Jane curl into a ball and Lady Knox clutch at her bloodied stomach while the men stood above them. How dare they do this? This isn't right. This is against the gods. They will pay. Ignore it, Sir Corbray snapped, moving back over to her and reaching out for her once more, do what you want quickly and then move on. I'm heading back to the hall to see if they've fin. Letting her anger and rage run through her, empowered by the cold sensation she knew had been sent by Lord Knox, Sansa opened her mouth and screamed. The moment she'd opened her mouth, she felt something rush through her body and out her mouth. She could see the very air before her ripple in response to her scream. Ripples that passed over all the standing men but left Lady Knox and Jane alone. And as the ripples in the air passed over them, the men all began letting out pained cries as they dropped whatever they were holding and began clutching at their ears as if they were trying to shield them. No. Sansa thought, or willed, trying to put more into her scream, and succeeding as she felt something more rush from her in response to her desire. You will not get off that easily. Quickly scrambling to her feet, Sansa took in a deep breath before screaming once more, the air rippling once again in response to her voice. She had no idea what was going or why the knights were acting like they were in pain at hearing her scream, but that didn't matter. All that mattered was that they were getting away from Jane and Lady Knox. And that was all she cared about. She didn't even care as she noticed blood start to seep from underneath the men's hands. It's what they deserve. She thought with anger, pushing more and more into her scream as the men began dropping to their knees. One man even tried to run, only to stumble and run headfirst into a wall before crumpling to the floor in a heap. Some men even started losing the contents of their stomachs as they staggered around as if in a daze. They deserve this. They deserve this. She didn't know just how long she kept screaming for, nor did she care. All she cared about was getting these men away from Jane and Lady Knox. And she would keep screaming until they were all gone. One by one, the men started dropping limply to the floor until only Sir Corbray was the last one standing. Taking another breath, Sansa let loose one more scream, this time focusing all her thoughts on the false knight of the Vale. Sir Corbray managed to look at her one last time, his eyes bloodshot and full of hate and anger. He managed but a single step towards her, blood flowing freely from underneath his hands that were covering his ears, before he too succumbed to whatever she was doing and fell face first to the ground. Stopping her scream, Sansa felt whatever rage she'd had within her melt away as she collapsed to her hands and knees, a hand moving to her throat. Gods! What was that? What have I done? She thought desperately. The men of the Vale were all laying unmoving on the ground, some in piles of their own blood and vomit. As quick as the disgust came at what she'd done it left as she spotted Jane weakly trying to rise to her hands and knees and Lady Knox, still lying motionless on the floor. Whatever she'd done, these men deserved it. Grasping the edge of the table tightly, Knox fought a steadily losing battle to maintain any type of sight of what was going on around him while at the same time trying desperately to purge the poison from his system. Mercifully, Nyra had managed to escape from the hall almost as soon as the fighting started while Jon and Robb had immediately rushed to his and Ned's defense, well, more his than Ned's as his very poor sight could see that the Warden of the North was holding his own with his sons, despite the fact that all three were unarmed and their assailants were all brandishing daggers or other crude weapons that they'd somehow snuck into the feast. This was his fault. He'd been far too lax in his defenses, far too complacent. He knew as soon as he started introducing new processes and inventions to the North that he would be rocking the boat of the political landscape. And he knew all too well the eventual consequences that could bring. But he'd been sure of his position here in the North. Content that nothing could challenge him here. And in his hubris, he allowed this to come to pass. By the dark side, he had even left his lightsaber in his tower. And he knew that Jon had left his in a secured location as well. How did he allow himself to get so sloppy? Pushing himself away from the table, Nox stumbled a step back as a would-be assassin tried to skewer him. Grabbing the assassin's outstretched arm, Nox twisted it, breaking the bones in the arm, then brought the edge of his hand hard into the man's throat, crushing his larynx while he was still screaming in pain from the break. "Master," Jon yelled over the fighting, "we need to get you out of here." "No," Nox growled, his legs aching as he forced himself to remain upright while the poison wreaked havoc on his insides. Grabbing the crossbow bolt in his shoulder, he yanked the offending piece of wood out of his shoulder before repeating the process with the bolt that had pierced his arm when he'd shielded Nyra. He'd never run away from the fight. If he was here, the assassins would focus in on him, which would give Nyra and his unborn child a better chance to getting back to the Sorcerer's tower. And once she was there, the defenses he'd installed in the tower to fend off uninvited guests would keep her safe. He just had to hold out a bit longer. "We can fend them off," Nox coughed, spitting up a glob of blood as he did so. "I just need some more time to fight off the poison." A pain in his gut doubled him over, making him gasp desperately for air. It wasn't the poison, but the force that was the culprit. The bond that he'd just recently solidified by a few hours ago, telling him with no uncertainty that something was very, very wrong. Nyra. Rage. That was the only word that could describe what he was feeling. A feeling that he had experienced only twice before in his entire life. The first when his mother was taken in front of him before his eyes were stolen from him. And the second when his first love, Ashura, was coldly ripped away from him. And now he felt that same rage again as he felt through his recently formed force bond as pain and anguish came from Nyra. "No!" His cry rattled the very rafters of the great hall as he let his rage and fury run rampant. For the briefest of moment, not a soul moved within the great hall as everyone was knocked back a step. Then he felt a foolish boy rushing towards him, dagger extended and thoughts of glory and honor in his head. Sidestepping, Nox grabbed the young lad, who was perhaps only a few years older than Jon and Robb, by the throat and picked him up off the ground and slammed him onto the table. Keeping the boy pinned to the table with his right hand tied around his throat, Nox threw his left hand out behind him, just in time to grab a second assailant by the throat as well. "Suffer!" Both the boy and the second man screamed in agony as Nox used a force drain on the both of them. The energy he took from them was immediately dispersed through his body and used to purge his system of the poison still in him as well as heal the holes in his shoulder and arm. Unfortunately, neither had any meaningful force sensitivity to them, which meant that the strength he was drawing from both was minuscule at best. Gritting his teeth, he pulled more and more from his two attackers, draining them of everything they had to cure himself. By the time the poison was gone, both the boy and the man were little more than withered husks of flesh and bones. Staggering back from the table, Nox refocused his force sight. Despite having just drained two individuals to death, his sight was still only a mere fraction of what it usually was. And he still barely had enough strength to stand on his own 2 feet. But the poison was now gone from his system. And now he could fight properly. Bastard! Turning his head, Nox coldly regarded guardsmen from some house rushing towards him with a dagger at the ready. Not willing to even entertain the man, Nox lifted his hand and sent a wave of force lightning into the fool, throwing him clear across the hall and into the far wall where he landed with enough force to break every bone in his body. "Master! Damn it!" he cursed, staggering and having to catch himself on the table again. Just how much poison did they use? I can hardly fucking move. And that attack, it took far more out of me than it should have. "Master! Nyra," Nox growled, trying to take a step only for his knee to collapse and almost send him to the floor had Jon not been there to catch him. He hated this feeling. He could feel Nyra alive, but suffering. And he was powerless to go to her. "Jon, Nyra. Towards the family wing. Go. Now. I won't leave you and father." Gripping his shoulder, Nox dug his fingers into his apprentice's shoulder and physically moved him out of the path of a crossbow bolt. "I can barely fucking stand as it is," Nox growled, the admission leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. Weakness was a disease to the Sith. And the only reason he was even admitting to his weakness in this one moment, to his apprentice no less, was because his wife, his light, was dying. And her safety meant far more to him than not showing a weakness. "You need to go to her, get her to safety and get to your family. They're after all of us, not just me. Now go." Jon hesitated only a moment long before letting go of him and running out of the hall in the direction Nyra had escaped to with Robb quick on his heels. Clutching at his aching shoulder, Nox let his rage boil over as he turned his attention back to the carnage taking place in the Great Hall of Winterfell. "Now," he growled, force lightning dancing across his fingers, "who's next?" Coughs racking her body, Sansa tried to call out to Lady Nox and Jane, but her throat ached so fiercely that she it hurt to breathe. Fighting through her coughing, she scrambled over to Lady Nox and Jane on her hands and knees. Lady Nox was still where she'd been before Sansa had let out her scream. Laying on the floor in a pool of her own blood. Sansa started praying to both the Seven and the old gods for this to just be a bad dream. But it wasn't a dream. The floor, and now her hands and dress, were covered in Lady Nox's blood that had spilled out onto the floor. Gods! What do I do? Sansa thought desperately as she arrived at Lady Nox's side. What did Talisa say when she was treating the wounded? Pressure. Right, pressure to stop the bleeding. I need to stop the bleeding. But how do I stop the bleeding and, oh gods, there's so much blood. With trembling hands, Sansa fought through her fear of touching blood and pressed her hands over top of the wound on Lady Nox's stomach. She needed help. She needed Jane's help. There was just so much blood. But as she spotted her friend, she knew that her friend wouldn't be of any help. Jane had managed to get up into a sitting position and was just sitting there, rocking back and forth and muttering to herself and not looking at anything. I need to keep pressure, but gods, how much pressure? I don't want to hurt the babo gods. The babe. Please let it be all right. A second set of hands, cold and wet, joined hers. Jerking her head, she found herself staring right into Lady Nox's soft brown eyes. Sansa, Jane and, run. Hide, live. Tell, Alamai I love him. Tears started pouring freely from Sansa's eyes. No. This wasn't the way it was supposed to be. This wasn't the way the stories were supposed to end. Lady Nox and Lord Nox were married and about to have a child. They were supposed to live happily ever after. This couldn't be the end. She wouldn't let this be the end. Please, old gods of the north. I know I've squandered the gifts you've granted my brothers and sister. But please. If I have this gift, please let me use it to save Lady Nox. She doesn't deserve this. She needs to live. You blessed her. Now please, help me help her. I won't let her die. Gasping, Sansa felt as if a river started rushing through her, starting from her shoulders down her arms and into Lady Nox. It was the strangest feeling. She felt weak, yet Lady Nox's eyes, which had been slowly closing, sprung open and she gasped aloud as she arched her body up into Sansa's hands. Yes. Sansa yelled, and then coughed as she was given a painful reminder of the state of her throat. She didn't know how she knew, but she knew that Lady Nox was getting better. I don't care how weak I feel. I won't stop until I know Lady Nox is fine. Her thoughts were cut off as something hard struck her in the gut. Her hands left Lady Nox as she was lifted off the ground for a moment before coming back down hard. Clutching her gut, Sansa let loose a hacking cough as she gasped for air. Before she could even wonder what had happened, the hard object was back again, slamming into her gut once. Twice. And on the third time she felt the contents of her stomach rush to leave her. Fucking bitch. You weren't supposed to have any powers like your god's damned heretical siblings. Sobbing, Sansa clutched at her stomach as she tried to stop the pain spreading through her. Looking up through tear-filled eyes, she felt her dreams of knighthood shatter. Ser Corbray was towering over her, his once handsome face twisted in rage as small trails of blood streamed down from both of his ears. I don't know what the fuck you did. He screamed, kicking her in the gut again. But I can hardly even hear myself think now, fucking whore. Closing her eyes, she tried to will the pain away. Don't you close your fucking eyes. Ser Corbray screamed at her as he grabbed a handful of her hair and yanked her head back, forcing her to look at him. What little breath she had left in her left as she found the edge of a dagger right under her eye. Bolton wanted you unmarred and unsoiled. But after this, he's just going to have to settle for unsoiled. 'Cause I'm going to take my pound of flesh from you, little girl, in payment for what you did to me. She tried to scream again, just like before, but even if she had the breath to do so, she didn't even know how she did it before. In the end, she could only watch as if in slow motion, the dagger moved closer and closer to her face. Closing her eyes in fear as the blade's edge ever closer to her eye, she felt a wave of shame pass through her as soiled herself the cool steel press against her skin. A loud fleshy whacking sound erupted from in front of her as an angry feminine voice called out, "Get off of her, you kneeler cunt." Eyes snapping open, she found Ser Corbray staggering away from her, clutching at his face. There was a person standing between Sansa and the night. A woman. The wildling woman. Osha. And she was wielding some sort of broom or pole or something. Fucking hells. Ser Corbray screamed, picking up his sword that had been on the ground. Who the fuck are you? A serving girl? How the hell are you here? The servant quarters should have been dealt with by now. Getting up onto all fours, Sansa scurried behind Osha's skirt as she tried to hide herself as best she could. Me? I'm just a free woman that choose to be here. Not that I had much choice, but it was still my choice to be here. Osha replied calmly as if she wasn't facing down several armed men. And as for the fucks you sent after us, they're all dead. Honestly, you southerners prance about all fancy in your shinny armor, but you all can't fight a real fight worth shit. Is that so? Sir Corbray replied, still almost yelling despite the close distance between them. Well, I guess I'll have to belatedly fix those idiots' mistakes. Whoever kills this bitch gets first go at the virgin orphan girl. Osha set her feet apart in a stance that Sansa had seen Arya take whenever her younger sister went to the yard. Hope. Blessed hope blossomed within her as she looked up towards her guardian that was protecting her. But with that hope came an equal feeling of despair as she noticed at least two of the men behind Sir Corbray slowly start to get to their feet as well, daggers in their hands and rage in their eyes. Stay behind me, little lady. Whimpering, Sansa tried to make herself as small as possible as one of the men that had managed to get back to his feet let out a cry of rage and charged straight at Sansa and Osha with a dagger raised. But before he could reach them, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and shot straight upwards, crashing into the ceiling hard before falling to the floor faster than an arrow shot from a bow. He hit the ground and she couldn't help but flinch as he landed with a wet sound just like a wet rag that had been thrown to the ground. Sansa. She would have cried with joy as she heard and saw her brother Robb and Jon suddenly appear behind the men. But all she could think about instead was the fact that the man before her had just killed Jane's father. A grown man. What chance did her brothers have against him? No, not brother. My brothers. Neither of her brothers appeared to have any weapons. But that didn't seem to matter as the two of them started waving their hands back and forth. And with each movement of their hands a different man would go flying into a wall with a sickening crunch or splat and then stop moving. Within a blink of an eye, all the men save for Sir Corbray were laying in pools of their own blood on the floor. Shit. Sir Corbray yelled, turning his back on Osha, you two should already be fucking DEA. Sansa didn't even see Osha move, but the moment Sir Corbray turned his back on them the former wildling woman leapt forward and brought the pole she was wielding down onto the back of the knight's head with a solid thud. Sir Corbray stiffened his feet once in response to the blow and then fell forward and remained motionless on the ground. Sansa. Weeping in blessed relief, Sansa lunged towards her brother as Robb rushed past the fallen men and took her up into his arms. Robb, she struggled to say, her voice still raw from whatever she'd done earlier. SHH, don't talk sister, Robb cooed, holding her tight, we're here now. It'll be all right. And no, Sansa coughed, shaking her head, Lady and Nox. Help Lady Nox. Robb's eyes widened as his head whipped around towards Lady Nox. Jon was leaning over her and carefully prodding at the bloodied dress where Sansa had seen the sword enter her. That's a lot of blood, Osha said, kneeling on the other side of Lady Nox, Jane firmly attached to the former wildling's side. There's no wound, Jon called out as he placed a finger under her nose, she's still breathing. How? He healed her. Sansa rasped. Thank the gods, Robb breathed, tightening his hold on her shoulders. You did good, Sansa. I'm proud of you. Despite everything, Sansa felt her spirits lift at hearing her brother's praise. But then she felt something. Like she'd just stepped out from Winterfell's warm walls into the coldest of nights during a winter year. Shit. Robb cursed, his head whipping about. That came from Arya. A new fear rushed through Sansa as she turned to look back in the direction of the family quarters. That was Arya. What is going on? What was that? Osha, Robb said, forcibly making her let go of him and rising to his feet, grabbing a sword as he did. The sword that Sir no. He was no true knight. The sword the Corbray had used to stab Lady Nox. There's a guest room right around the corner that should be empty. I need you to talk my sister, Jane, and Lady Nox there and lock the door behind you and keep them safe. Osha didn't hesitate. Little lord, I can do that. Grasping his leggings, Sansa clutched desperately onto her older brother. Robb. Sansa, Robb said calmly, forcing her to meet his eyes. Eyes that the two of them shared. Jon and I need to go and find Mother, Arya, Bran, and Rickon. They might need our help. I need you to go with Osha and look after Lady Nox. I need you to be brave, sister. Please. Jane needs you now more than us. And Lady Nox needs you as well. You're a wolf, Sansa. Show them. Swallowing, she forced back the tears threatening to fall from her eyes and gave her brother a nod. Good, Robb nodded, before he grabbed hold of Sir Corbray's sword and motioned towards their half-brother, let's go, Jon. Watching her brothers run away from her and doing nothing was probably one of the hardest things she'd ever done. She wanted them to stay here, with her and make sure she'd be safe. But she couldn't be selfish. They'd already saved her. Now they needed to go and save Mother, Arya, Bran, and Rickon. Come, little lady, Osha called out to her as the former wildling carefully began trying to move Lady Nox. I'm gonna need both of yours help to get the sorcerer's lady to safety. And I don't know about ye, but I ain't in the mood to get on that man's bad side. Running as fast as he could, Jon was praying to every god he could that whatever the hell was going on hadn't reached the family quarters of Winterfell as he and Robb rushed through the halls of Winterfell. That hope had been squashed the moment the two of them entered the family quarters and found two Stark guards lying dead on the ground and an unknown man standing beside them looking blankly off into the distance. Jon hadn't hesitated as he used the sword that he'd picked up from the men that had attacked Sansa, Lady Nox, and Jane and ran the unknown man through the gut. The man didn't even flinch as the blade went through him. Nor did he cry out in pain or even try to fight back. All he did was just stand there while mumbling that he wanted to leave. Not sparing the man a second thought, Jon pushed the now dead man off his blade and rushed towards his siblings' rooms. "Go for Arya!" Robb yelled as they neared the rooms. "I'll check on Bran." Heart thudding in his chest, Jon skidded to a stop in front of Arya's room. Planting his feet, he rushed forward and slammed his shoulder into the hard wooden door. The wood splintered beneath the force of his shoulder and nearly flung off the hinges as it slammed open. "Arya!" The room beyond was empty. Save for a man that was lying face first on the floor, his blood pouring out from a knife wound in his throat. Kneeling next to the man, Jon pressed his fingers to his throat, trying and failing to find a heartbeat as Nox had taught him. "Arya!" "Jon!" Spinning around, Jon nearly collapsed with relief as his sister seemingly emerged from one of the shadowy corners of her room with her little wolf at her heels. "Thank the gods," Jon breathed, gathering his little sister in his arms. "Are you hurt?" "No," Arya replied, her small form shaking in his arms. "I heard him kill Thomas and Seamus. He said he was looking for me. I hid and then when he wasn't looking, I used the dagger shh, it's okay," he said, leaning back and placing a finger on her lips to silence her. "You did what you had to, sister. And you did a good job." "Jon." Robb's voice came in from the hall. "I got Bran, is Arya all right?" "Yes," Jon nodded, keeping one arm around Arya as Robb quickly led Bran and his little pup into the Arya's small room. "She took care of him long before we could get here." Robb spared the dead man only a passing glance before urging Bran forward. "Bran, Arya. We need you two to stay here while Jon and I go and check on Mother and Rickon." "No." Arya immediately shouted, making Bran whimper slightly. "I'm coming too." "Arya," Jon said urgently, taking his sister by the shoulders and making her look at him. "Look at Bran. He needs you here more than we need you out there. Stay with him and protect him, little wolf." Arya did not look pleased in the slightest, but one glance at their clearly frightened brother took whatever fight she had left. "Don't die, Jon," she whimpered, her fear over what was happening finally coming through. "I don't plan on it," he smiled, kissing the top of her head. "Robb and I will drag the body out. Then barricade the door with whatever you can and don't even think of opening it until you hear from either father, Robb, your mother, or myself. Understand?" "Yes," Arya nodded, a slight bit of confidence showing through her fear. "Good," Jon nodded, moving over to the corpse and grabbing one of the man's legs. "Let's get this body out of here, Robb, and find Rickon and your lady mother." Robb nodded, ruffling first Bran's then Arya's hair before moving to help Jon with the body. The moment the two were outside of Arya's room, the door shut, and they could hear several heavy objects being moved in front of it. No doubt courtesy of Arya's force capabilities, which were coming close to Jon's own powers. "Mother should be with Rickon," Robb said as they left the body unceremoniously in the middle of the hall. "Let's find them both, Ah!" The scream stopped both brothers dead in their tracks as they recognized who it belonged to. "Mother!" Robb shouted, rushing off towards Rickon's room, which was a short distance away from the others though closer to the Lord's chambers due to his brother's still young age. Coming upon the nursery next to the Lord's chambers, Robb didn't hesitate as he lowered his shoulder and plowed his way through the closed door, covering both himself and the room within in a shower of splinters as the door shattered beneath the force of Robb's force-enhanced charge. Rushing in right behind him, Jon nearly ran headlong into his brother, who'd stopped just within the entrance to the room. Both boys froze as they took in the sight that greeted them. There were 3 occupants in the room, 2 men and Lady Stark. Both men were holding daggers and one of them had a firm grip on the front of Lady Stark's dress. Over the space of a few heartbeats, no one in the room moved as everyone tried to wrap their minds around what was going on. To Jon's utmost shame, the assassin broke free of the stalemate first as he made the first move. A move that would be forever ingrained into Jon's mind as the assassin who was holding onto Lady Stark cursed and plunged his dagger right into Lady Stark's chest before letting her go and running for the far side of the room away from Jon and Robb. "No!" Robb's agonized scream of rage chilled Jon down to his very bones as he rushed towards his falling mother while the 2 assassins made a break for the window on the opposite side of the room. "No, you don't!" Jon growled, reaching out with his hand and catching both men firmly in the grip of the force before pulling them both back into the room and slamming them against the nearest wall as hard as he could and letting their bodies fall limply to the floor. "Jon! Help me!" Tearing his gaze away from the 2 assassins, Jon rushed over to his brother who was cradling his mother's head in his lap and dropped to his knees beside him. The first thing he saw was the dagger, still in Lady Stark's chest. It hadn't pierced her heart, at least he thought it hadn't. But it was close. Far too close to where he knew the heart to be. "Jon! Robb cried, tears openly falling down his face. Please, brother, help her. Robb had never been one for force healing. But neither had Jon. But between the two of them, he was far more adept at the skill than his brother. Holding his hand out next to the edge of the blade, Jon drew on the force and reached out with his senses. The dagger's edge had touched her heart. And she was bleeding profusely, even if it didn't show on the outside. If they removed the dagger, it would more than likely cut her heart open more, and then she would be far beyond his ability to save. If she was even in his ability to save right now. Gritting his teeth, Jon poured everything he had into trying to heal the woman who had almost seemingly made it her life's purpose to make his life miserable just because of his birth. Damn it! He cursed, pushing as hard as he could, sweat forming on his face and falling freely as he kept trying to heal her. Please. Please. Just please. But no matter how hard he pushed, the wound caused by the dagger just wouldn't heal. Not with the dagger still in place. Feeling himself lose strength, Jon pushed himself harder than ever before as he poured everything he had into trying to heal her. But he just didn't have the skill. And no matter how much raw power he put into it, the wounds and bleeding within Lady Stark just wouldn't close. Damn it! Jon cried, his body sagging as his power failed him. Gods, I can't, I'm so. A feather-light touch on his hand drew his eyes up. Lady Stark's clear blue eyes were staring at him. But unlike in the past where her eyes held nothing but contempt for him, now they were staring at him in sorrow. Please, give me. For not low, loving a motherless boy. No. This couldn't be happening. Forcing himself upright once more, Jon tried once more, pushing himself further than ever before. But no matter what he did, the results didn't change. And Lady Stark's life slowly started to slip away as more and more of her blood left her. Please, her hand was gripping his now, her eyes full of pleading, please, forgive me. No, mother. Robb cried out, we can get Lord Knox. He can heal you. Or the Maester Lady Talisa. Or someone. You're not going to die, mother. His brother was right, perhaps the only person in all the world who could heal her now was Lord Knox. But he was fighting down in the Great Hall. And by the time he got to her, he doubted that Lady Stark would still be drawing breath. Turning his bloodied hand over, he gently gripped Lady Stark's hand. It was perhaps the first time he'd ever held her hand. It'd been something he'd ached for ever since he saw her holding the hands of his siblings. But he never wanted it to happen like this. Not like this. I forgive you, Lady Stark. Despite the pain she must have been in, Lady Stark gave him a smile. A true smile. And the first he'd ever seen directed his way. Robb. She stuttered, blood forming on the corners of her lips. Be strong. For your father and your sisters and brothers. Sobbing, Robb clutched to his mother tighter. No, mother. You'll be fine. You'll see, if Jon and I both try we can. SHH, Lady Stark whispered, her hand leaving Jon's and reaching up to touch Robb's cheek. Be strong, my young wolf. And with those last words, Lady Stark's hand went limp as she passed from this life into the next. Mother. Robb cried, his voice starting soft before steadily rising until he was screaming. Mother. No, mother. Feeling like a complete failure, Jon slipped away from his brother and the now dead Lady Stark. Getting back to his feet on wobbling legs, Jon cast a glance towards the two assassins. Two assassins? Why send two for? Oh no! Moving on unsteady feet, Jon slowly made his way towards the crib within the nursery. His heart hammering in his chest as he realized just now that he had not once heard his baby brother nor the young wolf who was permanently attached to his baby brother's side. He's just sleeping. That's it. That's why he hasn't made any noise yet. Lady Stark drew their attention away and he managed to sleep through it all. Peering over the edge of his father's crib, Jon felt bile rise in his throat. His baby brother and his wolf were laying perfectly still in the bed. Both with their throats slit to the point where he could see bone. Grabbing the blanket that was at the end of the bed, he slowly pulled it up, covering both his brother and the wolf pup. Gods, why? He thought, turning his back on the heart-wrenching sight. What little strength he had left abandoned him as his knees gave way, his back sliding against the crib until he was sitting fully on the ground. Jon, Robb's broken voice called out to him, his brother still cradling the head of his dead mother. Rickon. He couldn't answer. He couldn't find the words. The only thing he could manage was the slightest shake of his head to try and say what he couldn't. But it was enough as his brother's eyes squeezed shut once more. Why? Robb demanded shakily, anger unlike any Jon had ever felt from his brother now rolling off him in droves. Why did this, gods? I don't understand. Why did this happen? But there was no answer to be had. Not from Jon. Not from the dead. And not from the gods. The stillness was broken by the slightest of groans, drawing both brothers' attention to the two crumbled-up forms laying on the far side of the room from Jon. The two assassins. One of whom was now trying to move once more. The one that had driven his dagger into Lady Stark's chest. "You," Robb hissed, his anger turning to a burning hatred as he set his mother's head down gently. You're fucking dead." Even if Jon had the strength to stop his brother, he wouldn't have. Instead, he just sat there, leaning against his dead brother's crib as he watched his brother lunge across the room and grapple with the still recovering assassin. Rolling so that he was on top of the man, Robb brought his fist down hard onto the man's face. Then again. And again. And again. Each punch accented with a demand from his brother to know why they'd done this. The assassin had no answer. And even if he did, Jon doubted he'd be able to speak the words given. Robb was giving the man no time to answer as his fist came down on the man's face over and over. By the time the Stark men-at-arms and their lord father finally arrived, the assassin was well past dead. And Robb was still pounding his fist into the bloody smear on the ground that had once been the man's head, with his brother still demanding to know why from the dead assassin. Sitting beside Nyra's beside, gently holding her limp hand, Nox stared off into nothingness through the force as he and his wife rested in silence. The only noise in the room the sound of his wife's labored breathing accompanied with the occasional hitch as she mourned even in her sleep. The fighting in the Great Hall of Winterfell hadn't lasted long after Nox had started turning anyone he deemed as a threat into ash. He'd barely managed to kill a few of the bastards before the assassins started throwing down their weapons and pleading for mercy. Under normal circumstances, he would have just simply laughed at their pleas and obliterated them anyway. But what happened the previous evening was anything but ordinary. And between the poison that was still burning through his veins and the need he had to find Nyra, he staggered out of the hall the moment the lords of He North started binding those that had surrendered. It hadn't taken him long to find his wife. His vision still darkened from the poison that had sapped all his strength. Nox stumbled his way over more than a few corpses as he made his way through Winterfell as he held onto her presence in the Force like a lifeline. He eventually found her along with Sansa Stark, Jane Poole and the former wildling woman Osha. The four had barricaded themselves into a storage room a short distance from the Great Hall. He'd just barely managed to make it to them before hearing Nyra's pain-ridden scream coming from within. He didn't even think of his next few actions as he tore down the door, the framing, and even part of the wall in order to get to her. The scene that greeted him was one that he knew would plague his dreams for years. Nyra on the ground, screaming as Sansa and Jane held onto her hands with tear-stained faces while the wildling woman held a hand to her stomach. The Force had indeed favored Osha that day, for had it not been for him being poisoned that weakened him to the point where he was forced to use all his power just to keep himself upright, he more than likely would have smeared the woman across the wall. But instead his hand had been stayed long enough for Osha to explain to him that Nyra had been wounded and then healed by Sansa and that the child, their child, was coming. The next few hours passed him by in a blur as Nyra was led to bed so she could give birth. A midwife from Wintertown had been brought into the keep as Maester Luwin, Talisa and anyone else who might have had the knowledge of birthing within Winterfell were currently busy helping the wounded. For several hours, Nyra wailed on the bed as she tried to deliver their child while Nox merely stayed by her side, her hand holding his in a vice-like grip. Eventually, Nyra gave out on last desperate scream as their child left her. But he knew, even without having to see the look on the midwife's face, he knew that it was all for naught. While Sansa had managed to heal Nyra, she could not heal death. And their child, their son, had died the moment that blade had run him through while he was still in Nyra's womb. Even though their child was declared a stillbirth, the midwife wrapped their child up in a soft blanket and gave him to Nyra to hold. Had he still the ability to do so, he would have wept as Nyra held onto their stillborn son. Tears falling down her face as she mourned his death. But he could not. All he could do was hold onto Nyra and try to give her what little strength he still had left as the two laid together and mourned for the son that had been taken from them. Finally feeling Nyra's breathing even out, Nox carefully extracted his hand from her own and got to his feet. He wanted to stay with her. Force knew he wanted to. But he couldn't. Not now. Not yet. He needed answers. Answers that he would not get just laying here. He needed to know how this had come to pass without him having even the slightest inkling of something wrong. He needed to meditate. And he needed to do so now while Nyra was still asleep, for he knew that the moment she awoke that he would not be able to. Standing at the door to his son and heir's room, Ned Stark looked down at the scene presented to him with a heavy heart. His children, Jon included, and Jane Poole were all finally resting together in a large pile of blankets and pillows that had been set on the floor while their respective wolves huddled enclosed to their chosen partner looking for warmth. It'd been nearly a full day since the attack on Winterfell, and it had been without a doubt the longest day in his entire life. Even longer than the day he'd learned of his brother's and father's death at the hands of the Mad King. Ever since finding Cat and Rickon dead and Robb beating the corpse of the one responsible, he'd wanted to do nothing more than to stay with his children. But he wasn't allowed that luxury. As Warden of the North he had a duty. A duty that did not grant him a reprieve even with the death of his wife and youngest son. He could only thank the gods for the help he'd received throughout the day in the forms of Jon and Brynden Tully. Jon had stayed with his siblings, comforting them as best he could. while the Blackfish had all but taken over command of the guards in conjunction with Jory to round up every perpetrator in the attack. A task which had proved to be a far greater than he'd originally anticipated. Not only because of the houses seemingly involved in the attack, but because the attack hadn't been limited to just the main keep of Winterfell. No. The attack had occurred across Winterfell. Even Wintertown had not been spared from the bloodshed. A bloodshed that could have been far worse than it had been had Knox not insisted on the new training regimen for the Winterfell men-at-arms. Even though most had been inebriated or lax due to the festivities, they were still able to mount a quick and successful defense of Winterfell and Wintertown shortly after the attack begun. And if not for the skilled hands of Maester Luwin and Lady Talisa, not to mention the few students of Winterfell's college, then the aftermath of the battle would have seen a far high death toll than it had. Bolton. Dustin. Riswell. Whitehill. Why launch an attack now? And how did you convince House Corbray to throw their lot in with you? Those two questions had been plaguing his mind for nearly the entire day. The 5 houses, 2 of whom had little to no connection with the others, had planned out this attack meticulously. Prisoners from the Vale on the way to the wall, only to be set loose so that they could cause as much havoc as possible. Poisoned wine to incapacitate the Knox. Men-at-arms carefully stationed around Winterfell to inflict maximum damage. Sellswords and assassins masquerading as merchants and bards. The plot must have taken years to plan and set up. But again, why? Why do this? Power? Fear? Envy? Greed? Revenge? No matter how hard he thought on it, he was unable to come up with a solid reasoning for the attack. Hearing a low whine from next to him, Ned let his hand wander over blindly to the top of Winter's head. "I know, girl," he said, scratching the giant direwolf behind her ears. He knew exactly what she was feeling, though how and why he didn't know. "We both failed our pups today. But never again." He could feel a surge of acknowledgement coming from Winter as the mother direwolf turned and left the room before him. Grabbing the handle, he slowly closed the door to the room, taking care not to make any noise so that his children and their pups might find some rest. Securing the latch, he took a moment to meet the eye of the 2 Stark guards that had been selected to stand outside his children's room. "No one. Save for myself, Lord Knox or the Blackfish are to come anywhere near this room. Am I understood?" "Aye, Lord Stark." Both men agreed immediately. Turning his back on the guards, he made his way towards his own room with Winter close at his side. As he walked, he couldn't help but notice the telltale marks of battle that still marred the halls of his home. Bloodstains on the floor. Broken doors and furniture in the halls. And the unmistakable smell of death that still hung in the air. "What have we Starks done to anger the gods so to suffer such tragedy twice in my lifetime?" He pondered as he made his way into his room. Once a haven of warmth and love. Now only a cold reminder of what had once been. And what it would never be again without Cat there beside him. Thought it isn't just House Stark that suffered this time. He thought with a heavy heart as he sat down in a chair before his hearth. A low fire burning providing the slightest bit of warmth as Winter laid down between him and fire. Resting his elbows on his knees and burying his head in his hands, his mind wandered towards the toll the attempted coup, for it could be described as nothing else, had taken on Winterfell, the North, and her people. His friend, Alum Knox, had been poisoned. Badly. Maester Luwin had been able to identify at least 2 of the poisons that had been put into his wine as being the Tears of Lys and the Strangler. Both of which had been present in a large enough quantity to kill an elephant. The fact that Knox was able to survive, let alone overcome the poisoning, was a miracle. One of the few of the night. But the gods only knew when he would be back to full strength. And Lady Knox, gods, just thinking about her made his heart ache for his friend. Mercifully, whatever Sansa had done to the new lady of House Knox had saved her life. Unfortunately, because of the trauma she'd endured, the child ended up coming early and was a stillbirth. He'd experienced many horrific sights in his life. More than anyone one man ever should in his opinion. But seeing Knox hold his wife while Lady Knox wailed as the 2 held onto their lifeless child. Many had likened Knox to be the aspect of the stranger incarnate. And in that moment, Ned truly believed that his friend was indeed the aspect of death. Lady Knox's near death and their child's death was just the beginning. His steward, Vayan Poole, had been found dead in the hall just outside the Great Hall. The man split nearly in 2 from navel to collarbone. Ricard Karstark had also been killed during the attack. The Lord of Carhold and one of House Stark's closest allies had been one of the first to fall after the attempt on Lord and Lady Knox. He'd taken a bolt to the back along with 2 daggers. And while his eldest son Haryon Karstark was old enough to take up the mantle of Carhold, the same could not necessarily be said of Castle Cerwyn. The current Lord, now previous, Lord Major Cerwyn, had been another casualty of the attack within the Great Hall. Which meant that his 10-named son Clay would have to take up the responsibilities of Lord. Mercifully, Castle Cerwyn was but a day's ride from Winterfell, so he would be able to aid the young boy as best he could. But that could hardly be considered a good thing. The northern houses were not the only ones to suffer during the attack. Jon Royce and his 3 sons, Ander, Rabar, and Waymar had all been at the feast as well when the attack broke out. The Bronze Knight had only sustained minor injuries at best, but his sons were not as fortunate. Both Rabar and Waymar had sustained significant injuries that would lay them up for at least a moon. And he'd been informed not an hour earlier that Jon's oldest son Ander had succumbed to the wounds he'd received during the attack. If those had been the extent of the casualties, Ned would have considered themselves fortunate. But that was not to be the case. For it wasn't just the nobles nor those in the Great Hall that had suffered. Or perhaps it was more correct to say that those in the Great Hall had suffered the least. The damage done across Winterfell and Wintertown had been far more extensive than he could have ever imagined. 100 strong of the small folks were dead, with twice as many now injured. Some so severely that it was doubtful that they would recover. Dozens of men-at-arms belonging to all houses were dead or dying. And at least a dozen women, both young and old, had been found brutalized and raped. Including Septa Mordain. Her corpse had been found in the still smoldering remains of what had once been the small September that he'd had built for his wife. It was difficult to tell just what exactly had happened, but it was obvious that the woman had not died easily nor quickly. And while he might have had his own problems with the woman, it was a fate that no one deserved. While the toll of the attack was indeed high, Ned was not foolish enough to believe it was as worse as it could have been. He'd been through 2 wars and had seen the immediate aftermath of the sacking of King's Landing. If not for the quick, yet inebriated actions of those that were loyal to House Stark, and if not for Knox's quick recovery, then Ned was positive that the death toll would have been far greater. While many had risen to House Stark's defense, there were 2, outside of Knox, that could truly be credited with bringing an end to the attack within the Great Hall before rushing out to defend Winterfell. Great Jon Umber and Maege Mormont. Though neither managed to escape from the attempt unharmed. The Great Jon had taken several crossbow bolts and daggers to both his front and back. The fact that the man was even still amongst the living was a testament to Lady Tallis's skill as a healer. But as good as she was no miracle worker. And while the Great Jon would live, his left arm was now next to useless, and he would be cursed with a limp for the rest of his life. And Maege Mormont had received a dagger across the face, leaving a scar from temple to jaw that crossed her left eye and destroying said eye in the process. Yet despite their state and injuries, the 2 fought through most of the night in order to bring an end to the attack. On the floor, Winter's head rose up off the floor and turned towards the door. "Come in, Blackfish," he called out before the man could even raise a fist to knock on his closed door. Staying in his seat, Ned watched the flames dance across the wood in his hearth as a clearly tired Blackfish made his way into the room before shutting the door behind him. "I don't suppose that I need to ask how you knew I was out there without even seeing or hearing me." "No," Ned answered simply, less in a mood for small talk than he usually was. "Have you and Jory finished rounding up the last of the conspirators?" The Blackfish nodded, moving to stand beside Ned. "All of the bards save for the one who actually managed to kill a few of his fellow bards and knocked Lud Whitehill out have been rounded up. Same with everyone associated with the rebel houses. The lords, ladies, heirs and their surviving men-at-arms have all been secured in the dungeon. The younger children have been placed into a secured section of the main keep with a constant rotating guard. Based on what we know, there might be a few stragglers that managed to get away during the commotion, but they're cowardly sellswords at best who ran at the first sign of trouble. I dispatched those rangers of yours to hunt them all down and bring them back to Winterfell dead or alive. I've also placed a lockdown order on both Wintertown and Winterfell. No one enters or leaves until you say so, Ned." Thank the gods for the Blackfish, Ned thought, nodding along as Sir Brynden spoke on what had been done since he'd handed off the reins to the man. "You have my thanks, Sir Brynden, and the thanks of Ho." "There's no need for that formal shit, Ned," the Blackfish cut him off. She was my niece as well as your wife. Hells, she was practically my daughter. And Rickon, he was my great-nephew as well. My only regret is that I didn't have the chance to kill more of those bastards before your sorcerer brought an end to the fighting. Gods, I've heard the stories of what that man can do, but to actually see it in person is something else entirely." That he is," Ned agreed with Bryndon's assessment. The Blackfish wasn't exaggerating matters. The fighting in the Great Hall, while bloody and brutal, had been very short-lived. The moment after Knox had seemingly recovered his powers by turning those 2 men into little more than husks and then turning a 3rd man into little more than ash with his lightning, almost all fight had left the assassins in the Great Hall. A few, mostly the lords who'd had a hand in the attack, pressed on until they were forced to submit. But the sellswords and assassins masquerading as men-at-arms and bards had quickly thrown down their weapons and surrender after seeing what fate was awaiting them. And it was fortunate that they had. The moment the fighting was done, Knox had all but collapsed and had to be half-led half-carried to where his lady wife was holed up. "I hesitate to ask, but, how are the children?" The pain that had just started to dull returned with a vengeance as his thoughts turned to his children once more. Each of his children had reacted in their own way to the news. Rob and John, who'd borne witness to Kat's death, obviously both blamed themselves for not being fast enough to save her and Rickon. And as much as he'd wanted to be the one to end the assassins that killed his wife and son, he was not about to begrudge Rob his actions in beating the assassin to death. Nor would he begrudge Jon his inaction in not stopping Robb. He'd been in a similar state the day he'd learned of the death of his own father and brother. And had the Mad King been within his reach, he was sure that he would have beaten the decrepit old fool to death with his bare hands as well. Bran had broken down in tears and had clung to Ned until he'd cried himself to sleep. Arya's reaction had worried him the most. She hadn't cried, she merely went mute and just stood there while staring off into the distance at nothing. At first, he'd thought that it was simply that she was too young to understand just what was going on. But after seeing Nox's reaction, he knew better. She was reacting to the news of her mother and brother's death in the same manner that Nox had reacted to the news of his own son's death, a quiet rage. One that had him more than slightly worried about what she would do next. She'd already killed one man, something that filled him with no small amount of anguish, as no child her age should ever have blood on their hands. But he knew full well that while the first kill was the hardest, it got progressively easier with each additional kill. And given what she was capable of, he would have to keep a close eye on both her and the prisoners until the trials and executions were over and done with. Sansa's reaction had been what he'd expected and more. She'd broken down completely, crumbling into a heap and wailing uncontrollably. She'd been the closest of his children to Cat, and he knew that her death would affect her deeply. But it wasn't just Cat's death that had obviously brought his daughter to such a state. He'd always been afraid of the day when his daughter would discover the truth of the world. That it wasn't picture-perfect like in the stories she loved to hear from her mother and Septa Mordain. He'd just hoped that when that day came that it wouldn't be too hard of a blow. But that request had been denied. Sansa's view of what she thought of the world and of the nobility and knights had not been broken. It'd been shattered. And then stomped upon by a team of horses. "They've lost their mother and brother," Ned responded curtly. "Robb and Jon are, they're doing their best to give what comfort they can when I am not with them. But it is a pain that will not fade anytime soon." Brynden seemed to accept that as the older man nodded his head. "I just wish that I knew why this happened. I'd heard of the supposed animosity between House Stark and House Bolton since I was but a boy. But it wasn't like the feud between House Bracken and Blackwood. At least it hadn't been for centuries. But still, to think that they would try this now, and to cajole Lyn Crabray into their scheme as well. That question, the why, had been plaguing Ned since the moment fighting stopped. He knew that he'd won no favors from House Dustin after getting William Dustin killed at the Tower of Joy. And the fact that Roose Bolton had a familial connection to the Ryswell and the by extension House Dustin through Barbary explained their participation, but still. Why now of all times? Had he not brought vengeance to the dragons for what they'd done to the North when they executed the Warden of the North and his heir? Had he not fought tooth and nail to make the Ironborn pay for raiding their shores? Had he not taken in the children of the Ironborn and tried to show them a better path so that they might be free of raiding in the future? Had he not worked tirelessly for years to bring advancement and commerce through the North? Or, perhaps he was just overthinking it. The reason, if one chooses the simplest explanation as Nox had often encouraged him to do, was often the correct. Power. They wanted power. Vengeance could have played a role as well, but it was power that they were after. Getting up from his seat, he stepped over Winter and made his way towards the large set of glass windows that had recently been installed in his and Cat's room. Gazing out over the darkened north, Ned tried desperately to put the pieces together. "Father always told us to never turn our backs to the former Red Kings unless you had someone you trusted behind them with a dagger poised at their back. I'd forgotten that lesson." Roose had proven himself a capable commander during the rebellion and a seemingly capable lord after the fighting was done. Perhaps his years of loyalty was all just a mummer's farce. Perhaps he had been planning this for years, waiting for a moment when I would let my guard slip. But even if that were the case, Roose was a prudent man. A very prudent man. He would not act in this manner unless he was all but guaranteed success. But then the question becomes, how did he become so sure of this plan? And how did he manage to convince a notable house of the Vale to take part as well? And it wasn't just the Vale. The sellswords were not of the North, some didn't even seem to be of West Eros. So how did Roose acquire their services? And how did he get them into the North without alerting Lord Manderley in White Harbour? He couldn't have done this alone. Not even as a group would the houses be able to do this. They had help. But from whom? Sellswords from across West Eros and perhaps even Essos, Ned said aloud. Several houses spread across the north aligned together. Along with a house from the Vale as well. This plot, it must have taken years to properly plan and organize. And while I do not doubt the resourcefulness of Roose Bolton, this plot was beyond him. Brynden caught on quickly. You believe someone else was pulling their strings? Made the plan, provided the coin and swords and then disappeared in order to not get their hands dirty. I. Scratching at his beard, the Blackfish looked more than slightly uncomfortable with the prospect. If, and I stress if, that is the case, then there are only a few who have the coin and the influence to make such a move. And they will be in positions of power and influence. And they will more than likely have powerful friends to back them once their involvement is revealed. I know, Ned acknowledged. But Ned had powerful friends as well. mainly in Robert and Jonathan. And while he despised the game that southern nobles loved to play, if it meant protecting his family then he would play their stupid game and destroy them all. And once they've learned that their plot failed, they will work to cover their tracks and erase any connection between themselves and those who held the knives. Give me a few days with those traitorous bastards and a few of your best not-so-squeamish men. I'll find out who backing this farce. Torture. Just the mere thought set Ned's stomach on edge. But he knew that he would have to set aside his personal feelings on the matter when dealing with the traitoress. Northern law was very clear on what was to happen to nobility that betrayed the North. His vassals would be expecting it. And he would be lying if he denied that there was a not-so-small part of him was looking forward to what was to come. I appreciate your willingness to help Blackfish, Ned said, rising from his seat and turning towards Cat's uncle. But what you suggest will take time. Time that we do not necessarily have. We need to find out who was aiding the traitorous fast before word of their failure goes beyond the North. And there is only one that can get us that information in such a limited time. Walking out of his solar with the Blackfish right behind him, Knox made his way through his home and towards the guest quarters of Winterfell. He knew that he was drawing closer to his goal as he suddenly felt a heavy weight pressing on his shoulders, a weight which the Blackfish felt as well as the man's steps fumbled, and he began muttering under his breath. The only reason why Ned wasn't similarly affected was that he'd experienced this type of phenomenon several times over the past few years. But it'd never been like this. He could almost taste the fear and anger in the very air. To say it was unnerving would be understating matters greatly, and it was no wonder why this section of the guest quarters, which had until just yesterday been completely full, was now all but deserted. What in the seven hells is this? The elder Tully muttered as he visibly shivered beside Ned. A glimpse of what is to come, Ned muttered as the two stopped outside a seemingly random door which opened on its own as the two approached. It'd be best if you stay out here for the time being. It wasn't that Ned thought the Blackfish to be a craven, far from it. The man had fought in more wars than Ned and had never once shied away from his duty. But considering all that had happened over the past day, Ned wasn't completely sure of his friend's state of mind. And until he was, it would be best to not impose too heavily on Knox's voluntary seclusion. The Blackfish didn't need much convincing as the man quickly gave his consent and took up a spot down the hall to ensure that the two would not be disturbed. Not that Ned thought anyone would dare venture anywhere close, but the action was appreciated. Steeling himself, Ned pushed open the door and walked inside the open room. The room looked like it'd been ransacked. Every piece of furniture within the room hadn't just been upended or torn apart. No. It'd all been obliterated, with the only evidence of their previous existence being the shards and splinters of wood scattered throughout the room. And in the center of the destruction, floating in a sitting position at nearly head height, was Knox. The moment Ned stepped fully into the room, the door shut on its own behind him and Knox silently flipped backwards and landed on his feet without making a sound. Life in the Sith Empire was never an easy one, no matter the position you held. His friend began without preamble, remaining in the center of the room with his back turned towards Ned. Those beneath you would be constantly seeking ways to take your place, while those above you would do all they could to make sure that you wouldn't take theirs. And those who just happened to be on the same level with you would gladly stab you in the back the moment it was advantageous for them to do so. You had to maintain a constant watch on your vassals, your allies and your rulers. For one such as I, a slave who managed to fight and claw my way to the top, I could almost set my day by the attempts on my life. But since I came to this land, I have forgotten what I learned in the Empire. I grew soft. Overconfident. I was so sure of my position here in the north that I let my defenses falter. And now, the price of my laxity has been paid in blood. The blood of my son. The blood of my wife. And the blood of countless others. No one could have foreseen this coming, Knox. Ned said, trying to convince both himself and his friend with his words. Shaking his head, Knox scoffed and began pacing back and forth. I should have. Ever since I ended the threat in Valyria, I've been sensing disturbances from the Force. But they were muddled. Distant. Uncertain. I let my guard down and put the disturbances to the back of my mind, thinking they were but an omen of what was to come in the far future. But I was wrong. In more ways than one. Our enemy is far cleverer than I gave them credit for. I couldn't figure just what was happening until today. And now that I have, it is a wonder why I hadn't figured it out before. Our enemy? The White Walkers? Ned asked, dreading the thought of the ancient enemy of man doing something that had put even the famed northern sorcerer on such an edge. What have they done? One of the greatest weapons a Force-sensitive has is the ability of precognition, or foresight if you will. Knox explained after a moment of silence. It allows one to sense danger before it happens as well as peer into possibilities of the future during meditation. And once you know what you are doing, you can even use it to find certain individuals across great distances. However, if something were to be done to alter the Force ever so slightly in order to disrupt the careful balance it has between the light and the dark, then it would be possible to disrupt certain Force abilities. And these White Walkers, they have altered the way Force itself flows through this land. which in turn creates slight disruptions in the force that are almost unnoticeable but can prove to be extremely dangerous. I can name several ways in which this could have been done, each of which takes considerable time and effort in order to accomplish. But that is not what is important. What is important is the effect their tampering has had on the way the force flows through the land. They've altered the balance of the force and made precognition almost impossible and created a force cloud around themselves to hide their movements. He did not like the sound of that. The thought of the White Walkers and their army of the dead from legends was worrying enough. Add that they could not only utilize the same magic as Nox and his children but also apparently had the ability to fundamentally change it. It made him wonder just how truly powerful these creatures were. So, what you're saying is they've done something to prevent your ability to see the future. Though this wasn't done specifically to target my own ability of foresight or other abilities, Nox countered, this land was rife with force users long before I ever came here. The north itself was known for those with green sight and those with ability to skin change. The White Walkers more than likely put the foundations in place centuries ago. And now that they are ready to move, they've activated their clouding and muddled others' ability to see the future. And I fucking missed it. Ned nearly jumped as Nox spun in place and threw his hand out in a slashing motion. What was left of a desk, at least he believed it had once been a desk, slammed against the far wall, shattering into even more splinters and leaving nothing more than dust. And my son paid for my negligence. And Nyra, had it not been for Sansa healing her, I would have lost her as well. Fighting to slow his racing heart, Ned kept his voice level. Is there a way to undo what they've done? Yes, Nox nodded, though he didn't seem pleased. The quickest way would be to kill the one who is maintaining the disturbance. But now that they're safely concealed in a force cloud, I could stand right next to them and not even realize they are the one responsible. The slower method would require counteracting whatever they've done in the force. But without knowing what exactly they've done to throw off the balance of the force, I could spend decades in a meditative trance day and night without rest and not even begin to start counteracting their disruption. The only other option would be to travel as far away as possible and see if I can leave their sphere of influence on the force. But given how much time they've had to create this plan, it is quite likely that the flow of force throughout this entire world has been corrupted to suit their needs. So, what do? We adjust as best we can, Nox responded. This is a setback, but they've also revealed what they are capable of. And now that we know what they can do, we can adjust and plan accordingly. But you haven't come and disturbed my meditation just for a lesson on the force, have you? No, Ned answered, shaking his head. His friend's hand tightened into a fist as small wisp of what looked like smoke began wafting from his very body. He seems like he is in control. But that control is balancing on a knife's edge with a strong wind constantly blowing it back and forth. And I suspect the only reason he is even in the remotest of control right now is because of the state of this room. You've realized it as well, haven't you? Nox said, making Ned start slightly. Bolton. Dustin. Riswell. Whitehill. Corbray. They might be clever, but their resources are not infinite. Contracting sellswords and assassins from across Westeros and even parts of Essos all the while keeping their actions hidden from view, they do not have the resources nor ability to do such a thing. Not alone anyway. They are but the knives that were used to remove yourself and I. And the one who would wield them is still out there. That is my thought as well. Ned nodded, before taking a breath and mentally preparing himself for what he was about to ask of his friend. You lost your son, I lost my wife and son. Dozens, no, 100 or more are dead or dying. I won't let this go. I need your help. Just as it was during the Greyjoy Rebellion, I need Darth Nox once more. Ceasing his pacing, Nox turned and walked closer until the two were but a hand's width from one another. You know what you are asking, right? Nox asked, though going by his tone Ned knew that his friend's mind was already set on this course of action. He was merely giving him one last chance to keep his name out of what was to come. Once I start down this path, I will not stop. They took my son from me. They nearly took my wife from me. And they will learn just what it means to try and take something precious from a Lord of the Sith. Anyone who took part in this. Anyone who know about this. Anyone who stood to profit from this. I'm going to kill them all. And make no mistake, Lord Stark. We will get bloody during this. And innocents will get caught in the middle. Can you handle that? War. This would lead to war. With whom he didn't know. But he knew that it would lead them to war. The honorable part of him, the part that balked at even the thought of an innocent being hurt, tried to make its voice heard within him. But it was vastly overwhelmed by another part within him. An aspect of himself that he tried to deny. An aspect that had truly not made itself known since the day he had learned of the deaths of his father and brother at the hands of the Mad King. Only this time, there was no Jonaran to calm him down. And he would not be calmed down this time. Turning his back on Nox, he made his way to leave the room. Vigils will be held tonight for the dead, he said, placing his hand on the latch. The funerals will be held tomorrow. After that, Do whatever you deem necessary to find out who else had a hand in this. And we will deal with them accordingly. Together. Good, Knox replied. Oh, and one last thing, Ned. The one who killed my son and who almost killed my wife. Sir Lyn Corbray. Ned answered the unasked question. He is mine to deal with. What do you plan to do with him? He asked, not entirely sure he wanted to know or not. Does it matter? Knox asked. He will die. But before he does, I will make sure that he becomes a lesson that will spread across the land about what it means to cross a Sith Lord. Given what honor and northern law demanded to happen to the traitor's lords, Ned found that he didn't have any reason to deny Knox's request. Very well. He is yours to deal with as you see fit. 2 days after the attack that had shaken Winterfell to its core, Knox found himself standing outside the gates of Winterfell beside his wife, a bundle of cloth tucked tightly in her arms, while around them nearly the entirety of Winterfell and Wintertown gathered as the sun just barely started to crest the horizon. Not a single voice was heard as the denizens of Winterfell stared out at the scene before them. Dozens of funeral pyres that had been assembled over the course of the previous day and night. And each, save for the 4 closest to those assembled, were laden with dozens fallen men and women of the north. Without a word spoken, the crowd parted, giving way to half a dozen men wearing the sigil of House Karstark. Between them, they carried the body of the former Lord of Karhold, Rickard Karstark. Just behind the men carrying their fallen lord were his children, the new Lord Haryon, Eddard, Torrhen, and Alys. Reaching the nearest pyre, the men lifted the former lord onto the pyre. After setting the fallen lord down upon the logs, the men of House Karstark gave the fallen man one last bow of respect before backing away so that his children could take their turns saying goodbye before walking back and standing in line with the rest. The process was repeated with the fallen Lord Major Sirwin, who was preceded by his son Clay and daughter Jonel. Once they'd taken their places, the crowd parted again. This time allowing a procession led by Jory Castle, who was acting as honor guard for Vayen Poole. The only family left to the man was his daughter Jane, who was openly weeping and had to be almost forcibly led away by Jory after the former steward of Winterfell had been placed on his pyre. Once they were clear, a delegation from the Vale led by Lord Royce and accompanied by his 2 surviving sons, both of whom were leaning heavily on others to keep them upright, led a procession for the eldest son of House Royce, Andrew Royce. The old man kept his face completely passive, but Knox could feel the pain of the man as clear as a midday sun as his eldest was laid upon the funeral pyre. Feeling Nyra stiffen beside him, Knox took her hand in his own, trying his best to give her what strength he could. Together, the 2 walked forward to the nearest pyre. And as one, they carefully set down the small bundle that Nyra had been carrying. With a shaking hand, Nyra smoothed out the cloth surrounding their son as if smoothing out the sheets on a bed before leaning down and placing a light kiss upon their dead son's brow. Goodbye, Kem. Nyra's voice was so full of pain and sorrow that Knox felt his own self-control slipping quickly from his grasp. I love you, my son. Rest now with the gods and our ancestors. And one day, we will meet again. As Nyra pulled back, Knox reached out and let his fingers gently caress his son's face. A son that had been robbed of his chance at life before he could even start to live it. The Force is with you, my son. And now, you are with the Force. Pulling back, Nyra all but collapsed into his chest and started sobbing loudly as the 2 made their way away from the pyre and back to their place in line. Hearing the crowd shuffle and move, Knox turned his attention towards the gates of Winterfell as a large contingent of Stark men-at-arms led by Sir Bryden Tully marched out with the Stark family close behind along with the direwolves that had bonded to the Stark family. Hoisted up on the men's shoulders was a boat that had been hastily constructed. Reaching the last remaining pyre, the men-at-arms lowered the boat to the ground. Within the boat were the bodies of Catelyn Stark, Rickon Stark, and the boy's wolf pup. One by one, the children of House Stark and their wolves took their turns approaching the boat and saying their last farewells to their lost mother and brother. Robb had tried to stay impassive, but Knox could feel the pain in the boy no matter how well he masked it. Sansa, her voice mostly healed from her forced scream, openly wailed as she tucked her mother's hair behind an ear. Arya had perhaps the most subdued farewell, but there was no mistaking the tears running down her face. And Bran could hardly say anything as he started weeping uncontrollably, only to be led away by Robb. With the children's farewells done, Ned stepped forward and knelt beside his wife and son. His words of goodbye hardly more than a slight mumbling as he caressed his wife and son's face one last time. Rising, Ned nodded to the men-at-arms, who immediately hoisted the makeshift boat up onto the last pyre and moved back to stand with his children. With all the pyres now filled, several guards carrying torches made their way to the front of the assembled crowd and began handing them off to various lords and ladies whose loved ones now rested upon the pyres. Taking a torch that a guard had held out for him, Knox let go of Nyra and built a wall around his heart for what was about to happen. The distance between the pyre holding his son and himself was only a few meters at best, but it was without a doubt the hardest few meters he had ever crossed in his entire life. Once everyone was in position, Lord Stark held his torch high, letting everyone seeing the burning flame before throwing it onto the pyre holding his wife. Taking their cue, each man or woman holding a torch proceeded to light the pyres of the dead. Goodbye Kem, my son, he said, reaching out and caressing his son one last time through the force before letting the torch fall and igniting the pyre holding his infant son. As soon as he was back with Nyra, his wife all but threw herself into his arms. And together they stood side by side, drawing what comfort they could from one another as they watched the flames rise around their son. All of Winterfell was silent, the only noise the sound of fire burning as the funeral pyres burned. But as the fires burned, a calm woman's voice, Nox didn't know whose, started singing softly before gaining in strength until she could easily be heard by all present. Shadows fall. And hope has fled. Steel your heart, the dawn will come. The night is long, and the path is dark. Look to the sky for one day soon. The dawn will come. Beside him, Nyra stiffened and sniffed loudly as the song settled over the crowd. Tilting her head back, Nyra's soft soprano voice joined in as the song continued. The shepherd's lost, and his home is far. Keep to the stars, the dawn will come. Down the line, Sansa's young voice joined in as well as the eldest daughter of House Stark held tightly onto the hand of her friend Jane. The night is long, and the path is dark. Look to the sky for one day soon. The dawn will come. Like a wave from the sea, the song quickly spread across the crowd standing before the burning pyres till nearly every voice, from lord and lady to peasant, joined in. Bear your blade and raise it high. Stand your ground, the dawn will come. The night is long, and the path is dark. Look to the sky, for one day soon. The dawn will come. The night is long, and the path is dark. Look to the sky, for one day soon. The dawn will come. The song launched into a refrain, and as it did Nox began to sing as well. But while many were seemingly drawing strength and hope from the song, and he could understand why, Nox was drawing only anger as he watched through the force as the fire ate away at his son. And as his anger grew, he restated the promise he'd made to Ned just the night before. Anyone who stood to profit from this. Anyone who had a hand in the planning of this. Anyone who had even a passing knowledge of this, they will all learn just what it means to take something precious from a Sith Lord. There will be no negotiation. And there will be no mercy. I swear it on the Force. Resting with his back against the cold stone wall of his cell, Lord Lud Whitehill sat in contemplative silence as he stared out from the bars of his cell. While many would have been regretting their decisions that landed them in such state, he was not one of them. He knew full well what he was doing when he agreed to betray the Starks. And he knew full well the consequences of failure. And if he had the chance to go back and do it all over again, he would still make the same decision as he had all those years ago when he'd first been approached about the idea of ending the Stark line and installing a new Warden of the North. How? He thought, letting his head fall forward. How did it all go wrong? Our plan was flawless. And everything was going perfectly, so how? How did it come to this? While he was not part of the initial parties that gave birth to the plan to overthrow the Starks, when it had been presented to him, he could find no fault in it. The plan already had the backing of House Bolton, House Ryswell, House Dustin, House Stout and House Corbray of the Vale. Though how the Vale House had been convinced to throw their lot in he had no idea. Perhaps Lyn Corbray simply wanted the prestige of taking down the Northern Sorcerer, a man that many considered to be invincible on the field of battle after the very brief Greyjoy rebellion. But while the reasoning behind House Corbray's participation was a mystery to him, he fully understood the Northern House's motivation. The Boltons were descendants of the Red Kings of old. The greatest rival to the Starks ever since both houses were first formed. And it was an open secret in the North that the Boltons were waiting for the first moment of weakness to show in the Starks. And that the moment it did, they would pounce and remove their longtime rival. House Dustin's participation was expected. After all, Lady Barbary Dustin had once been said to have had quite the dalliance with the former heir of Winterfell, Brandon Stark. And there were even rumors that the two were to wed. But then Lord Rickard Stark ended those rumors as he announced his son and heir's engagement to Catelyn Tully of the Riverlands. Barbary was then married off to Lord William Dustin, who had been a loyal vassal to House Stark for centuries. But Eddard's actions in retrieving his sister's corpse resulted in William's death, leaving Barbary a widow. A very angry widow. House Stark had given her a taste of what she could have, and then taken it all away. And as the old saying went, Hells hath no fury like a woman scorned. And Barbary was very much a scorned woman twice over. And with House Dustin's participation, House Stout, a knightly house that was a direct vassal to House Dustin, was expected to go along. And seeing as how Lady Dustin had come from House Ryswell and that Lord Roos's deceased wife was from House Ryswell and Lady Dustin's sister, their participation was expected as well. The number of houses that had agreed to the removal of the Starks was impressive. But having a strong showing of support was not enough to convince Lud to throw his lot in. No, that decision had been made after every detail of the plan had been laid out before him. The plan was to launch the coup during Robb Stark's 3-10 name day celebration. A celebration that almost every house in the north would be obliged to attend. They would substitute the bards that would be in attendance with assassins and spend the days leading up to the celebration putting their own men and assassins in key areas around Winterfell to ensure there were no survivors. A special poison had even been provided to them, which they'd been assured would put the wolf's pet sorcerer out of commission for good. And once all witness and leadership in the north was eliminated, those that were in on the plan would send a message throughout the realm that the sorcerer and the wolf's bastard had launched a surprise attack and tried to kill the Starks. Given the general view on bastards and on the sorcerer, it would have been easy to place the blame on them. Especially with no one around to counter the claims. And they'd even had assurances that the king would believe their tale. Then Sansa Stark would then be wed to Roose Bolton's heir, ensuring the loyalty of those that had not attended the celebration. The Red Kings would have finally had their revenge against the Starks and take the place as Warden of the North. Lady Barbary would have gotten her revenge. Sir Corbray would have gained even more prestige for his part in taking down the sorcerer. And as for himself, he'd been guaranteed the lands of House Forrester as well as the banishment or extinction of the wretched family as well. The rewards had been worth the risks. But as the time for action drew closer, faults began forming in their seemingly perfect plan. The first true fault in the plan showed itself a year ago when it was announced across the land that the sorcerer would be taking the newest northern ship and several heirs and spares on a voyage to raid Valyria. The timing was atrocious. If the sorcerer and the bastard were not around during Robb's name day celebration, then they couldn't kill them or place the blame at their feet. Personally, he'd wanted to delay the coup. But Roose had cautioned patience. They had nearly a year to reach Valyria and return. And considering the already significant amount of coin and effort that had gone into procuring several needed assets, it wasn't easy to just simply delay the attempt until the next opportunity. But the gods seemed to smile on their plot as, with less 2 months until the set date, word arrived that the sorcerer had returned to Westeros soil and was making his way back north. Then after Stark's announcement of the wedding of the sorcerer to that upstart serving girl, they knew that they would never have a better opportunity. The sorcerer was a man that was well known to be cautious. But even the most cautious of men let down their guard during their own wedding celebration. So, with less than a few days before Robb's name day, the decision was made to move the attack to the sorcerer's wedding celebration. And things had started off perfectly to plan. The sorcerer was clearly enamored with his new bride and had let down his guard. The servants, many of whom idolized the whore because of her upbringing, had also let loose enough so that they didn't notice the subtle change of guards or the switching of wine. And throughout the celebration, Ludd and his son Torrhen had kept to their parts by making sure that those who were most loyal to the Starks, namely the Karstarks, Umbers, Mormonts, and Manderleys were supplied with enough drink to ensure that they would not be able to interfere with what was about to happen. Then it happened. The sorcerer downed the wine with the poison and true to their benefactor's words it had taken effect almost immediately. He could still feel the rush of glee that had surged within him when the sorcerer had been bent over, clawing at his throat and gut while desperately trying to breathe. But that had been the end of their good fortune. In order to ensure that sorcerer was indeed put down, Roose had selected 2 of the best marksmen amongst the assassins and had given them the task of putting a pair of crossbow bolts through the sorcerer's and his little whore's hearts. But the first assassin had missed. And instead of piercing the sorcerer's heart, the bolt had instead buried itself into the man's shoulder. Then, gods only knew how, the sorcerer had managed to get his arm out to shield his little whore from the second bolt, thereby saving her life. Even with the immediate failure to end the sorcerer, there had still been hope. The hall had descended into chaos as the attack began and the sorcerer was unable to use his magic. After watching the sorcerer stumble and 2 close allies of Stark fall, Ludd had thought that they'd salvaged the coup. Then it all went to shite. His eldest son Torrhen and his master-at-arms Harrys had descended upon the unsuspecting sorcerer with their daggers, ready to end his life. The sorcerer reached out and grabbed both his son and Harrys by the throats. He had no words for what happened next, but the sorcerer had turned both his son and Harrys into little more than lifeless husks. And in doing so he seemingly cured himself of the poison as if their very lives were the antidotes to the poison. Ludd had known then and there that it was over. Even more so after he watched the sorcerer turn a man to dust with that strange magic of his. Seeing that, he knew there was no hope. The tides of the fight within the hall immediately turned as the sellswords and assassins started throwing down their arms and surrendering, no doubt hoping for some form of mercy. But those of the north knew better. There would be no mercy. Not for this. So Ludd had launched himself at the sorcerer, hoping to either kill the man who'd taken his son from him or to be killed. Before he could even reach him, something had struck him across the back of his head. And he was just barely able to make out the image of his attacker as one of the bards he knew wasn't part of the plot before the man's fist met his face. Then he woke up here, chained like an animal waiting for its turn to be slaughtered. 7. Protect us. May the Mother grant her mercy upon us. May the Father grant us his strength. Shut your fucking mouth, Andalshite. It's bad enough just sitting here in our shite, I don't want to listen to your shite as well. Cracking open an eye, Ludd peered through bars into the dimly lit dungeon. No doubt one of the squires that had accompanied the Knights of the Vale. The little shit had been rambling non-stop for mercy and protection for the past day. And it appeared that Lord Roosewell had finally ran out of patience with the boy. Even Ludd, whose house was one of the few northern houses that followed the 7, had run out with patience with the boy's endless groveling and praying for mercy and protection. The 7 had no power, not here in the heart of the north where the hold gods were at the height of their power. If they had, then their plan would have worked like it's supposed to have. Already knowing another argument was about to take place over matters of faith or blame, Lud closed his eyes once more and did his best to block out the arguing. They were scared. At least the younger lads were, and their fear was making them irrational. What they didn't realize though was that there was no point in worrying about what was about to happen. To an extent, their fear was understandable. They had just tried to assassinate the Warden of the North and his entire family. Their lives were forfeit. Unless you were smart and had a contingency plan in place to buy your freedom. Which Lud had. He doubted that he would be able to keep his place as of Lord of Highpoint, but at the very least he would be able to buy his freedom and live out the rest of his days in Essos. He would be in exile, but he would still be alive. And he knew just the angle to use on Lord Stark. The man was known for his impeccable honor and his distaste for the great game. Which also made him quite a fool in Lud's opinion. He would play the foolish Lord Stark like a fiddle and ensure his head stayed firmly attached to his shoulders and be across the narrow sea in a moon's turn or two at most. He'd been so engrossed in his own planning, that he hadn't even noticed that all the arguing outside of his cell had ceased. Nor had he noticed that the air had grown steadily colder until it was at the point where he started shivering. Cold. He shivered, holding out his hands and breathing into them, yet failing to see his own breath in the dim light. No. It's not cold in here yet why am I so cold? What is this? Footsteps. Slow methodical footsteps were the only answer he was given as the cold seemed to press down on his very soul. Not cold. Fear. What? Who can cause such? No, gods please no, his entire being shaking like a leaf in the wind, Lud slowly inched towards the bars of his cell, trying to see who was coming. Yet in his heart, he already knew. There was only one who could cause this cold. This fear. He read about this countless times. Yet never in his wildest dreams had he ever imagined it would be like this. Don't be alone. Don't be alone. Don't be alone. 7. Don't let him be alone. But as he feared, the 7 could not hear his prayers. And as he stared down the darkened line of cells, he felt his stomach drop as the shadows almost seemed to move as perhaps the one individual he never wanted to see again emerged from the darkness into the dim light of the torches. His black cloak and black clothes almost making him seem like one with the darkness behind him. Shrinking back from the bards, Lud grasped his hands together tightly to cease their shaking as the sorcerer slowly made his way down the line of cells before stopping in the end and making his way back towards the beginning. Please my lord. The young praying boy, who Lud now recognized as Sir Corbray's squire Mikel Redford, cried out as the sorcerer passed him by. Please. I had nothing to do with whatever happened. Please sir. I didn't know or do Lud winced as the boy was lifted off the ground and slammed into the bars of his cell with an invisible power. You are the squire to Lyn Corbray, the sorcerer stated, his voice cold and without emotion. You were in the hall during the feast and were seen encouraging the younger boys to drink as much as they could. The squire was visible shaking as he was held in the air against the bars of his cell. A dark spot forming in pants gave testament to just how weak-willed the boy truly was. Sir Corbray told me to make sure the younger boys enjoyed the celebration. And told me the best way to do that was to see how much they could all drink. That was all. I didn't know. Shut the hell up Redford. A man from the Vale, this one situated directly across from Lud yet one he didn't recognize, shouted at the struggling squire. Be a fucking man you coward and keep your mouth shut. Mikel dropped to the floor with a grunt as the boy was released from whatever had a hold on him. Turning, the sorcerer made his way until he was standing before the Vale man that had just spoken. What? The Vale man shouted as Nox stood between the two of them, just his mere presence enough to make Lud start to shudder once more. Do you think I'm scared of you? A heathen bastard? A walking talking affront to the 7 who are one? I'm not. The 7 are my shield against your foul magic. The sorcerer merely tilted his head as if observing some oddity. Then you are a fool. Nox stated in the same plain manner before turning and walking back down the line of cells. There is a chance that some of you, like this boy here, might just be able to survive what is to come. A slim chance. But still a chance. But for the rest of you, your deaths are all assured. The only choice you have right now is how much pain you are willing to put yourselves and your loved ones through before you meet your end. Pain. He heard the voice of Lady Dustin scoff. He hadn't even been aware that she was in the cells with the rest of them, though he should have. Stark does not have the strength for such methods. The South made him soft. At worst, he'll smack us on the head and send us to bed without supper. You'd be surprised, Nox remarked back, just what a person is willing to do to protect or avenge their family, Lady Dustin. But I promise you, you will learn in time. Now, I give you all this one chance. Your guilt is unquestionable. But there is one thing that we will learn from you before you meet your end. And that is who was aiding you. And don't even try and deny it. None of you here have the brains nor resources to put together a plot this elaborate on your own. So, Does anyone wish to speak now before we begin? Lud felt his heart drop. They knew. They knew that there was another involved in the planning. And while he'd been hoping to use the information to shock Stark into giving him favorable terms, the situation was still salvageable. Perhaps even better, as he was not only willing to give out said information, but because he had proof of their involvement. Something that he knew for a fact the others did not, considering just how well their benefactors covered their tracks. "Hey Sorcerer!" The Vale Knight across from Lud shouted before he could gain the man's attention. "How's the wife and kid?" Lud swore the temperature dropped significantly as the shadows created by the torchlight almost seemed to dance around them in some odd macabre spectacle that sent shivers of fear down his spine. Yet, the Sorcerer just stood there with his back turned to the Vale Knight, seemingly completely calm in the center of the cells as the man laughed and continued his taunt. "It's too bad, that woman was a fine piece of ass. Too bad she couldn't have enjoyed a real cock for once in her life before The Sorcerer didn't move from his spot, yet the knight lurched forward and pressed himself against the bars. Much in the same manner as the young squire had. But unlike the squire, who was simply held there, the knight kept getting pressed hard and harder into the bars of the cell. "Trying to taunt me into making a mistake and quickly killing you. A move that would perhaps work on an amateur. But I am no amateur." The knight started to scream, an unholy sound that Lud hadn't even known was possible for a grown man to make. His head was pressed through the narrow spaces of the bars, followed by his shoulders. "But your idiocy will only serve to prove my point as to what is to come." Lud watched in horrid fascination as the knight was squeezed through the spacing between the bars of his cell that couldn't be more than a hand's width apart at best. His bones cracked and broke as his body was molded to fit through the space. Yet despite the seemingly fatal injuries he was receiving, the man didn't die. He just kept screaming. Even after all his ribs broke and even as blood started flowing freely from his mouth, he kept screaming as he was slowly dragged through the bars. This isn't possible." Lud wanted to cry out as he watched the man's hips fold and break, the knight unable to keep thrashing about and instead just moaning loudly in agony. He should be dead. His bones should have pierced his heart. No one can survive this. But how? How is this? As you can see, the Sorcerer continued in the same almost bored tone as the knight was dragged completely through the bars, only to be dropped into a bloody limp heap on the ground, the knight still moaning in agony. "Your definitions of pain and suffering and mere child's play when compared to mine. Unlike your pathetic excuse for tortures, I can twist and manipulate the force to keep an individual alive even after I've ruptured every organ and broken every bone in your body." Raising his boot, the Sorcerer calmly set it atop the knight's head. And with hardly even any strain, the man that Lud was becoming convinced was some sort of demon started pressing down with an agonizing slowness. The knight's skull cracked as his eyes popped out of his skull and blood spilled from his ears, nose, mouth, and now empty eye sockets. Yet it wasn't until the Sorcerer's boot was fully on the ground that the knight's cry of agony ceased and his body went limp with death. "Now, does anyone else have another quip they would like to get in regarding my wife and fallen son?" Swallowing, Lud knew he had to say his next few words carefully. The last thing he wanted was to draw the ire of the Sorcerer worse than they already had. "Sorcerer, there is no need for this," he said lowly, his head bowed in a sign of submission. I will speak of who it was that aided us. And more, I can provide proof of their involvement, proof that I know no one else will be able to provide to you. But I will only do so after I speak to Lord Stark on the matter." "Whitehill. You fucking traitor!" Roderick screamed from down the line. "I'll fucking kill you myself, you yellow-backed southern worshipping cunt." "You might be willing to suffer, Roderick, but I am not." Lud shout back, "And don't be envious just because I was smart enough to come with a contingency plan. It won't work," the quiet and unnerving voice of Roose Bolton said from a cell down the way from his own. "You have only made yourself a target with your words, Lud." Lud wanted to retaliate, but what words he had died in his throat as the Sorcerer stood before him. And while he couldn't see the blind man's eyes due to the cloth, he could feel his gaze seemingly staring right into his very soul. "You hope to make a bargain with Lord Stark? The information for your life?" Swallowing, Lud nodded. What I have is awe." With a grunt, Lud found himself pressed firmly against the bars of his cell by an invisible force. Flashes of what he'd just seen ran through his mind as he fought desperately against whatever invisible power was holding him in place. "Wait!" he cried, feeling the cold steel of the cell bars press into his flesh. "I can deal, Stark. Your actions, and those of your fellow conspirators, cost Lord Stark his wife and youngest son." The Sorcerer informed him coldly as the weight pressing against Lud increased. "Stark has no mercy nor pity for any of you now. What he does have though is a history with all of you. A history which he acknowledges could potentially make him sympathetic to your pleas during questioning. Which is why he sent me to do this. I am free from such sympathy." Lud's fear increased tenfold as he watched the Sorcerer raise his right hand, his fingers extended and pointing towards Lud's face. "There will be no deals. No negotiations. No mercy." The Sorcerer's fingers curled inward slightly, and Lud only just barely managed to keep himself from crying out as it felt like the man's fingers were pressing through his skull and directly onto his mind. "You will tell me what you know." As the pressure increased to the point of sheer agony, Lud lost all thoughts of honor or pride as he threw his head back and let out a cry of pain. "One way, or another. You will tell me everything." Cresting the last of the stairs leading to the uppermost level of the great keep of Winterfell, Maester Luwin took a moment to rest his hand against the wall in order to rest his aching legs and catch his breath. If there was one thing that he had learned in his near decade and a half here in Winterfell, it was that nothing was ever truly simple in the north. The cold was merciless. The people unyielding and straightforward. Hells, even on the best of days traversing the halls of Winterfell itself could be considered a challenge. And the past day not certainly been the best of days. He'd been working himself without sleep for nearly 2 days now trying to mitigate the damage that had been wrought by the attempted coup by the various Northern and Vale Knights and Lords. And while he wished that he could say it was because of him that so many would live to see another day, that would be a lie. In truth, Lady Talisa and the students of Winterfell's college deserve almost all the credit for the well-being of the survivors of the attack. If not for them, he shuddered to think of the death toll that could have been. Breathing deep, Luwin straightened himself off the wall and made his way down the corridor, his maester links clinking against one another with each step he took towards Lord Stark's solar. If someone were to have asked him even a week ago if he'd thought there was possibility of a coup here in the north, he would have laughed himself stupid. Just the mere idea was absurd. To be sure, he wasn't naive enough to think that such power plays didn't exist amongst the nobles of Westeros, but this was the north. And the northern people were nothing if not loyal to one another. And yet, here they were. A coup had been attempted to no less than 5 northern lords and at least 1 lord of the Vale. And it had nearly succeeded. If not for the sorcerer's miraculous recovering from the frankly unheard of levels of poison that had been used to put him down, then he was sure that the Starks and he would now be dead. But despite the successful quelling of the coup, the price was high. Close to 100 were dead with twice or perhaps thrice more injured, which inclined a fair number of nobility as well as small folk. But the deaths that had truly hit him hardest were Lady Stark, little Rickon Stark and the unnamed child that had been growing in the newly named Lady Nox's womb. And while all 3 were great tragedies that brought about a great sadness within him, they also brought a great deal of fear as well. Fear of what would happen next. He'd seen Lord Nox angry or perhaps even frustrated before, and it was not a pretty sight. But now he was at a level of anger Luwin had never seen before. And while Lord Stark could perhaps be counted on to perhaps rein the sorcerer in, he doubted that the Warden of the North would be feeling so inclined to do so this time around. Out of sheer curiosity, he had made his way towards the dungeons shortly after the funeral pyres had burnt down just to check in on the prisoners. And by the 7, what he heard even coming from down in the dungeons had stopped him dead in his tracks. Lord Stark had ordered prisoners to be questioned in such manners before, but those cases were rare and usually did not last long. But this was something else. He knew the sounds coming from the dungeons were being made by men and even a woman or 2, but he would have never thought that any person could make such noises as the ones he was hearing. Even the Stark guards who were assigned to stand guard outside the dungeon had gone white from the noise. And judging by the smell near the 2, 1 or both had already lost the contents of their stomach at least once. His want to check up on the prisoners was quickly overcome by his own self-interest and he quickly left that section of Winterfell and did everything he could to keep himself and others away for the rest of the day. So, he busied himself throughout the day by tending to the still wounded with Lady Talisa and the other students of the college. And now that the sun had set, he had received summons that Lord Stark wished to speak with him immediately. No doubt the Warden of the North was curious about the condition of those he'd been tending to during the day. Though he did find it a touch odd that only he had been summoned considering he wasn't the only one who was tending to the wounded. Perhaps he'd already talked to the others? Finding 2 guards outside of Lord Stark's solar, he spared the 2 men a quick nod before making to announce his presence. "Come in, Maester Luwin," Lord Stark's voice called out before he could knock. Lowering his hand, Luwin grasped the latch and opened the door. Lord Stark's ability to know just who was standing outside his door before they could even announce themselves had only sharpened over the years. A feat which Luwin would have considered remarkable had he not personally seen the many feats Lord Nox was capable of with his magic. He had been one of the few maesters in the entire Citadel who bothered to forge his Valyrian steel link for his studies of the higher mysteries of life. But those years of studies paled in comparison to even a single lecture from the Northern Sorcerer, and he'd been forced to admit that he didn't know nearly as much in the subject as he originally thought. In fact, he knew next to nothing. A fascination that had been shared with Archmaester Marwyn, who Luwin had been corresponding with ever since the Sorcerer had arrived in the north. "Lord Stark, you wished to see me." His words died off as he noticed that Lord Stark was not the only occupant waiting for him. Just standing behind Lord Stark were his 2 eldest sons, Robb and Jon. And standing beside the Warden of the North was Lord Nox and perhaps most frighteningly, the large female direwolf that was nearly equal in height to Lord Stark while the 2 were sitting down. "Maester Luwin," Lord Stark greeted him, motioning towards the empty chair opposite him. "Sit. We have much to discuss." Of course, my lord," Lewin nodded, shutting the door behind him and taking the offered seat. As he sat, he felt a bone-chilling cold enter his being. But this wasn't the chilling cold he'd grown accustomed to in the north. No. This felt entirely different. A chill born of fear, though fear of what and why he knew not. And it was only just then that he noticed that Lord Stark's eyes were not their customary color. His dark grey eyes of the Starks were gone, replaced with the yellow eyes of the wolf that perfectly matched the large direwolf sitting tall and proud next to him. "What is it that you wish to discuss, my lord?" "The coup attempt yesterday," Lord Stark began, though Lewin had to force himself to keep his attention solely on Lord Stark as Lord Knox quietly moved around the room until he was standing outside of Lewin's line of sight. Given the sheer number of house involved, not to mention the fact that assassins and sellswords were employed from across Westeros and even Essos, I had a suspicion that there was another party at play that helped to fund and plan the attempt. I ordered Lord Knox here to question those we'd captured extensively to learn if they had such help, and if so then who it was. During their questioning, all the lords and ladies that had a hand in the planning admitted that they did have such help. And that while all seemed to know exactly who was aiding them, none of them were able to provide proof of their involvement. All except for Lud Whitehill, who was able to provide a single piece of evidence in the form of a letter that he kept on him just in case the coup failed and he was forced to negotiate for his freedom. Reaching out, Lord Stark set a single raven scroll on the desk for Lewin to take and read. Picking up the offered missive, Lewin unrolled the message and read its contents. "Father, this will be the best and only chance our house will get to advance like this. I promise you, the maesters' plans are foolproof. The Starks and the Sorcerer will die, with or without our house's aid. If we go against the order, they will see us go the same way as the wolves. However, aiding them will ensure that the land of House Forrester end up in Whitehill hands in perpetuity. Take the deal, father. The Archmaesters have already set the wheels in motion and they will not wait for you to think on this for much longer." By the time Lewin got to the end of the message his hands were almost shaking, though whether it was from fear or anger he wasn't sure. This implicates the Maester order. Surely Lord Stark does not believe that. A hissing of quenching steel sounded through the room as a bright red blade of fire appeared less than a finger's width from Lewin's left eye. All of the prisoners stated that the Maester order not only provided the coin and means to attempt this coup, but that the plan was in fact the Maester's plan to begin with. Lord Stark continued, his wolf-yellow eyes boring into him. "It is only because of your years of loyalty and service to House Stark and Winterfell that I am even giving you this one chance to explain this, Maester Lewin. I advise that you choose your next words very carefully. Lord Knox does not have my patience. And despite our history, I am not of the mind to rein him in any time soon." Now Lewin was shaking as his fear started to nearly overcome him. He knew exactly what Lord Stark wanted to know. Despite his fear, he was still hesitant to say the words. The Maester oaths were phrased in such a way to specifically prevent this exact situation from occurring. But despite that, he knew that there was a group within the Maesters that didn't care. A group that didn't exist outside the Citadel or even seemingly within, as they were never spoken of aloud. They were an embarrassment and an abomination to everything the Maester order stood for. But as he started to feel the heat of Lord Knox's blade caressing his face, the words quickly fell from him. If it is the Maesters, my lord, then I believe that those responsible to belong to a small group within the Citadel," Lewin said quickly, his body completely stiff as he feared that even the slightest of movements from himself would cause Lord Knox's blade to pierce his flesh. Lord Stark's face didn't change as he seemingly pondered what Lewin had told him while Knox's blade remained uncomfortably close to his face. Finally, Lord Stark made a subtle motion with his hand and Lewin let out a sigh of relief as Lord Knox's blade disappeared. "Continue." Swallowing, Lewin forced himself to speak of the subject that he found to be a personal embarrassment and affront of the Maesters. "They call themselves the Order of the Guiding Hand and they believe themselves to be the true rulers of Westeros." "The Order of the Guiding Hand," Lord Stark repeated. "I have never heard of such a group before." "That is on purpose, my lord," Lewin continued slowly, knowing he had to choose his words extremely carefully lest he find himself on the wrong end of Lord Knox's sword once more. "While none of the novices within the Citadel will know about them, the moment one creates their first link and becomes an acolyte you learn of their existence. Though you will only ever be able to truly confirm their existence if you become one of them, as they work in absolute secrecy, even from the rest of the Maester order. And they are forbidden to be spoken of outside of the Citadel. They also hate magic perhaps even more vehemently than the Faith of the Seven. If a group of Maesters are truly responsible for these actions, then it would be them, my lords." "Seems awfully convenient, Maester," Lord Knox said from behind him, a fact which Lewin did not find comfortable as he would have preferred to have kept the Sorcerer in his sight. "Your order becomes implicated in a plot to kill several lords and ladies, including the Warden of the North and his family, and suddenly the ones responsible belong to a secret order within the Maester order that no one outside of the Citadel knows about." Convenient. Lewin would admit that, given the circumstances, that it was convenient. But that didn't mean he wasn't speaking the truth. "I speak the truth, my lord, I swear to you and on my oath as a Maester." "And how do you know about this order then?" Lord Knox pressed, coming around so that he was within Luwin's sight. The hilt of his sword still resting in his hand and pointing towards Luwin. Those who partook in the coup seemed to have had a significant insight into not only my own power, but also into the powers of the Stark children. They even knew that Sansa was not a participant in the training her brothers and sister was receiving, which was why she was targeted to be spared in order to affirm the traitors' hold on the north. How do we know that you are not a member of this order you speak of? I swear my lord, I am not a member of the Order of the Guiding Hand, Luwin shot back immediately at Lord Knox before turning back and meeting the cold eyes of Lord Stark. They are an insult to everything the Maester Order stands for. I please Lord Stark. I do not know what proof you will require to believe me. But I swear upon my oaths and upon the gods old and new that I am not part of the Order of the Guiding Hand, nor did I have any knowledge of this plot. Luwin held the eyes of Lord Stark he had once known throughout his entire impassioned plea, hoping and praying that he was able to get through to him. There is no lie in your words, Lord Stark declared, bringing a surge of relief to Luwin. However, the question still remains. How is it that those who attacked us knew so much about my children's capabilities? While we have not tried to hide what my daughters and sons can do, I have not been declaring it to the realm either. What little relief Luwin had felt disappeared. I believe I know my lord, he said, not wanting to continue but knowing that holding anything back right now would only be detrimental to his cause. For years Archmaester Marwyn, perhaps the only maester who truly took the study of the arcane seriously before Lord Knox appeared, has been asking me questions about Lord Knox. Specifically, about his powers, how they work and what they can do. And when your children started truly showing that they could perform similar feats of magic, he was curious about them as well. I replied as truthfully as I could find no reason not to considering the Archmaester has dedicated his life to the study of the higher mysteries. But at the start of the spring years Archmaester Ebrose sent a raven inquiring about both Lord Knox and your children regarding what they can do. At the time I didn't think anything of it. But now, given what we know, it is more than likely this Archmaester Ebrose is a part of this Order of the Guiding Hand, Lord Knox finished for him. And he is not the only one who is suspect. The maesters that reside in each of the keeps belonging to the traitors as well need to be questioned. They do, Lord Stark nodded, which did absolutely nothing to quell the uneasy feeling brewing in Luwin's gut. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place. On one hand, these men were his brothers in the Maester Order. Some of whom he had trained with during his time in the Citadel and had come to know them quite well. He didn't even want to think of what horrors had gone on down in the dungeons under Lord Knox's supervision. And he certainly did not want to think of those men he had come to call his friends and brothers suffering such a fate. Yet on the other hand, if they truly were part of the Order of the Guiding Hand then they had not only betrayed their Maester oaths, but they had betrayed the North and the rest of the realm as well. Difficulty resides in how spaced out the Maester Order is and the secrecy of this unknown sect within their order. Lord Knox was saying when Luwin finally managed to realize that the conversation between Lord Knox and Lord Stark had been continuing while he had been trying to rationalize the conflict within himself. If there is solid evidence of their actions to be had, it will more than likely be at the Citadel. However, if we move on the Citadel, then the maesters that are spread out over the land that are involved will know that they are on borrowed time and will flee. However, if we go after the maesters that are stationed across the north first, then it is likely that those in the Citadel will realize that we are onto them and will work to eliminate what little traces are potentially left regarding their involvement. Rob, John. How would you two proceed? Both young men seemed startled to be called upon so suddenly. But both overcame their surprise quickly as each frowned as they tried to think on how to solve the problem Lord Knox had presented to them. A problem that was indeed very much an issue, Luwin realized as he too began trying to think on how to proceed. The sorcerer was correct in thinking that if there was any proof outside of word of mouth of the Guiding Hand's actions, then it would be in the Citadel. However, if they went to the Citadel, then the maesters across Westeros would know and those that were involved would scatter. But if they went after the maesters in each keep first, then the Citadel would work quickly to dispose of any potential evidence. We have to go after both at once, Rob stated. Obviously, Lord Knox agreed, but how? Neither lad had an answer. But Luwin did. And as much as it pained him to proceed like this, he would rather sacrifice a few to save the many. If I may my lord, he said hesitantly, waiting for Lord Stark to motion for him to continue before pressing on. There has been precedent set in the past that during times of upheaval or when questions of inheritance are brought up that the warden of the region would call upon the stewards and maesters of said keep to report to him so that they could work on who would be most suited to take lordship. If you send a raven to Rills, Barrowtown, the Dread Fort and High Point calling for the maesters and stewards to report to Winterfell to settle the matter of lordship given the betrayal of the current lords, it will not arise suspicion. Have them come to us, John stated, recognition showing in his eyes, but won't the Citadel get suspicious when they don't hear from the maesters after they arrive? Then we'll have to move on the Citadel at the same time, Lord Stark stated plainly. While the maesters gather here in Winterfell, I will travel to the Citadel with Lord Knox and we will take custody of the conspirators that are hiding in the Citadel. The dread felling returned tenfold. As much as he wanted to talk Lord Stark out of this course of action, he knew it would be pointless. The last time a member of House Stark was killed unjustly, the realm rose up in rebellion and overthrew the Targaryen dynasty. Honor and the Northern Lords would demand the same fate to befall the Maester Order now that they were implicated attempted genocide of House Stark. My lord, Luwin said cautiously, knowing he was still on thin ice as it were. I understand, please believe me that I understand. But if you storm the Citadel it could very well start a battle with House Hightower, which could then lead to war between the North and the Reach. And while the North has become more independent as of late, we still rely heavily on the Reach and their farmlands. I am not a fool, Maester, Lord Stark shot back, my fight is with the Maesters, not House Hightower. A fact that I will make clear to Lord Hightower the moment we arrive at Oldtown. Of course, my lord. Luwin replied, backing down. Nodding, Lord Stark then turned his attention to his two sons. Robb, I would have you stay in Winterfell and rule in my stead with Jon aiding you where he can. Robb made to interrupt but held his tongue as Lord Stark raised his hand to stop him. But I know that asking you two to stay behind would be a fool's errand. On the morrow I will speak with the lords and ladies and explain what we have learned and what our response shall be. The day after we will hold trials for those who have broken their oaths. Trials? Robb nearly shouted, his eyes going slightly yellow before returning to their normal tully blue. Father, they came into our house and broke guest rights. They killed Mother and Rickon and gods know how many others. They don't deserve a trial. Throughout the young man's outburst, Lord Stark remained completely calm as he waited for his son to finish. They did break guest rights and they are responsible for the deaths of your mother and brother. But while they have thrown their honor to the dogs, we will not. And honor, and the law, demand that one must be tried and convicted before being executed, no matter their crime. If we do not, then we are no better than murderers. Understand? Neither boy seemed particularly pleased, but both nodded and stepped back away from their father. Maester Luwin, Lord Stark called out, startling Luwin. While I trust that you have spoken truthfully here today, the actions of your brothers in the Maester Order have made it so that I cannot trust you as I once did. Until I deem otherwise, you will have an escort at all times and there will always be a guard posted outside the Ravenry as well. He'd expected as much. I understand, Lord Stark. I hope that in time I will be able to earn back the trust you once had in me. I do as well, Maester Luwin. Lord Stark agreed. One of the guards outside will escort you back to your room and remain with you till morning. Come morning, I expect ravens to fly across the north summoning the maesters and stewards to Winterfell. Of course, Lord Stark, Luwin replied, recognizing the dismissal and rising to his feet before bowing. I will work on them through the night and present them to you first thing on the morrow so that you may inspect them before I send them out. Good, Lord Stark replied simply. Taking that as his key to leave, Luwin made a hasty exit out of Lord Stark's solar. As he did, one of the two guards that had been stationed outside his lord's solar left his post and made to follow him back towards his quarters. But he paid the young man no mind as they walked in silence, preferring instead to think on just how he would be able to earn back the respect and trust of the lord he spent nearly a decade serving. Chapter 17, A Plot Revealed Part 2. And we're back, folks. Back to a 4-week schedule unfortunately, but this will more than likely be the new norm. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure just how long this story is going to end up being, but man oh man. It is getting long already, and I still have a fair amount I want to go over and accomplish before we even get into the start of the Azoth books. So, like I've said before, buckle up folks, because this is gonna be a long one lol. Huge shout out to my beta reader and brainstorm partner Telemachus Sundus. The help has been invaluable so far. And another huge thank you to everyone who has favorited, alerted, or reviewed this story so far. Your support is what keeps me going. So if you feel so inclined to leave a review, please do. They really do help me get my mojo going and get the next chapters rolling on. Lastly, I do not own Disney, nor am I Lucas or Martin, so I have no ownership of A Song of Fire and Ice, Game of Thrones or Star Wars. This is purely for fun with no profit being made. And with that out of the way, let's get to the chapter. Stay safe out there everyone. Chapter 17. 4 days after the attempted coup of the Northern Kingdom of Westeros, Warden of the North Lord Eddard Stark found himself once more forced behind his desk he worked tirelessly trying to return Winterfell to some semblance of normality. A task that he found infinitely harder as with the death of Vayen Poole, he found himself without a steward. And without his cat, he was without a Lady of Winterfell. Which meant that the workload that would normally be shared amongst three was now resting fully on his shoulders. His children had been trying to help where they could, but they were still but children with Robb and Jon being the eldest at 3 and 10. Jon aided where he could with the guards while Robb tried to handle some of the more mundane lordly activities and Sansa was doing what she could as a pseudo-Lady of Winterfell. But their contributions were unfortunately minimal compared to everything that needed to be done. And unfortunately, he couldn't ask for Knox's help either, as his friend was alternating between his ongoing questioning of the rebellious nobles and some odd project that he wouldn't speak of to anyone. Not even his own wife. I was at least fortunate that I was able to pull him away from whatever it is he is working on to attend the gathering of the Northern Lords this morning, he thought, signing off a request for reimbursement from one of the establishments of Wintertown as he reflected on the talks he'd had with his bannermen right after the morning meal. The first topic of discussion was the one that everyone in the north wanted to know about. Just who, if anyone else, was responsible for the tragedy that befell Winterfell during Knox's wedding celebration. No one was surprised by the lords and ladies that Ned named off, after all they were quite literally caught with the daggers in their hands. But when he'd revealed that the true mind behind the plot were the maesters of the Citadel, well, suffice to say the North and her people had never taken an insult on this scale laying down. Almost every highborn in attendance started demanding for the immediate execution of every maester in the North, as well as a march south to root the grey rats out of their tower and string them up like the traitors they were. Fortunately, Ned had been able to quell their anger, at least for the moment, by vowing to his bannermen that they would be heading south as soon as they could reach Torrens Square. And they would be bringing the wrath of the North with them and delivering it upon the maesters who were responsible for the attack. That had perhaps been the easiest of the topics that had been discussed that morning. The next was a joint telling by himself and Knox, and it revolved around the threat amassing north of the wall. He and Knox had held nothing back from the lords of the North. They told them everything, from Knox's vision to the impending march of the long-forgotten others. Naturally, few of his lords believed them at the start. Hells, he was even still trying to wrap his mind around the idea that a creature from legend was still alive and coming to end all life as they knew it. But he had faith in Knox. Faith that his friend, who had yet to show himself false or try to lead him astray, was not lying through his teeth. And it wasn't just his faith in Knox that had him convinced. There was something in his friend's voice whenever he talked about the others that Ned never heard from him at any other time. Fear. Genuine, yet well hidden, fear. His friend, the Northern Sorcerer and the Stranger Incarnate, was fearful of what was coming. And that, more than anything, convinced Ned that Knox was telling the truth. It took till nearly midday, but eventually he and Knox were able to at least get his bannermen around to the idea that they needed to keep their eyes trained on north of the wall. He wouldn't delude himself into thinking that he had managed to truly convince them of the threat that was coming. No, that wouldn't happen until the day came that he could provide actual physical proof of the others' existence. But at least he had planted the idea of the others returning into their heads. Unfortunately, that was the easier part of the talks he'd had with his bannermen this morning. The second announcement he'd made that morning dealt with the fact that, because of their growing threat and the possibility of the others approaching, that he intended to treat with the wildlings and the king beyond the wall. To say that that went over well was akin to saying that the mountain who rides was a decent, law-abiding knight of the realm. The uproar that had broken out after he revealed his intentions was such that he was sure that those in Wintertown could hear his bannermen. It'd taken a combination of Ned shouting, Winter howling and Knox setting off some sort of sightless explosion inside the hall to get his bannermen under control once more. Once his bannermen were finally under control, Ned had laid out the reasoning for why he was willing to treat with the wildlings. He had no intention of allowing the wildlings south of the wall and had reiterated that only those who were sworn to House Stark in the north would be allowed south of the wall when they returned. But he also stressed the fact that legends spoke of the others, in particular the White Walkers, being able to raise the dead to create their army of whites. He then posed a simple question to his bannermen. Would they rather face 100,000 strong freshly turned wilding corpses on the field of battle? Or would they prefer those 100,000 fighting side by side against the onslaught of the dead? Thankfully, that thought had quelled the dissenters, or at least given them something to think about. So, while his bannermen were not pleased with him going north to treat with the king beyond the wall, the fear of what could be made them hold their tongue for now. Mercifully, by midday his talks with his bannermen were done. But that was just the start of his day. After dismissing his bannermen he was then faced with his task of the day which, while not as draining as the talks had been, were certainly taxing. And that was rewarding those amongst the small folk who had contributed in the aid of Winterfell either during the actual coup attempt, or afterwards in the recovery efforts. In truth, he remembered very little of what transpired over the next few hours as he handed out rewards and boons to those who'd earned it. The only individual who truly stood out to Ned, though he couldn't figure out just why, was the bard who'd been responsible for knocking Lord Ludd unconscious and had also apparently saved Robb and himself from another crossbow bolt earlier in the scuffle. When asked what reward he wished for, the man replied that Ned had already given him more than enough, though he wouldn't elaborate further on just what he meant. In the end, he'd all but forced a Valyrian steel dagger into the bard's hands in recognition of his services to House Stark in the north. Lord Stark, Lady Knox is here to see you, my lord, the guard stationed just outside his door announced through the closed door. Send her in, Ned replied, dripping hot wax onto a letter that would soon be sent to King's Landing and pressing the sigil of House Stark onto it. Hearing the door open, Ned briefly looked up as the newly named Lady Knox entered his solar. Despite not having been born as a daughter or a serving girl with no noble family, she carried herself with the air of a refined noblewoman that demanded respect and attention. both of which she had earned through years of hard work, first as a chambermaid and then later as Knox's right-hand woman and now as his wife. "Have a seat, Lady Knox," he said, motioning for her to take the seat directly across from him. It was a testament to both Knox's and his own daughter's unprecedented ability to heal another that Lady Knox could move as well as she was, considering that she had not only been run through a few days past, but she had also given birth. "Thank you, Lord Stark," Lady Knox said as she gently took the seat across from him. Setting aside the scroll he'd just finished sealing, he gave Nyra his full attention. "I would ask how you are holding up, Nyra, but that would be an insulting question, I think." Nyra was keeping a strong face, but he could see and feel the pain hiding beneath the surface. "I thank you, my lord. I suppose asking you the same question would be insulting as well, my lord." Sighing, Ned slowly nodded. "The pain, it will take some time to pass, if it ever does. Cat has been a constant in my life since the rebellion. Her absence, it will be difficult to manage. And Rickon, no parent should ever have to bury their child, my lady. If there is anything I can do to help, my lord, I'm willing. No, not just willing. I need to help." Nyra said, her grief disappearing slightly as a strength he often saw in Cat shone through. "Actually, Nyra, that is exactly why I asked to speak with you today," he said, reaching into his desk and pulling out a folded-up piece of cloth. "I wish I could give you the time to grieve your loss, Nyra. I truly wish I could. But you are now a lady of House Knox. And I need your help. I have lost my wife, the Lady of Winterfell, and my steward of Winterfell, Vayen Poole. My children are doing what they can to help, but they are still but children." Opening the cloth, he revealed a golden pin in the shape of a howling wolf. "Lady Nyra Knox, in the wake of Vayen Poole's death, I would have you take up the mantle of stewardess of Winterfell and aid both myself and my children in the ruling of Winterfell and the north." The former serving girl turned lady, soon to be a lady of a great house should Knox continue down the path he was, stared speechlessly at the gilded pin laying between the two of them. "Lord Stark." Nyra breathed, her eyes locked on the pin. I don't know, I'm honored, but you should know the northern saying better than anyone, Nyra. That everything before the word but is horseshit." Ned replied not unkindly as he gave the girl what he hoped was a warm smile. "I know that your place is with your husband, Knox. And I am not fool enough to think that Knox will stay here in Winterfell one moment past the time when he feels he has completed what he set out to do. For all that he has done, not only for the North but for the realm as a whole, he more than anyone deserves to be a landed lord. Perhaps even on par with the other great houses, if you ask me. In fact, I plan on writing to the king personally and requesting that House Knox be elevated in the nobility, and I plan on granting your house Moat Cailin and all the surrounding lands. And because of this, I know that once Moat Cailin is repaired and habitable once more, the two of you will leave. So, while I ask you now to be my stewardess to aid myself and my children, I also do so with the knowledge that it will be on a temporary basis. But recent events have shaken me greatly. I need someone I can trust completely and know can do this job well. And that is you, Nyra. Now, will you take up the duties of the stewardess of Winterfell? Or shall I have to ask another, far less qualified individual?" Despite everything that had happened, Ned was able to find some amount of amusement in the rather impressive imitation of a fish that the newly made Lady of House Knox was making towards him. "Well, I suppose I cannot say no then, my lord," she finally managed to say after taking several deep calming breaths. "I accept the duties of stewardess of Winterfell, Lord Stark. I swear on the old gods and on my son. I shall not fail you or the North." "I know you won't, Nyra," he responded, giving the woman what he hoped was a reassuring smile as he felt a slight bit of the burden that had been placed on his shoulders lift with the knowledge that he would be getting help. "And, when we are in private, you have my permission to call me Ned." Nyra's eyes widened almost comically as her jaw dropped. I don't think I could ever call you by your name, Lord Stark." "Why?" Ned asked, finding a slight bit of amusement in playing with Lady Knox. Though where his amusement was coming from, he would never know. He blamed his childhood with Robert and recently Knox for this. Those two, as different as they were, seemed to find great enjoyment in bending what was considered proper and making others squeamish. "I doubt you call your husband by Lord Knox. Try it. A simple word." "Ned." Licking her lips, Nyra looked around as if trying to see if anyone was in the room with them. If that is what you wish, Ned." "Good," Ned nodded, leafing through the papers on his desk trying to figure out just where he had left off before she'd come in. "I suggest that you take the rest of the day familiarizing yourself with your new position, Nyra." As good of a steward as he was, I am afraid that Vayen was not the most organized of people. "I am sure that I will manage, Ned." Nyra replied slowly, still clearly uncertain about using his name so easily. "There is one thing that I would ask, though." "Name it," Ned replied without hesitation. "I ask that you allow me to instruct Jane personally. And, if she should prove herself worthy, that she would be my replacement as stewardess of Winterfell. The request was not one that he'd been expecting, and he wasn't entirely sure just how to respond to it. He'd been planning on taking wardship of Jane now that she was an orphan and finding a place for her either with Sansa or here in Winterfell. But to set her up to become the next stewardess of Winterfell? The people, and most importantly those seeking advancement, could accept Nyra's elevation to the position not only because of just who her lord husband was, but also because she'd spent years making a name for herself as Nox's right hand well before she became his lover and wife. There was a possibility that Jane could follow the same path. But it was not one easily walked. And it would be a path made significantly harder due to her being a woman. But, on the other hand, it would give the girl purpose and potentially relieve Ned of yet another task of finding a place for the young girl in either his house, or his Sansa's future house wherever she ended up. Very well, he said. Should she wish it, Jane will learn directly from you. And when the time comes that you must abdicate your position to follow Nox, then I will make my decision on whether she is capable of taking up her father's former position as the steward of Winterfell. Thank you, Lord Stark, Lady Nox said, reverting to his title as she rose to her feet and picked the pin up off the desk. If there is nothing else you need of me, my lord, then I would see to my new position and get to work. Of course, Lady Nox, Ned replied, rising to his feet and bowing his head. I thank you for taking on this responsibility given recent events. And should you need my aid, ask and I will do what I can. Thank you, Lord Stark, Lady Nox bowed back. I will see you on the morrow for the trials. Good day, my lord. Seeing Lady Nox out of his solar, Ned was just barely able to sit back down at his seat before the guards once again announced a visitor. My lord, the wild Osha, is here to see you. Send her in, Ned replied loudly, trying to find where he was in the piles of paper before him. You wish to see me, Lord Wolf? The former wildling woman said the moment the door closed behind her, leaving only the two of them together. Ned nodded, pushing himself away from his desk as he realized that he would not be getting any of the work on his desk done anytime soon. I heard that you played a significant part during the attack in not only protecting my daughter, but in also protecting some of the servants of Winterfell as well. Osha merely shrugged. Was more protecting meself at first, Wolf Lord. I was a spear wife north of the wall, and I wasn't about to let no man touch me or kill me without a fight. And truth be told, those bastards talked big but didn't fight worth shit. After I killed him, I was gonna stay put until the fightin' was over. But then I heard ya daughters scream. Though probably all this castle heard that scream. And I went running to find out what it was. It just be merely chance that I found the young little wolf and the sorcerer's woman. Plus, it wasn't right what those fuckers did. Breaking the laws of the gods like that, and you kneelers call us free folk monsters. Well, we ain't never attack one another in violation of the laws of the gods. At least she's honest, he thought before saying out loud. Regardless, you have done House Stark, House Nox, and Winterfell a great service during the attack. And after consideration, I feel that your talents are wasted down in the kitchens. A feeling that my daughter Sansa shares. As such, I would name you as my daughter's sworn sword. The wilding woman just blinked dumbly at him. Sworn sword? She questioned. What the fuck is that? It would mean that you would be free from the kitchens for a start, Ned answered, folding his hands under his chin as he observed the woman. But you would be responsible for my daughter's protection. Should anyone attempt to harm her, you would be expected to deal with that person. It might have been a trick of the light, but he could have sworn he saw a smile forming on the woman's face. So, if I become this sworn sword person, then I can not only get out of the kitchens, but I get to fight again. Ned nodded. Of course, I expect the best of those assigned to my family, especially now. So, you will be required to attend the same lessons that my children are undergoing under the watchful eye of Lord Nox. Osha's eyes went almost impossibly wide. I get to learn from the sorcerer. Though it is unlikely that you will be able to utilize his magic at all. If you had any aptitude for it, he would have mentioned it and you would already be learning from him. But still, even without his magic, he is still the best blade in the north, perhaps even all of Westeros and beyond. You will be expected to learn everything you can from him so that you will be able to better protect my daughter from harm. This time, Ned knew it wasn't a trick of the light as Osha's grin threatened to split her face in two. I get out of the kitchens, get to fight, and learn from the fucking sorcerer himself? I'll be your daughter's sworn sword. And I won't let another sick bastard like that pretty fuck Cobra, Crabbe, whatever the fuck his name is, near her again. I swear it on the gods of the north. Taking her oath, Ned got up from his seat and went to the far side of his solar where several Valyrian steel swords were laid out in a row. Picking up what he considered the strangest weapon, Ned carefully looked over the weapon. The sword spear had a blade much like a sword that was nearly a man's arm in length but only half a hand in width. And the hilt, bound in woven fabric and animal hide, was as long as the blade. Walking back over to Osha, he hesitated for a moment. On some level, he still could not quite believe what he was about to hand over to a wilding. If you are going to be protecting my daughter, then I will ensure that you have the best to do so. The former wilding's eyes went even wider as she stared at the blade. With an almost agonizing slowness, Osha reached out and took the weapon from him, turning it around in her hands to get a feel for it. This, I ain't ever seen a spear like this, she remarked, her attention solely on the blade in her hands. It's Valyrian steel. Special magic steel made by the dragon lords of Valyria. The technique of which to create was lost when Valyria fell, Ned explained, taking a step back as Osha continued her examination of the sword spear. Well, you certainly know how to make sure your offer can't be refused, Wolf Lord, Osha smiled, sheathing the blade and holding it off to her side. So, where be your daughter? Can't be protecting her if I don't know where she is. Good. She's taking this seriously. At the moment, she is resting in her chambers, Ned informed Osha. I will have the servants set a room for you near the family wing so that you can be nearby whenever she may have need of you. Right, Osha nodded as she began shifting her feet. Well, is there more? Or can I go teach those green boys you got trainin' in the yard what it truly means to fight? No, that was all. You are free to go to the yard if you so wish. But once my daughter is up and about, you will be expected to be by her side. Right, I won't let nothing happen to the little wolf lady, Wolf Lord. Osha bowed once before all but bolting out of his solar and leaving him alone once more. Shaking his head, Ned resumed his spot behind his desk and flipped through the papers on his desk once more. Naming Nyra to the position of stewardess was the correct thing to do. But naming Osha as Sansa's sworn sword, a wildling guarding the daughter of House Stark, gods, I can't help but think I've just created another headache for myself. But, knowing my daughter as I do, she won't let Osha's more rough edges remain for long. Though I can't see that woman sitting through etiquette lessons. But given her reaction to what will be expected of her, I expect that she will fight like the hells themselves not to go back to the kitchens. I guess, if nothing else, it will be interesting to watch who breaks first. Sansa or Osha? Milord, his guard called out once more just as Ned was about to pull over another sheet of paper. Gods, now what? Yes. Your brother, Benyon Stark of the Night's Watch is, well, he's standing right. Let him in, now. Ned ordered, rising to his feet. The last raven he'd received from his brother he mentioned that if he was able, he'd try and make it down from the wall for Rob's name day celebration. But with everything that had happened, he'd honestly forgotten about his brother's potential arrival. Before Ned had even managed to get to his feet the door was already opening, and his brother was all but running in. Ned, gods what the in the name of the gods happened he? Benyon's words were cut off as Ned grabbed his brother and pulled him in tight. Ben, gods, it's good to see you, brother. Benyon returned the embrace with more than a slight awkwardness. It's good to see you too, brother, Ben said as the two pulled back from one another. What happened here, Ned? Was Winterfell attacked? Is everyone okay? Catelyn's and Rickon's face flashed before his eyes as a heavy weight returned once more upon his soul. There was an attempted coup, brother. Led by Roose Bolton and supported by the Dustons, Ryswells, and Whitehills. Cat, and Rickon, they're with the gods now. Ned watched as anger and sorrow washed over his younger brother's face. Gods, Ned. I'm so sorry. If only I'd gotten here sooner, then there is a chance that you might have been amongst the dead as well, brother, Ned countered, not wanting to let his brother berate himself for something he'd had no control over. This plot there was and is far more to it than just a few lords trying to seize power. A hardened look entered Ben's eyes. Tell me everything, brother. I might be a man of the Night's Watch now. But I am still a Stark of Winterfell and a wolf at heart. Turning around, Ned ignored his desk and made his way to the infrequently used wine cups. This will not be an easy nor a quick talk, brother, he said, pouring a glass for himself and his brother before returning. I'm not going anywhere anytime soon, brother, Ben replied, taking the offered cup. Let's hear it out, Ned. Sitting along the edges of the Great Hall of Winterfell, Knox sat quietly next to his wife Nyra along with his apprentice Jon and the rest of the Stark children as they all watched the prisoners being brought into the hall while Ned, Lord Royce, and Sir Brandon Tully sat at the front of the hall waiting to act as judges for the accused. As they were marched in, whispers began running through the hall as everyone took in the clearly damaged state of the prisoners. Courtesy of their time spent under Knox's questioning. Gods, Master, Jon breathed as some of the prisoners had to be dragged into the hall as they were unable to even walk upright anymore. Was this necessary? It's no less than they deserve, his wife almost snapped at the young lad, making Jon flinch. Taking hold of Nyra's hand, Knox gently squeezed, trying to give her what strength he could as he turned his attention on Jon. Sensing his attention now on him, Jon wisely kept his mouth shut. He has come a long way, but he is still soft, Knox thought with a frown as the ringleaders of the attempted coup were brought to the front of the hall and forced onto their knees before the three judges. He can kill when he needs to. But causing pain to another is something he still avoids. A weakness that others will try to exploit in the future. The next time I need to question someone, I will have to bring him and Rob with me to observe and participate. Ideally, one should not revel in the opportunity to cause pain to an individual. But a Sith cannot be squeamish about such things. Roose Bolton, Barbary Dustin, Lud Whitehill, Roderick Reeswell, Harwood Stout, Lynn Corbray. Ned began, listing off their names while neglecting to mention their titles. As clear a sign as to what the outcome of this trial would be to any who cared to notice. You six stand accused of attempting to assassinate myself and the entirety of House Stark, as well as the assassination of House Knox, in order to usurp control of the North. Not only were you all caught in the act, but under questioning you all admitted your guilt. From his kneeling position, Roderick Reeswell scoffed before spitting on the ground. Is there a fucking point to this, Stark? Your pet has already told you everything we told him. Just get this farce over with. Watch your tongue, Reeswell, Sir Tully growled from his spot next to Ned. Or what? I'll lose it. Ha. What a fucking joke, you southern twit. Roderick laughed. The Blackfish made to get out of his chair, only to be stopped as Ned held out his hand to block his path. Your guilt is undeniable. But, unlike you lot, House Stark will maintain its honor and reverence to the laws of gods and men. Honor? Ha, another jest, Stark, Barbary Dustin said, shaking her head. You Starks are now nothing more than common dogs parading as wolves. You long ago traded your northern honor for southern cunts. The hall erupted as nearly all of those who were watching the trial shot to their feet and began hurling insults and accusations at the kneeling conspirators. Enough! Ned shouted. With his voice being empowered by the Force, it brought about an immediate end to the other voices in the hall. You have not been brought here today so that insults can be traded. This is your last and only chance to explain yourselves before myself, the people of the North, and the gods. If you have anything to say in your defense, speak now. Or our verdict will be rendered. None of the kneeling lords or ladies said anything for a moment. If you are expecting us to beg, Stark, then you are sadly mistaken, Roose Bolton said calmly, his aura never wavering even with his death looming over his head. We knew full well what we were doing. And we all knew the cost of failure. The Starks have ruled the North for far too long, change was needed. We took the opportunity that was given to us. And our only regret is that we failed to succeed. Render your verdict and end our lives. But know that our deaths will not be the end. We are just a few of many who wish to see House Stark brought low. You will never know a day of peace. Knox had to hand it to the man. As far as last words went, they were some of the better ones he'd heard. And what was even more impressive was the fact that Roose was able to say them with complete calm and certainty. There wasn't even a fluttering in his aura to betray him. The man had no remorse whatsoever for his actions. And, honestly, Knox could respect that strength from him. All too often, Knox had seen men and women in his same position crumble into blubbering, hysterical messes as they tried to beg for their lives. It was fairly refreshing to see a man who knew he was defeated and about to die still be able to face his death head-on without fear. Leaning back, Ned gave the kneeling man a hard look. Very well. Lord Royce, your verdict. Guilty, Lord Stark, the Lord from the Vale answered without hesitation. Sir Brynden Tully. Your verdict. Guilty. The uncle to the late Lady Stark responded almost before Ned could even finish speaking. And I, Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell, Warden of the North, do hereby find you six guilty of attempted sedition and assassination of no less than 2 noble houses of Westeros. The penalty is death, to be carried out tomorrow at sundown. Guards, take them away and bring forth the next of the accused. The guards immediately stepped forward and grabbed each of the kneeling former lords and lady by their bound arms before forcing them to their feet and then marching them out of the hall. Once the first round of prisoners was gone, the guards started forcing the rest of the prisoners forward and to stand, or kneel, before the 3 lords to receive their judgment. While Knox could appreciate the need for Ned to uphold the law, the entire process was incredibly tedious and Knox found his attention wandering further and further as the process dragged on for several hours. More than a few of those that had been captured had tried to beg for their lives by pleading either ignorance of their actions or by trying to giving some sob story about how they were forced to participate due to their lord ordering them to do so. Some even tried to buy their freedom by offering that their houses, or those they were sworn to, would pay a ransom for their return. Their pleas, sob stories, or offers of ransom might have worked on a few lords or ladies, but the Starks were not amongst those that could be so easily swayed. Ned did let each man say his piece, but the result was always the same. The prisoners were given the choice between one of 2 outcomes. The black or the block. Unsurprisingly, almost all took the block with only a few exceptions amongst those that were not originally of Westeros. As the trials began to stretch beyond midday, Knox had pretty much completely stopped paying attention. Force, this was so much easier back in the Empire. If someone had tried to pull some shit like this back then, I could simply kill everyone and leave either Imperial intelligence or someone else to clean up the bodies or deal with the paperwork. I miss that simplicity. Hearing a commotion from the crowd, Knox finally started paying attention to the proceedings once more as 3 young men were dragged into the hall and forced to their knees before Lord Stark. Oh. This should be interesting, Knox thought as he saw through the force that all 3 were barely even able to keep themselves upright even a full day after Knox was done questioning them. Unlike many others who bent almost immediately to his questioning, these 3 held strong in their conviction that they had not truly committed a crime, but rather a service to the North. Roger Ryswell. Ricard Ryswell. Roose Ryswell, sons of Roderick Ryswell, you 3 have been brought before us today accused of crimes against the North, Ned said loudly and clearly, letting the entirety of the hall know just who was kneeling before him. Under questioning by Lord Knox, you 3 have admitted to the rape and murder of Septa Mordain as well as the destruction of the September that had been constructed for Lady Stark's personal use. Do you 3 have anything to say in your defense before you are judged here today? Crimes against the North. The eldest son, Roger Ryswell, growled as he spat upon the floor. The only one here who has committed crimes against the North here is you, Stark. For thousands of years, we have repelled the Andals and their false gods from the North. We kept to the true gods of Westeros. Yet, you, a man who has never even been fully of the North, spat upon our people and your own ancestors when you ordered the creation of that accursed September in the middle of Winterfell. The heart of the North and seat of the true gods. All because you didn't want to upset your cunt of a southern wife. Jumping out of his seat, the Blackfish glared down at the 3 kneeling men. Have a care how you speak. That was my niece and the Lady Stark you are disrespecting. Doesn't change the fact she was a cunt that couldn't accept the ways of the North. Ricard shouted back, coming to his brother's defenses. Just ask any of the ladies here. They were under constant pressure from Lady Stark to abandon our millennia of tradition and bring septas into the North to properly raise our daughters. She never gave 2 shits about even trying to learn the ways of the North and instead expected us to match her. And our weak-willed southern-raised new Lord Stark bent over backwards like a pathetic cuckold to his bitch of a wife. The hall exploded in an avalanche of noise as people either came to the defense of Lady Stark or voiced their agreements with what the young Ryswell lad had said. Though, the latter was being drowned out by the former by a wide margin and largely went almost completely unheard save for by Knox who could just barely pick them up with his force-enhanced hearing. Silence! Ned finally yelled at the top of his lungs after several failed attempts to bring order back to the room. Once the noise finally died back down, Ned brought his attention back to the 3 kneeling before him. Religious differences do not justify rape and murder. Regardless of whether you believe your actions were in service to the North, or your feelings towards myself and the way I have acted as Lord and Warden of the North. The fact remains that you brutalized and burned a woman to death in the home of another after receiving guest rights. You have confessed to your crimes both under questioning and here today. Should you have anything else to say, say it. Otherwise, we will hand down our verdict. Verdict, ha! Roger Ryswell laughed. We all know what you will say. This whole trial is just a farce. And I will not be subject to your whims any longer. I will put my fate in my own hands and demand a trial by combat as is my right by the laws of the gods. If he were being honest, Knox was more than a little surprised that it had taken this long for anyone to try and use such a method to escape Ned's judgment. Considering that the perpetrators had literally been caught with the daggers in their hands, it was pretty much the only hope they had of escaping without punishment. Of course, it was akin to a snowball's chance on Tywin. But it was still a chance. Though, Knox was more than a little curious as just how Ned would proceed from this point. That is your right, Ned agreed, his face set. Will you champion yourself, or name one? Roger scoffed, I'm a true northerner, Stark. I will champion myself. And we all know just who you will choose as your champion. So, prove your cowardice before the entirety of the North as you name your pet as your champion. So that's his angle, Knox thought, derisively. Even now with his head all but on the block, he's trying to prove to the North that Ned is incapable of ruling these lands like a true northerner. It could have been a good ploy, but at this point it is far too little too late. If they truly wanted to discredit and erode Stark's hold on the North through this route, they should have started years ago by using expendable assets that would fall into this situation. It could have worked. But still, far too little and far too late now to try and convince these people that Ned is not the man for the job of ruling the North. Standing just before his seat, Ned stared down at the kneeling prisoners. His aura fluctuating wildly between a barely contained fury and a righteous rage. Very well, Ned said calmly, despite the war of emotions battling within him. Lord Stark. The great Jan shouted, rising to his feet. There is no need for the sorcerer to stain his hands with this filth. I'll deal with him myself. You can't even grab your cock correctly yet, Umber, let alone your sword, Maege Mormont laughed, rising to her feet as well, her one good eye turning towards Ned. I will stand as champion for the North. One by one, the lords and even some of the ladies of the North stood up and voiced their wish to represent the North in the trial by combat. Even Robb and Jon attempted to throw their lot in with the rest of them. Attempted being the keyword of course, as Knox had forcibly pulled both boys back down to their asses the moment they began to rise. It wasn't that he didn't believe that either boy could take the Ryswell lad, he knew that both would be able to firmly hand the young man his ass on a platter. But now was neither the time nor the place for them to show off their abilities. A challenge had been laid down. And while Knox, and even the other loyal northern lords and ladies, knew that Ned had nothing to prove to them, Knox knew that his friend's sense of honor would demand that he meet the challenge head-on. After a moment of holding up his hand, Ned silenced the crowd. Your offers of championship have been noted and are appreciated. But a man of the North does not ask of others that which he is unwilling to do himself. Reaching up to his neckline, the great hall stayed completely silent as Ned began to loosen the ties and undo the buttons on his doublet. You wish to fight as a man of the North? Then that is exactly what we will do. As men, in the old ways of the North. No weapons. No armor. No magic. Man to man. Guards, unbind him. The trial by combat of Roger Ryswell will begin now. Tossing his doublet and undershirt aside, Ned calmly stepped down from the dais bare-chested and waited as Roger was hoisted up to his feet by two Stark guards and set free of his bindings. Beside him, Knox could sense the spikes of fear coming from the Stark children. Though, he did note that the only ones who were truly afraid were Sansa and Bran. Jon and Robb were both confident in the outcome but still concerned nonetheless. Only Arya lacked any fear. If anything, her aura was screaming excitement for what was about to transpire before them. Walking to the center of the room, Ned waited as the younger man by at least a decade was stripped down to his pants only, leaving him bare-chested just like the Warden of the North. Once both were confirmed to be unarmed, a ring of men circled around the two, separating them from the rest of the crowd. I'm actually surprised, Stark, Roger said, cracking his knuckles and rolling his shoulders. Didn't think a want-to-be southerner like yourself would have the balls to stand up like this. But it won't do you any good, old man. Launching it forward, Ryswell cocked his arm back and launched a wild haymaker towards Stark. But Stark merely sidestepped the wild attack and pushed it aside with his right hand before following up with a quick jab from the left right into Ryswell's floating ribs. Just as Knox had shown him how to do countless times before. While certainly not a master of the art, Ned had taken to the Sith style of unarmed combat almost naturally. Fuck. Ryswell cried out, backing off and holding onto the spot where Stark's fist had landed. Not bad for an old man. The fight, if it could even be called that, proceeded exactly as Knox had anticipated it to. The Ryswell lad had obviously thought that because he was at least 10 years Lord Stark's junior and very physically fit meant that he would be able to easily beat Ned in a straight-on fight. But the Warden of the North was quickly and thoroughly disproving that. Every move that the younger man launched, Ned calmly countered with a parry or grapple before hitting back with an attack of his own. Within 10 minutes of the start of their fight, Ned was still standing tall and calm, his breath only slightly labored. Roger, on the other hand, was bent over gasping desperately for breath while trickles of blood ran from the corners of his mouth and down from his nose. Fucking summer bastard! Ryswell shouted, throwing another haymaker only to have Ned deflect the attack and retaliate with another fist to the side of the head. This fight is over, boy, Ned said coldly as he stared down at the kneeling Ryswell. You've lost. Spitting out a wad of blood, Roger slowly rose to his full height, his aura screaming with a murderous intent. Like hell it's over, bastard. This fight will only be over after I bash your fucking skull in. Then I'll take your daughters and do to them exactly what we did to that fucking bit. Ned moved so fast that Knox doubted many even saw him do so before he struck, his fist colliding with the young fool right at the base of his throat. Roger staggered back, clutching at his throat and coughing as he tried to regain his breath and recover, but Ned didn't give him the chance. His friend's aura had shifted completely into a rage that he had rarely, if ever, seen him in. Rushing forward, Ned put his shoulder into the younger man's gut and tackled him to the ground. Now straddling the young Ryswell, Ned raised his fist and brought it down with a bone-breaking force right into the young man's face. Then he brought it down again. And again. And again. Within a few hard strikes, Roger had stopped even trying to defend as his body reached its limit and all he could do was lay there and receive the beating that was being rained down upon him by Lord Stark. After several moments of continuous punching, Ned grabbed the lad by the hair and picked his head up before slamming it down hard against the stone floor. Then he did it again. Then again until finally the back of Roger's head gave out and painted the floor beneath him in blood and gore. With the bloodlusting rage finally leaving him, Knox watched along with the rest of those assembled as Lord Stark climbed off the now nearly headless corpse he'd been straddling. While Knox couldn't see in the conventional sense, he knew that his friend's face and chest was covered in blood spittle from the Ryswell lad. All in all, it was quite the statement and showing from his normally reserved friend. And one that he full-heartedly approved of. Without a word spoken, Ned then stepped over the freshly made corpse and stood before the remaining two Ryswell brothers. You two have two choices, he said, his voice low and steady and as the torrent of rage within him began to settle. Gelding and the Black. Or the block? Decide. Now. What little courage the two brothers had left had disappeared along with their elder brother. Even the one who had spoken so brazenly was now a single harsh word away from pissing himself. The black, the elder of the two remaining stammered, which was echoed shortly thereafter by the younger. Very well. Guards. Ned shouted, prompting two of the awestruck guards to snap to attention. Bring these two back down the cells. They're to be gelded before they head north with my brother to take the black. The two guards quickly nodded and grabbed the two remaining Riswell boys by the arms and half-lead half-dragged the two out of the hall. Turning his back on their departure, Ned almost made it back to where he'd left his clothes when he finally seemed to realize just what state he was in. We will be breaking for the midday meal, he called out to the hall while gathering his clothes and holding him in his arms. Someone see to it that Roger Riswell's body is removed and disposed of. Dismissed. And without even waiting to see if his orders were being carried out, Ned walked out of the great hall towards with his clothes in his hands and his head held high. Gods, Rob breathed as the various people of the north began to disperse from the hall as two guards picked up Roger Riswell's body. I never thought I'd see father in such a rage. Gripping Nyra's hand tightly, Knox turned his attention towards the Stark children. All of whom were in varying degrees of shock. Everyone has their breaking point, Rob, he explained, rising to his feet and helping Nyra to hers. And when that fool threatened your sisters with a fate similar to the one that had fallen upon Septa Mordain, your father reached that point. What can we do? Sansa asked, the young girl clearly shaken up by the brutality that she'd just witnessed. Go to your father, children, Nyra answered before he could, his wife making sure to meet each of the Stark children's eyes as she did. He may not seem like it, but he needs you now. The children didn't need much more convincing as Sansa pretty much all but dragged her brothers and sister out of the Great Hall after their father. Even Jon had been dragged along as well as Sansa had taken the time to grab him by his arm and pull him along with the rest of them, which only seemed to deepen his slightly shocked state of this happening. Well, Nyra breathed, seemingly lighter now in both her physical appearance and her aura. At least that's over now. No, Knox replied, shaking his head and taking her hand. It has only just begun, my love. Settling back into the routine of the ongoing trials was rough for Ned, especially after spending the midday meal with his children. To many, this simple event would have been trivial at best. But for him, and especially now given the tragedy they'd suffered only a few days past and what had just transpired with the Riswell lad, the meal with his children was a waterskin of ice given to a man dying of thirst amidst the sands of Dorne. He hadn't wanted to return to the Great Hall to conclude the trials. But, again, as Lord and Warden of the North, he was not allowed such luxury. He'd been forced to end his time with his children far sooner than he would have liked and return to his duties of dispensing justice upon those who'd wronged the North. Mercifully enough, after the trial by combat and the display he'd put on, everyone who was brought before him admitted their guilt and volunteered to take the black without hesitation. Which in turn lifted the burden of having to decide their fates off his, Lord Royce, and Sir Tully's shoulders. Within no time at all, the last of the perpetrators, Gryff Whitehill, was brought before the three of them. And just like all the others that had been presented, the youngest son of House Whitehill immediately dropped to his knees, admitted his guilt, and all but begged to take the black. But despite the trials of those who'd been caught in the act being over, Ned knew that his day was just truly beginning. And unfortunately, he could no longer count on the aid of Lord Royce or Sir Tully for what needed to occur now. After Gryff Whitehill was removed from the Great Hall, Ned stood up and raised his voice for all to hear. The North thanks Lord Yohn Royce and Sir Brynden Tully for their aid in dispensing justice this day. Your aid and services to the North shall be remembered, my lords. But now that we must deal with matters pertaining only to the North, I ask that you join your men in the hall. Lord Royce and Sir Brynden both nodded and with nary a word between the two of them got up and left him alone upon the dais. Hardening himself, Ned made sure he had the attention of everyone in the hall. The fate of those who betrayed the North with their actions has been decided. But now we must deal with the fallout of those who remain. I call for the last remaining child of Lud Whitehill, Lady Gwyn Whitehill, to stand before me now. A young woman, perhaps only 5 years or so older than his son Rob, rose to her feet from the stands and made her way before him. The girl showed spirit, he would give her that much. Despite the heated looks being sent at her, she held herself with the composure of a seasoned lady with her head held high and her back straight without an inkling of fear on her face. A true northern woman. Arriving before him, the only daughter of Lud Whitehill dropped into a deep curtsy, her eyes never leaving his own, Lord Stark. I am Lady Gwyn Whitehill. Lady Whitehill, Ned returned the greeting. Your father conspired against myself, House Stark, and the North to violate the laws of gods and men in an attempt to elevate his position. Your brothers were part of this plot as well. Yet during the questioning of your father and after listening to the testimony of those who were with you during the attack, I am inclined to believe that you had no knowledge of your father's intent. Yet still, I must ask, and I do so only once. Did you, Lady Gwyn Whitehill, have any knowledge of your father's and your house's involvement in the plot that sought to put an end to House Stark and several other northern houses? Gwyn did not falter as she stood tall before him. No, Lord Stark. I had no knowledge of my father's or my brother's intentions when we set out for Winterfell. Nor did I know of their actions until the morning after their failed attempt on your life and the lives of so many here today. And I can only thank the gods old and knew that they failed. Fucking horseshit, the great Jon spat from his spot near the front of the hall. Your father, your brothers, and your fucking Bannerman all knew what was going on, yet you say you don't? A fucking lie if I ever heard one. A glint of steel appeared in the young woman's eyes as she turned and faced down the large lord of Last Hearth. Believe what you will, Lord Umber. But I speak only the truth. Due to recent events, my father did not trust me to sew his tunic, let alone provide knowledge of an attempt against the lives of Lord Stark, Lord Knox, and their families. As she spoke, Ned listened carefully to every word that left her and paid close attention to her faint presence in the force. She didn't hesitate and neither did her voice or her presence waver in the slightest as she spoke. Every word she spoke was the truth. We do not place the sins of the parent on their children, Lord Umber, Ned said, clearly surprising nearly everyone present. I believe you, Lady Whitehill. And I find you personally not responsible for the actions of your father or your house. Yet, the question remains, what shall be done now? Taking a breath, Lady Gwyn faced him full on, her face once again set in stone. With your blessing and aid, Lord Stark, I would return to High Point and see it set to rights. I would find any and all who had any knowledge of my father's actions and have them brought to justice. I would seek to right the wrongs my house has committed against House Stark, House Knox, and the North. And I will spend the rest of my days showing that your faith in me was not misplaced. It was a monumental task, and one that he did not think would be accomplished in his lifetime or in his children's. And judging by the look in her eye, she knew that what she'd just laid out before him was an impossible task as well. The name Whitehill would be forevermore cursed by those of the North. Just as the name Bolton, Riswell, Dustin, and Stout would be. But she was determined to walk the road, regardless. And yet, perhaps there was another way. Not to recover what House Whitehill had lost, but rather to be reborn anew. I heard tell that some moons ago that you had an affair with the son of House Forrester, Asher if I am not mistaken. Is this true, Lady Gwyn? The sudden change in topic clearly unsettled the young lady. Lord Stark. Asher and we. There is no need to go into details, Lady Gwyn, Ned said, raising a hand to halt her from revealing too much. When your affair became known, your father demanded retribution. Which resulted in Asher being exiled from the North, is that correct? Again, Lady Gwyn looked clearly unsettled and embarrassed. My lord. You have the right of it. Lord Forrester, Ned called out, turning his attention to where he knew the few Forresters that had come to Winterfell were gathered. Lord Stark. Gregor Forrester, the Lord of Iron Wrath, said rising to his feet. Have you had any contact with your son since he was sent into exile? Ned asked. Gregor shuffled in place, clearly uneasy with the topic of conversation. No, Lord Stark. Once his affair with Lady Gwyn became widely known and Lud demanded blood, I ordered Asher into exile in Essos to stop the bloodshed. But I have yet to hear from him since he left the North. Then you two have quite the task before you then, Ned stated before turning his attention back to Gwyn. I admire your strength, my lady, and your desire to bring your house back from this. But I fear that such a feat will be impossible. And you know that as well. But while House Whitehill will never return to its status, there is a chance for a new house to be born here today. I am hereby lifting Asher Forrester's exile, effective immediately. Lady Gwyn Whitehill, Lord Gregor Forrester. I am charging the two of you with finding Asher and returning him to the North. Upon his return, he and the Lady Gwyn will marry. And from their union a new house shall be formed, neither Forrester nor Whitehill. Do either of you have any objections to this union? Gregor, his wife Alyssa, and their eldest son Roderick all seemed elated by the decision. And though she hid it well, Ned could sense the joy emanating from Gwyn Whitehill as well. I have no objections, Lord Stark, Gregor stammered after receiving a discreet elbow in the side from his lady wife. Neither do I, Lord Stark, Gwyn added quickly. Then the matter is settled, Ned said with a note of finality. Lady Gwyn, Lord Gregor. Once you two have returned Asher Forrester to the North, he shall wed Lady Gwyn and the two shall create a new house which shall hold High Point as their seat. Thank you, Lord Stark, Lady Gwyn said, curtsying low and lowering her eyes. I promise you, you shall not regret this mercy and faith you have shown today. With that matter settled, Ned dismissed the girl while mentally preparing himself for who he was about to see next. Domric of House Bolton. Step forth. When the young lad, only a few years older than his sons, stepped forth, it was all Ned could do not to leap out of his seat and attack the boy. He looked exactly like Roose had when the two had fought together during Robert's rebellion. He had the same pale eyes and pale skin. Hells, they both even wore their hair in the exact same manner. Lord Stark, the young Bolton heir said as he went to a knee before him, his head bowed in submission. Ned knew that this was perhaps going to be the most difficult of his decisions today. He knew what he wanted to do. Gods knew what he wanted to do to the boy who so resembled the man that was at least partially responsible for the death of his wife and son. But he knew that while he might gain a moment of satisfaction, and hell's it might be the safest of options to take, it was simply not right. He could not and would not hold the sins of the father against the son. If he did, then he would be honor-bound to end Jon's life here and now. And that was definitely something that he would not do. Folding his hands under his chin, Ned carefully observed the young man kneeling before him. Knox had informed him that Roose had purposefully left his son in ignorance as a fail-safe in case things went wrong. The Leech Lord was counting on Ned giving the heir to the Dreadfort a simple slap on the wrist and send him on his way, as the Starks had done in the past. Unfortunately for Bolton's plans, Ned was also a student of history. This was not the first, nor the second, nor even the third time the former Red Kings had tried to overthrow the Starks from their position. In the past, the only reason the Starks had allowed the line to continue was to make sure that the ruling Starks never grew too complacent. But Ned was not his ancestors. And he would not be making the same mistake as them. Domeric Bolton, Ned began at long last. While under questioning, your father admitted that he kept you in ignorance of his plans. There were those present at the feast that spoke of the way you jumped in to fight against the assassins that your father and his allies brought into Winterfell. And as I did with Lady Gwyn, I will now do the same with you and ask you a single time, did you have any knowledge of your father's plot against myself and mine? The young heir to the Dreadfort raised his head as pale eyes met the eyes of a wolf. No, Lord Stark. I knew nothing of what my father intended to do until the moment the attack began. And tell me, Domeric, Ned pressed. Had you known of your father's plot, would you have informed myself or Lord Knox of the attempt in order to prevent the attack? At this, the young man froze. Lord Stark, I am a son of House Bolton and yet you ask if I would betray my father. So, let me ask you, my lord, would you have betrayed your father in such a manner? Answering without actually answering, but the meaning is clear. Even if it does not sit well with my bannerman. Your honesty is appreciated, Domeric, Ned replied, not bothering to answer as they both knew what it would be. I have said many times here today that I will not hold the sins of the father against his children. But I fear that the history of House Bolton and House Stark make that decision difficult. House Bolton has revolted against House Stark more than once since House Stark claimed lordship of the North. Each time, my ancestors allowed yours to retain their seat only for House Bolton to immediately return to plotting the fall of House Stark. I cannot and will not allow this pattern to continue. I, Lord Eddard Stark, Warden of the North, do hereby banish House Bolton forevermore from the lands of the North on pain of death. Domeric Bolton, you will be allowed to return to the Dreadfort under guard and collect whatever you can carry. You will then be escorted to White Harbour and placed upon the first ship out of port to live out the rest of your days as you see fit. Or, if you so choose, you may take the black. But, from this day forth, House Bolton will no longer be of the North, nor welcome in the North. The simplest option would have been to either have Domeric executed or to have him serve out the rest of his life at the Wall, but that would put him on the same grouping as Tywin Lannister. And while he was forcing 5 northern houses into extinction in the north, he would not stoop so low as to kill those who did not deserve it. I will take exile, Lord Stark. Domeric said after a long, drawn-out silence. And I will find new fortune in Essos. So be it, Ned nodded, motioning towards some of his guards to stand beside Domeric. On the morrow, you will be escorted to the Dreadfort to collect whatever you can carry and then you will be escorted to White Harbour until a ship is ready to sail. Not saying a word, the young Bolton nodded his acceptance of his fate before disappearing once more into the Crowd with his 2 Stark guard escorts. Lastly, I would hear from Mikel Redford of House Redford and squire to the false knight, Lyn Corbray. The youngest son of Lord Horton Redford of the Vale was pushed out from the crowd and made to stand before Ned. The boy, for that was what he was as he couldn't have been more than a year older than his own sons, was visibly shaking before him. Why yes, Lord Stark. Leaning forward, Ned fixed the boy with a hard look. During the night of the attack, you were seen to have been encouraging the younger guards, heirs, and even my sons to drink as much as they could. Because of your actions, those who perhaps could have aided when the attack began were unable to do so. During your questioning by Lord Knox, you admitted that you did so under the direction of Lyn Corbray. Yet claim that, despite your actions, you knew nothing of the attack before it began. I want you to look me in the eyes, boy, and answer me honestly. Do you swear on the old gods and the new, and on your family honor, that you knew nothing of what your master had planned? The young squire all but collapsed to the ground in a heap as he lowered his face to the point where he was near kissing the stones beneath his feet. I swear, Lord Stark, Michael began before pausing as he seemed to remember what Ned had demanded of him as he raised his face so he could look the boy in the eye. I swear on the gods old and new, and upon my family honor, Lord Stark, I knew nothing of what the false knight had planned. Please, my lord. Please have mercy. The boy was petrified. Yet there was no lie in him. He truly did not know of the attack before it happened. Lord Stark. Domeric Bolton called out from his spot near the back of the crowd. While I am no longer a man of the North, I would ask that you allow myself to speak on young Michael's behalf. Leaning back, Ned nodded towards Domeric. Speak. Thank you, Lord Stark, Domeric nodded before stepping out from the crowd. My lords, I speak now not as a son of House Bolton, but rather as the squire for Lord Horton Redford, father of young Michael here. I've known young Michael here for several years, well before he entered the service of Corbray. He is a good lad, kind and faithful to the laws of gods and men. I truly believe that, had he had any inkling as to the true intention of his master or the others involved in the attack, he would have done everything he could to inform yourself beforehand. Even if it cost him his life. It was a powerful testimony, only hampered by the fact that it was Domeric who delivered it. Thank you, Domeric, Ned said, motioning for the former heir of House Bolton to step back. Are there any others who would speak in young Mikkel's defense? I would speak on his behalf, Lord Stark, Lord Royce spoke, moving quickly to extract himself from the crowd and step out into the middle of the great hall. I may not know young Mikkel here, Lord Stark. But I know his father and I know his elder brothers. And I agree with young Domeric Bolton. Had Mikkel had any inclination of the plan to assassinate yourself, Lord Knox, and your families, I believe he would have done everything he could to inform you of the plot well before it could take place. I have no hesitation in vouching for his innocence, my lord. And I will take responsibility for any actions he might commit during his remaining time here in the north. Very well, Ned nodded, turning his attention away from Lord Royce and back to the still shaking squire. Mikkel Redford, I hereby find you innocent of the crimes of attempted assassination and sedition against House Stark and House Knox. However, you are hereby prohibited from ever stepping foot onto northern soil again. Is that understood? Mikkel nearly collapsed as his relief shone through on his face. Yes, my lord, thank you, my lord. I swear, I will do whatever I can to make this up to House Stark and House Knox. As the young squire was dismissed, Ned felt a great burden being lifted from him as he realized that that was the last of the trials to be held. Yet with that release came a new burden. The fact that he would now be tasked with carrying out his sentences. Rising to his feet, Ned waited as the rest of the lords and ladies present in the hall rose with him. The court of Winterfell is hereby adjourned for the day, he announced. At sundown, the execution of the traitors to the north shall commence. Until then, you are all dismissed. Sitting perfectly still atop the child-sized stone he'd spent every spare moment of the past few days working on within a small garden situated next to the Sorcerer's Tower in Winterfell, Knox waited in a meditative trance as the sun slowly began to descend towards the horizon. It was nearly time for the moment he'd been waiting for ever since the attempted coup a few days prior. The moment when he would have his first true taste of vengeance against those who'd tried, and failed, to take everything from him once more. He would have preferred to extract his vengeance upon every one of the conspirators, but he knew that was simply not possible. Well, it was. But he wasn't about to deprive the man he truly considered a friend his own vengeance. Plus, there was going to be quite a bit more bloodletting soon. Soon, all would learn just what it meant to try and take that which a Sith holds near and dear to themselves. Sensing the soothing presence of his wife entering the small garden, Knox pulled himself out of his trance just as his wife and Light reached his side. Alim, she called out gently. Getting up and moving over to her, he brought one of her hands up to his lips and kissed the back of her hand. You don't need to be here for this, love. Her normally cool aura spiked with anger. Yes, I do, she responded, her voice as iron as her will and as cold as the wall. These bastards took our son away from us and would have done far worse had their plan not failed. I don't know just what you are planning to do to him. But there is no way that I am missing the chance to see the life leave his eyes as you send him to the hells where he belongs. It was moments like these, when Nyra's passion and her resolve shone like a beacon in the Force, that she reminded him so much of Ashura. Don't worry, love, he said, giving her a half grin as he felt two large groups of people emerging from the dungeons and the main keep before combining and making their way towards the Sorcerer's Tower. You will get your wish and more. After tonight, people will volunteer for the wall just for thinking of doing anything to us. I promise you that. Good, Nyra smiled, raising on her toes and pressing her lips to his quickly before breaking off and taking her spot by his side as the group of people came close enough for her to notice them. Ned was leading the procession with Robb and Jon flanking him on either side, and just behind them it seemed as if the entirety of Winterfell had come out en masse to watch what was about to transpire. The only ones that Knox noted were not present were those who would be deemed too young to watch the spectacle. Lord Knox, Lady Knox. Ned greeted the two of them before turning and standing beside them. Once the Lord of Winterfell had taken his place before the mass of people, the 6 prisoners that were to be executed were brought forth. Though only one of them would meet their fate right now. Signaling to his guards, the 2 that were holding onto Lyn Corbray pushed the man forward and forced him to his knees before Stark and Knox. Sir Lyn Corbray of House Corbray of the Vale, Knox said out loud so that all could hear him. Normally Ned would be doing this, but as Knox would be the one to swing the sword, as it were, Northern tradition demanded that he be the one to pass the sentence. You have been tried and found guilty of attempted sedition of the North. Of the attempted murder of my wife, Lady Nyra Knox, and for causing the death of our unborn child. For these crimes, in the name of King Robert Baratheon I, I, Lord Alum Knox, a Lord of the North, do hereby sentence you to die. If you have words to say, say them now. From his kneeling position on the ground, Corbray glared menacingly at the three of them before spitting at the ground next to their feet. I may die here today, but I die knowing that I will be embraced by the 7 who are one for doing their work in removing the hellspawn that had been growing in that whorish heretic's womb. But while I will be embraced by the 7, you will rot in the 7 hells for your blasphemy. So, take my head, but know that in the end, I will have the last laugh. Shaking his head, Knox stepped forward until he was right in front of Corbray and squatted down. I never took you for a devote and a theologist, Corbray. Especially with your preference towards young boys rather than women in your bed. That little tidbit, which he'd plucked from Corbray's mind during his interrogation, drew quite a bit of murmuring as Corbray's aura spiked in anger. Fuck you heretic hellspawn. Ignoring him, Knox began talking while motioning with his hands. You see, I find myself quite the scholar of theology myself. Or rather the theology and beliefs across differing cultures. It's really a fascinating subject if you investigate it. Especially with how consistent they are with one another with some of their beliefs even as they decry each other for not being the correct belief. And one of these recurring themes throughout most theologies is the idea of a hell, or a place for those who have done wrong in life and deserve punishment. Now the specifics might change, but the general idea of hell seems to be repetition. Having the same thing happen to you repeatedly for eternity. Usually some sort of torture, be it physical or mental. Is this how you plan on executing me, sorcerer? Lecturing me to death? Corbray scoffed. Smiling, Knox patted the man atop his head as if he were nothing but a pet. Keep that bravado going, Corbray. You're going to need it. Rising, Knox lifted his hand and summoned the stone he'd been sitting on just before Nyra came to him. Setting the stone down before him, Knox rested his hand atop the waist-high obelisk. You won't die from my lecture, Corbray. In fact, you won't be dying for some time yet. Death is quick. Final. And you made the grave mistake of taking away something that I loved. My son. Thus, you won't be dying until you fully learn just what it means to anger a Dark Lord of the Sith. Motioning away the guards, Knox walked around Corbray so that he was behind the kneeling man as he rested his hands on his shoulders. You see, this right here is what is known as a Ricketten mind prison. It took quite a bit of work on my part, mostly because I've never made one before and I was doing it completely from memory of the one that I saw before. What's going to happen is that I'm going to take your mind, your essence, your soul if you will, and transfer it into this obelisk here. You will be kept alive and conscious of everything going on around you, yet you will be unable to interact with it at all. I've also modified it slightly to do a certain task. And that is to make your worst nightmares into a reality. Your reality. And one that you will repeat over and over again over the course of 1,000 or perhaps even several 100,000 years, pending on my rune work. I'm afraid I was in a bit of a rush to complete it, so I can't be entirely sure on my arithmetic. Leaning over, Knox could almost smell the fear coming off Corbray as the man fought a clearly losing battle to keep his composure. You see, I don't know if your 7 would send you to what you consider hell or not. And I am not one for taking chances, so I decided to build a hell for you to suffer in. Interesting, isn't it? You're bluffing, Corbray hissed, trying and failing to keep his fear from getting the better of him. Smiling, Knox patted the man on the shoulder one last time. I don't bluff. Something that I assure you, you will have plenty of time to learn after I rip your soul out of your body and lock you into your new home. Moving around so that he was once more standing between Corbray and the obelisk, Knox let his anger, his hatred for the piece of filth before him, to run rampant through his being. Holding his hands before him like he was holding a sphere, he drew heavily on the dark side of the force in preparation for ripping the man's consciousness out of his body and transferring it into the mind prison. Small wisps of manifested force energy began forming between his hands as small arcs of force lightning ran across his fingers and arms. Lord Stark! Corbray yelled as his composure fled as he tried to move but found himself unable to do so as Knox held him in place with the force. You can't allow this. The block. Give me the block. Take my head. Don't. You can't. Lord Royce. You can't just no. 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 Corbray's voice broke into an unintelligible wail of agony as Knox pushed his hands forward. The tendrils of dark force energy spread out from his hands and encompassed the condemned man. Gritting his teeth, Knox began breaking the man's very being away from his physical form. It wasn't just the breaking away that was difficult. It was making sure that his consciousness couldn't slip away from him, which was like trying to hold onto a wet eel with his bare hands. If he'd had more time, there were rituals he could have performed to make this process easier. But that would have required not only delaying the execution by several weeks, but he would also have to find a spot that was secure and infrequently traveled to properly prepare, just as his former masters had done, or had planned to do, to him. But, while this particular method he was using was more difficult, it had the added benefit of being far more painful for the one whose mind was being removed. Feeling the last feeble grasp on Corbray's mortal coil give way, Knox immediately shifted his feet and moved his hands. A sphere that had formed over Corbray and which now contained everything he was floated across the small distance. It collided with the obelisk and dissipated the moment the two touched as it was absorbed into the stone. Releasing his hold, Knox let the now lifeless body that had once been Lyn Corbray fall face first to the ground. The entire yard was silent as Knox approached the obelisk and rested his hand on the stone. He could feel Corbray's spirit within the obelisk, and even though he had only just been condemned, he could sense the despair and agony coming from within the mind prison. And so ends Lyn Corbray, the fool who thought he could bring harm to the loved ones of a Sith Lord and live to tell tale. Leading the procession from the Sorcerer's Tower to the God's Wood, Ned found himself in a stupor as he tried to fully wrap his mind around what he'd just witnessed. His friend was many things: powerful, caring to those he loved, a teacher, a mentor, a scholar, and a man that routinely made the impossible seem possible. But as many positive qualities Ned knew that his friend possessed, he was not ignorant enough to overlook his friend's faults. He could be arrogant at times, condescending. But he had more than those. He could also be incredibly ruthless and vindictive to those who dared to cross him. Ned just never truly realized just how ruthless Knox could truly be until tonight. Creating a literal hell for an individual and then ripping their soul out of their body and trapping them in said hell. Even after all he'd seen and learned from Knox up until tonight, he would have thought such a thing impossible. But that was exactly what had happened here tonight. And it was a fate that did not sit easily with Ned. But as unnatural as the execution was, Ned would not and could not fault his friend for what he'd done. Especially considering what Ned himself was about to do to the treasonous nobles. Executions were not just about simply killing. No. They were about making a statement to everyone else about the consequences of certain actions. And Knox had just made a very, very powerful statement. Just as he was about to do. Coming into the clearing before the weirwood, Ned's heart began to beat wildly as he saw that his orders had been carried out. 5 stakes, each taller than a man, had been erected in the God's Wood before the reflecting pool opposite of the weirwood. Father. Brother. Sister. Ancestors. Give me strength to do what must be done here tonight, he prayed as he made to stand before the reflecting pool in front of the 5 stakes. As he turned around, he saw that those who'd gathered to watch the execution had all begun spreading out, the light from their newly lit torches the only source of light in the God's Wood as the guards roughly positioned each of the 5 prisoners before a stake. Everyone, from his sons to the lords and ladies to even Knox, knew what was about to happen here. And by the look on at least 2 of the condemned lords' faces, they were obviously not expecting to meet their end this way. And if he were being truthful with himself, this was perhaps the last thing Ned wanted to do. But his wants did not matter. The laws of the North were old and unforgiving. And this was the cost of betraying the North and breaking the laws of gods and men. Roose Bolton. Barbary Dustin. Lud Whitehill. Roderick Riswell. Harwood Stout. He began, making sure to meet each of them in the eye before moving on. You 5 have been found guilty of attempted sedition and assassination. In the name of King Robert Baratheon I, Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell, Warden of the North, do hereby sentence you to die by the traitor's death. If you have any last words, speak them now for all to hear. For while you will meet with the gods tonight, you will not stand with them nor will you be able to reach for them. You will be with the gods, yet you will not hear them, see them, nor speak to them. And until the end of time, all will know of your transgressions against the laws of gods and men. Please, my lord, I beg mercy. Harwood Stout whimpered, his body shaking like a leaf in the wind. I didn't mean, I was forced. Had our roles been reversed as you and your cohorts intended, Stout, would you have granted my family and I such mercy as you are asking for now? Ned demanded of the man, making him whimper further and fold in on himself. Next, Lud Whitehill met his eyes, but his fear betrayed him as he shook with fear of what was to come. My family will live on, through my traitorous daughter, but they will live on. And one day, this will be revisited upon you 100-fold. Ned didn't bother gracing the man with a response as he turned his attention to Roderick Riswell. You killed my eldest son. Unmanned my 2 younger sons. Widowed my eldest daughter before she could ever have children of her own. My only regret standing here today, is that I did not get the chance to gut you like your fish of a wife before I died. Glaring, Ned forced himself away from Roderick and onto the next in line, Barbary Dustin. The Dowager Lady of Barrowtown was standing tall and looking at him with something that he had never seen from her before. Something almost akin to respect. I didn't think you would have the strength to go through with this, Stark. But I can see that you have finally decided to shed those antlers and feathers and become a wolf once more. Barbary said with a definite edge to her voice. Too bad it took all this death for you to actually become a wolf of the north instead of a southern pretender wolf. I have always been a man of the north and a wolf, Barbary, he countered, meeting her gaze head-on. Your hatred of me merely blinded you to that fact. Moving over to the last of the condemned, Ned met the cold grey eyes of Roose Bolton for the last time. You think you have won just because we failed? You are a fool, Ned Stark. This is not the end. Merely the beginning of the end for the Starks. Perhaps, or perhaps not. Ned replied, forcing himself to remain calm. As I have often been told by a friend, the only thing certain about the future is uncertainty. The time of the Starks may end in my time or perhaps 100 lifetimes from now. But you, Roose, you will not be there to see it happen. Bind them. Stepping back, Ned watched with a racing heart as his guards stripped the 5 condemned of their shirts, leaving the men bare-chested and Barbary in only her chest bindings. Without a single word spoken, the men of Winterfell then forced each of them against a stake and raised their hands above their heads before tying them off onto a hook at the top. With their arms secured, a second rope was then wound tightly around their chest to make sure that they could not move away from the stake. Not that they would be able to do so soon enough. Finished with their task, the men of Winterfell stepped away as Jory approached. A large two-handed war maul in his hands. Taking the maul from his captain, Ned stepped forward once more. Not since before the time of the dragons has any dared to violate the laws of gods and men in such a manner. He said loudly and clearly so that all could hear him. The north is old and harsh. But we are a people who stand united. We were one while the rest of the southern kingdoms were still squabbling for control of one another. And for those who would seek to destroy that which we have built upon centuries of blood, there is only one fate awaiting them. May the gods have mercy on you. For I cannot and shall not. Gripping the handle of the maul tightly, Ned made his way towards the end of the line of stakes and stood before Harwood Stout as the rest of those in the godswood remained completely silent. The man was shaking violently, and the front of his pants were soaked with his own piss. My lord. Stout moaned, please, Mare. Swinging the maul around his head, Ned brought the heavy blunt instrument down hard onto Stout's left knee. The former lord from Barrowtown cried out in agony as the bones in his knee shattered under the weight of the maul. Part of Ned wanted to stop then and there. But he couldn't. The law wouldn't let him. And a much larger part, the part that remembered holding Cat's and Rickon's bloody bodies, was actually enjoying the sight of the man's suffering. Reversing his swing, Ned quickly brought the maul back around and struck down on his other knee, shattering it just the first before delivering 2 follow-up swings to each of his arms. With his arms and legs broken, Stout went limp, the rope around his middle and the rope securing his arms above his head the only things keeping him upright. Forcing himself to ignore the wailing of Stout, Ned pushed himself onto the next and went to stand before Lord Whitehill. The former lord had his eyes closed and was shaking nearly as bad as Stout had been. Not giving himself time to think about what he was doing, Ned brought the maul down hard onto each of the man's knees and both of his arms. The man's bones shattered like they were nothing more than dry kindling. He repeated the process with Roderick Reeswell, the only difference there being the Lord of the Rills didn't shake nor piss himself. He merely stared at Ned with hatred even as Ned shattered his legs and arms. When he came to Barbary, he involuntarily found himself pausing. She was a woman. Doing this to a woman was just. It was different than a man. Yet still, she had committed the same crime as the others. Her punishment had to be the same. So, with a heavy heart and forcibly blanked mind, Ned methodically brought them all down on her legs and arms just as he had the others. Lastly, Ned stood before Roose Bolton. The man who was the leader of the attempted insurrection. Pale eyes met the eyes of the wolf, yet despite staring his very death in the face the Leech Lord had no fear. Nor acceptance. He just stayed there, emotionless as if this were just another day for him. And that, more than anything, infuriated the Warden of the North more than anything else. The apathy Roose showed towards Ned's family, his own family, and his fellow conspirators. His anger fueling him, Ned swung them all around with far more strength than he had the others. Roose's knees and arms didn't simply break under the force of them all, they shattered. Each blow wrenching screams of pain from the Leech Lord that only served to make Ned want to hit him harder. Dropping them all, Ned held out his hand. Wordlessly, Jory deposited a dagger into his waiting hand. Forcing Roose's head to the side, he grabbed hold of the man's ear and placed the flat of the dagger against the side of his head. Pulling on his ear, he brought the dagger down and removed Roose's ear with a single swipe. Dropping the bloody appendage on the ground, he forced Roose's head the other direction and repeated the action to remove his other ear. The task done, he moved down the line removing the conspirators' ears one at a time without hesitation or mercy. By the time he'd finished with Stout, the 5 prisoners were hanging limply by the rope around their chest as the pain from their broken bones and severed ears kept them conscious and in constant agony. Handing the dagger back off to Jory, Ned kept his mind empty as he was handed a metal poker with the end heated to the point where the metal glowed brightly. Without him needing to say so, his men moved up so that there were 2 next to each of the condemned and forced their eyes open. Leveling the poker at Stout's eyes, Ned didn't give himself time to think of the pleading look in the man's eye before he pressed the searing metal into first his right eye and then his left. Within mere moments, Ned had made his way down the line of the prisoners and each were blinded much in the same manner his friend had been when he was still but a child. Handing the poker back off, he took the dagger back from Jory as his men worked with wedges of wood and tongs to force the prisoners' mouths open and pull their tongue out past their teeth. Ned's mind was completely devoid as he methodically removed the tongues of each prisoners, not caring as their blood got on his hands and clothes. Only after removing Stout's tongue did he allow himself a moment to collect himself. The 5 prisoners were little more than a collection of broken, bloodied bodies that were barely hanging on to life and consciousness. But their ordeal was not yet over. Pressing the edge of the dagger against Stout's stomach, Ned drew the blade quickly across the man's middle. This cut was just deep enough to render the flesh and muscle, opening his stomach and allowing his guts to fall freely from his body onto the ground below. Then, just like he had done with the bones, ears, eyes and tongue, Ned walked down the line slicing each prisoner's stomachs open just enough to spill their guts out onto the ground. After slicing open Roose Bolton, Ned handed the dagger back off and stepped away from the 5 still slowly dying prisoners. Despite having just brutalized the 5 condemned, an act that he knew Jonaran would never have approved of, Ned felt no shame nor remorse. In fact, he felt nothing. There was no satisfaction. No horror at what he'd done. Just calm. Not since before the time of the dragons has such a crime warranted the traitor's death, he said, speaking loudly over the dying moans of the condemned. Remember well what you have seen here tonight. For the North remembers. And we have no mercy for those who break the laws of gods and men. Now, to bed, all of you. We have an early start in the morning, for we have more traitors to deal with in the south. And we will need to move quickly if we are to catch them all. Not a single word was spoken as Ned marched away from the stakes that were holding onto the 5 still dying prisoners with Jon and Robb quickly falling into step beside him. There were no further words that needed to be said. The message given tonight spoke far louder than any words he could have uttered. And now the wolves would make sure that their message was delivered to the south once more. The morning after the executions of the traitorous northern lords and lady was a somber affair for everyone in Winterfell as most were still trying to come to terms with what they'd witnessed the night before. Add to the fact that most of the nobles had sent their families home that morning, and Winterfell suddenly felt a lot quieter than it had been in some time. The only sound within Winterfell was the steady knocking of training blades as they bashed against one another as the men of the north trained. And amid the dozens of training men, and even a few women, overseeing their training was Nox. The training regime that morning had been a rather impromptu affair that had begun with just Nox, his apprentice, and his acolytes. But soon enough word got out about their training and seemingly within minutes the entire courtyard was full of guards, lords, and ladies, all hoping to garner some attention from the famed northern sorcerer. And he had granted their wish, though he was sure that many of them now wished they had not, as Nox's form of encouragement was usually demonstrated with a swift bout of force lightning to motivate those he felt were lacking. But despite the brutal pace he set in his encouragement to not screw up, not one of those who came to the yard had left. Their anger at what had transpired and the thought of vengeance against those who had wronged them driving the men and women of the north to push themselves harder and harder. As he passed by the great Jan, who was struggling badly with getting used to fighting with only one arm, Nox's hand shot up as if he were making a motion to swat a fly. A high-pitched squeal came from behind him, followed quickly by more than a few choice words and the sound of several bodies hitting the ground. Turning around, Nox faced towards the pile of bodies, though mostly he was staring at the smallest member of the pile who was trying desperately to disentangle herself from the limbs of those she'd collided with. Another failure, Arya, Nox sighed as most of the training around them paused to watch what was going on. You know the punishment. 50 swings of the sword and 2 laps around the yard. Then, you will try again. If you fail again, then I will have you doing embroidering for the next 3 training sessions instead of training. And the rest of you, back to what you were doing unless you want to be made an example of as well. Wisely, everyone immediately went back to their training as Arya quickly scrambled to her feet and ran off to start her punishment for failing once again. Unlike Jon, Robb, and Theon, who were currently sparring off to the side of the yard in a Robb and Theon versus Jon match, and Bran who was under the careful tutelage of Sir Roderick Castle, Arya's training for the day did not include sparring. Instead, he'd decided to focus on having her refine her rather unique force ability. To that end, he'd given her a single task for the day. That task being to get within 5 paces of him without him noticing her. So far, she'd made 5 attempts at the seemingly simple task, and she'd failed on each attempt. As Nox started to make his way back towards his apprentice, he slowed his pace as he felt another presence enter the yard. Or rather, 2 presences. After several long moments, all movement in the yard stopped and stared in open disbelief at what they were seeing. Standing just outside the training yard, looking more than slightly uncomfortable in the breeches and leather padding covering her body, was Sansa Stark. Standing just behind the eldest daughter of Lord Stark was her newly named sworn sword, the former wildling woman Osha wearing leather armor complete with her newly acquired sword spear sheathed but held in her left hand. Sansa, Nox greeted the young girl. You're late. Training began hours ago. The young wolf girl looked more than slightly uncomfortable as she stood before him, shifting her feet back and forth. I'm sorry, Lord Nox. But I wasn't sure how I shall. Hands covering her head, Sansa ducked out of the path of the wooden training sword that Nox had sent spiraling her way. But the wooden blade never even got close to the young girl as Osha quickly stepped in its path and snatched it out of the air. Tomorrow, Nox said flatly. You will catch it. Not Osha. Yes, Lord Nox. Sansa stuttered, taking the wooden training sword from Osha and holding it awkwardly. For being late, you will work with your sister today, Sansa, Nox ordered, motioning towards where Arya was practicing her down strikes with her training sword. You'll start with 50 swings of the sword, then follow along with your sister's current regime before coming back to me. Understand? Sansa frowned as she looked over at where Arya was located. No doubt she thought that he would be training her directly from the start. And while he had every intention of doing just that, he needed to test her first. See if she truly was ready to learn. As you will, Lord Nox, Sansa responded, awkwardly bowing to him before making her way over to Arya. And what about me, Sorcerer? Osha asked, staying in place even as her charge walked away. Lord Wolf wanted you to train me to make sure I was capable of protecting his little wolves. He did he? Nox asked, slowly approaching Osha with his hands at his sides. Then, let us see what I'm working with. Summoning another tourney blade to his open hand, Nox spun in a tight circle as he used the force to propel himself up and over Osha while simultaneously striking down at her exposed neck and shoulder. But Osha proved quicker than he'd anticipated as she dropped into a roll across the ground to avoid his strike and coming back to her feet just as Nox himself landed. Her excitement peaked as the sheath left her weapon, revealing the Valyrian steel for all to see as she charged at him. Tossing the tourney blade aside, Nox summoned his lightsaber into his hand and activated it just in time to parry Osha's well-controlled thrust. Instead of locking blades with him, Osha turned with the parry, spinning around in a tight circle and building up momentum as she adjusted her grip to the end of the sword's hilt to increase the strength of the coming blow. A blow that struck nothing but air as Nox slid his feet back just enough to let the tip of the blade pass within a few inches of his face. As soon as the blade was clear, he shifted again and lunged, stopping the tip of his lightsaber but a hair's breadth from her exposed throat. Solid form and footwork, he summarized, stepping back from Osha. But your tendency to overextend will be your undoing. The spear, and your sword spear, have the advantage of reach. Yet you must not let that advantage become a disadvantage. Again. Osha took his words to heart as their next round began with her being far more cautious than the last as she tried not to overextend herself this time around. But that caution proved to be her undoing as Nox went on the offensive with a flurry of attacks using Ataru and knocking her on her ass within a minute. Too cautious, Nox chided, waiting for Osha to get back to her feet. Snarling, Osha went on the offensive with a series of quick thrusts to varying parts of his body. Each thrust was met with either an equally quick parry or simple move by Nox to avoid the blade completely. The bout went longer than the previous two, but quickly enough Osha began to get frustrated at not even being able to come close to landing a blow and her movements started to become far more forced and erratic. Use and control your anger and frustration, Nox growled, stepping in close to Osha and driving his fist into her midsection, dropping her to the ground. Do not let them use you. Gripping her weapon, Osha slowly got back to her feet. Her anger and humiliation were such that she was shaking trying to control them while around them the men and women of the north chuckled or outright laughed at her. They think you're nothing, Nox said, quietly enough so that it was only the two of them who could hear. They think you don't deserve the honor and respect Lord Stark has bestowed upon you. They think you're nothing more than a barbarian who doesn't know her ass from a hole in the ground. Show them that they're wrong. Show them what it means to be a spear wife, Osha. Show them that Lord Stark's and my own faith in you is not misplaced. His words seemed to do the trick as her anger and humiliation lessened and her focus steadily increased. Slowing turning his lightsaber, Nox started to circle, to which Osha matched his every step. Her hands were as steady as rocks and her demeanor gave away nothing as the two circled one another. Abruptly stopping his movements, Nox launched a series of probing attacks at the wildling woman. Each of which she was able to fend off as she focused solely on him and not those around them. Back and forth, the two traded blows with neither truly gaining the advantage over the other. Though, in truth, Nox was handicapping himself by not using the force. If he had, the fight would have been over before it could even begin. And that would simply defeat the whole purpose he had in sparring with her in the first place. But even with Nox handicapping himself, he was still very impressed with the woman's prowess. She wasn't Oberyn's level of skill, but he had no doubt that she could easily reach the Prince of Dorne's level in no time at all. The two continued to trade blows for nearly half an hour or more before Osha began to reach her limit. Her movements were starting to become sloppy and her breathing was ragged as she tried desperately to keep pace with him. Deciding to end things there, Nox slipped within her reach and wrenched her spear sword out of her grasp before kicking her feet out from underneath. Her breath left her lungs in a rush as her back hit the ground and Nox had his lightsaber pointed at her throat, all within the blink of an eye. Well done, Osha, Nox congratulated the woman, deactivating his lightsaber and clipping it onto his belt. Lord Stark has chosen his daughter's sworn sword well. Fucking shit. Osha groaned, rolling over onto her front and slowly pushing herself up to her feet. Flattery words. Ya kicked my fucking arse. As is often the case with those who try their luck against me, Nox replied, holding out his hand for her to take. But you managed to last far longer than most have. Granted, I was holding back, but you still did well. Nox could feel her glare as she tightly gripped his offered hand and pulled herself up. Cocky shit, ain't ya, sorcerer? No, just confident. There's a difference. Letting go of his hand, Osha's frustration shifted into a slight amusement coated with a touch of what he recognized as arousal. That pretty little lady of yours is a lucky woman to have stolen you, sorcerer, or else I would be making my move to steal ye. But I ain't no poacher like that. Good, Nox smiled, feeling his spirits lift as they always did whenever he found a decent opponent to spar against. What are the rest of you looking at? Back to work, or I'll start making examples of you all. The men and women in the yard immediately got back to what they were doing. Nursing several sore spots across her body, Osha picked up her weapon and went to join with everyone else in their training regime. As the day moved on, Nox made sure to watch over his newest addition carefully. Sansa was, well, she was not her brother's or sister, that was for sure. She had the force potential to match her siblings, perhaps even drawing close to Arya's level now that she wasn't holding herself back for reasons that were frankly beyond Nox. But what she clearly lacked in was the physical aspect of training. She was struggling to even keep up with even the most basic of exercises, and her work with a blade was beyond appalling. A fact that Arya seemed to revel in as she time and time again disarmed and smacked her sister. But despite lagging everyone in the yard, Sansa did not give up. She kept pushing herself back up no matter how many times she got knocked down. By the time Nox had finally called for an end to the day, Sansa was barely keeping herself upright and looked ready to collapse right there and then. Sansa, Nox said, walking up to the young girl who was currently peeling herself out of her leather padding with Osha's aid. Let's talk. Sansa looked up at him, her blue eyes wide and clearly exhausted, but she nodded and followed him towards the small garden area he and Nyra had planted near his tower after he'd waved Osha off from following them. Leading Sansa over towards a small stone table and seating area, Nox motioned for her to sit down while using the force to pull over a large box that contained a full Cyvasse set. Have you ever played Cyvasse, Sansa? He asked. No, Sansa replied, shaking her head. Then I'll teach you, here. You can take the white pieces and I'll take the black. He then went on to explain how each piece worked as the two set up their sides of the board. Tell me, Sansa, why did you come here today? Sansa's hand stilled as she set down the last of her pieces on her side of the board. I want to get strong. Like my brothers and an Arya. If I'd been stronger, if I hadn't ignored this gift that's been given to me by the gods, then perhaps my mother, and Rickon wouldn't, and Lady Nox and your son. Enough, Nox chided the young girl. It does no good to dwell on what you believe could have happened. Instead, learn from what had happened, so that it will not happen again. Sansa looked on the verge of tears, but she nodded and sniffed loudly as she tried to hold herself back. Ah yes, Lord Nox. Humming, Nox leaned back and motioned for Sansa to make her first move. You still haven't answered my question, Sansa. Why are you here? Placing her fingers on a piece, Sansa moved it a few squares and leaned back. I want to be strong. Strong? Nox questioned, making a motion with his finger to move a piece on the board without even touching it. And what do you think being strong means? Do you think that one is strong simply because they can kill? Or are they strong because they know how to wield a blade or whatever weapon strikes their fancy? Because if so, you might as well stop trying now. Because you will never become a warrior like your sister or your brothers. You simply do not have the temperament nor the skill to do so. No, you do not want to be strong, Sansa. You want power. But strength and power, are they not the same? Sansa asked, clearly curious as to where Nox was going with the conversation. Shrugging, Nox made a move to counter Sansa's on the board. In some context, they can be used interchangeably. But most of the time, the two have drastically different meanings. A strong individual could change the outcome of a battle. But one with power and the knowledge to use said power will be able to choose where and when each battle will take place. A clear example of the difference between these two can be shown in Lord Tywin Lannister and his bannerman Gregor Clegane. The latter is far stronger than Tywin could ever hope to become, yet it is because of Tywin's own power and the way that he wields it that he is able to control the man. That, Sansa Stark, is what I will be teaching you. Not to necessarily be a leader like Jon, or a general like Robb, or a warrior like your sister Arya. None of those will suit you. Instead, I will teach you how to become a true player of the great game." Standing within the wooden-covered bridge overlooking the yard below, Ned Stark watched as his children, all his children, trained under Lord Knox's watchful eye. While he was watching all his children, in truth he was mostly paying attention to his eldest daughter, Sansa. His little red wolf was trying so desperately to match her brothers and sister now, to the point where he could tell even from this distance that she was near the point of collapse from pure physical exhaustion. But despite her obvious lacking in skill and sheer exhaustion, his little red wolf refused to stop as she forced herself to keep pace with the others. By the time Knox had called an end to the day and dismissed those he was training, his eldest daughter was barely able to move faster than a slight shuffling of her feet. Her newly named sworn sword Osha helped her out of her training gear and made to help her towards the keep, but Knox waved the former wilding off and instead led Sansa over to a small sitting area in the garden beside the Sorcerer's tower. Once they were in the garden, Sansa all but collapsed into the seat Knox had offered her before the Sorcerer took one across from her and began setting up what he recognized as a cyvasse board. A not-so-small part of him wanted to march over and hear what the two were speaking of, but he held himself back from doing so. He trusted Knox. While it was more difficult than he cared to admit watching his friend essentially break his children in the yard, he knew that Knox was doing so with a reason. He could only hope that Knox truly knew what he was doing when it came to Sansa, his precious daughter who was so different from her siblings. She would never be a warrior woman, that much was certain. But there was a strength in her. A strength that, honestly, he hadn't even known existed in her until this very morning when she arrived at his solar at the break of dawn to begin learning everything she could from him so that she could handle being the Stark in Winterfell while he, Robb, Jon, and Knox went south to deal with the errant maesters. The maesters. Hearing the creaking of wood, Ned forced himself to rein in his temper as he let go of the railing, which had cracked like dry kindling in the palm of his hand. Ever since he'd learned the truth of the plot against he and Knox, just the mere thought of the grey rats of the south was enough to drive Ned to a height of anger he had never experienced before. Even his hatred for the Mad King Enrigger paled in comparison to what he felt towards the maesters now. There were a few exceptions, Maester Luwin being the only one so far. But the aged Maester of Winterfell was wise enough to keep his presence around Ned to a minimum these days. And he was trying, gods knew he was trying, to keep in mind what Maester Luwin had told them about the plot more than likely coming from a small group of maesters. But it was hard, so very hard. He tried to tell himself, again and again, that the only reason he was going south to deal with the maesters was for justice. But that was a lie. Or, at the very least, only a small part of the truth. In truth, he was going south for one very simple reason. And it was the same reason he went south to depose the Mad King and his equally mad son 10 years ago, and that was revenge. Plain and simple revenge. Plus, this time, there would be no Jon Arryn to reign in the wolf's blood. Quite the opposite in fact, as he would instead be with Knox, who would no doubt be encouraging Ned to follow his wolf's blood. Feeling a presence approaching down the length of the bridge, Ned forced thoughts of vengeance to the back of his mind as Asha Greyjoy slowly made her way towards him. "Lord Stark," she greeted him once she was within arm's length, her tone betraying her nerves as she no doubt was wondering why he'd asked to speak with her. "Asha," Ned greeted her in return, trying to find where to begin. 6 years ago, you were taken from your home and brought here as my ward. And while your position, and that of your brothers, could well and truly be considered a hostage, I have truly come to find a new son and daughter in the both of you." Asha was clearly uncomfortable with being reminded of just what her true nature here in Winterfell entailed. I remember all too well that day. The day my father's idiocy finally caught up to him. And don't give me that look, Lord Stark. I've long ago realized that my father truly was an idiot with what he did. And it was his idiocy that cost my family and my people so much. Now Ned felt more than slightly awkward with where the conversation was heading. "That is not why I asked to speak with you today," he tried to gently correct her. While he honestly agreed with her on the subject of her father, he did not wish to speak ill of her family to her face. "You have been in Winterfell for 6 years now. My son and heir has reached the age of 3 and 10. By the king's decree, you are free to return to the Iron Isles." Asha could do little more than stare at him as she came to terms with what he was saying. "Oh," she said, blinking and turning so that she was looking out over the courtyard with a look of longing. I guess I'll be sending a raven to my father then. And returning to the Iron Isles as soon as he can send a ship to collect me." "Not necessarily," Ned countered, drawing a sharp look from her as he handed over a decree that he had written that very morning with Sansa's watching over his shoulder. Taking the piece of rolled paper, Asha quickly unfurled it and read its contents. Then she blinked, looked up at him and then read it over once more. "Lord Stark. The galleon is yours, Asha," Ned said, answering her unasked question. "You've more than earned the right to claim it with your actions. A crew will be loaned for your use to return to the Iron Isles, and all I ask is your word of their safe return." Excitement and joy started rolling off the young lady as she carefully rolled the decree back up and gently tucked it into her belt for safekeeping. "And, is that all you're asking?" A ship and a crew until I can put together one of my own back on the Iron Isles? Surely, there is more to this than just a gesture of goodwill, Lord Stark. She caught on quick. Honestly, Asha, I truly wish that this was just a simple gesture of goodwill towards the young woman I've found another daughter in. But there is always a price. Though, this is a price that I pray you are willing to pay. Pausing, he turned and faced her full on to make sure he had her attention. The price is this. Remember. Remember what you have seen during your time here in Winterfell and use what you have learned to lead your people towards a better future. Remember, as well, that should the Iron Isles try a repeat of the past, then the North will not be as merciful as we once were. And even if I find a daughter and son in you and Theon, I will do what is necessary to protect the North. Asha's face went slightly pale as kept her eyes on his own. I understand, Lord Stark. And trust me. After seeing what the two of you can and are willing to do, the last thing the Iron Isles can afford is to piss off the North and the Sorcerer once more. Good, Ned nodded. There is one more thing, Asha. Should you choose to not simply be a lady of House Greyjoy and instead succeed your father, then know that you will have the full backing of the North in your choice. That seemed to bring Asha up short. You'd support? But what of Theon? Frowning, Ned stared down at the young Greyjoy lad down in the yard talking adamantly with Robb and Jon as the three practiced their archery. Theon is a good lad, and while I feel he has the makings of a good future lord, he will have known the North far better than he knows the Iron Isles by the time Robert allows him to return to his home. You, however. You know your people. You know how to earn their trust and respect. And I believe that it is through you that the people of the Iron Islands will find a way forward, away from the old way of paying the iron price. And what if I don't? Asha asked in an almost challenging but still inquisitive tone. What if I return home, make a crew, and return to the old ways of paying the iron price? Turning back to her, Ned allowed his anger at the thought of Asha raiding northern soil to take hold, knowing that as he did his eyes changed to the wolf eyes. Then you know very well where that path will lead. Asha recognized the threat for what it was. That I do, she nodded. Well, I suppose that I'll be leaving with the morning light along with the rest of you? Only I'll be heading in the opposite direction. That is up to you, Ned replied. Your time in Winterfell may have come to an end, but I will not force you to leave if you do not wish to do so yet. Asha seemed to consider his offer for a short time before slowly shaking her head. No. I've spent too long here in the North as it is, Lord Stark. No offense intended. There is no offense, Asha, Ned waved off her concern. I understand the longing to return to one's home. I would ask that you spend one last night with us before you take your leave. My daughters, Arya especially, will not take your leaving well. They have grown quite attached to you, especially in light of recent events. And I them, Lord Stark, Asha smiled. They're the sisters I've always wanted but never had. Just, one thing, Lord Stark. The Grey Rats? Make them pay for what they tried to do. I intend to, Asha, Ned promised the young woman, his fist tightening once more. I intend to. Moving quietly through the darkened roads wearing through the great keep of Winterfell, a lone bard moved swiftly from shadow to shadow as he made his way towards the Hunter's Gate and his long road back towards the north. While some might question his caution, even himself to an extent, he knew that he'd already overstayed his welcome here in Winterfell. Well, that might not be particularly true considering the Valyrian steel dagger roughly the length of his forearm that he now wore at his side. But he knew that long he stayed here in Winterfell the greater the chance of his facade failing. And if that happened, well, he didn't really want to think of the consequences. Especially now that he had a hope to look forward to. Reaching the Hunter's Gate, the bard was more than slightly confused to find the gate unguarded. He had specifically decided on this time to leave because he knew that this was when the guards rotated. And Lord Stark was planning on leaving to head south at first light. But still, neither of those could explain why the gate that lead into the Wolf's Wood was unguarded. Especially with what had just transpired a few days ago. If anything, the guards should be doubled. Not missing. And even more curious was the fact that the gate was wide open. Keeping a weather eye on his surroundings, the bard slowly approached the opened gate all the while preparing himself for the ambush that he was sure was about to come. No need for such caution, bard. Had I wanted you dead, you would be dead. The bard nearly froze at the voice. A voice he recognized, and one that he'd come to well and truly fear. Keeping a tight hold on his new dagger, the bard turned and found himself face to face with the northern sorcerer himself. Lord Knox, the bard said, lowering his head but not going to a knee before the famed sorcerer, I was just leaving, my lord. The sorcerer's head tilted to the side. The cloth covering his eyes making it impossible for the bard to even guess what the man was thinking. Leaving? In the middle of the night during the timing of the guard's rotation? If I didn't know better, I would say that you didn't want anyone to make a fuss over your leaving, bard. That is exactly it, my lord, the bard said, eyeing the gate and keeping a firm hold on his dagger, though he doubted it would do any good should the sorcerer press the matter. I'm not used to such attention from lords and ladies, but not used to such attention. Yet, you are a bard, and a good one at that. Surely, lords and ladies from across the realm pay you good coin and fawn over your abilities. Yet, you say you are not used to their attention. The sorcerer chuckled, taking a step forward, which prompted the bard to take his own step back to try and keep the distance between the two of them. I do enjoy these games, bard. But recent events have soured my mood. So, let us drop this little charade, Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall. Mance acted without thinking, drawing his dagger and letting it fly from his fingers in the same movement the moment he was named. But, true to his first thoughts, the dagger never reached its target. Instead, it just stopped, hanging in the air between the two of them. A fact that Mance realized he shared with the dagger as he found his body unable to move as some sort of invisible force seemed to press upon him from all sides. Not enough to hurt, but certainly enough to keep him from moving even a single muscle. Now that wasn't very nice, the sorcerer sighed, walking forward and plucking the dagger out of the air. Is this what is considered a proper greeting north of the wall? If so, then I can understand how your people have earned such a bad reputation. Mance eyed the dagger warily, or, more accurately, the one now wielding the dagger. Is this where you kill me, sorcerer? If anything, the sorcerer looked offended by the question. Why do people always assume that I'm going to kill them in situations like this? The man sighed. While I have no qualms on killing, or a lot of things to be honest, I am not a wasteful man, Mance. And you? You are far more valuable alive than you are dead. So, we can either have a quick chat and you can be on your way. Or you can try and fight me again, in which case I'll fold you in half, shove your head up your ass, and leave you to suffocate to death. Your choice. Mance felt whatever holding him disappear as his earlier motion now caused him to take a now involuntary half-step towards the sorcerer, who was holding his Valyrian steel dagger hilt first towards him. Not much of an option, sorcerer, Mance sighed, taking the offered dagger and sliding it back into its sheath. True, though you would be amazed at the number of idiots who don't see it that way. Now, come, let us walk and talk, the sorcerer said, nodding towards the Hunter's Gate and setting a slow pace towards Mance's freedom. The unease Mance felt upon first being caught by the sorcerer did not lessen in the slightest, even as his way of escape drew closer and closer. So, what is it that the famed northern sorcerer wishes to speak with me about? The others. The White Walkers and their army of the dead. The sorcerer said, not hesitating in the slightest. That is why you are working so hard to gather the tribes of the wildlings, or free folk, together, is it not? Don't bother saying it's not. Osha has already confirmed that aspect of your motivation for us. And before you ask, no, she did not betray you. I'd be surprised honestly if she even recognized you. But I've known about your presence here since the moment you stepped foot into Winterfell. Mance had nearly missed a step at the start of the sorcerer's speech. You're not one to beat around the bush, are you, sorcerer? Don't let this conversation fool you, Mance. I can talk in circles around anyone and probably convince half the population the sky is green instead of blue if I truly wanted to. But such conversations have their time and place, and this is neither. Now, what do you know of the White Walkers and their army? Any texts that Winterfell has on them can be considered mere conjecture at best. Frowning, Mance slowed his pace as they reached the Hunter's Gate. In truth, I know very little about the White Walkers, and even less of their motives. I only know the stories I've heard and the results of their presence after they've long left. They bring the cold. A biting cold that can make even the worst winter storm seem like a warm breeze in comparison. They kill everything yet leave no bodies behind. Instead, they turn those they kill and add them to their ranks of dead that march beside them. And have you seen them raising the dead before? The sorcerer pressed. No, I have not. And nor have any others. The White Walkers are efficient. They leave no witnesses behind to tell the tale of their presence. The only clue as to where they've been are the empty settlements with nothing missing besides the people who called it home. But I have seen them before. Near the lands of Always Winter. I saw their army of the dead, stretching out farther than the eye could see. As soon as I saw them, I knew that I had to get my people south of the wall. It is said that there is ancient magic within the wall that can keep the dead from crossing into the south. I'm not gathering the free folk and looking to raid the south sorcerer. I'm gathering my people and running with my tail tucked firmly between my legs to hide behind the wall and weather the storm that is coming. Mance wasn't entirely sure if the sorcerer believed him or not. But at the very least, he seemed to be considering his words. By his own admission to the northern lords, the sorcerer truly did believe in the White Walkers, though why and how Mance wasn't sure. But he supposed that didn't matter. All that mattered was that perhaps the most powerful being besides the king south of the wall believed in the White Walkers. And, more importantly, he had the ear of the Warden of the North, the primary obstacle to the free folk crossing the wall because, in all honesty, Mance knew full well that his former black brothers would not be able to stop all of the free folk from crossing the wall should they actually try. You know of Stark's plan to go north and treat with you, Knox said, breaking the silence between the two of them. While he trusts my word about the White Walkers, without actually seeing them, he cannot just open the wall for your people. In fact, even if you did provide proof, Stark cannot and will not allow the free folk south in mass unless the others are right on your heels. There is simply too much bad history between your people and the north. Then what is the point of coming to the true north and treating with my people and myself if not to open the wall? Mance asked, wondering just where this conversation was going. First, to start trying to build some form of communication between our people. And second, Stark was adamant that he would not be allowing any wildlings south of the wall. However, he said nothing about those who are sworn to House Stark in the north. The sorcerer's meaning was not lost to Mance. The free folk do not kneel. The sorcerer sighed and shook his head. Such a narrow view of things. Tell me, Mance, the free folk have declared you their king after you earned the right to lead them, no? They follow you and take your orders, yet you also must appease them at times to keep their loyalty. And then there are the Thens who, by what I've heard, have a system of nobility all their own that mirrors the noble houses south of the wall. Your people have their own laws that they follow and punishments in place for those who break them. So, tell me, Mance, outside of the fact that your people do not physically go to a knee to show respect and reverence for their leaders, what is the difference between those north of the wall and those south of the wall? Mance didn't want to admit it, but the man had a point. It was one that he had noticed himself some time ago. And, in truth, the free folk did not entirely hate the northerners as much as the northerners hated the free folk in any case. The free folk saved their hatred primarily for the crows. But that didn't mean his people would willing sit down and feast with the northerners with ease. Regardless, my people will not bend the knee to Stark. Not all of them, no. But ask yourself this question, Mance, what is more important? Your people's pride or your lives? Knox asked, making Mance more than slightly uncomfortable. There is without a doubt many who would simply not be able to adjust to life south of the wall. But there are over 100,000 of your people stretched across dozens, perhaps hundreds of clans. Can you truly say that there are not at least a few clans that would take the offer and swear allegiance to House Stark in return for safe passage south of the wall and land of their own? It was a fair question. And as he thought about it, he was sure that he could perhaps one or two clan leaders who would swallow their pride and swear themselves to Stark if it meant being allowed to live safely south of the wall. The problem was the moment he advocated for such actions there were those who sought his position that would act. Harm a dog's head, the Lord of Bones, the Weeper, and Alfin Crowkiller being chief amongst those who would be looking to usurp him of his position. The Thens might be interested, but they had no want of anything south of the wall and preferred their home in the valley of the Then. But, perhaps, at the very least, an arrangement could be made between the largest group of free folk and the northern lords. I suppose that the reason you are letting me go is to use my position amongst the free folk to push a few of the more lenient clan leaders to take Stark's offer when he comes north to treat with us. Mance stated rather than asked. Yes, Knox nodded. All it takes is one or two to take the offer and the others amongst your people will start to see the benefit and become more open to the idea of coming south and swearing their loyalty. Perhaps, Mance nodded, seeing the logic. However, this will cause a break amongst the free folk. It's taken me near 20 years to get the tribes north of the wall united. There are as many cultural differences and grievances north of the wall as there are south. And several differing tongues. As it is, my position as king beyond the wall is hanging on by a thread. If I advocate for the free folk to swear allegiance to the wolves, there are those who will see it as a betrayal and will not hesitate to break off and go back to the way things were as warring tribes. The sorcerer didn't seem in the least bit perturbed with the idea. You're at a crossroads, Mance. You can either try and save most of your people here and now, which will cause those who wouldn't be able to live south of the wall to break away from you. Or you can stay as a whole, stay north of the wall, and then pray to your gods that you can keep 2 steps ahead of the others as they begin hunting your people down. The choice is yours and your people's. Your freedom or your lives. Fuck, Mance sighed, shaking his head and taking a few steps away from the sorcerer. You're not making this easy, sorcerer. Times like these are never easy, Mance, the sorcerer replied with a shrug. That is for sure, Mance nodded as the sorcerer's words went through his mind. Save as many as I can, or force my people to take their chances against the others. All right, sorcerer, you and Stark ain't leaving me much choice. I'll ready my people for talks with the wolves. And I get a chief or two ready to accept Stark's offer. I just hope you realize this will more than likely lead to war amongst my people. Hold up your end of this ploy, Mance, and I will use my power to aid you and yours if and when the time comes, the sorcerer stated with a note of finality. I'll hold you to that, sorcerer, Mance nodded, knowing that there was no backing out now as he held out his hand. May your gods be with ye, sorcerer. The sorcerer nodded and took hold of Mance's arm. And may the force be with you, king beyond the wall. Chapter 18, Consequences Part 1. Welcome back everyone. Not much to say this time other than expect chapters to roughly be this length, 20k to 5k, going forward. The reasoning for this is I try and pace myself at about 5k words a week or so. And keeping the chapters to that length will help me to keep my updating schedule to once every 4 weeks. Huge shout out to my beta reader and brainstorm partner Telemachus Sundus. The help has been invaluable so far. And another huge thank you to everyone who has favorited, alerted, or reviewed this story so far. Your support is what keeps me going. So if you feel so inclined to leave a review, please do. They really do help me get my mojo going and get the next chapters rolling on. Lastly, I do not own Disney, nor am I Lucas or Martin, so I have no ownership of A Song of Fire and Ice, Game of Thrones or Star Wars. This is purely for fun with no profit being made. And with that out of the way, let's get to the chapter. Stay safe out there everyone. Chapter 18. There were times that Jaime Lannister truly regretted his decision to join the King's Guard. Or, more correctly, stay in the King's Guard because he truly had no choice when the Mad King had decided that he would join the famous Order of Knights. And standing guard outside the King's chamber listening to him romp loudly with not one but two whores was one of those times. Honestly, the fat fool went through whores faster than his brother Tyrion did. It was nothing short of a miracle that the man's heart hadn't already given out. More's the pity on that one. If he had the choice, he would rather be guarding his sister the Queen, his twin, his other half, than standing in the hall with his thumb up his ass listening to the activities going on through the closed door behind him. Beside him, Sir Aerys Oakheart shifted about in his armor, no doubt trying very hard to not pay attention to how their illustrious king was entertaining himself. Even though the newest member of Robert's Kingsguard had been amongst their ranks for almost 6 years, he was still clearly uneasy with standing guard while the king had company. Ignoring the younger knight for now, Jaime did what he always did when he was left in these situations. He allowed his mind to wander. Specifically, he allowed his mind to wander back to the night prior when he and his sister were able to steal a moment for themselves. He could still feel the warmth of her skin beneath his fingers. Hear her gasps of pleasure in his ears. And feel her tight warmth clenching around his. Halt! Sir Aerys called out sharply, drawing Jaime unfortunately out of his remembering of the rather pleasant night he'd shared with his sister. Looking down the hall in the direction Aerys was facing, Jaime found none other than the hand's own errand boy or rather Squire Hugh of. Honestly, he didn't know which house the little bootlicker came from and he didn't really care to know either. The squirmy young man stopped well short of the king's chamber and drew himself up to his full height in some ridiculous attempt to make himself look important. I come with a message from Lord Arryn, Hand of the King, for His Grace King Robert Baratheon. Well, you best get to it then, Jaime smirked, pointing his thumb over his shoulder and towards the door behind him. The king is just in there. I'm sure he wouldn't mind the interruption. As if to accent his point, the king gave off a loud laugh while a whore gave off what he was sure was a gold-induced over-embellished moan of pleasure. For there was no way a woman, any woman, could truly find the king's company pleasing without his gold or title. Hugh, looking more than slightly uncomfortable, tugged at the collar of his doublet and swallowed hard before stepping up and rasping his knuckles against the king's chamber doors. Who the fuck is it? Bellowed the king from inside his room. Lord Arryn's squire, Hugh, your grace, the idiot responded awkwardly while inside the whores continued to laugh and moan over him. I've come with a request from the Lord Hand John Arryn, he requests your presence, your grace. There has been a raven from the north that requires your immediate attention. Upon hearing that, the laughter and moans from within the room ceased and Jaime calmly and quietly took a slight step to the side away from the door. If there was one thing that was guaranteed to get the fat ass moving, it was any word from the north. And, sure enough, within moments the door to the royal chambers burst open, nearly hitting the idiot boy right in the face as he just barely managed to stumble back and fall onto his ass just in time. Glancing at the king, Jaime just barely managed to hide his disgust. During the rebellion the man had been heralded as the demon of the trident and was considered by many to be a perfect representation of the warrior. Even during the Greyjoy rebellion, the fool still could hold on to that, though it was pushing it. But now Robert was the furthest thing he could be from the aspect of the warrior without becoming a woman. His hair was a tangled mess along with his beard and the most notable thing about him was his protruding gut. Which was on clear display as the robe he was in the process of putting on did not necessarily completely cover him. At least the fat fool managed to put his small clothes on before barging out of his room. The last thing Jaime ever wanted to see was the royal cock swaying in the wind. Robert took one look around the hall before finally noticing just where Hugh had ended up. Pay the whores, boy. Kingslayer, Oakheart with me. Not bothering to give the simpleton a second glance, Jaime took off on the heels of the king with Oakheart falling into step right next to him as the trio marched through the corridors of the Red Keep towards the meeting chambers of the small council. For a man of his size, the fat fool can actually move fairly fast when he wants to, Jaime thought as he had to shift into a slight jog, his armor plates clinking against one another as he hurried to keep up with Robert. Reaching the small council chambers, Robert didn't slow in the slightest as he threw the doors open before either guard stationed outside the chamber could get to them and marched into the room. "Sit your asses down, the lot of ye, no need for that shit," Robert growled as the members of the small council, almost all of whom were half out of their seats, sat back down while the king went to his customary seat at the head of the table. "Well, Jon, I'm here. What news of the north?" Taking his spot behind the king, Jaime cast a cursory glance at the members of the small council. The old fool Jonaran sat opposite the king in the place that honestly should have rightfully belonged to his father. But Jaime could honestly admit that the old fool at least knew what he was doing to a certain point. Not enough to turn Robert into even a halfway decent king, but at least enough. Then there was the king's brother Renly, the not-so-secret sword swallower. Honestly, how the entirety of the realm didn't know that the boy preferred the company of men in his bed instead of women remained a mystery to Jaime. Sitting next to him was his father's creature, Grand Maester Pycelle. And next to the Grand Maester was the cockless wonder himself, Varys. Then across from the Maester was the flesh peddler who thought himself a great lord, Baelish. And sitting next to the whoremonger was perhaps the most out-of-place individual in the former smuggler-turned-lord-turned-small council member, Sir Davos Seaworth. But despite being so clearly out of place, the former smuggler and Stannis's personal ass-kisser was perhaps the most effective member of what passed for the small council. He took his duties as seriously as Stannis did, perhaps even more so if that was even possible. His sister had already tried to feel him out as it were, to see if he could be turned to their cause, but the fool was steadfast in his duty and loyalty to the dullest of the Baratheon brothers. Which was just confusing. The man had saved the life of Stannis, Renly, and most of what remained of the denizens of Storm's End during the rebellion when he managed to smuggle food past the Tyrells. And how did Stannis reward the man? By gifting him lordship of a backwater keep on a small plot of land and chopping off several of his fingers. If the man had performed such actions for House Lannister, his father would have probably given the man lordship of a significant keep with a harbour to put his skills to use. Just as he'd done for the Cleganes. That was how one inspired loyalty from their subjects. "We received a raven from the north early this morning," written in Ned's hand, Jonaran started as Jaime started to drift off. Honestly, standing guard during the few meetings of the small council Robert attended was almost worse than having to stand outside his chamber as he fucked whore after whore for hours on end. "Yeah, that little shit what's his face told me that," Robert growled. "What did Ned have to say?" "Yes, I am quite interested to know as well, Lord Hand, as are we all," Baelish said in his sickly sweet voice as he looked over the seemingly never-ending book of numbers laid out before him. "The Lord Hand was quite adamant that we do not begin until you were present." "Because this is not something I wanted to go over twice," Jon growled, which drew a look from Jaime. If the usually calm Lord Arryn was this visibly upset to growl, then something very interesting must have happened. Over a sennight ago during the wedding feast of Lord and Lady Knox, a contingent of northern lords and assassins attempted a coup and tried to assassinate Lord Stark, his family, as well as Lord and Lady Knox. One could have heard a mouse fart as the entire room went dead silent as every member of the small council turned as one and looked at the hand of the king. As for Robert, the man had gone completely white. "Ned. He lives, as does the sorcerer," Jon said quickly, making Robert sag in relief. However, there were casualties. Lord Karstark. Lord Cerwyn. Lord Yohn-Royce's eldest son Ander. Winterfell steward Vayen Poole. Ned's youngest son Rickon Stark and Lady Catelyn Stark all fell victim to the assassin's blades. The sound of a quill breaking was the only noise in the chamber. "Cat." Baelish breathed, a broken quill in his hand. "I'm afraid so, Peter," Jon nodded solemnly. "I know you were close with her and Lisa when you were all children. And I was hoping that you might be able to comfort Lisa when she learns of her." "Fucking hells!" Robert bellowed as he slammed his fists down upon the table with enough force to crack the table's surface before getting up and throwing his chair clear across the room. "Who the fuck did th? Robert. Sit down and conduct yourself accordingly." Jonaran shouted, rising to his feet and motioning off the two guards who'd barged into the small council chambers with their swords partially drawn. "Back to your posts. Both of you. And get the king a new chair. Robert, you will take a breath and calm yourself." Calming down did not necessarily appear to be within the king's ability at the moment as the fat, now visibly furious, fool began pacing back and forth as his chair was shattered in a dozen pieces in the far corner of the room. "Who the fuck was responsible, Jon?" Retaking his seat, the hand of the king looked disapprovingly at the king before speaking in a calm voice. "According to Ned's letter, the houses responsible are Bolton, Dustin, Ryswell, Whitehill, Stout End and Corbray. Specifically, Lynn Corbray." The first houses didn't surprise Jaime, not that he really cared all that much in the first place. But the last house, Corbray, was a surprise. Mostly because it was odd that a House of the Vale would bother to include themselves in a plot to overthrow the Honourable Ned Stark. But even despite the oddity of House Corbray joining in on the plot, Jaime found little to interest him outside of almost finding the situation humorous. The Honorable Ned Stark, so honorable that his own bannerman decided to launch a coup against him. Granted it failed, not that he really expected a lot from the barbarians from the north. And he was sure that the fool Stark just gave the insulting houses a slap on the wrist and sent them off to bed without dinner. I want them dead, John. Robert growled as the guards brought in a new chair before making a hasty retreat from the room and sealing the doors. I want their fucking heads laid out before me so that I can piss in their fucking. It's too late for that, Robert, John replied, cutting the king off of whatever fate he wanted for those who dared attack his beloved wolf brother. Lord Bolton, Lord Whitehill, Lord Riswell, Lord Stout, and Lady Dustin were all executed by Ned as northern traitors. Riswell's eldest son died in a trial by combat against Lord Stark and the other two were gelded and sent to the wall. Lord Bolton's son and heir was exiled to Essos on pain of death. The last remaining son of Lord Whitehill was sent to the wall and his daughter is now betrothed to another northern house to end the line of House Whitehill. And Corbray, he was executed by the sorcerer himself. Hey, was Jaime's idle thought, feeling surprised. Stark executed the lords and a lady then ended all their lines in the north. Didn't think he actually had it in him. The sorcerer executed Lyn Corbray. Renly questioned, scratching at the pathetic excuse for fuzz growing along his jaw. I thought in the north the one who passes the sentence swings the sword. Why didn't Lord Stark execute him? He could see Aaron's jaw tightened like he'd eaten something unsavory. Lord Stark passed his sentencing on to the sorcerer. Apparently, Lyn Corbray tried to assassinate the newly made Lady Knox. She survived the attempt. But the child she was carrying, the sorcerer's child, did not. At this, Jaime couldn't help the lifting of his brow that occurred as he tried to fathom just why anyone who attempts such an idiotic stunt. Not the killing of a mother or a babe, that happened all the time in this shitty world. But rather why one would attempt to kill the wife and child of the fucking sorcerer of all people. Well, perhaps if Corbray thought the man was dead when he made the attempt, he could understand his logic then. But outside of that? Hells, it'd been years since the pike, and the stories of just what the sorcerer did to the squids had to have made it up to the mountains of the Vale by now. Only a fool would be willing to attempt something against the sorcerer's family while the man was still alive. Your Grace, Pycelle coughed and stuttered. Should we not consider the possibility that this is all just a ruse by the sorcerer to cover his tracks? Surely, a man like him would not care for a child if it had covered his attempt to usurp the north. After all, who knows what goes on in the mind of a man like him? And the attack came just after the sorcerer returned from Essos. Surely, such coincidences must be accounted for, Your Grace. It was a twisted logic, but as loath as he was to admit it, there was something to Pycelle's words that even had Robert stopping in his tracks for a moment. That's fucking horseshite. Pardon the language, Your Grace, Sir Davos grunted, glaring at Pycelle. Robert's attention turned from Pycelle to Davos. Speak. Swallowing, Davos nodded. Your Grace, my lords, any man who's a father can tell ya that they would never willingly put their child in harm's way and call themselves a man. The sorcerer, I met him and spoke with him at length on Dragonstone. He be a man amongst men. I saw the way he spoke and acted around the little Lady Shireen. He might be many things, Your Grace, but he is not one who would harm a child. Let alone his own child. Dropping heavily into his seat, the king rubbed vigorously at his forehead. Does Ned believe the sorcerer had anything to do with the attack? No, the hand answered immediately. Ned was very explicit in stating that all the rebellious lords and ladies that were behind the attack have been dealt with. And he asks that we trust him to deal out justice as it is required. He's also called upon the maesters of the north to help settle inheritance of the now vacant keeps and says that he will be in conference with the lot of them for some time as they try and settle who will claim which keep. It may have been just a trick of the eye, but Jaime could have sworn that he saw Pycelle sag ever so slightly in his seat as if in relief. Spider, Robert growled, the king eyeing the eunuch out of the corner of his eye. You're the master of fucking whispers. Why the fuck didn't you know about this shit? Between your failure to find the dragon spawn in Essos and now this, I'm seriously starting to question your loyalty, Spider. The spider didn't even flinch, nor did he appear worried in the slightest. I fear my little birds are not overtly fond of the cold, nor has the suspicious nature of the Northmen made it easy for them to find a nest. And unless my birds hear a song to sing, I cannot hear plots that remain unspoken. A long-winded way of saying you had no idea what was happening, Jaime just barely managed to keep himself from scoffing. Had he been anyone else, Jaime knew that this failure would have meant his death. Hells, his father would have made him into an example that was song-worthy. But the spider, he was an expert at making it so that it was next to impossible to simply get rid of him. Don't fail me again, Robert growled, rising to his feet again. Keep an eye on the Bolton boy. If he so much as even looks at a boat heading back towards Westeros, I want him dead. And find me the fucking dragon spawn before I decide that your loyalty to the dragons didn't end with that mad fuck or his rapist son. And with that, Robert stormed out of the small council chambers, leaving Jaime and Oakheart almost running to keep up with him. Well, at least it wasn't boring. Letting his fingers trace across the surface of his father's desk, Domric Bolton, the last son of House Bolton in the north, wondered just how things had come to this point. Well, the direction from the actions at least were not in question. His father had tried to overthrow House Stark and failed. As it was, Domric was lucky enough to escape with his life without having to resign himself to a life at the wall. And that was only because his father purposefully left him out of the planning of this debacle. No doubt as insurance in case they failed. After all, his father was never one to put all his coins into a single hand. It was perhaps the only merciful act his father had ever truly shown him. Life with his father had never been what one would call pleasant. To be sure, he never raised his voice or his hand to Domric, but there were expectations. Expectations of the son and heir to House Bolton. He could still remember with vivid detail the first time he watched his father flay a man alive in punishment for murder. It was a sight that would be forever ingrained into his mind. And while flaying had been outlawed by the Starks centuries ago, that didn't mean that House Bolton stopped that which they made their name upon. They were just more secretive about it. And the people of their land knew better than to speak out about what might be happening, lest they learn firsthand just how truly sharp the knives of House Bolton were. It also went to explain why there wasn't an outcry from the small folk regarding his father's execution and his banishment. If anything, the small folk around the Dread Fort were more relieved than anything. Which went to show just how truly beloved the Bolton name was in the north. Leaving what was once his father's desk, he made his way over towards a bookshelf along the wall opposite the only window in the room. Knowing exactly what to do, he reached out and grabbed a dust-covered dagger that was set upon a display and pulled it forward. An audible click sounded from behind the shelf as the locking mechanism came undone, and Domric was able to easily swing the shelf open, revealing a corridor behind. Picking up a lit candle, he used it to ignite the torch that was hanging off the wall before setting the candle aside in favor of the torch and making his way down the short corridor. The first thing that hit him as he stepped foot into the room at the end was the smell. The stench of dried blood and the remnants of voided bowels assaulted his nose enough that he had to breathe through his mouth just to avoid gagging. The true legacy of House Bolton, Domric thought, was he used the torch to illuminate the room his father had taken him to more than once to teach him the ways of their house. He hated this room. Hated what it represented. The past. A past which his father, and their fathers all the way back to the days of the Red Kings couldn't let go of. He could close his eyes and still name everything in the room. The squat table with dozens of sharpened knives and cutting tools. The X-shaped cross with straps for the arms and legs to hold its victim in place. A chair with short metal spikes on the seat, back, arms and legs. A device to rip an individual's fingernails off before breaking their finger bones one at a time. A cold brazier that could be heated and used to scald the flesh or heat iron prongs. Dozens of other implements that served no other purpose than to bring agony to an individual. And lest he forget, the prize of House Bolton proudly displayed on one of the walls. A tanned leather robe that had been made from the flesh of the Starks of old. Gods! He hated this room. "My lord? Are you in there?" "You may enter," Domric called out, still standing in the middle of House Bolton's prized room. The guard who walked was one of the older guards, one who knew not only about this room, but knew that it was forbidden to be entered or spoken of by anyone other than the head of House Bolton. Though that didn't really matter all that much anymore, considering he was the last of the true-born Boltons. And he would soon be leaving the north forever. "What news do you have of my brother?" Domric asked as he turned away from the guard and went back to examining the history of his house. He'd only recently learned of his half-brother during his time in the Vale. A brother born from his father's taking of a miller's wife, he believed. And while he hated the fact that his brother was potentially brought into this world through the product of such a vile act, he focused more on the fact that he had a brother. Something he'd always wanted to have. And after hearing of the strong relationship between Robb Stark and his bastard brother Jon Snow, he sought the same type of relationship with his own bastard brother. But judging by the defeated posture the guard wore, that was not meant to be. "We went to the mill where your brother and his mother lived, my lord," the guard said, his words steady and measured. "But the mill was burned, and the animals slaughtered. There were a lot of corpses, some we couldn't name because of how badly they were burned. But the ones we could were recognized as some of the men your father sent to watch over your brother." "I see," Domric said simply, saddened not by the death of his brother, but rather at losing the prospect of at least keeping a single member of his family alive. "Have the culprits been found? And what did my brother do to apparently warrant such treatment?" A bit of unease crept into the guard's stoic posture. "It's not my place to say, my lord." Turning, Domric leveled his gaze at the guard. He might not care for his house's infamy. But he was still a son of House Bolton and knew how to use every instrument in this room. "Say it anyway." Frowning, the guard nodded. "It's been said, my lord, that your bastard brother he enjoyed hunting. Particularly young girls. No one ever said anything for fear of your father. But he would return to the Dread Fort with trophies." "I see," Domric said simply as he turned his back on the guard once more. "So, my brother was a true son of House Bolton, through and through." The two men remained in silence for a long stretch of time, the only sound the light clinking of metal plates against one another as the guard shifted his weight. "Milord, you need not leave. The stores are well stocked, and the men are willing to stand with you." "To what end?" Domric asked, turning back around and facing the guard, whose name he didn't know but whose loyalty he was beginning to appreciate. "The entirety of the northern nobility stood behind Stark's decision to execute my father and to banish myself. And the small folk, well, if what you say is true, then my bastard brother and father have done nothing to ensure their loyalty beyond fear of reprisal. Fear that is no longer valid, as House Bolton no longer holds any power here in the north. And if we were to hold up in the Dread Fort, Stark would round up the entirety of the north to grind us into dust. And that is if the Sorcerer didn't crack the Dread Fort like a ripnut first and do it for it. No. I appreciate the thought, but I will not throw the lives of good northern men and women away just in a feeble attempt to hold on to that which I've already lost." Handing the torch off to the guard, Domric went over to a small jug that was kept as far away from the brazier as possible. Uncorking it, he took a quick smell to verify what was within the jug before making his way around the room and sprinkling every surface he could with the oil in the jug. Once he'd made sure that every accused piece of House Bolton's history had a dousing of oil, Domric took the torch back from the guard and calmly tossed it onto the table, igniting the oil and setting the entire room ablaze. Turning his back on the fire, Domric walked out of the hidden room of his ancestors without a single glance back or a moment of regret. "Make sure that the fire doesn't spread throughout the rest of the keep," Domric ordered the guard as he left what was once the head of House Bolton Solar and made his way out onto the battlements of the Dread Fort. Here ends the reign of House Bolton in the north, Domric thought with only a touch of sadness. But perhaps this truly is a good thing. This is a chance to start anew, away from the stigma of House Bolton. Just as the Sorcerer said. The first, and only time, he'd talked to the Sorcerer had been just before he'd left the gates of Winterfell to begin his last trek to his ancestral home before heading to the east to begin his exile. The moment the Sorcerer crossed his path to prevent his leaving, Domric was sure that his life was about to end. But instead of killing him, the man handed him a chest the size of a man's head and a purse full of gold. "To help start you on your new life," the Sorcerer had told him, shaking the heavy purse before tossing it to him. "And as payment for your delivery of this chest to an asset of mine in Essos. Find your way to Pentos and stay at any of the higher-end taverns near the dock, and my asset will find you. They will take what they need, and the rest is yours to do with as you wish." He'd taken the offer, of course, but not before asking the Sorcerer just why he was entrusting him with this. To which the man merely smiled cryptically. "I'm many things, Domric. But not wasteful. Especially with someone that I see promise in. Do this one favor for me and I will ensure that you get the chance to start a new life on your own. But, should you choose to stay and aid my assets in Essos, then I will ensure that you find a way to shed the sins of your family's past and forge a new future for both yourself and your future line." "Well, Sorcerer," Domric spoke his thoughts aloud, tilting his head back and relishing the feel of the cold northern air on his face. "We will see just how good your word is soon enough." Sitting alone in the middle of what had once been her mother's sitting room, Sansa Stark idly pulled a needle and thread through the garment she was working on while her wonderful wolf lady laid on her feet, keeping them warm with her thick fur. Truthfully, she wasn't even sure just what it was that she was working on. But at the same time, it didn't matter. There was a comfort, a familiarity in sewing. It was relaxing. Which was so strange. She'd always had fun with sewing before, but she never took it for something that could be relaxing. But it was. And she needed this time now more than ever before. When her father had first declared that she would be the Stark in Winterfell, to sit in his seat while he and her brothers went south to deal with the treacherous maesters, she'd been overjoyed and honored. Her father trusted her enough to lead the north in his absence. Granted, Lady Nox was the new stewardess of Winterfell and would be making most of the decisions that couldn't be put off until father returned. But still, it was, by the gods old and new, it was hard to put into words just how she'd truly felt when her father had looked at her in the eyes and told her that he believed in her. And that excitement and honor had lasted right up to the point where she'd taken her father's seat for the first time and looked over the faces of those that had gathered and realized with a start that she had absolutely no idea what she was doing. Sure, Septa Mordane, may the gods rest her soul, had taught her some and her mother and Lady Nox even more, but as soon as she sat down and truly felt the weight of her father's seat, everything she'd been taught went right out of her mind. She could only thank the gods for Lady Nox's presence. The older woman must have seen just how nervous Sansa was as soon as she'd entered the Great Hall for the first time and had immediately taken charge and started the day's proceedings. Which, mercifully, had been few. After that first day, Sansa realized just how truly unprepared she was to take on the mantle of a lady of a noble house. And for the first time ever, Sansa cursed her lessons with Septa Mordane. She realized now the same thing her father had realized when he'd changed her education to include her mother and Lady Nox. While Septa Mordane was teaching her to be a proper lady, she was not actually teaching her how to be a ruling lady. But even with the lessons she'd received from her mother and Lady Nox, she still wasn't ready. Which was why after the first day she'd swallowed her pride and went to her knees before both Lady Nox and Lady Talisa and asked them both to help her while her father was away. The second day went much easier than the first. The jitters she'd had when she first sat down on her father's seat were still there. But now with Lady Nox on her right and Lady Talisa on her left, she felt sure of herself when dealing with the daily tasks. Neither lady said much during the actual daily proceedings, as it was up to Sansa to have the final word, but both would sit with her once the day was done and help her go over everything that had happened. On the third day, just as she was starting to get a handle on dealing with the daily tasks of running Winterfell, a new challenge presented itself to her in the form of her sister. Arya had, mercifully enough, waited for her morning duties to be concluded before roughly dragging her out to the yard. Sansa had tried to protest, but Arya had silenced her by saying that Master Nox had given her instructions as well on how to practice her magic while he was away. Practice which she'd been neglecting ever since Lord Nox and their father and brothers left Winterfell. For nearly an hour after that, Arya properly trounced Sansa around the yard. Her sister ran her until her lungs felt as if they were on fire. Then she made her jump and walk across a pathway made of standing logs repeatedly until she could do it without slipping. Then, even though her body was begging her to stop, Arya handed her a wooden practice sword and proceeded to defeat Sansa again and again as the two sparred against one another. After being knocked down for the fourth time, Sansa came to the realization that this was her sister's revenge for all those times she'd picked on her during their lessons together. And as she laid there staring up at the sky feeling like a failure at having been bested time and time again, she realized just how she'd made her sister feel during their lessons whenever she would show Arya up in whatever task they'd been given for the day. But instead of holding it over her or mocking her, Arya. She just told Sansa what she was doing wrong, showed her how to fix it and then told her to get up and do it again. Gods, I truly was a terrible sister, Sansa thought, pausing in her needlework as she reflected upon that first day in the yard with her sister. Whenever Arya made the slightest mistake, I always threw it at her. Or blamed her for whatever problems we were having. Or, gods, I even made fun of her for things she couldn't control. Yet now when Arya has the chance to treat me exactly as I treated her, she doesn't. Instead, she's helping me. Sure, there are the snide remarks and looks. But she never treats me like I treated her no matter how badly I mess up. After that humbling experience, Sansa had vowed to herself that she would be a better sister to not only Arya, but to her brothers as well. Robb, she had always respected because he was the eldest and that was what was proper. But Bran and Jon, Bran was her younger brother and as shameful as it was to admit, she rarely spared a thought to him. And Jon was a bastard. So, it wasn't considered proper for her to pay attention to him. Now she realized just how truly naive those views were. Her mother's house words were family, duty, honor and family came first because it was the most important. And Sansa, she had been neglecting her family. But not anymore. Ever since that day she'd made it a point to spend time with both her siblings that were still here in Winterfell with her. Luckily, both were very dedicated to following Lord Nox's lessons, so she was able to kill two birds with one stone, as the saying went. She got to spend time with her siblings and continue her lessons that Lord Nox had outlined for her. The only downside was that she had next to no time for anything else during the day. Now she truly understood just why her father would make time just to sit in the God's woods. It was how he tried to relieve the burden of ruling and calm his mind. Little lady, her sworn shield Osha called out as she opened the door without knocking, disturbing her brief respite. The old learned man wants to talk with ye, says he's got some raven or some shite like that. Thank you, Osha, Sansa sighed, setting her needlework aside. Let him in. And next time, please remember to knock. Why? The former wilding asked, tilting her head. Ya ain't got nothin' I can't see when I look down at meself. Besides, ya still got a few years before ya truly have something to look at. Gods, Osha is an excellent sworn sword, but, by the gods, does she need some work on proper etiquette, Sansa thought to herself as she tried to fight back against the reddening of her face as she thought of Osha, or anyone for that matter, catching her while she wasn't fully clothed. The clinking of chains announced the arrival of Maester Luwin before the elder man could enter the room. My lady, Luwin said respectfully, a small scroll held in his hand. A raven arrived just now from Casterly Rock. Casterly Rock? The Lannisters. Sansa thought, taking the small raven scroll from Luwin and unfurling it. Heart thundering in her small chest, Sansa read over the message several times, trying to look for any hidden meaning or message. Osha, she called out. Please fetch Lady Nox if you would, I require her aid. Osha sent a quick glance towards Luwin, clearly not pleased with the idea of leaving her alone with the maester. But Sansa merely waved off her concerns with a slight move of her hand and sent her on her way. Recent events had given the people of the North reason enough to distrust the maesters, but Sansa had known Maester Luwin for as long as she could remember. He was almost a second father to her. And more than that, both her father and Lord Nox had vouched for him. And that was more than enough for her. "Thank you, my lady, for your trust in me," Maester Luwin said once Osha was out of the room, his shoulders sagging as a seemingly invisible weight settled on his shoulders. "I am not used to facing such animosity from seemingly everyone." Frowning, Sansa ran her fingers over the needlework she'd just set aside. "The people are afraid, Maester Luwin. And in their fear, they are lashing out at what they know. And what they know is that the Maester order wronged House Stark and the North greatly. Even though you were shown to have no knowledge of what had happened, you are still a Maester." Maester Luwin gave her an appraising look. "That is quite the insight to have, Lady Sansa. And a correct one as well." Sansa blushed slightly under the praise. "Lady Nox and Lady Talisa have been teaching me much since my father left. And Lord Nox gave me a few lessons before they left that were very insightful." In seemingly no time at all, the door to her sitting room opened once more as Lady Nox, trailed by her friend Jane Poole and Osha, made their way in. "Lady Sansa," Lady Nox greeted her, bowing her head respectfully. "Lady Nox, Jane," Sansa returned the greeting while ignoring the pain of guilt that rose in her chest at not having spent hardly any time with Jane since the attack. "We've received a raven from Casterly Rock, and I would like your opinion." Lady Nox didn't hesitate to take the raven scroll from her and read over its contents. "Interesting," Lady Nox mumbled as she handed the letter off to Maester Luwin to read over. "Geryon Lannister is requesting permission for his daughter to either be tested and trained as a student of my husband, or to become a new handmaiden for yourself. It may be in Geryon's hand, but this has Tywin Lannister's mind behind it," Maester Luwin commented as he handed the letter back to her. "If it were any other Lannister, I would say that you would be correct," Lady Nox stated. "I've dealt with them myself over the years with Lord Stark in matters of trade. And almost all the Lannisters won't take a shit unless Tywin allows it. But Geryon, at least according to my husband, is cut of a different cloth and is perhaps the only Lannister that will stand up against Tywin. The offer, though, what do you think, Sansa? And remember, think carefully before answering." This was one of the aspects of learning under Lady Nox that infuriated her. She never gave her own opinion or gave an answer until either Sansa or Arya gave one first. And then she would either agree or disagree and point out why. She supposed it was a good thing, as it taught her and her sister how to solve problems, but still. It was just so frustrating. "The Lannisters have been the Wardens of the West since the time of Aegon the Conqueror, and before that they were the Kings of the Westerlands," Sansa stated, calling up everything she could remember about the Lannisters. "Tywin was once hand of the king to King Aerys and served faithfully for years until King Aerys delivered too many insults upon him and he left the position. Queen Cersei is his daughter. And his eldest son is on the King's Guard. They are a powerful family and a great house. It wouldn't behoove us to deny the offer. And Lord Nox has stated in the past that he will take on anyone who shows an aptitude for his magic. But we cannot outright accept at the present time, as neither Lord Nox nor my father are currently present in the north. We should send a response saying that Geryon and his daughter are welcome to travel to Winterfell, but they will have to wait as my father and Lord Nox are currently setting the north to rights in wake of the attack on Winterfell." "Excellent response," Lady Nox praised her, making Sansa swell with pride. "Now, as Maester Luwin pointed out, at the very least Tywin Lannister has given his blessing to this move. And Geryon's daughter is a legitimized bastard. Now, why would Tywin agree to sending a legitimized daughter all the way up here to Winterfell?" Thinking over everything she knew, Sansa was able to quickly come to the answer. "The Lannisters want for little. A daughter of House Lannister is the Queen of Westeros and they are known as the wealthiest family in all the land. Yet, we have something they do not. Magic. The Lannisters want a magic user trained by Lord Nox, and Geryon's daughter might be the only one who has shown any ability. But that is just the first reason. The second, well, Joy, she is of age with myself. And I am nearing the age of betrothals. As are all my brothers and sister. He seeks a possible betrothal by sending her north and allowing her to get to know myself and my brothers and sister more." "Well spotted," Lady Nox congratulated her again. "You and your siblings are reaching the age where offers of marriage will start to come in. The lords and ladies of the realm will be looking to leverage any advantage they can to make it so that your father, Lord Stark, will be more inclined to accept their offer over others. Sending Joy here to Winterfell, while I doubt the girl herself will be knowledgeable of Lord Tywin's long-term plans, is a step towards making it so that Lord Stark will accept a betrothal with the Westerlands. With whom I don't know, but that is more than likely his goal. But as you said, we cannot simply refuse such a simplistic request from the Lannisters, especially as my husband has made it clear that he will teach anyone who is force-sensitive. So, for now, we will send your initial response that your father and my husband are currently setting the north to rights and dealing with the traitors and cannot currently receive visitors, but that they are welcome to come north and be tested after their return. But we'll have to word it very carefully. Lord Tywin can supposedly get insulted if a man's shadow crosses his path. If he were being honest, Benyon had been expecting the attack to come as soon as they stepped foot off Umberlands and into the new gift. But instead, they were able to cover nearly a quarter the distance towards Oldtown before the attack came, The attackers were well organized, hiding within a tree line just off the King's Road and launching their attack as they passed them by. But unfortunately for the attackers, the move had been expected. And as such, Benjen was not simply traveling alone with his prisoners and the few volunteers he had for the night's watch. No, he was traveling with a contingent of men from House Stark, House Umber, House Mormont and a group of more experienced wolf rangers. The attack had been short and brutal. Despite having the element of surprise, the ambushers were severely outnumbered and outclassed in just about every possible way. And while none of those who ambushed them were wearing any identifying markings, it wasn't difficult to tell that these men were some of the last few that held out some loyalty to the houses that had attempted a coup just a moon's turn ago, considering they all but ignored the 2 prisoner carriages that were transporting the various sellswords and assassins and instead focused on the carriage that housed the last remnants of House Ryswell and House Whitehill. Surveying the dozens of corpses now littering the ground while working on cleaning the blood off his sword, Benjen once again cursed the folly of the noble's ambitions. There were times, quite a few times in fact, that he truly did regret abandoning Ned and joining the Night's Watch. But then there were times like these when he was reminded of the true nature and cost of the highborn ambitions. And it was times like these that he did not regret his decision to leave it all behind. Life might be hard at the Wall, but it was also simplistic. First Ranger. Turning, Benjen let the bloodied cloth drop from his hands and faced one of the few volunteers from this batch, Sir Waymar Royce. The man's willingness to volunteer for the watch was commendable, especially now considering he'd lost a brother during the attempted coup on Winterfell. Sir Waymar, Benjen stated, sheathing his sword. Get the bodies stripped of anything that might be useful and then get a handful of the prisoners out of their cages and have them dig a mass grave for the dead. Once we're done, we'll be marching north for a few more hours before making camp for the night. Waymar did not look particularly pleased at the order, and truthfully Benjen didn't blame the man. Before he joined the Night's Watch, he wouldn't have been pleased with robbing the dead and leaving them in an unmarked grave. But time in the watch quickly stripped him of those thoughts. He'd more than once used his fallen brother's cloaks and weapons when he was ranging. Hells, there were even times he'd taken wildlings' furs to keep himself warm. The dead had no need for clothes or weapons. And if a dead man's boots or cloak could keep you warm at night, or if their weapons could keep you safe from the hundreds of things looking to kill you north of the Wall, then you took them. And worried about the consequences later. As you say, First Ranger, Waymar nodded before marching off quickly to see that his orders were followed. It'd taken longer than he'd hoped, but they finally managed to strip the dead of anything useful and bury them by the time the sun was nearing the horizon. And by the time the sun was just about to dip below the horizon, they managed to reach the frequently used campsite of the Night's Watch whenever they were bringing new recruits to the Wall. The campsite was situated atop a hill that overlooked a ravine. The place might not have a name outside of the gift, but everyone in the watch knew of this place. Coward's Fall they called it. Because near the site was a sheer cliff that led down perhaps several hundred feet into the ravine. And at the bottom of the drop was a collection of trees and razor-sharp rocks that had been stained with the blood of countless individuals who'd decided at the last moment that death was preferable to a life in the watch. Hence the name, Coward's Fall. Though the place did serve a secondary purpose, one again unknown to any outside the watch and one that was used only in the very rarest of instances. And it was for this purpose that Benjen had decided to make camp this night. Once the fires were lit for the night, Benjen shared a quick glance with each of his fellow sworn black brothers, each of whom gave him a nod of understanding as they silently agreed with his decision. Taking a breath, Benjen made his way between the fire and the 3 barred wagons that carried the newest recruits for the watch. The same men who had just a moon's turn ago had tried to end the life of his brother, his good sister and his nephews and nieces. One of the wagons was full of the sons of House Ryswell and the last remaining son of House Whitehill along with a few men of said houses in House Bolton and Dustin. While the other 2 wagons held the various sellswords and assassins that had been motivated by coin. In a few days' time, we will reach Castle Black, Benjen began, reciting the same speech he always gave to the recruits heading to the watch. Once we reach Castle Black, whoever you were or whatever crimes you might have committed will no longer matter. You will be brothers of the Night's Watch. And that is all you'll be. That's right, Stark, one of the men from the wagon containing the northern prisoners chuckled. Pretty soon we'll be breaking bread together. Perhaps us real men of the north will tell you of the fun time we had in Winterfell. A few of the other prisoners laughed at the jibe, but Benjen kept himself completely devoid as he pressed on. Every man of the watch is needed. Especially with what is potentially coming our way. Which is why it is a shame that I will have to report to Lord Commander Mormont that so many of you died trying to escape during the ambush. With a stiff nod, the few sworn black brothers that had accompanied him removed the logs from behind the wheels of the wagon holding the northern prisoners before grabbing the tongue of said wagon. What are you doing, Stark? One of the Ryswell lads shouted as the wagon began to rock back and forth. What nonsense is th? I told you. It's a shame that so many of you died while trying to escape. We really could have used more men on the Wall. Benjen reiterated as the wagon started inching backwards as the men of the watch let go of the tongue. Several of the prisoners finally realized what was happening as they frantically began pulling at the bars of the wagon trying to escape. You can't do this. Another of the men shouted as the wagon continued to roll backwards on its own. We took the black. You're a member of the black. You can't do this. You decided to take the black, but none of you are black brothers yet, Benyon stated flatly as he walked with the wagon as it slowly approached the edge. And, yes, I am a man of the Night's Watch and the first ranger to boot. But before that, I was a man of House Stark. And while I might have given up my name, I still carry the blood of the wolf in my veins. The same blood that you lot tried to end. Stopping a fair distance from the edge of the cliff, Benyon watched stoically as the barred wagon holding the northern prisoners rolled off the edge and disappeared into the darkness. The sound of the men inside screaming cutting through the darkness before they all stopped in an instant as the wagon reached the jagged rocks below. Not even bothering to glance over the cliff, Benyon turned heel and made his way back to the small campsite. His fellow black brothers were not fazed in the slightest by the display, and the same went for those few men of the north that had decided to help escort the prisoners from Winterfell. Waymar Royce didn't seem pleased with what he'd just witnessed, but he wisely didn't voice his objection. The remaining prisoners though, they were all clearly scared shitless. Is there anything else I should know before we continue on to Castle Black? Benyon questioned, facing the remaining prisoners, all of whom were staring at him with fear in their eyes. Wisely, none of the remaining prisoners spoke up. I didn't think so. Get some rest, all of you. There's still a good 35 leagues to go until we reach Castle Black and your new lives amongst the watch. Sitting at his customary spot amongst the other archmaesters of the Citadel that composed the upper echelons of the Order of the Guiding Hand, Archmaester Ebrose folded his hands underneath his chin as he waited for his fellow archmaester and brothers in the order to filter into their meeting chambers and went to take their seats. Riam. Castos. Agrivane. Sandu. Where is Benedict? Why is Benedict not here? He asked, more than slightly testy as the latest news he'd received had put him in a sour mood. I believe he said that Archmaester Marwyn had something he wished to discuss with him earlier today, Archmaester Riam answered, taking his seat. Though what our charlatan mage has to talk with a true man of knowledge and science I will never know. Do not underestimate, Marwyn, Castos shot back as he took his own seat directly across from Riam. He may be mad for his preference in study. But he is still a man who has more than earned his title as Archmaester of the Citadel. And while you might not agree with him, he is far smarter than you give him credit for, Riam. Enough, Ebrose sighed, not in the mood to talk about the resident thorn in their side that was Marwyn. Marwyn is a topic that shall be discussed later. For now, we have a far more pressing issue to discuss. An issue with the North. His fellow archmaesters all started shifting uncomfortably in their seats. So, it has been confirmed then? Agrivane asked tentatively. Yes, Ebrose nodded, feeling more than slightly angry at the years of planning and a mountain of coin that had been wasted on the incompetence of the northern lords they'd chosen to carry out their plans. We've received ravens from Luwin and several of our brothers in the order that are scattered throughout the north. The plan was a complete failure. Stark, his children, and the sorcerer still live. The only casualties were a couple of inconsequential lords, Lady Stark, and the youngest wolf pup. At the end of the table, Sandu scoffed and shook his head. I suppose we shouldn't have expected any sort of competence from the northern barbarians. It wasn't incompetence that led to their failure, Sandu, Ebrose countered as he narrowed his eyes at his fellow archmaester. The fault is ours for underestimating the sorcerer's capabilities. According to the account from Maester Luwin, the sorcerer did indeed ingest the poison that we sent to the north. However, the sorcerer was able to overcome the poison without any antidote. That's impossible. Riam nearly shouted, his eyes wide. I made that concoction myself. It had to be transported within several containers because just a simple drop on the skin was enough to cause a violent reaction. No one is doubting or blaming you, Riam, Ebrose replied, trying to soothe the man's clearly bruised ego. I doubt anyone save this sorcerer could have survived the poisoning. And how he survived it. It only goes to prove just how dangerous he is and necessary our goal of removing him is. His necessary removal is not in question, Ebrose, Castos said, leaning forward and resting his chin on his fingers. The question is, how are we supposed to go about it? This plan took years to enact. And now that it has failed, the wolves and the sorcerer will be much more cautious for some time. Then we will bide our time, Ebrose tried to placate the man. And use this time to develop a new strategy for his removal and the replacement of the Starks. There was perhaps hope for the younger generation of wolves to be shown the correct path. But from everything we've heard, all the pups have the same affinity for magic as the sorcerer and are learning directly from him. It is unfortunate, but we will have to arrange for the complete removal of House Stark and this new House Knox. Coughing uncomfortably, Agrivane scratched at his near chest-length beard. Planning for the future is necessary, my friends, but should we not be more concerned with the here and now? It's obvious that we have underestimated the sorcerer and his abilities. Should we not consider the possibility that our involvement has been discovered? If the northern lords talked before Stark executed them, it could spell disaster for the Order of the Guiding Hand and the Maester Order as a whole. While the wolves are little more than barbarians, we cannot forget that the few times they have ventured south in the past significantly changed the course of the Seven Kingdoms. Aegon's alliance with the Starks and his quick ending of the founding of the Seven Kingdoms. The ending of the dance. And the fall of the Targaryens. All can be mostly accredited to the wolves venturing south of the Neck. That is a concern, yes, Ebrose nodded, a twinge of fear swelling in his gut as he thought of the consequences should their actions be discovered. We all knew the risks of our actions when we became a part of this order. And while it would be prudent of us to cease all machinations in the north for some time, I do not believe we need to fear retribution from the wolves. We kept ourselves out of this as much as possible, working through proxies of proxies and leaving no trace of our involvement. And we all know of the current Lord Stark's inability and unwillingness to be tactful. Had he known of our involvement, then he would have sent word immediately to King Robert, and the fat oaf can't keep his temper or mouth shut to save his life. No. I believe that we are in the clear for now. And while we must lay low in the north, there is still opportunity to be had. Stark has called for the stewards and maesters of the now empty keeps to establish new ownership. We can use this to influence the ownership of several prominent locations in the north and begin planting the seeds for the removal of magic in the north. So, let us begin discussing who would be best to take over ownership of the Dread Fort, Barrowtown, and the Riles. Obviously, they will be from the north, but there are still a few amongst the lower nobility in the north that are at least enlightened enough to aber. The doors to their chambers opened, cutting Ebrose off midward as he rose to his feet to greet their late member. Benedict, I trust that there were no problems. Ebrose's words trailed off. The man who entered was wearing the garb of a maester with a chain around his neck long enough to make him an archmaester, but it was certainly not Benedict. Marwyn, Ebrose greeted their estranged fellow archmaester while his eye quickly did a quick look at the table to make sure there was nothing out that Marwyn shouldn't see. It wasn't that Ebrose didn't trust the man, he was a fellow maester after all. But he was not a member of the Guiding Hand. And given his love of the arcane, he would never be a member of their prestigious order. Ebrose, Marwyn returned cordially before meeting the eye of each of their fellow archmaesters, Riam. Castos. Agrivane. Sandu. Forgive me, I wasn't aware that there was a meeting of the archmaesters today, otherwise I would have arrived sooner. Nothing to forgive, Marwyn, Ebrose replied, smiling at the archmaester while wondering just why the man was here considering he usually cared little for gatherings of archmaesters. This is no formal gathering. We were just discussing what happened in the north. Yes, horrible business that, Marwyn nodded sadly, remaining in the doorway and folded his hands behind his back. But I suppose that it is no worse than what I am about to do now. The doors crashed open with enough force to rebound off the adjacent walls as a figure was thrown into the room. Jumping to his feet, Ebrose stared down in horror at the broken and bloodied form of Archmaester Benedict that was now lying next to Marwyn's feet. Opening his mouth, Ebrose made to demand an explanation from Marwyn, but the words died on his lips as he saw several more figures, none of whom were maesters or acolytes, barged into the room with weapons drawn. And within the space of a few heartbeats, Ebrose found himself with his back pressed firmly against the far wall from the entrance with a dagger poised at his throat. Careful now, the man holding the dagger to his throat smiled. It'd be a shame to stain those pretty chains of yours with blood. Marwyn. Ebrose cried out, doing all he could to try and put some distance between himself and the blade at his throat. Or at least doing all he could not to give the one holding said dagger a reason to push it closer. What is the meaning of this? Instead of answering though, Marwyn merely kept his hands behind his back and started a slow walk around the room as several of Marwyn's acolytes filed into the room behind the armed men that he now recognized as a bunch of sellswords. His fear of what was happening spiked further as Marwyn came to a seemingly random stop before one of the many bookshelves in the room. I pull here, right? Marwyn asked, pointing towards a copper bust that was on one of the shelves. No, Ebrose panicked. He can't know about that. But to his ever-increasing horror, Marwyn, with an almost dramatic slowness, pulled the copper bust down. A loud click sounded out from behind the shelf as the locking mechanism gave away and the shelf began to move forward of its own accord. With the hidden room now revealed for all to see, Marwyn made his way past the bookshelf and into the now open room. Sellsword, Ebrose swallowed. Bronn. What? Ebrose blinked. My name is Bronn, not Sellsword, the now identified sellsword said, pressing his dagger just the slightest bit harder against the thin skin of his neck. Bronn, Ebrose said, swallowing while trying not to cut himself on the dagger's edge against his throat. I don't know what Marwyn told you or what he's paying you, but we will double it. The sellsword cocked his head to the side as if he were considering the offer, which gave Ebrose a slight bit of hope. But as quick as the hope came, it went as the sellsword shook his head. Tempting offer. But the other old man there made a much better offer for my services beyond just coin. Mostly the fact that I wouldn't piss off a few certain individuals and might actually gain their favor. Frowning, Ebrose went to ask just what the sellsword was talking about. But the question never came out as Marwyn started laughing from within the Order's vault. I am not sure if it is just arrogance or stupidity that led you lot to keep a record of every misdeed you've ever performed. Marwyn chuckled, pulling a book down from one of the shelves within the room. Gods, you've even kept them not only in chronological order, but you've also kept them separated out by region. Well, this will make our work much easier. Alaraz, get our acolytes to start sorting these out. Start with the acts pertaining to the North and House Hightower first, as we will need those sooner rather than later. Bronn, take these ones down to the quarantine chambers in the bowels of the Citadel. Wait! Ebrose shouted as the dagger left his throat and the sellsword roughly grabbed his arm. Tell us what this is about, Marwyn. You owe us that much. The look in Marwyn's eyes was downright murderous as the mage of the Citadel approached him. You really don't know? Well, let me spell it out for you then. The wolves know, Ebrose. As does the sorcerer. And they are coming. Ebrose could feel the blood draining from his face as his heart raced in his chest. No, it isn't possible. They couldn't know. I don't know what you are. Cut the horseshit, Ebrose, Marwyn growled angrily. You and your little order of the guiding hand here, yes I know all about you lot, have pretty much guaranteed the destruction of the Maester order. I'm merely doing what I can to try and save as many as I can before the wolves and the sorcerer arrive here in Oldtown thirsty for the blood of us Maesters. Get them out of my sight and ensure no accidents can befall them while they are in the quarantine cells. The last thing we want is for our offerings to appease the wolves to be dead well before they arrive. Ebrose could hear pleading coming from his fellow archmaesters, but he couldn't form the words to plead for his life. Even as the sellsword roughly pulled him from the room while Marwyn and his acolytes began rummaging through the Order's achievements. All he could think about was what horrible fate awaited him if Marwyn truly was speaking the truth. He was floating. Where he was or how he'd gotten to here he didn't know. But he felt weightless. Like he was floating in the hot springs of the Godswood in Winterfell. But as he reveled in the sereneness around him, he felt a pull, a tug at his navel that sent him spiraling in a direction though he did not know where. But as soon as it came, it stopped. And he found himself in a room so dark that he could not discern anything around him. Who are you? Jumping at the voice, Jon spun, his hand dropping to his waist ready to grab his lightsaber to combat whatever threat was before him and found himself staring into a pair of striking violet eyes on a beautiful face framed by silver gold hair. While her name was unknown to him, Jon knew who she was. It was the young woman he'd run into in Volantis nearly 6 moons ago. And the same girl he'd been having these strange dreams or visions about ever since they departed from Valyria. As for herself, the young woman immediately backpedaled away from him before seeming to trip over something that Jon couldn't see and fall onto her back, her violet eyes staring up at him in fear as her breathing quickened. I'm sorry, Jon stammered, forcing himself to relax and trying to make himself appear non-threatening as he held his hands out to his sides, well away from his waist. I didn't mean to scare you. I wasn't expecting to actually, well, this I guess. The young girl swallowed and slowly got to her feet, all the while making sure to keep a distance from him. A distance that Jon did nothing to change as he held his ground to ease her concerns. Who are you? She asked, her violet eyes seeming to flicker around the darkened room as if looking for something. How did you enter my room? Blinking, Jon looked around the room and saw only darkness. I'm not really sure, he answered awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. The last memory he had was falling asleep in his cabin on board a ship heading south. I don't think I'm actually here. Well, I am but not in the way you are thinking, or I doubt this is making any sense, is it? The girl shook her head. No. It doesn't. How can you not be here, when you are clearly in my room? Still not sure just how to answer her, Jon thought of something. If you're comfortable my lady, I think I might be able to show you what I mean. Though it might just raise more questions rather than answers. He said, waiting for her sharp nod before holding out his hand. Touch my hand. The girl looked at him like he'd grown a second head, but despite her mistrust, she slowly inched towards him with her arm outstretched. Once they were close enough, she tapped her fingers down upon his hand, and her eyes widened as instead of hitting flesh, they passed right through. How? She breathed, taking a single step closer to him as she repeatedly tried to touch his hand, only to have her own hand pass through where his hand should be. How is this? How can this be? The Force, or magic I guess you could say. But honestly, I don't really know. I think my master might know what's going on, but even he didn't seem all that sure, Jon answered as he allowed the girl to continue trying to poke his hand and arm. Your master? She said, stopping her prodding and looking up at him sharply, a sudden fear and sadness entering her violet eyes. Are you a slave? What? Jon blinked, her question catching him off guard. A slave? No, gods no. Why would you owe the master thing? Well, he isn't my master like you're thinking. He's more like my mentor or instructor I guess you could say. Oh, The girl nodded in understanding before narrowing her eyes as she looked, truly looked, at him. I've seen you before. I've seen your face and I swear I know you. At this, John coughed uncomfortably. We've never been introduced, my lady, but we have met. Or rather, ran into one another literally. In Volantis. The girl's brow furrowed in thought before her eyes widened in recognition. You're that boy I ran into on the street in Volantis. That's me, John smiled, glad that she at least remembered him. My name is, John, my lady. He'd been tempted to tell her his true name, though just why that was he didn't know. But for now, it was far safer to live as Jon Snow than it was as Jaehaerys Targaryen. He'd also half expect her to pull back at his bastard name. Or perhaps she wouldn't know the Westeros names for bastards, or perhaps she just wouldn't care. Either way, just naming himself as John would be a good place to start. I'm, Dany. He waited for her to continue, but it appeared that she was content to simply leave it at that. Not that I have much room to complain. I didn't give her my real name or even the full name Lord Stark gave me to hide me as a babe. It's a pleasure to finally meet you correctly, my lady Dany. John greeted her, bowing slightly at the waist. It's nice to meet you as well, John. Dany smiled back at him, a radiant smile that seemed to light up the darkness around them. I don't suppose you could tell me just how this is happening? Or rather what your master thinks this might be. I don't know, to be honest, John sighed, wishing that he had an answer for her. I told my master about, well, seeing you before. And he said he could think of a few things it could be but couldn't say for certain at the time. He wanted me to try and talk to you should we meet again like this, said it would help him figure out what was going on. I think I can safely say that we can talk to one another now. Yes, I believe it is safe to say that we can talk to one another, Dany chuckled, raising the back of her hand to her mouth to cover her amusement. If you don't mind my asking, just who is this master of yours? Not at all, John replied, liking the way she smiled and wanting to see more of it. My master is what they? The darkness and Dany swirled in a wash of colors and disappeared as John felt something rough and wet attack his face while something poked him in the shoulder. Shaking his head, John found himself once more in the cabin he shared with Robb, Theon, and Sam. The wetness was easily identifiable as Ghost, who was laying on his chest and in the process of cleaning his face with long strokes of his tongue. Ghost, get off me, boy. I'm awake. Pushing Ghost off him, John rolled onto his side and found the one who'd been poking him. Sorry about that, John, Sam apologized nervously. But, you were muttering in your sleep and wouldn't wake when I tried to wake you. So, I started poking you and... It's fine, Sam, John sighed. It was a lie of course, but there was no reason to make Sam any more uneasy than he already was. And he also knew that Sam wouldn't have bothered trying to wake him unless something had happened, and he was told to come and get him. What's going on? WHO. Right, why I woke you, sorry about that, Sam replied, scratching at the back of his head. Well, thing is we've reached the Whispering Sound and are turning northwards towards the Citadel. Lord Stark and Lord Knox told me to come and wake you because we should be arriving within a few hours or so. The Whispering Sound? John questioned, throwing off the thin blanket he'd been using and swinging his legs over the edge of his bed before rubbing at his eyes as he tried to acclimate being awake. Right, the bay that leads up directly to Oldtown and the Citadel. That's right, Sam nodded before looking down at John and quickly turning his back. Right, I'll leave you to get ready then. Watching Sam bolt out of the room, John was left wondering why his friend had made such a hasty retreat until he looked down and saw the reason why. He was in nothing more than his small clothes. Damn heat, he cursed, getting up out of his bed and scrounging around the small cabin looking for his pants and a light shirt to wear. At least I'm somewhat used to it though. Poor Robb, this is his first time out of the north and he is not taking to the heat all that well at all. I swear he has to change his shirt 2 to 3 times a day just from the sweat. Too bad we're not heading to Dorne on this trip. I'd love to see how my brother handles that heat. The thought of heading to Dorne once more, even if it was just a passing thought, was enough to conjure a face in John's sight. An olive-skinned face with dark eyes and frame with dark curling hair. Damn it! John cursed, feeling his body reacting to just the mere thought of the Princess of Dorne. Not fucking now. Think, snow. No, cold water. Yes, that's it, nothing but cold water. Cold water that would prickle her skin and raise her shit. Not helping. Shaking his head, John sat down on his bed and closed his eyes and tried to enter a light meditation as he tried desperately to banish the rather impure thoughts that were racing through his mind about the princess. Thoughts that she had certainly encouraged with her actions and words during his brief stay at Sun's Pair. Shit, this isn't working either, John cursed, realizing he was losing the battle of control. I need to get out of here. Find something to do to distract me and fast. Getting up, John quickly made his way out of the small cabin, doing what he could to arrange himself so that it wouldn't be obvious he was having a slight problem. Emerging onto the ship's main deck, Jon took a moment to lean his head back and take in the sun before giving himself a shake and looking around the deck. Truth be told, there wasn't much to do at sea for the most part. Well, there was, but only really for the sailors and not those who were just along for the ride. Robb was standing with their father near the bow of the ship having what seemed like a deep conversation that the sailors were obviously trying to stay clear of to give the two some privacy. Theon was standing at the helm of the ship, one hand resting on the wheel and a more than pleased expression on his face. While Jon might not always get along with the ward from the Iron Islands, though lately their relationship had improved, there was no denying that Theon was indeed at home on the sea and an impressive sailor in his own right. Walking over to the port side railing, Jon watched as the land of the Reach passed them by as they grew closer to the large mouth of the Honeywine River that would take them inland towards Oldtown and the Citadel. Soon enough, they would be arriving at the Citadel. And the North would be reminding once again of what happens when the wolves are given reason to come south. High above the bustling streets of Oldtown within the confines of the High Tower Leighton Hightower, Lord of the High Tower, the Old Man of Oldtown, Lord of the Port, Defender of the Citadel and Beacon of the South stared southwards down the Whispering Sound while behind him his eldest daughter Molara pored over tome after tome searching for any scrap of information the two could find about the arcane arts. To many of his peers amongst the nobility, his fascination with the arcane was something to scoff at or chuckle uncomfortably. To the faith, his fascination was bordering on heresy according to the Seven. But he did not care for ever-changing whims of his peers or the fear-mongering of the more devout amongst the faith's ranks. He was an old man, a very old man according to many. He had more children than most and grandchildren. Soon he would even have great-grandchildren. He'd long since passed the time where he cared to play the great game. Now he only cared about that which interested him. A fact which he found solace in considering the most recent topic of discussion across Westeros. The news from the north had completely blindsided almost everyone in Westeros. It wasn't the fact that someone had dared to stage a coup to replace a great house. Nor was it the fact that the perpetrators had broken guest rights, though that did play a small part. No. What truly surprised everyone was that someone would dare to try and move against House Stark during what could be considered the height of their power. The current Lord Stark was a brother in all but blood to the King of Westeros and was a foster son to the current Hand of the King. And if that wasn't influence enough, the North had started prospering under his reign unlike ever before. And, most notably, Stark had the only recognized true magician in all of Westeros sworn to his banner. Why anyone, let alone one of Stark's own bannermen, would try and move against the Starks was a mystery that honestly baffled everyone. The easiest answer was simply for power. But it had to be more than that. The rivalry between the ancient kings of Winter and the Red Kings was perhaps the oldest and bloodiest rivalry in all of Westeros. But descendants of the Red Kings had been idle for centuries. And there would have been plenty of times for them to act. The latest of which would have been during the rebellion against the Targaryens. Had the Boltons switched sides and brought the North back to the dragons, they would have been immediately awarded with wardenship of the North. But they had not. Which again raised the question, why act now? What was there to gain from this? And why did they think that their plan would work? Even if they had succeeded in ending the Stark line and the Sorcerer, King Robert would have been out for blood. And he wouldn't have stopped until everyone responsible for ending the wolves was dead. I suppose their motivations don't really matter now, Leighton thought, fiddling with his short-cut beard. The Boltons and their allies are dead, exiled, or on their way to the Wall. And the only thing of true note that they managed to accomplish was to kill the current Lady Stark and one of Stark's pups along with a few other lords and ladies. Though, that isn't necessarily true. They did manage to do one other thing, though I doubt it was their intention. And that was to reaffirm Lord Stark's and Lord Knox's reputations throughout the land. While it was true that both men had suffered loss during the attempted coup, both had come out at the end with reputations that would make even Tywin Lannister envious. Stark was now seen as not only one of, if not the, most honorable men in all of Westeros. But he now had a reputation for doing what needed to be done even if it got his hands bloodied. The way that he executed the lords and even a lady. It wasn't the most gruesome or inventive execution he'd ever heard of. But it was still quite the statement. And Lord Knox, by the Seven. If the rumors about what and how he executed, or rather imprisoned, Lyn Corbray were true then. Well, he wasn't even quite sure just what to think then. Only that the Sorcerer was holding back on them all and they had yet to truly see just what the man could do. Though considering the word was that Lyn Corbray had run the newly made Lady Knox through with his sword and ended up killing the babe in her womb, Leighton felt that the punishment fit the crime. If anyone were to harm any of his children, he would make sure that their end was a memorable one. And outside of the tale traveling through simple word of mouth wasn't enough, apparently the bards across the land were all scrambling to try and create the next reigns of Castamere. I doubt those fools could have imagined a larger failure on their part, he thought, thinking of the lords and ladies that tried to revolt against the Starks. They not only failed to end the line of the wolves and the Sorcerer. And in the end, they only made the Starks and the Sorcerer seem that much more impressive. For not the first time, he truly cursed his daughter and her actions that led to him losing his only connection to the north. When he'd first heard of the Sorcerer after the Greyjoy rebellion, he, like every other noble in the land, immediately started to try and find a way to get a set of eyes and ears in the north to learn everything they could about the man. And as if it were a gift from the Seven, an opportunity was presented at the very next tourney hosted by the king after the failed rebellion when Jorah Mormont managed to win the joust and asked for his daughter's hand in marriage. Part of him knew that the marriage would lead to disaster. His daughter was, to put it bluntly, a spoiled child who had never truly faced any hardships. And while the Mormonts were a family of note across Westeros, they were also recognized as perhaps one of the poorest of the nobility in the realm who were consistently fighting off raid after raid of pirates and wildlings. But in the end, he'd been convinced to go along with the marriage. Jorah had proven himself on the field of battle and was an epitome of courtesy every time they spoke. His daughter was at least infatuated with the man from the north, so there would be no problems there. While there was a fair bit of distance between Winterfell and Bear Island, the Mormonts were considered one of Stark's principal bannermen. He also would get his set of eyes and ears in the north perhaps before anyone else. So, with no small amount of trepidation, he gave his blessing. Unfortunately, it all fell through rather quickly. His daughter who'd grown up in the comforts of Oldtown was nowhere near prepared for the harsh reality that was northern life. Within a few moons of their marriage, she was writing home constantly complaining about one thing after another. He tried to focus her, turn her into a proper lady, but his attempts failed. Within a few years, the union between his daughter and Jorah had gone sour as the Lord of Bear Island spent nearly every coin his house had trying to keep his wife happy. And then the day inevitably came when he could not provide her with what she wanted, and he had to resort to selling poachers into slavery to make some coin to please her. Of course, Stark found out nearly immediately and called upon Jorah to answer for his crimes. But instead of manning up, the Lord of Bear Island fled Westeros with Leighton's daughter and the two had not been seen or heard of for moons. Members of his family blamed the North for forcing Lannister to flee Westeros in disgrace. And many in the North blamed House Hightower for the dishonoring and bankrupting of House Mormont through his daughter's actions. And while there was validity to both arguments, the truth of the matter laid in the middle. Both his daughter and the foolish Jorah were at fault. And now he was stuck with trying to figure out a way to salvage relations with the North. If for no other reason than to once again try and gain access to the Northern Sorcerer. "My lord," a servant called out as a knock sounded on his door. "You have a message from Archmaester Marwyn of the Citadel, my lord." "Enter," Leighton said, not bothering to turn around as the servant quickly entered and gave him the message before scurrying back out of the room. Unfurling the message, Leighton carefully read over the words of perhaps the one other man in this city that shared the same passion for the arcane as he did. "My lord, I regret to inform you of a grave injustice committed by a group of my fellow archmaesters. A plot has been hatched, one that you no doubt have heard about. And I am ashamed to admit it, it has come to my attention that the true minds behind the plot reside here in the Citadel. A fact which is known to those who have been wronged. And they are coming to see that justice is meted out. I implore you, my lord, to come to the docks with all haste and meet with those who are coming to seek justice. While I know that this will end in bloodshed, my lord, my hope is that with your presence we will be able to minimize the life that will be lost to only those who truly deserve it. Your faithful servant, Archmaester Marwyn." What does he mean by this? Leighton thought, lowering the letter as his gaze shifted towards the Citadel. A plot has been hatched by the Citadel. And it is one I know of. As much as he enjoyed the company of the Archmaester, there were times when he wished the man would cease his cryptic tongue and talk plainly. "Father?" Malara asked, nearly making him start as he'd been so lost in his thoughts that he hadn't even heard her approaching until she'd laid a hand on his shoulder. "What did the Archmaester say to put you in such a state, father?" "Just his usual cryptic tongue, daughter," Leighton sighed, handing over the letter to his daughter and letting her read it. "You understand his mind better than I, daughter. What do you make of this?" Taking the letter, Malara turned it around twice before reading it over. "It seems obvious, father," his daughter said, handing the letter back. "The maesters wronged someone greatly, and they are coming to take revenge. And Archmaester Marwyn is asking for your help in not stopping the revenge from taking place, but rather in preventing unneeded bloodshed." "That much is obvious," Leighton sighed, taking the short missive back and reading it over once more, trying to see if he missed anything. "But the question is, who is coming?" His daughter's head cocked slightly to the side as she stared past him out towards the cityscape. "Perhaps them." Following her line of sight, Leighton squinted towards the south. Far south of the city, still little more than dots on the horizon, were several ships traveling up the whispering sound towards the city. Picking up a nearby Myrish eyeglass, a prized possession of his though now he began to doubt just how prized it truly was with the North making similar objects, Leighton brought the cylinder up to his eye and tried to make out the ships on the horizon. They were still far away, perhaps a quarter of a day at most. But with the eyeglass he could just barely make out the blurry colors flying atop the mast of the ships. "A grey wolf on a field of white," Leighton mumbled lowering the eyeglass, "How stark. But why? As soon as the question came, so too did an answer. A terrible answer that he hoped beyond hope was wrong. A plot has been hatched, one that you no doubt have heard about. And I am ashamed to admit it, it has come to my attention that the true minds behind the plot reside here in the Citadel. A fact which is known to those who have been wronged. Those were Marwyn's exact words. Could he? No, it's impossible. The maesters would not be that, well. Shit. Guards. Layton shouted, prompting the 2 guards of House Hightower that were constantly outside the room to rush in. I'm descending from the high tower and heading to the port. Get an honor guard assembled to meet me at the base of the tower immediately. The 2 men didn't hesitate before slamming their fists to their chest and running back out of the room to see his orders done. Father, Molara called out tentatively as Layton began rushing about the room. Not now, daughter, Layton snapped at his eldest daughter as he got himself ready to head to the port. The wolves only come south when they've been given reason to do so. And it never bodes well for the south whenever they do. And now, if Marwyn is indeed correct, then the maesters might as well have just given the Starks the justification they need to make the entirety of the order of the maesters just a little memory. And if Stark brought the sorcerer with him, then I fear there is little we can do to stop them. Standing on the bow of the ship, Knox let his senses flow freely before him as the 3 northern vessels made their way up the Honeywine towards perhaps one of the oldest and largest cities in all of Westeros. Oldtown, Knox thought with a small amount of mirth. These primitives surely are inventive in their nomenclature. One of the oldest, largest cities in Westeros, perhaps the world. Let's call it Oldtown. Name aside, however, Knox could admit that the city itself was indeed impressive for a primitive world such as this. Oldtown was a city divided by the Honeywine, yet at the same time it managed to seemingly remain one city. The banks of the Honeywine were lined with docks and buildings with hundreds of people milling about their daily lives. And scattered within the river itself were dozens of small isles that had also been turned into one building or another. There was even one such isle that was only large enough to house a single structure, and lo and behold, someone had decided to build what he sensed was an inn of sorts. But what truly surprised him was the smell. There was very little stench that he would have expected in such a large city given this world's current age. In fact, the air smelled almost flowery. No doubt either the artisans and flower merchants of the city were obscenely numerous, or whoever oversaw the cisterns and sewers took their job extremely seriously. And standing tall above everything on an isle all to itself was the impressive High Tower, the seat of House Hightower. The tower, or more accurately an oversized lighthouse, was a structural marvel. It easily stretched well over 700 feet into the air if he had to guess, easily classifying itself as a skyscraper amongst any civilization under the Empire or the Republic. Just when I think I have seen all I can of the capabilities of the people of this land, they keep finding new ways of impressing me with their engineering prowess. Knox thought as he carefully felt out the high tower. But as interesting as the massive lighthouse was, Knox quickly set it aside as he felt a peculiar disturbance in the force. A disturbance emanating from the northern portion of the city. A part of the city that he knew held the Citadel. Interesting. There appears to be at least one force sensitive in the Citadel. Though, they are either incredibly ill-trained or too young to have received proper instruction. Either way, given the maesters' apparent feelings on anything they cannot rationally explain, this individual's presence is surprising. Pushing away from the bow of the ship, Knox turned his attention back to those on board with him. The men of the north were thirsty for blood. And after weeks of boredom and with their target now so close, the tension on the ship was thick enough to cut with a knife. Unfortunately, he and Ned were of 2 different minds on how to approach the matter. Ned wanted to approach Lord Hightower and explain their presence before going to the Citadel. And while that option was prudent, it was not in line with what Knox was thinking. Knox was more inclined to go the true Sith route. Which also happened to be the same mindset almost every other man and woman of the North had as well. Simply walk up to the Citadel and start killing anyone who got between himself and this apparently hidden order within the maesters' ranks. Ned held firm in his belief of less violence for a time, but eventually his own desire for vengeance and the pressure he was getting from his bannermen wore him down and he agreed with Knox's plan of storming the Citadel directly. Though he had insisted that they would not start executing anyone until they had absolute proof of their misdeeds that they could present to Lord Hightower. While Knox was more than confident that he could simply sweep aside any token force the Lord Hightower could muster in retaliation for the attack on the Citadel, he decided to at least humor his friend this time around and follow his lead on dealing with the maesters. And in return, Ned had promised not to get in his way of raiding the Citadel for whatever lost knowledge he could find within its depths. After all, he was still the former head of the Pyramid of Ancient Knowledge of the Sith Order. And to him, while there wasn't anything better than destroying those who dared to wrong him, raiding a repository of knowledge that was fiercely guarded and coveted was a close second. Making his way towards the helm, he found Ned standing tall with Robb and Jon beside him, each with their direwolves beside them. It still amazed Knox slightly just how seamlessly the Starks were able to bond with the wild beasts. Granted, bonding with an animal was something even a novice Force user could do with ease. But in this case, the bond seemed to form with little force or action required. and the effects of the force on the wolves was already starting to become noticeable. Winter, Ned's dire wolf, was nearly the size of a pony when they'd first come across her months ago in the north. Now, her lean frame had filled out slightly as she had grown several inches, making her bigger than the average pony, though still not as large as a horse. While the changes in the mother wolf might not necessarily be too noticeable, the changes in the wolf pups were very apparent. Despite being only a few months old at best, both Greywind and Ghost look at least a year old if not more. And both had started to mimic their bondmates' personalities to a degree. It was a fascinating phenomenon. And one that made him want to investigate the skin changing that was said to still be alive and well north of the wall. Taking his place next to Ned and Jon, Knox turned and faced towards the Citadel as the ship they were on slowly started approaching the massive structure that stretched over both banks of the Honeywine and was interconnected with arching stone bridges. Truly, yet another marvel. There's a set of docks up ahead, Lord Stark, Theon called out. The young lad had all but refused to leave the helm ever since Oldtown came in sight. No doubt the boy felt a need to prove himself, seeing as how his sister had managed to raid Valyria and come back to tell the tale. The weeping dock, Ned responded emotionlessly. Bring us in, Theon. Theon's chest puffed out at the command from Stark as he began issuing commands of his own to the crew of the ship. Aye, Lord Stark, all right lads. Get your asses moving. Drop all sails and get ready to throw the ropes. While the others focused on getting the ship ready to dock, Knox turned his attention once more to the strange force presence he'd sensed. The presence was closer now than before. Much closer. In fact, the presence was on the very dock they were heading towards. Focusing on the dock, Knox felt his brow raise at the tangle of emotions he felt emanating from nearly 24 or so that were present. Fear. Anxiety. Hope. And an unmistakable air of superiority that could only come from those born of privilege. It seems that our arrival has been expected, Ned, Knox said, pointing towards the docks. It seems at least one maester and some nobles have decided to throw us a welcoming party. Taking up the eyeglass that they had on board, a recent addition to the ever-growing portfolio of the northern glass trade, Ned stared off towards the dock. City guards, the guards of House Hightower, and Lord Hightower himself. Along with a maester, Ned counted off, lowering the eyeglass. Are they hostile? Reaching out once more, Knox made a brief pass over the lot assembled. Though he nearly did a double take as he felt something push back against his probe momentarily. Apparently not as ill-trained as I first thought. Still has a lot to learn, however. No, Knox said, answering Ned's question. Plenty of fear and anxiety. But I do not sense any open hostility coming from those waiting to receive us. Do they know why we are here? Robb asked, giving voice to the question no doubt everyone was thinking. Perhaps, Ned answered before Knox could. Either someone else figured out the actions of the maesters and had them thrown in the cells. Or, more likely, the maesters responsible learned of our impending arrival and all fled. Either way, Lord Hightower's presence here says that he is hoping to avoid as much bloodshed as possible. And unlike some, we will honor guest rights if they are given. If he could, Knox would roll his eyes at his friend. Granted, Knox had managed to loosen the stick that had been firmly jammed up Ned's ass years ago. But it was still stuck up there and held in place by the man's sense of honor. Oh, very well. Take all the fun out of it, Knox sighed dramatically. We'll do this your way, Ned. Aye, Ned nodded before sweeping his gaze around all the Northmen on board. Everyone will keep your weapons sheathed at all times. The first man of the north to bear steel without cause will find himself manning the wall the moment we step foot back in the north. The northern men were clearly not pleased with the order, especially the Great Jan and the She-Bear. But their loyalty to House Stark combined with Ned's threat of banishing them to the wall was more than enough to override their displeasure. As the ship drew ever closer to the docks, the sailors on board began tossing ropes over the side of the ship and into the waiting hands of the deckhands that quickly went about tying them off. Knox, Ned, Jon, Robb, and the wolves were all moving even as the gangplank was still being lowered down onto the deck. Winter, ever the protective mother, jumped in front of Ned and with one move leapt off the ship and down onto the dock, scaring away all of the dockhands and causing more than one blade to be drawn as the she-wolf bared her fangs at anyone who dared approach her. Winter, enough, Ned's calm voice was like iron, and the wolf immediately ceased her growling and sat back on her haunches as she waited for the rest of them to disembark from the ship. Stepping off the gangplank, Ned reached and gently scratched between the wolf's ears as if she were nothing more than a house dog, rather than a pony-sized wolf who could easily rip a man's arm clean from its socket. As they approached the end of the dock, the city watch and guardsmen finally overcame their shock at seeing a supposedly mythical beast and moved quickly to place themselves between those on shore and the northern contingent. Put your weapons away, all of you. A powerful voice ordered from behind the wall of men. Stopping next to Ned near the end of the dock, the two of them waited as two elderly men all but forced their way through the guards. The one on the left had an air of confidence and strength that spoke of years of leadership, while the other made Knox want to immediately reach for his lightsaber as he heard the telltale sound of chain links rattling against one another with each step he took. Lord Hightower, Ned greeted the elderly man on the left with a little more than a slight lowering of his head in respect for the man's reputation. The maester was ignored. Lord Stark, Lord Hightower greeted him in return before Knox felt his attention shift over to himself. And you would be Lord Knox, would you not? Your reputation precedes you. Knox merely hummed before turning his attention towards the maester who was standing just behind Lord Hightower. Strangely enough, the man wasn't afraid. Yes, anxious and cautious, but not afraid. If anything, he felt excited. An odd emotion to be so dominant, all things considered. But now that he was this close, there was no doubt in Knox's mind that it was this man that was giving off the strange force presence. I take it that you are the reason that our arrival was not a surprise. Knox stated, nodding his head towards the maester. That I am, Lord Sorcerer, the maester said, swallowing hard as he stepped up beside Lord Hightower. I am Archmaester Marwyn of the Citadel and I know why you have come. Why all of you have come. The Citadel, or rather those in charge, particularly my fellow Archmaesters, have wronged you all greatly. I am here to make amends for that wrongdoing. Amends. The great Jan all but shouted, rushing forward and prompting the city watch and the guards of House Hightower to all drop their hands to their hilts once more as the gigantic man raised his damaged right arm. You fuckers did this to me. You lot made the North bleed the blood of her own. The last to willingly spill the blood of the North were fucking dragons, and look what happened to those cunts. John's Winsey was thankfully internal as his apprentice managed to keep his face stoic despite the sharp reminder of just how and why he came into being. The Archmaester, much to his credit, did not back down from the angry giant standing before him. Let go of your weapons, now. Lord Hightower demanded, his voice and sheer aura leaving no room for argument as he addressed both his own men and the men of the North. Lord Stark, there is clearly much that needs to be discussed. I ask you now as a Lord of the Realm and a man of the North, will you abide by guest rights once they are offered? We will, Ned answered immediately, sending a look towards the great Jan which immediately made the larger man huff and backstep so that he was once again standing behind Stark. Good, Lord Hightower nodded. Bring forth bread and salt. Then we will talk. A handful of servants weaved their way through the line of soldiers timidly, each carrying a tray of cut bread and small piles of salt needed to complete the guest rites. Taking a small piece, Knox added a pinch of salt and quickly ate his bread as he wanted to get on with this as quickly as possible. Feelings that were reflected in the rest of the northern contingent as they all did the same as him. Thank you for your willingness to listen, my lords, Marwyn said gratefully, a bit of his anxiety leaving him now that the guest rites had been completed. Please, walk with me to the Citadel. There is much to discuss and none of it pleasant, I am afraid. The order of the guiding hand, Ned stated without any sense of tact, something that Knox was still working on with his friend, as they began walking down the cobbled streets of Oldtown. Who are they? The spike of anxiety returned full force in the Archmaester as he led the procession through the streets and towards the Citadel. A group of fools with delusions of grandeur. They believed themselves to be the true rulers of Westeros since before the time of the Targaryens. For centuries they have been hiding in the shadows and manipulating events within Westeros to try and create what they felt was the best future possible. I wish that I could tell you that the atrocity that was committed in Winterfell was the worst of their crimes. But that is not so. And how do you know that? Robb piped up from behind his father, his anger simmering like a low burning fire. Because, while they're very secretive and selective, even within the halls of the Citadel, they were arrogant. Arrogant enough that they kept immaculate records of their members and every deed they have put into motion since their inception and even some that have not yet been planted. Marwyn answered, shocking almost everyone present. They wrote down what they've done. Lord Hightower asked, completely flabbergasted at the audacity. Why? I'm afraid I know not, my lord, Marwyn sighed. Arrogance? A desire to gloat? I cannot say. But for the past few days I have had acolytes that I trust, acolytes that have sworn themselves to silence, going over all of their notes and categorizing them based on which houses or people in Westeros were affected. I want to see what you have, Stark demanded with the chill of winter in his voice. Marwyn nodded as if he expected as much. And will give you what you desire, Lord Stark. However, I fear I can only give to you that which pertains to your house or the North as a whole. Some of what we have found has been quite personal in nature. Facts and acts that could and will affect the landscape of the nobility of Westeros. And because of the Maester's oaths to observe, record, and advise only, I cannot simply give you something that would give you leverage over another house. And before you ask me again, Lord Stark, ask yourself this. Would you want all of the houses in Westeros to know of every secret that House Stark has kept over even the last few centuries? Knox immediately had to reappraise the man as his words settled in. Apparently, the man was a far better player of the game than he'd originally let on. Giving out information of sins committed against the families of Westeros was all well and good, but he also hid a thinly veiled threat in there as well if you knew what to look for. He said point blank that some of the information in the notes left by the Order of the Guiding Hand could all but destroy the political landscape of Westeros and lead to war. Information that only he and those he trusted most knew about. And then the question on whether Ned wanted House Stark's secrets to be revealed to the realm. In translation, I die and I'm taking as many down as I can with me. Mercifully, Stark seemed to be taking some of Nox's lessons to heart as he caught onto the hidden meaning behind the Maester's words as well. Then we shall see if you hold true to your oaths better than your fellow Maesters have. As they moved through the cobbled streets, Nox could feel hundreds of eyes peering at their group as they made their way down the short distance towards the Citadel. Not surprising, Nox shrugged, used to being an object of curiosity. A contingent of Northmen arrive with a wolf the size of a small horse and are being guided down the streets by an Archmaester and the Lord Hightower. This is probably the most interesting sight these people have seen in their entire lives. But where Nox was used to such attention and Ned was able to ignore the pointed looks, Jon and Robb were not. The two boys were constantly looking around as more and more eyes peered out from their homes to try and get a look at what was happening. Is it always like this, Master? Jon asked lowly enough so that only the two of them could hear. Usually, Nox replied plainly. Get used to it, apprentice. As a Sith, you're going to be garnering a lot of attention in your day. Both good and bad. Best you learn now how to block it out. As they approached the main gate leading into the Citadel, Nox tilted his head as they came across a pair of large stone sphinxes that stood guard on either side of the gate. Appropriate, Nox mused as their group passed between the large sphinxes. Those creatures vary across the galaxy, but they also tend to represent the same thing. Guardians of knowledge. As they entered the main yard of the Citadel, their group came to an abrupt stop as they were greeted to an interesting sight. The yard was filled with a combination of maesters and their acolytes as well as a large group of armed and lightly armored men who were clearly not part of the city watch or the house guards. Sellswords, smart, Nox thought, approving of what was no doubt Marwyn's actions in securing the Citadel. No doubt some of these men had ties with both the city watch and House Hightower. Using either would have tipped his hand. So instead he went out and hired outside help. Risky, but smart. And in the middle of the yard surrounded by the armed men was a group of over 30 maesters who were bound and chained and being forced to stay on their knees. Lord Stark, Lord Hightower, Marwyn said, coming around so that he was facing them. I present to you the members of the Order of the Guiding Hand that are here in the Citadel for your judgment. Whatever careful hold Stark had on his anger left him as he was brought before the very men who'd set in motion the events that led to the death of his wife and son. Without saying a word, Ned's hand dropped to the hilt of ice as all thoughts of guest rights left his friend's mind. Not that Nox blamed him. Force, he barely had control of his own want to make these men suffer for what they did and what they tried to do. But unlike his friend, Nox had far more experience with this sort of thing. Like Prince Oberyn had once said, revenge was not a cheap drink that you tried to get through quickly. No, revenge was like the finest of wines. One that you sipped and savored. And Nox was fully committed to savoring every moment of what was about to come. My lord. One of the maesters shouted from his position as he tried to rise, only for one of the sellswords to force him back down to his knees. I don't know what they told you. But it's all lies. Lord Stark. Lord Hightower all but yelled as a few inches of ice began to show itself. I understand your anger, my lord, and you have the right to it. However, the law must still be followed. These men have served the realm and this city for years. And I have yet to see evidence of this treachery you speak of. Before I allow any bloodshed in my city, I must see what evidence you have of their guilt. Before either Ned or Nox could respond, one of the acolytes of the maesters stepped forward and handed off 2 thin books to Marwyn. Cocking his head, Nox observed the acolyte closely, a slight smile coming to him as he saw immediately through the guise they were trying to hide behind. Clever. Would you recognize Archmaester Ebros's own hand, my lord? Marwyn asked, flipping through one of the books while behind him the maesters that were on their knees began to tremble in fear. Yes, Lord Hightower answered without hesitation. Then I trust that this passage here will provide you with all the evidence you need, my lord, pertaining to their actions regarding the attempted coup in the north. With Lord Stark's permission, of course. After Ned gave a nod of acceptance, Lord Hightower took the book from Marwyn and started reading. The sweet taste of fear and thoughts of impending doom filled the air, acting as an almost aphrodisiac to Nox as a few of the maesters began to whimper and cry. It'd been so long since he'd been in this position, of holding your enemy's life in your hand and watching them squirm as they waited for the death blow to come. To a Sith, there were few better moments at times like these. And if their actions against House Stark are not enough, Marwyn added as he held out the second book for Lord Hightower to take. Then I believe this will be sufficient. It is in Archmaester Benedict's hand. And it concerns both House Hightower and House Mormont. Lord Hightower, his anger threatening to boil over, all but threw the book he had been reading towards Ned before snatching the second book out of Marwyn's hands. And he wasn't the only one who was now interested as Maege Mormont came over and stood next to Hightower, her one remaining good eye reading what was within the book just as quickly as Lord Hightower's too. If the two had been angry before reading whatever was in that book, they both were now apocalyptic. And with that change, the fate of the maesters was sealed. Is there a way to discern who is a part of this order, and who is not? Lord Hightower asked through clenched teeth, his rage to such a point that the man was visibly shaking as he tried to keep himself in check. A resigned feeling settled in over Marwyn as the elder maester nodded. Yes. On top of keeping record of all their misdeeds, they also marked all those involved in the order. Bronn, bring one of them forward. One of the sellswords kicked one of the kneeling maesters away from the rest of the kneeling maesters. Once they were close, the sellsword put his fist into the maester's gut, forcing him to bend over before roughly grabbing his hair near his right ear and pulling it back painfully. They all got this mark here, the sellsword stated, pointing towards a spot behind the maester's ear. And all of these fuckers behind us all go the same thing in the same spot. Through the force, Nox was able to see what the sellsword was pointing at. A small black mark reminiscent of a handprint but smaller than a fingernail had been tattooed onto the man's skin near the fold of his ear. A good place to put a mark as no could see it without moving aside the person's hair and folding their ear. And if on the off chance anyone did catch a glimpse of it, it could simply be passed off as a birthmark or a something else. Well, this just keeps getting easier and easier, Nox thought with a smirk as Ned and Hightower both leaned over to inspect the man's mark. And there is one more thing, Lord Stark. Marwyn said while motioning for the sellsword to bring the gasping maester back into line with the others. Something that I believe you will want to take care of personally. Bronn, bring him forth. The sellsword, Bronn, Frog marched the bound and gasping maester back to the others before grabbing a hold of a younger maester by the hair and dragged him forth. While Nox could only sense a vague recollection to the lad, who was more than likely somewhere in his early 20s or so, Ned did recognize him. Ebbert Whitehill, Ned hissed, drawing more than a few curses and spits from the northerners. Son of Lud Whitehill. He is a man of the north, not yet a full maester. Marwyn stated, his voice devoid of emotion. As such, I felt it prudent to single him out should you wish a separate fate for him. The young Whitehill trembled as his fear spiked and the unmistakable smell of piss permeated the air. Ah shit, the sellsword Bronn cursed, cuffing Ebbert on the head hard enough to drop the lad. Fucker pissed himself. If you got any piss on me, boy, I'll be taking the cleaning out on you. There is no need to single him out, Ned declared, motioning for the sellsword to bring the lad back in line with the others. The Whitehills are no longer of the north, and this one gave up his family name well before that when he decided to join the maesters. His fate will be the same as the others. One moment, Nox called out as the sellsword was about to drag the young man back to await his fate with the other maesters. Walking in close, Nox spoke loud enough so that everyone could hear him. There's something you should know first. The letter you sent your father, the one where you begged him to trust in the order and their plan to overthrow the Starks, your father didn't burn the letter, he kept it. With the express purpose of using it to leverage his freedom should the need arise. He was more than willing to throw you to the wolves, literally and figuratively, if it meant that he could keep breathing for a few more years. Ebbert's breath hitched as anguish washed through his fear and took hold. That's right, boy, Nox smiled, leaning over so that his cloth-covered eyes were pointed towards him, take heart in the fact that it did no good. Your father sang like a songbird barely a few moments into my questioning of him and willingly gave up both yourself and your letter to make the pain stop. How does it feel, boy? To know that your father was willing to sell you out to save his own life? You tried to get back into your family after leaving for the maesters, only to fail. You betrayed the North and failed. You betrayed the Order of the Guiding Hand by sending that letter, the same letter which led us right to them. Everything you have done is centered around betrayal and failure. That, boy, that is the legacy you will take to the grave with you. Ebbert's anguish reached a fevered pitch as the boy collapsed in on himself and began crying, his world destroyed. Ah, such a rush. I have missed this sensation. Nox smiled, feeling euphoric at having completely destroyed one of those who helped bring about the death of his son. And now, Ebbert Whitehill, you have my permission to die. Righting himself, Nox walked back towards Ned and the boys, more than pleased with the way things had been going. Though, he would admit that he had been hoping for some small token of resistance. The fact that the maesters just rolled over for them was, mildly disappointing. But the fact that it was an archmaester who ended up selling out his fellow archmaesters to save himself and most of the other maesters made the outcome slightly better to his more Sith side. Fetch a block, Lord Hightower bellowed, his murderous intent almost as great as Ned's own. With Lord Stark standing as witness, I, Lord Leighton Hightower, do hereby find you lot guilty of attempted sedition, oath-breaking, and hundreds of other crimes that I'm sure we haven't uncovered yet. And I hereby sentence the lot of you to die. There will be no need for a block, Lord Hightower. Unless you press the issue. Ned stated loudly and clearly, his attention shifting towards Nox and his other vassals momentarily before focusing in again on the condemned maesters. This had been a point of contention between Ned, Nox, and the northern lords and ladies since they left port. Ned, originally, had been of the mind to simply take their heads and be done with it. But that did not sit well with the others. It was too quick in their minds. The Great Jan especially had wanted all of the maesters to suffer the northern traitors' fate. But that argument was placed aside when Ned pointed out, rightfully, that form of execution was reserved only for northern lords and ladies who betrayed the north. And while the maesters had certainly broken their oaths and betrayed the people of the north, they were not of the north. And therefore, by the letter of the law, could not be subject to that form of execution. The idea was then floated around to have them suffer the same fate as Lyn Corbray. And while Knox agreed with the idea, in practicality he had to shoot the idea down. The creation of a single-mined prison, and an incomplete one at that, took far more out of him than he cared to admit. The idea of creating dozens of them over a short span of time, it was just not feasible. With those two methods of execution ruled out, the Northerners had started to become quite creative in how they wished to dispatch the maesters. Some of which had surprised even Knox with their brutality. In the end, a compromise of sorts had been verbally agreed upon. Now it was time to see if Ned truly had started to shed his honorable self and embraced the lineage of the Kings of Winter. These men betrayed not only the North, but the entirety of Westeros as well, Ned stated, his voice as cold as the coldest of winter nights. An example must be made. As dusk neared, a large crowd had gathered upon the wall of Oldtown facing towards the north as they watched the spectacle unfold on the side of the Rose Road. The sound of the steady beating of hammers on nails and the screams of agony and pleas for mercy drowning out almost all other sounds. Along the Rose Road at equal intervals thick posts nearly twice as tall as a man had been secured into the ground while a second post roughly a quarter the length of the first had been set aside. One by one, the maesters who'd been part of the Order of the Guiding Hand were led to each post and stripped down until they were in nothing more than their small clothes. They were then forced onto the ground with their legs spaced out upon the smaller beam on the ground. Their legs were then secured to the beams with large nails driven through their ankles and then further secured with leather straps to ensure their weight would not pull them down. Once a maester was secured, a team of men would lift the beam and set it atop and secure it to the standing post, leaving the maesters to hang upside down with blood running down their legs from where the nails had pierced their flesh. Then, to ensure that there was no mistake as to what their crimes were, a writ of their crimes and guilt was then nailed into their chests, taking care to make sure the nails avoided their hearts lest their suffering end too soon. And as a last act, to make sure that their identities were known to all, their maester chains were wrapped around their hands and attached to the posts holding them upside down. And to make sure that the message stuck, all of the surviving maesters and acolytes of the Citadel had not only been forced to come out and watch alongside the road as their fellows were strung up, but they were also required to write out the writs of condemnation and prepare the posts and beams to which the maesters would be executed upon. By the time the last of the maesters were strung up, the line of still suffering men stretched for nearly a quarter of a mile beyond the walls of Oldtown. And through it all, Knox, Ned, Lord Hightower, Marwyn, Robb and Jon all stood and watched as each man was strung up. Ned and Lord Hightower never once faltered, their faces set in stone as they watched the executions take place. The boys though, he could feel their unease as easy as one could feel the cold during a blizzard. But both boys impressed him as, while they might be uneasy on the inside, both remained just as stoic as the rest of them. But as the last of the bodies were strung up and the group started the slow walk down the line of the condemned back to the city, Knox could feel the boys' strength start to waver as the sheer brutality of what they were witnessing began to wear down on their young minds. "I take it that you will be making your way to King's Landing next, Lord Stark, to explain what happened here to the king in person," Lord Hightower half stated, half asked as they made their way down the line of still suffering maesters. Ned nodded. "Robert will need to be informed of this. And despite my history with his grace, this will require my presence to explain." Lord Hightower nodded in understanding. "I will have a team of horses prepared for the journey. And I will add my voice to your own in explaining this, Lord Stark. I will also speak with the Septons at the Starry September and gain their approval as well to help quell any dissent that might come. All I ask is one day to set things in motion before we head out to speak with His Grace about what happened here today." Knox was surprised that the old Lord of Oldtown was willing to make the trip to King's Landing. Though, he supposed given what he had allowed to happen with the maesters he would need to present himself to the king to explain what happened and how he had no knowledge of their plots. "In your absence, my lord, I would like to request the service of some of your riders to deliver messages," Marwyn said as the city gates drew closer. "Why?" Hightower asked, his tone, much like Ned's, completely ice when addressing the Archmaester. "Because there are still many scattered across Westeros that are part of this Order of the Guiding Hand," Marwyn explained as they crossed under the archway leading into the city. "And while normally I would send such messages by raven, I fear that in this instance the ones who would be receiving the ravens first would be those who are guilty of treason, and would thereby escape justice from those they have wronged." Lord Hightower pondered Marwyn's words for only a moment before giving his consent. "Very well. I'll send the orders out tonight and the men will report to you first thing in the morning for instructions. Lord Stark, Lord Knox. I invite you both to the Hightower. I shall have rooms prepared for you and your men until we depart. The offer is appreciated, Lord Hightower, but you need not spare the expense on my part," Knox stated, earning a look from both Ned and the Lord of Oldtown. We are only spending a single day here. And I intend to spend every moment of it going through as much of the Citadel as I can before we leave. I would be more than happy to escort you to the Citadel, my lord, Marwyn nearly shouted as whatever lingering fear and anxiety he had quickly became overridden by excitement. I will have my acolytes prepare a workspace and be ready to assist you in any manner you need. Good, Knox nodded before clapping Jon on the shoulder. And you won't need to worry about this one either. He'll be joining me as well. As will Robb and Theon, lest they fear falling even further behind my apprentice here. What? Both Jon and Robb said nearly simultaneously, stopping in their tracks as the four elder men kept marching towards the Citadel with the cries of the condemned fading behind them. Chapter 19, Consequences Part 2. Welcome back everyone. Not much really to say heading into this, but I do want to address everyone that keep asking me about when I'm going to update my other stories. I've learned the hard, very hard way, that I write my best when I focus on one story at a time. Because of that, I will not be working on the next installment of In All Things Balance nor the rewrite of the Song of the Master of Death until I finish this story. And given just how long this is right now and how much I have planned out, it will be a while. Huge shout out to my beta reader and brainstorm partner Telemachus Sundus. The help has been invaluable so far. And another huge thank you to everyone who has favorited, alerted, or reviewed this story so far. Your support is what keeps me going. So if you feel so inclined to leave a review, please do. They really do help me get my mojo going and get the next chapters rolling on. Lastly, I do not own Disney, nor am I Lucas or Martin, so I have no ownership of A Song of Fire and Ice, Game of Thrones or Star Wars. This is purely for fun with no profit being made. And with that out of the way, let's get to the chapter. Stay safe out there everyone. Chapter 19. Standing in the center of the Grand Citadel Library, Darth Knox, formerly of the Sith Empire, allowed himself just a moment to simply stand and marvel at what he was seeing. The library within the Citadel was, quite simply, awe-inspiring even for one such as himself. The library of Winterfell was impressive, but the Citadel was something else completely. An apt comparison would be to liken Winterfell's library to his own private collection and then to liken the Citadel to the entirety of the archives on Korriban, both those known to everyone and the one known only to the Dark Council. The part of him that had once been the head of the ancient pyramid of knowledge had immediately started to try and sort the best possible way to acquire as much knowledge from this place as possible. But, given the sheer size of the place and the fact that he didn't have an army of acolytes to dedicate to the job, he was left with the unfortunate conclusion that even if he spent his lifetime in this place, he would barely scratch the surface of what was here. As it were, he'd already set Jon and Robb to work aiding in the sorting through the information pertaining to House Stark in the north that was kept by the ousted Order of the Guiding Hand. Sensing an intruder to his observations, Knox turned as a dark-skinned young acolyte made their way around the shelves. Strangely enough, this acolyte of the Citadel did not seem to be trying to avoid him, quite the opposite in fact, as he could sense no trepidation coming from the acolyte as they approached him. My Lord Knox, I was sent by Archmaester Marwyn. He wishes to speak with you in his private chambers if you are willing. Lead the way. Allarez, my lord. Though many here refer to me as Sphinx. A curious name, but an apt one for a place such as this, Knox replied, motioning for the young acolyte to lead the way out of the library and up a flight of stairs. As they walked, Knox took careful note of the acolyte leading him. They hid it well, but there was a rather acute peculiarity about the acolyte that amused Knox. Mostly because of how brazen it was, and because it also went to show just how blind the maesters truly are in certain respects. But there was another thing about the acolyte that drew his attention. It was faint, barely a glowing ember, but this young acolyte had a touch of force sensitivity. Something that he was finding to be more and more common the longer he stayed on this world. It almost made him wonder if the people of this world were a near-human species much like the Murlukas, who as a species were all force-sensitive. Or perhaps there was a chance that he was not the first force-sensitive to arrive at this planet and that many of the people of this world were descendants of that force-sensitive. It gave him something to ponder. And honestly, it wouldn't have surprised him if that was the case. There were still well-preserved records of the war between the Sith and the Ratokan Empire on Korriban that occurred nearly 20,000 years ago. So, he wasn't about to rule anything out just yet. Tell me, Allarez. Your Archmaester Marwyn seemed to know of our impending arrival. I have several ideas about just how this is possible, but perhaps you would be willing to shed some light on the subject. Amusement poured out from the young acolyte as they reached one of the uppermost levels of the Citadel and started down a short stretch before stopping in front of a nondescript door with no identifying markings that Knox could discern. Archmaester Marwyn will be happy to disclose that information to you, Lord Sorcerer. In fact, I do believe that is the very reason why he is so interested in speaking with you now. He's been as giddy as a maiden bride since he learned of your impending arrival. I do believe that he will be taking the rest of your time while you are here present in the Citadel, my lord. The room Allarez led him into was, well, organized chaos was the best term that Knox could use to describe it. Stacks of books nearly shoulder-high were spaced evenly throughout the room, every wall was covered by shelves that were filled to the brim with loose paper, books, and relics of various designs. But while the chaos around him was jarring, it immediately fell to the back of his mind as he spied a glowing green glass candle that stood alone in the center of one of the many desks that were within the room. A relic that he just happened to know quite well, seeing as how he'd gathered a large chest full of them during the Valeria expedition just a few months past. "So that is how you knew I was coming," Knox muttered to himself as he walked into the room, taking care not to disturb any of the chaos around him as he made his way to the glowing glass. "Ah, Lord Knox," the Archmaester called out from behind a stack of books that was large enough for the man to hide behind. "I apologize for having pulled you away from your studies, but I was hoping that, now that certain unpleasant rise have been seen to, that we might have a chat. Just, give me one moment, to finish this." "Take your time, Archmaester," Knox replied as he came to a stop before the glass candle, taking note of the slight pulses from the force that was emanating from the inanimate object. "You have until Stark and Hightower are ready to leave the city to ask whatever questions you will." He could hear the Archmaester working fast to finish whatever it was that had him preoccupied as the acolyte Alaraz stepped up beside him. "I heard it said that you, the Northman, and a Dornish prince made a venture into the ruins of Old Valeria." There was a slight hitch in the acolyte's voice that was almost unnoticeable when the acolyte mentioned the prince, which only went to reaffirm the theory that Knox had about the acolyte. Quite brazen indeed. Must run in the family. Archmaester Marwyn has made a lifetime of studying this very candle and the 3 others that are used as a test to the acolytes before they become full maesters. But it's only recently that he's been able to discern what it can do. And it was how we knew of your impending arrival, Lord Sorcerer. That solves that mystery, Knox thought. "You two used it as a way to see across a great distance, I gather," Knox stated, drawing the acolyte up short. "We collected a number of artifacts like this one, and I have spent some time studying them. Farsight is just the beginning of what it can do and is, quite frankly, perhaps of least value of its full potential. But still, for 2 individuals like yourselves who lack formal training, being able to unlock that aspect of the relic is quite an achievement." "Your praise is much appreciated, Lord Knox," Archmaester Marwyn stated, finally coming out from around the pile of books he'd been behind. "Though I do feel that young Alaraz here takes a touch of offense at being considered a novice considering the years of study the 2 of us have poured into the mystic arts. But you are correct in that neither of us have had formal training, or at least what you consider formal training. A fact that I hope you will be able to correct now that you are here." Pausing in his study of the glowing crystal, Knox took a moment to get a feel of both Marwyn and Alaraz once more. Marwyn had more than a touch of force sensitivity, but he was far too old to begin formal training. But he had already used, either knowingly or unknowingly, several force-based techniques during the few short hours Knox had known him. Perhaps a few tricks here or there would help him along. Alaraz though, this was one with a keen mind and a great intellect, much like Sam. But, unlike Sam, this acolyte was force-sensitive. "You are far too old, Marwyn, to receive formal training. Unfortunately, I cannot stay here in the Citadel. There is far too much work to be done and a wife's warmth that I am eager to return to. But I am willing to leave instructions for you two and even start up a correspondence between us. And who knows, perhaps in time you two will surprise me and figure out the full nature of these glass candles." Marwyn hummed disappointedly. "I thought that might be the case. Such is my curse, I guess. Being born a few decades too early to learn proper magic. But what of young Alaraz here?" Humming to himself, Knox crossed his arms over his chest. "Alaraz has some skill with the Force. Perhaps if she had started instruction on the Force at a younger age, Alaraz's skills would be able to manifest in a much more significant manner than what they are now. At best, I would only be able to teach a few tricks. Helpful tricks to be sure, but tricks only. Alaraz could maybe even learn the same from you as well. Perhaps more as you two have already started down the path of discovering your powers on your own. But the real question is, are you willing to let go of such a talented student? Especially one as unique as Alaraz here." A spike of apprehension and a slight of amusement came from Alaraz and Marwyn respectively at his question. "So, you noticed as well, Sorcerer? I was wondering if the rumors about your sightless sight was true or not. And apparently it is, and far more perceptive than the normal eye." Marwyn chuckled, drawing a sudden intake of breath from Alaraz. "Oh, don't be surprised, girl. I will admit that you managed to fool me for quite some time, but a secret such as yours could not stay hidden forever, Alaraz. Or do you prefer Cyrilla? Daughter of Prince Oberyn Martell of Dorne." The fear that was in Alaraz, or Cyrilla, was slowly being replaced by confusion as the young woman's attention shifted back and forth between Knox and Marwyn. You've known? Why didn't you say anything? Why I don't understand." "Change, my dear," Marwyn stated plainly, though the simple answer didn't seem to satisfy Cyrilla. "He means that he was planning to use you to force change into the Citadel," Knox stated, drawing a look of surprise from the young girl and a nod of acknowledgement from Marwyn. Once you had your links and proved yourself a cut above the rest, he would then expose your secret to the rest of the archmaesters, forcing them to concede the point that a woman bested the other acolytes and became one of the more learned maesters of your generation. Such a revelation would hopefully be enough to force the other archmaesters to withdraw their restrictions on men only when it comes to whom the Citadel allows within its walls. Though, the point is moot now, seeing as how all the archmaesters besides Marwyn here are currently decorating the sides of the Rose Road north of the city. Judging by what I can only guess you have uncovered about the Order's actions, there is about to be a slew of requests for new maesters to be sent to multiple keeps across Westeros. And because of this sudden increase in demand, the Citadel will be in no place to turn away any who want to forge their links, be they woman or commoner. I dare say, Archmaester, that you will suddenly find yourself in a position to change the Citadel in any way you deem fit so long as you can provide the replacements that will be needed. If only such change did not require such death, Marwyn lamented. But I suppose that on occasion such things are necessary. It is the way of time. The young grow old and die. To continue forward, the new must replace the old. Unfortunately, the old often find it hard to let go of that which they believe to be best. Pausing, Marwyn gave himself a shake. Bah! Forget me. Just an old man sprouting nonsense, and with your time limited, Lord Knox, certainly not what I was hoping to discuss. I've followed your exploits quite closely, my lord. Most interesting of which has been your recent expedition to Valyria. A feat thousands have tried yet failed to accomplish. I was hoping that you could shed some light on some of the mysteries surrounding old Valyria. Then there is also your creation of the Northern Glass, and I've even heard rumors stirring around about one of your students, Atarly, having a hand in creating a horseless carriage. Though he would never admit it aloud, Knox actually enjoyed the time he had to sit back and have a discussion with another mind that was, well, not on par with his own, but definitely more open and well learned than many he'd met so far on this world. The two, well three though Cyrilla mostly stayed in the background taking notes while only periodically interjecting, talked well past sundown and late into the night. The only reason they stopped was because Marwyn's age and lack of endurance caught up to him, and he ended up passing out cold mid-sentence with only a few hours left until sunrise. Cyrilla was no better, in fact worse, as the bastard daughter of his friend Oberyn ended up passing out cold at least an hour before the Archmaester with the young woman's face planted onto the scroll she was writing and smearing the still fresh ink. Amateurs, Knox chuckled, finding the duo's positions quite amusing as he gathered himself and left the room. Still an hour or so till sunrise. Let's see if I can't find my apprentice and acolyte and get a bit of meditation in before we set out for King's Landing in a few hours. The following morning, Knox found himself sitting astride a horse that had been provided for him while he waited for the rest of the northern retinue and the retinue from Oldtown that would be accompanying them to King's Landing. The Great Jan and Lady Mormont had the option of returning north, but both were confident in their children to run their keeps while they were away, so they opted to stay south and continue to speak with the king. What was mildly surprising to Knox was the fact that Leighton Hightower had apparently meant what he'd said when he made the promise to ride with them to see the king. The old man was sitting atop his horse with his head held high as he waited next to Ned and Knox for the rest of the retinue to ready themselves. Despite holding himself well, Knox could sense that the man had seemingly aged at least a decade overnight. No doubt the weight of the maester's betrayal occurring right under his nose and the noses of his family. A fool is only a fool if he makes the same mistake twice. Knox thought as he carefully observed the old man of Oldtown. And this man is certainly no fool. There will be no recurrence of the Order of the Guiding Hand anytime soon under his children's watch. Once the last of the riders were saddled up, Ned and Leighton both pulled their horses around and led the march out of the city gates with Knox, Robb, Jon, and Theon close behind. Just outside the wall, they were greeted with the sight of the maesters that had been part of the Order of the Guiding Hand. Many had perished over the course of the night, their hearts giving out or their brains forming aneurysms due to the large amount of blood pooling in their brains. But a few were still alive and reaching out desperately with the last of their strength while begging weakly for mercy. "Keep your eyes on the horizon, boys," Knox instructed the boys as he could feel waves of pity coming from them. "This is not a time for mercy or pity. Remember, these men all willingly took part in a conspiracy that sought to kill yourselves, your family, and countless others across the land and throughout the centuries. Mercy has its place, but it is neither here nor now." The feelings of unease did not leave the boys, but each kept their faces forward on the road, trying their best to ignore the macabre display lining the side of the road. If he were being truthful with himself, Jon Snow would admit that despite his status, which he now realized was necessary to keep him safe, he had a very fortunate life. He was raised with brothers and sisters whom he loved and who loved him in return. He was given training and an education that few received. He'd been across the known world and ventured into the heart of old Valyria. He'd dined with the ruling family of Dorne and even seen the princess. Well, best not to think too much on that subject as he was still riding his horse. He'd seen the sprawling cities of Braavos, Volantis, and Oldtown. And if it wasn't for those last two, Jon might have considered his first sighting of King's Landing to be an awe-inspiring sight. A city built upon the very ground Aegon the Conqueror first set foot upon when he decided to unite Westeros into one kingdom. Situated upon 3 distinct hills, the throne city of Westeros was a sprawling mass of buildings that stretched for miles, surrounded by high walls that would make any advancing army think more than twice about attacking. The Red Keep dominated atop the highest hill, overlooking the city below. But despite the impressive look of the city, awe was not what first came to his mind. But rather, the smell of the city is what first hit him. Even from a half-day ride out from the main city gates, the Northmen and the contingent from the Reach led by Lord Hightower could smell the stench of the city. By the gods old and new, his brother cursed, rubbing at his nose. What is that smell? He, Robb, Theon, and Lord Knox were all riding a slight distance back from the head of the column where his father and Lord Hightower rode with Winter while Ghost and Grey Wind ran circles around the horses and their mother. Riding just behind them were the other lords and lady of the north, and the few men-at-arms that followed them brought up the rear. Over 500,000 people living in a small, confined space with either inadequate or ill-maintained drainage, Lord Knox remarked, sitting perfectly upright and not seeming to even notice the smell of the city. And how come you don't seem at all affected? Theon commented, scrunching up his own nose as they tried to get used to the smell. Some magic trick to keep it away? No, Lord Knox replied simply. But if you were to tally the worst-smelling places I've ever been to, this doesn't even rank in the top 10. Shit, Theon cursed, rubbing frantically at his nose now. Remind me never to visit your homeland if this is the common smell. No wonder you left it all behind and came here. Unfortunately, the stench of the city did not lessen at all as they drew closer to the city gates. But by the time they had reached one of the massive gates leading into the city, the river gate his father called it, Jon had at least somewhat gotten used to the smell. Not enough to dismiss it entirely, but enough so that it wasn't the only thing that he was able to focus on as they passed through the wall leading into the city proper. Their entrance to the city did not go unnoticed, not that Jon necessarily expected it to. But what he wasn't expecting was for the small folk of King's Landing to immediately start scattering to give them a clear way through. Winter is probably playing a role in that, Jon thought as he caught more than one set of eyes eyeing the horse-sized direwolf that was walking at the front of the column with her head held high while Ghost and Grey Wind trotted along close to her flanks. Gods, how can people live like this? Jon thought as the road made a sharp turn and began leading upwards towards the Red Keep. It's just like in Volantis, with the people practically standing atop of one another just to have enough space to live. Think we'll have time to visit the famed Street of Silk while we're here? Theon asked lowly so that only he, Robb, and Jon could hear. Just look at all the women here, they have to have such a variety of cunts to sample from, it would be a shame to not let them experience riding a Kraken once in their lives. We might even get Snow here to stop staring at that trinket he brought with him. He's been worse than a woman with a new piece of jewelry. Despite the swipe at him, Jon held his tongue. In a sense, Theon wasn't necessarily wrong. Ever since they'd set out from Winterfell, his master had given him a task to try and duplicate the armlet that he found in Valyria that made it easy to manipulate fire. You're my apprentice now, Jon, his master had told him after giving him the task. I expect more from you now than I do your siblings. Study every aspect you can of this armlet. I want you to not only discover just how and why the armlet allows such easy manipulation of fire through the Force, but I also expect you to be able to create a new armlet as well that can manipulate an element other than fire. Unfortunately for Jon though, the task was proving far harder than he'd originally thought. Even after weeks on the sea and on the road with little to do save for his studying of the armlet, and yet still he was no closer to figuring out just how it did what it did than he was the day he'd first received the blasted thing. He'd been tempted more than once simply to toss the damn thing away, but he knew that he would never do that. He wouldn't be able to handle the look of disappointment on both his master's or his father's face for not only being unable to complete the task set upon him, but also because he wasn't able to control his anger. So, Jon kept studying the armlet, day after day and night after night, hoping and praying for any type of clue as to how the thing worked. Word of our arrival seemed to have traveled quickly. Jerking himself upright, Jon forced thoughts of the armlet to the back of his mind as he spied off into the distance where Lord Hightower was pointing. There was a separate wall which separated the Red Keep from the rest of King's Landing, and at the gate leading into the keep was a contingent of men on horseback wearing brightly polished armor and holding the stag banner of House Baratheon. The only one who was not wearing armor was a young man who looked to be only a year or so older than Theon, who was sitting astride his horse at the forefront of the guardsmen. The man's dark green and yellow trimmed velvet doublet had numerous stags stitched across his sleeves and chest. His face was clean-shaven while his jet-black long hair framed his face. And given how, well, immaculate he looked, Jon was willing to bet the man spent more time in front of a mirror than his sister Sansa did. Lord Renly, his father called out in greeting, holding his hand up to stop the column of riders. We were not expecting such a welcome. Lord Renly Baratheon, youngest brother of King Robert Baratheon. Named to the small council as Master of Laws, and he is currently the Lord of Storm's End. Jon thought, trying to remember everything he could about the young lord before them, which unfortunately wasn't much. Lord Stark, Lord Hightower and Lord Knox, I presume. The young Lord of Storm's End and brother of the king greeted the three men with a smile on his face that seemed genuine, though the way that his eyes kept flickering towards the massive direwolf and the slight fear wafting off of him made Jon doubt its sincerity. You would be correct, Lord Knox stated, his tone flat and emotionless to such a level it nearly made even Jon shiver in slight fear from just those few simple words. Well, it's nice to meet you in person, my lord, Lord Renly stammered awkwardly, his eyes shifting over them before settling on Lord Hightower. Lord Hightower, it has been some time. I'm sure you recognize your nephew, my squire, the soon-to-be knighted Loras Tyrell. He has done quite well under my... Enough, Lord Renly, Lord Hightower sighed. We are here to see the king, not to stand here under the eyes of the city exchanging pleasantries like a couple of old women. And I'm sure the king wants to see us as well, otherwise he wouldn't have sent you out to greet us. Renly was clearly not pleased with the way the introductions were going, and the man in shining armor that was sitting astride the horse next to him, perhaps this Loras Tyrell he mentioned, didn't look too pleased either. Of course, Lord Renly nodded, urging his horse to turn around. His Grace has been anxious for your arrival ever since word reached his ears about what transpired at the Citadel. Truly, such a travesty. The only travesty is that those traitors were able to assassinate my wife and son before they met their demise, Lord Renly, Jon's father growled, making the younger lord clearly hesitate as they passed through the last remaining wall separating them from the Red Keep. The young lord clearly did not know how to take that. But of course, Lord Stark. We were all shocked and appalled by what transpired in the north. His Grace was ready to lead the charge into the north personally to see that the traitors met justice. And to think that the maesters of all people could have been behind all of this is just appalling. Of course, the Grand Maester has assured us that such a thing is not possible, or if it is, it was done by only a small group of maesters. But despite their involvement, the actions taken in Oldtown have shocked the court almost as much as what brought it about. I do hope that you have come to explain your actions in the Citadel, Lord Stark. Sighing, Jon shared a look with his brother, who wore an equally unamused expression as he was sure was across his own face. His upbringing had taught him to respect all nobility, but Lord Renly's words and tone was beginning to wear on him. His lips never stopped moving from the moment they passed through the gate to when they tied off their horses at the stables. Hells, the man even kept talking while his father, Lord Hightower, and Lord Knox led the lot of them into the Red Keep itself. Mercifully, he did shut his mouth, but only when they walked into what Jon could only assume was the throne room given the sheer size of the room and the herald announcing their arrival. Your Grace King Robert Baratheon of House Baratheon, Her Grace Queen Cersei of House Lannister. Announcing the arrival of Lord Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell, Warden of the North. Lord Leyton Hightower, Lord of Oldtown. And Lord Alum Knox. The Northern Sorcerer. Accompanying them wait. My lords. Neither his father, Lord Hightower, nor his master seemed to care what the herald had to say as the three men marched into the throne room of the Red Keep, leaving the people within to quickly rush to the sides to create a path. He would like to think that it was his father's reputation and presence that had the people moving so quickly, but that just wasn't the case. The reason why everyone was seemingly tripping over themselves to get out of their way was because Winter had apparently decided to lead the procession into the throne room. The giant wolf doing a better job of parting the crowd with a single glance than a dozen men at arms. As Jon stepped foot into the throne room, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The room was enormous, perhaps even large enough to fit the entirety of the Great Hall of Winterfell within and still have room to spare. Tall, vaulted ceilings. Glass windows with intricate works of art decorating their surfaces. Pillars with ornate carvings embellished with gold and jewels. The room was like a work of art, with one notable exception. The monstrosity that was the Iron Throne perched upon the dais at the far end of the hall. During their lessons, Maester Luwin had informed them that after he'd conquered the Seven Kingdoms, King Aegon I had taken the swords of over 1,000 men from his fallen adversaries and used them, along with the fire from his dragon, to forge the Iron Throne. Luwin had told them that the throne was designed purposefully to be uncomfortable, and that many a king had cut themselves on the throne. It was even believed that King Maegor I had died from accidentally slitting his wrists on it. He hadn't truly believed the tales when he was a boy. But now that he was looking at the monstrosity that was the Iron Throne, the tales he'd been told as a boy almost seemed inadequate. Standing in front of the throne, separating it from the rest of the crowd, were 7 men wearing gold-tinted armor with heavy white cloaks around their shoulders, the King's Guard. The best knights of the realm. Just behind the King's Guard were a handful of others that must have held some high position as they could stand near the throne. Of them, he only recognized one, Lord Stannis Baratheon, the Lord of Dragonstone. There was only a single woman standing amongst them, and she was standing closest to the throne of the group. Queen Cersei, no doubt, Jon thought as they drew closer to the throne. He'd heard tales of the Queen's supposed beauty. Gods knew that Sansa had gushed about her often enough. Looking at her now, he would agree that she was indeed a very beautiful woman with her long golden hair and sharp green eyes. But there was something about her, something dark that raised the hairs on the back of his neck. And he realized then that her beauty was only skin deep. Standing on the opposite side of the queen was an old man who was wearing a golden handpin on his chest. The hand of the king, Jon thought. Lord Jon Arryn. Foster father to my own father and King Robert. And my namesake I suppose. At least for now. The man was, again, not what he'd expected. He was old, very old. And going by the look in his eye, extremely tired. Though from what Jon had no idea. The only other person standing beside the throne that caught Jon's attention was an extremely old man that stood hunched over with more chains wrapped around his neck and shoulders than Jon had ever seen before. The Grand Maester. Though it was odd. The man was hunched over and he was shaking, but what Jon could sense from him was the opposite. He could sense anger, overwhelming anger. But also fear. A lot of fear. And lastly, sitting atop the Iron Throne was the king, Robert Baratheon, first of his name. And he was not what Jon was expecting. From the tales his father had told him, the king was a man who was larger than life, could turn his enemies into friends with only a few words and was perhaps one of the fiercest warriors in the realm. But that is not what Jon saw when he looked upon the king. What he saw was a man whose girth rivaled that of Lord Manderley's and looked as if he was in dire need of a proper grooming. Ned. The king bellowed, rising from the throne and descending the iron steps towards the line of Kingsguard standing between them. Your Grace, his father said before dropping to a knee, prompting the rest of them to do so as well as the king reached the line of Kingsguard. But as Jon's knee touched the ground, he saw out of the corner of his eye that Lord Knox had not gone to a knee. Instead his master merely held his hands in front of him and gave the slightest of bows to the approaching king. An act which caused no small amount of murmuring to spread throughout the hall. You dare show such disrespect to the king in front of the Kingsguard, cur. One of the white cloaks yelled, palming the hilt of his sword and taking a half step forward. Oh, fuck off, Blount, the king groaned. The sorcerer's knees don't bend easy. Hells, I'm surprised he even fucking bowed to me and I'll take that. And what the fuck do you think you can even do about it? This man could probably kill you just by snapping his fingers. Now keep your tongue behind your teeth or I'll have it fucking removed. And the rest of you, get up off your knees. Rising with the others, Jon took several deep breaths to try and keep himself calm as the king stepped past the line of Kingsguard. His advance halted though as his eyes bounced off Winter, the dire wolf now sitting calmly on her hind legs but still almost as tall as the king. Fucking hells, Ned. A fucking dire wolf. Only you, Ned, the king chuckled as he raised his hand before apparently thinking twice about it. Is it tame? No, his father replied, causing several of the Kingsguard behind the king to shift their feet to make themselves ready to jump to the king's defense should the need arrive. She is as wild as the day we found her and her pups after a wildling attack. But she will not harm you, your grace. Only you, Ned, the king laughed, his belly shaking slightly as he did while he reached out a meaty hand and lightly touched the top of Winter's head. The next part was said so quietly, that Jon wasn't even sure the king said anything at all. A she-wolf. She would have had one of you as well, I know it. Your grace, Lord Stannis said, stepping forward from the throne, I doubt that Lord Stark and Lord Hightower have travelled all this distance to speak of idle matters. Jon could have sworn that the king growled in annoyance as he stepped back from Winter. Well, Ned, let's hear it. What in the seven blazing hells is going on? An attempted coup in the north. Then you head south and slaughter the maesters. An action which requires justice, your grace. The Grand Maester shouted, taking a step forward. It was brief, but for a second the man's shaking and quivering stopped, and he held himself straight and his eyes became hard. It's an act, Jon realized as the man quickly reverted to the hunched over and shaking stance he'd had a moment before. But why? Keep your mouth shut, Pycelle, the king said, glaring at the oldest man in the room with a look that made Jon realize that, despite his appearance, there was still quite a bit of strength left in King Robert. I told you we would be giving Ned the chance to explain his actions once he'd arrived. And seeing as how he's standing here with Lord Hightower, I'm sure he has a good explanation for stringing the maesters up and using them to line the side of the Rose Road. So, let's hear it, Ned. What the fuck is going on? Jon's father didn't respond immediately as his attention had shifted from the king to the Grand Maester standing next to the Iron Throne. It might have been just a trick of his eyes, but Jon could have sworn he saw a wisp of black smoke coming from his father in much the same manner as it did from Master Knox when he got extremely angry. Several moons ago, a coalition of lords from the north and the Vale came to Winterfell and attempted to assassinate myself, my family, Lord Knox and his family. The attempt failed, but at the cost of the life of my wife and my son and Lord Knox's yet unborn son. Before the traitorous lords were executed, Lord Knox questioned them thoroughly and learned that they were not acting alone. They had help. Help that provided transportation and coin for several sellswords and assassins from Westeros and Essos. And help that provided the poison that was used to try and assassinate Lord Knox during his own wedding feast. Help, that came from a select group of maesters that called themselves the Order of the Guiding Hand. Preposterous. There is no such order. Pycelle. The king boomed, turning and glaring at the maester. If you open your mouth one more time before I call upon you, I will have your jaw shattered. Ned, continue. The anger that was so prevalent in the Grand Maester started to fade, being replaced by a choking fear. And why the hells didn't you inform me of this order? I would have called the banners and wiped them out. And that is why I did not inform you immediately, Your Grace, his father answered. Their order has eyes and ears everywhere. Had word reached them that their secret was known, they would have scattered like rats. So instead I took those I trusted and ventured to Oldtown to deal with the matter directly. But our arrival was preempted by another. One of the Archmaesters, who is not part of the order, captured those responsible and imprisoned them. Upon our arrival, he delivered all those who were part of the order within the Citadel to Lord Hightower and myself while also providing us with evidence of their treachery. After dealing with the traitors, Lord Hightower and I decided to come to King's Landing and explain ourselves in person. But on the road, I discovered from reading the evidence provided by Archmaester Marwyn that I had another reason to come here. All eyes and ears within the court were on Jon's father as he paused, seemingly taking a moment to collect himself, before pressing onwards. My father. My brother. They were murdered in this very room under the guise of a farce trial by combat. Some of you in here even bore witness as my father was roasted alive in his armor while my brother strangled himself trying to save him. The true nature of the Mad King was truly shown that day. And ever since their deaths I have laid the blame solely at the feet of the Mad King. But now I have learned that there was one amongst the Order of the Guiding Hand who whispered into the Mad King's ear, encouraging their deaths in such a horrendous manner while others cautioned leniency. The same one who whispered into the Mad King's ear to trust Lord Tywin Lannister, which led to the sacking of King's Landing. Grand Maester Pycelle. The entirety of the throne room went silent as, almost as one, all eyes turned towards the Grand Maester, who had gone a remarkable shade of white as all the blood left his face. Why, Your Grace? It's a lie. A lie. I have only ever been loyal to you. But the Maester's pleas did not seem to reach the king as the man merely glared at the Grand Maester with a steadily reddening face. His fear overtaking him to the point where he was shaking, the Grand Maester started looking around wildly. Queen Cersei! He shouted, falling to his knees, I have always been loyal to House Lannister. Ever since the time of the Mad King. Please, Your Grace. You must. Silence. King Robert's voice cut through the Maester's words like a hot knife through butter. The Maester hesitated for but a moment before shifting and nearly pressing his face to the floor as he groveled before the king. Please, Your Grace. There is no proof of their words. Proof. Master Knox's voice was calm and gentle, but it carried throughout the hall as if he'd bellowed out at the top of his lungs. A force technique he had yet to teach Robb and Jon. Reaching into the folds of his robes, Master Knox pulled out a leather-bound book that he recognized as the same one he and his father had been poring over almost every night since they left Oldtown. Would written proof of your transgression work? Or perhaps the marking on your body that identifies you as part of the Order of the Guiding Hand? Which would you prefer to go first? The whimpering from Pycelle grew louder and more pathetic as the king kept his eyes trained on the prostrated maester. Oakhart. No further orders were necessary as one of the king's guard drew his sword and advanced on the Grand Maester, not to kill, but rather to ensure the old man didn't get any foolish ideas. Give me the damn book. Of course, Master Knox said, handing the book over the king. The order was impressive, but foolish. They kept detailed records of their actions and even categorized them based on location. This book here details the actions taken by every Grand Maester who a member of the order ever since the founding of the Seven Kingdoms was. There's quite a detailed accounting for how they caused the Dance of the Dragons. And there are even a few short pages on Pycelle's attempted manipulations of yourself. I believe you'll be most interested in the pages Lord Stark and I marked for you. It details his orders to turn yourself and the small council against myself and the actions I've been taking in the north under Lord Stark's watchful eye. Then there are also a few pages that we marked where Pycelle gave his recommendation that it would be most beneficial for the Order's long-term plans if your father, Lord Steffon Baratheon, did not return from his venture to Essos to secure the former Prince Rhaegar with a Valyrian bride. And Lord Stannis, while the Maester on Dragonstone seems to have not been a part of the Order, he did inform the Citadel that your daughter was showing unique abilities, and that you were considering requesting my aid to sort the matter out. The Order took this information and decided that it would be best to curb the influence of magic across the land by ending your daughter by sending her a doll that had been in possession of one with grayscale. The entirety of the throne room was silent as the catacombs beneath Winterfell as the king flipped through the pages of the book, his face becoming redder and redder the further he read. And while he managed to keep calm on the surface, Jon could sense the pure fury swelling within Stannis. Someone get a block and get Payne's ass up here. Time for him to earn his keep. Your Grace, please. Pycelle all but screamed, his hands held before him in a begging fashion. Please, mercy, Your Grace. Everything I have done has been for the realm. The king, nor any of the others standing next to the throne, seemed to care as the Grand Maester started begging everyone who was near to him for any form of mercy. You have only one hope left, Pycelle. Again, his master's soft voice carried throughout the hall, making the Grand Maester perk up at the chance offered to him. The only question that remains is how will you convince someone to stand for you? Jon wasn't quite sure just what his master was talking about, but his father, the king, and Pycelle all did, going by the looks each man was giving Lord Knox. Trial by combat. Pycelle shouted as loudly as he could. I demand a trial by combat. A shocked silence went through the throne room. Slowly, the silence was replaced by chuckling, then full-out laughter as the people of the court laughed at the Grand Maester. A trial by combat, hey, Pycelle? The king asked, a hint of amusement and a look of excitement entering his eye. All right then. Doubt you can even hold a sword, so you'll be naming a champion then, eh? Who here withstand for this decrepit piece of shit? No one answered the call. And as the time stretched on, Jon could sense dread reaching higher and higher levels within Pycelle. Is this why Master Knox brought the option forth? Jon frowned as he tried to reason out just why his master had even brought the option up in the first place. Was it just to give the man some semblance of hope to escape death, only to take it away from him? That's cruel, but I can't say that the Grand Maester and the Maesters don't deserve to suffer for what they've done. 100 gold dragons to the man who will stand for me. Pycelle screeched, drawing a few mumbles from the crowd. T2 hun no, 1,000. 1,000 dragons to the one to stand for me. Jon felt his eyes widen as shocked murmurs spread throughout the throne room. 1,000 gold dragons was, gods, that was more coin than even most nobles had at any one time. Hells, a family of small folk could buy a large piece of land and live comfortably for the rest of their lives on that much coin. It was a very tempting offer. But despite the promise of enough gold to support a family through several generations, there were still none who were willing to stand for the Grand Maester. That was until Master Knox started chuckling, drawing looks from the king and Jon's father. If it gives anyone the courage, I will not stand as champion for the crown, his master stated, drawing more murmurs from the crowd. Yet still, the Grand Maester's plea for a champion went unanswered. Meryn Trant, your feelings have betrayed you. You want to stand for the Grand Maester, not for him, but rather for the coin he offers. Such a shame to think that a member of the King's Guard could be bought for such a paltry sum. The king blinked, then quickly turned around and glared towards the line of King's Guard behind him before settling his sights in on one of the men standing near the end. Trant. One of the King's Guard, who was wearing a tall helm depicting a sunburst with a red beard coming out from under the edges of the helm, took a step back, his hand twitching towards the hilt of his sword. It's a lie, your grace. He's a liar. I am many things, Sir Trant, but a liar is not one of them, his master stated, folding his hands in front of himself and taking a few steps towards the knight. Your feelings have betrayed you. Your desire for the coin is fueled by your lust, which has turned into an inferno consuming you from within. A lust, driven by the want of a child, a girl. A slave girl, here in King's Landing. One with golden hair and green eyes. One said to resemble the princess. One that you can use and brutalize for your own twisted sexual pleasures. How dare you say such things about me? The King's Guard shouted, taking a step back and resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. I will have your tongue for daring to slander my name, you worthless sacco. There is a way you can clear your name, Trant. The movement was slight, but Jon could have sworn that when his master unfolded his hands, he made a short cutting gesture across his front with 2 fingers extended. Stand as champion for Pycelle. Should the gods favor you, then I will concede that you are innocent, and I was wrong. And you will get the bonus of the 1,000 gold dragons from Pycelle here, provided he actually has the coin to pay you. Trant seemed to waver for a moment before shaking his head. I will stand as champion for the Grand Maester and prove you a liar. The king was clearly confused as to just what had happened, and judging by the looks on Jon's father's face as well as the face of many others, he was not the only one. Fine, the king snapped. Trant will stand for Pycelle. Who will stand as champion for the crown? There was certainly no lack of volunteers to stand as champion for the crown. For as soon as the words were out of the king's mouth, more than a dozen voices, most of them from the men of the north, quickly went into the air offering to stand against the King's Guard who was standing as champion for the Grand Maester. You want to make a name for yourself, Jon, beyond just being a Stark or my apprentice. Hearing his master's voice in his head made him start, his eyes darting to his master who still had his back turned to him. Now is your chance. Set your nerves to steel. Do not fear or falter. To fear is to hesitate, and to hesitate is to die. Do not let others dictate who or what you are. Charge forth and forge your own path. As is the true way of the Sith. The words stirred something within Jon. His master was right. He wanted to prove himself more than just a bastard or the child of his parents. And this was a chance to do just that. Your Grace, Jon called out, drawing the king's attention and surprised looks from his father and brother. I would stand as champion for the crown in the north. Somehow, Jon's voice had managed to cut through the din of the others who were also offering themselves, and the hall went silent. A silence which was quickly ended as more than a few of the southerners started outright laughing at him, including one or two of the king's guard. The king, however, wasn't laughing. Instead, he was just staring at Jon. One of yours, Ned? The king asked, never taking his eyes off him. His father said, a note of fear in his voice. My son, Jon Snow. The king nodded as if expecting the answer. Ah, your bastard boy. And the sorcerer's squire, from what I've heard. You got a set of balls, boy, but a trial by combat is no place for a greenbowie. A greenbowie? Jon wasn't sure why, but the label stung more than being called a bastard. I killed my first man over a year ago while traveling with the Wolf Rangers to hunt down the sellswords who were plaguing the trade roads in the north. I stood with Lord Knox and other brave men and women from both the north and Dorne as he led us into the very depths of old Valyria. I killed a dragon that had been slumbering in Valyria since before the Doom while on foot. I fought and defeated Sir Gerald Dane and Sons Pair with nothing more than a training blade while he used live steel. And I am Lord Knox's apprentice, your grace. Not a greenbowie. The laughter that had been ringing through the hall was silenced yet again by the time Jon finished speaking. And without even realizing it, he'd taken a few steps closer to the king, an act which had drawn the attention of several of the king's guard who were now flanking the king on either side. But the king didn't seem to mind in the slightest. In fact, he had a small smile on his face as the two stared each other in the eyes. God's boy, how in the seven hells do you get through doors with balls that big? The king laughed, slapping his thigh. You remind me of myself when I was your age, boy. And your eyes, I see those rumors about you Starks and your wolf eyes aren't just tales. Ned, he's your son. But I say let him fight. Turning to his father, Jon was met with a look he'd never actually seen. Worry. His father was worried. About him. I can do this, father, he said, keeping his voice low so it didn't carry. I know you can, son, his father replied sadly before turning towards the king. Jon has my blessing to stand as champion for the crown in this matter. Ha! Let's see what you can do, boy. The king laughed. The look of excitement from earlier had returned to his eye before he turned to look out over the court. Clear a space, you lack wits. Time to see what a man trained by the sorcerer can do against a king's guard. Immediately, the crowd surrounding them pulled back as the king ascended the steps up to the Iron Throne and retook his seat. What in the hells are you thinking, Jon? Robb hissed as he made his way to one side of the room with his father, Robb, and Lord Knox. This isn't you could die. I could, but I won't, Jon replied, his voice far calmer than what he felt as his heart hammered away inside his chest. Of course he won't. Have faith in your brother Robb, Lord Knox said, laying a hand on his shoulder. You've been well trained, Jon. And you've faced far greater challenges than this sorry excuse for a king's guard. The only thing that can defeat you is yourself. Remember, this is a fight to the death, Jon. Hold nothing back, cause he won't. Robb was clearly still not fully free of worry. He should get some armor, he said, waving towards the simple studded leather Jon and the rest of the Northmen were wearing. And he should get some rest. We've been riding for days and he... Robb, their father said firmly, ending whatever Robb had been about to say. Have faith in your brother. He will succeed. Shrugging off his traveling cloak, leaving him in only a studded leather chest piece for any sort of protection, Jon gave his brother a squeeze on the shoulder before stepping past him and into the midst of the circle that had been created for the trial. The moment he stepped forth, he could immediately see a shift in the king's guard, Sir Trant. His expression went from one of anger, to one of confusion to one of amusement. This is who you send against me. Trant laughed, which was echoed by many within the throne room. A greenbowie who doesn't even have a sword or armor. I wasn't expecting much from a bastard. But you must have a true death wish, boy. Jon didn't say anything as he slid his left foot forward, grounding his stance with his left hand crossing the front of his body while his right was positioned over the metal cylinder that was still mostly hidden from view. Well, get on with it already. The king shouted from the Iron Throne. Bellowing out a war cry, Sir Trant charged at him, his sword held in a high guard with the clear intent of cleaving Jon in two. Holding his ground, Jon waited until the king's guard fully committed himself before launching an attack of his own. The moment Trant's sword began to descend, Jon moved. Pushing off with his right foot and using his left as a guide, he sidestepped the overhead strike and brought himself even with the king's guard while using the force to pull the hilt of his blade into his waiting right hand. The hiss of quenched steel was followed by a cry of pain from Sir Trant as Jon's lightsaber came to life in his hand and cut through the man's scaled armor and bit into his side. Fuck! Trant screamed, his hand going to the wound at his side, only to have jerked his hand away quickly as the cut in his armor glowed red from the heat of Jon's blade. Shocked murmurs filled the hall as Jon settled himself into a makashi stance while rotating his blade slightly in his right hand. Blocking out all sound, Jon opened himself to the force, letting it fill him completely as he focused on keeping his breath steady. What mocking there was in Trant's eyes was now gone, replaced by true fear as his eyes stared hard at the glowing white blade in Jon's hand. Fucking sorcery horseshit, Trant hissed through clenched teeth as he held his sword in a two-handed grip. You should have killed me on that blow, boy, cause now I'm going to cut you to fucking pieces and feed you to the dogs, you pathetic bastard. Shifting his stance, Jon gripped his lightsaber in a two-handed grip as he shifted from makashi to juyo. Pathetic bastard. Jon seethed as he launched himself at Trant with a thrust aiming for the man's neck. I'll show him who's the pathetic bastard. Trant immediately parried the thrust, and for a brief second Jon was surprised his lightsaber hadn't simply cut through the man's blade. Valyrian steel. Jon cursed himself as he ducked and spun around Trant, avoiding the man's counter. That's right. Master Knox gave the king enough swords to arm the king's guard as tribute. I forgot that and it nearly killed me. Focus, Jon. Letting his frustration over forgetting about the Valyrian blades take hold, Jon righted himself and launched a flurry of attacks at Trant's shoulder, his leg, his off-arm and his midsection. Never once attacking the same place twice in succession as he kept pressing the king's guard, forcing him onto the defensive and not giving him room to breathe or think. It didn't take long for the heavily armored king's guard to start slowing as he struggled to keep up with Jon. And quickly enough, Jon started to land light blows against the man's armor, leaving gouges in the plate and often cutting clean through to the flesh underneath. Ducking underneath a wild swing, Jon threw out his left hand, palm facing Trant and pushed with the force. The knight could do nothing more but grunt as he was sent tumbling backwards head over heels, the front of his armor dented from the sheer force of the push Jon had sent his way. Not wanting to give him time to recover, Jon rushed forth and brought his lightsaber down in an overhead swing. But Trant managed to recover far faster than Jon thought possible and managed to get his sword up in a guard just in time to block the strike and lock their blades. In his short time of wielding a lightsaber, Jon had started to fully adapt to the many benefits that the weapon granted him in a fight. However, there was one area in which regular swords still held an advantage. And that was in the simple fact that a lightsaber had no weight behind its strikes, which meant its power was created purely from momentum and the user's own physical strength and strength in the force. Normally, the weight discrepancy wasn't an issue. However, he'd noted that when he locked blades with an opponent, usually only his master, he was usually at a disadvantage. Which was why, after locking blades for a moment and stopping his momentum, Trant was able to push him back and regain his footing. I can't let him lock blades with me again, Jon thought, letting his lightsaber sing through the air as he idly rotated the blade. I suppose it's time to see if this technique really does work as well as I think it should. Holding his blade in a two-handed grip and in a midguard, Jon spread his legs with the left foot forward and waited for Trant to reset himself. The moment Trant got his bearings, Jon threw his whole weight behind a single strike aimed towards the king's guard chest plate. Trant moved his sword to intercept while stepping forward, no doubt hoping to lock their blades once more. But just before their blades could touch, Jon retracted his lightsaber, making the white blade disappear back into the hilt. Trant's block hit nothing but air as Jon pushed with his right foot to change his placement before activating his lightsaber once more, the white blade coming to life between Trant and his sword. Letting out a yell, Jon swiped downwards. His lightsaber met resistance for only a moment before passing through both of Trant's forearms. Gasps and cries of alarm were raised through the nobles as Trant's sword clattered uselessly to the tiled floor, his hands and half of his forearms still attached to the hilt. Not giving the man time to realize what had happened, Jon slashed again, this time cutting clean through the man's knee. The knight cried out in agony as his leg collapsed, no longer able to support his weight. Graping a hold of the collar of the knight's armor, Jon yanked him closer and held his lightsaber to the man's throat, close enough to singe his beard. Trant's breathing was erratic and his eyes wide and full of fear as he stared first at the white blade about to cut through his throat and then up to Jon. Hold Jon. The fight is over. And Meryn Trant has lost. Glancing over his shoulder, Jon was more than a little surprised that it hadn't been his father who'd spoken, but rather his master, Lord Knox. Your Grace, his master pressed on, stepping up next to Jon. I would ask that Trant be given over to me for questioning. This desire of his to purchase a girl to use and abuse has unsettled me. Particularly if slavery is involved, which is against the laws of Westeros. And I would like to see just how deep this rot goes and pull it out root and stem from this city and Westeros. Still keeping his hold on the knight's armor, Jon turned his attention back to the king. But the king didn't seem to be paying attention to Lord Knox at all as he just stared down from the throne at Jon. Or more specifically, the blade Jon was holding in his hand. You never said that you could make swords like your own, Sorcerer. No one ever asked me to construct another. At least not directly, Lord Knox replied to the king's comment with a shrug. And before anyone gets any ideas, no amount of coin or promise of power will convince me to part with one. Only those that I deem worthy will be allowed to carry a lightsaber. Jon here is but the first, but he had to go through hell and back to earn the right to wield it. Now, can I take this sack of shit here for intensive questioning, or no? Who, yes, the king stumbled, obviously having difficulty turning his sight away from Jon's lightsaber. Trant, you got your ass beat by a boy less than half your age. You're no longer a member of the King's Guard and will be questioned by the Sorcerer about that buying a little girl thing. Sorcerer, you learn anything about this shit, and I want to be the first you tell. Withdrawing his lightsaber, Jon retracted the blade and clipped the hilt onto his sword belt. Thank you, Your Grace, Lord Knox said, taking Jon's place as he grabbed the former King's Guard by the collar of his armor. I will keep you appraised of what I discover. And Pycelle, where do you think you are sneaking off to? With a start, Jon spun towards the King's Guard who'd had a hold of Pycelle, only to find said King's Guard standing there alone with a dumbfounded expression on his face. As for the Grand Maester, somehow the old man had managed to get to the far corner of the throne room near to a small door that led somewhere further into the keep. Pycelle's chains rattled as he jerked, his hand pausing in the act of trying to open the door to his freedom. Pycelle. The king's voice was near deafening as he shot up to his feet. Stop him. Several swords cleared their scabbards as the remaining King's Guard made to follow the king's command, and Pycelle gave off a shout of alarm as he wrenched on the door trying to open it before they could reach him. Summoning his lightsaber back to his hand, Jon's thumb passed over the mark on the hilt, bringing the white blade to life as he made to go after the fleeing maester. But none were fast enough as a loud whistle sounded, followed by a large blur of grey and white, followed by two smaller blurs, racing across the tiled floor. With a snarl, Winter's powerful teeth dug into the flesh of the maester's leg before the massive direwolf dug her claws into the tiles and shook her head violently. A wet tearing sound came from Pycelle as he screamed in agony before being tossed easily a good 10 feet into the air and landing in a bloody lump on the floor. What was left of his leg still clenched tightly in Winter's jaw. Dropping the severed limb, Winter pounced onto Pycelle's back, pinning him to the floor. Now pinned, Pycelle could do nothing as Winter reached down and lightly bit down onto the back of the maester's neck with just enough force to drag the old maester across the floor and back towards the steps of the Iron Throne. The bleeding stump from where his leg had been leaving a trail of blood on the tiles as he was dragged. Not to be outdone by their mother, both Ghost and Grey Wind worked together as the two young pups each grabbed an opposite end of the severed leg and dragged it along behind their mother. More than a few lords took a step back, and more than one lady fainted from the sight of the blood, as Winter passed them by, giving the direwolf plenty of space. Those at the base of the throne though all had differing reactions. The moment Winter had released the maester, the King's Guard swarmed the old man with swords drawn, ready to cut him down should he try another escape. Which was unlikely given he was short a leg. Lord Renly looked more than slightly pale and refused to even look at where the maester was laying or at the trail of blood he'd left behind. Lord Stannis remained completely impassive, but Jon could sense a not so small amount of satisfaction coming from the stoic man. The larger man and the small one with the thinly trimmed mustache were both avoiding looking at the scene. The old man that stood next to the throne seemed almost disappointed for some reason Jon could not fathom, while the king was almost radiating excitement. The queen though, she had the most complicated look on her face. A mix of anger and frustration and almost envy. Seven hells, Ned, the king laughed as Winter retreated to his father's side with Ghost and Grey Wind quickly following. Perhaps I should start putting a few wolves amongst my guard. Someone get this piece of filth out of here and close up that wound, he has a date with the king's justice. And it'd be a shame if he died of blood loss before he loses his head. You, boy, you hold a moment. Time to do something I should have done years ago. Jon wasn't sure just what the king was talking about until he found himself standing right before him after Pycelle had been dragged off by two men wearing golden cloaks and one of the king's guard. Your Grace. Jon murmured as he started to go down to a knee. None of that shit now, boy, the king demanded, making Jon freeze where he was. Years ago, your father wrote me asking to legitimize you with the consent of Lady Stark. Well, I was talked out of it for some horseshit reason as you hadn't earned it yet. But I say now to hell with that. You went to Valyria and spat in the eye of the dead dragon lord sister fuckers and came out alive. And now you just beat a king's guard in fair combat. I'd say you more than earned this, boy. Therefore, I, King Robert Baratheon, first of my name, King of the Andals and the First Men, do hereby grant you the name Stark. So long as you do not seek your brother's place as future Warden of the North. Jon was caught completely unaware, his mouth hanging open as he tried, and failed, to form some type of reply. All his life there was only one thing he ever wanted. And now he had that one thing. To be recognized as a Stark. A true Stark. I thank you, Your Grace, Jon breathed, finally finding the words and dropping to a knee before the king. And Robb, my brother, he is the future Warden of the North and my father's heir. And I will spend my life serving him. The king gave off an amused grunt. Just like your father, boy. Now get on your feet and someone crack some fucking barrels of wine. We have a new son of House Stark to herald. That calls for a fucking drink. During his time amongst the King's Guard, Jaime had seen more feasts than he had seen combat engagements, particularly under the rule of the Fat Oaf. Usually he stayed off to the side, ignoring all save for his beloved sister. But not this time. No. This time while the feast was raging, he was stuck wading through the ankle-deep layer of shit and grime that was a constant amongst the streets of Flea Bottom. Which certainly wasn't where he'd expected to be when the night began. Almost as soon as Pycelle's blood had been cleaned up off the floor, the throne room had been redone into a banquet hall with tables set to seat hundreds. The head table of course held the royal family and the small council, but unlike usual feasts there was a place of honor set right next to the king for his ever so honorable Lord Stark and his sons. Honestly, if Jaime didn't know the king's preference for women, he would swear that the king wanted to bed Stark given how much he fawned over the damn man. There was another seat of honor that had been set up for the sorcerer, but the man proved to be just as boring as Stannis was as he decided to forego attending the feast in favor of questioning Jaime's former sworn brother, Meryn Trant. Not that Jaime was especially upset with the loss. The man was little more than a thug with next to no skill with a blade. But still, to be defeated so easily by a boy, and a Stark no less, it was pathetic. And in his mind, the King's Guard was far better without the man. The sorcerer's absence didn't last for long though. As before the first cup had even been drained, the man made his reappearance, apparently having gotten Trant to sing like a songbird. Of course, the fat ass didn't want to stop his revelry, but Stark, Stannis, and the Hand seemed all the willing to put the feast on hold while they went to a side room to discuss what the sorcerer had pulled out of Trant. And while normally the king would just ignore his brother and Hand and keep drinking, his devotion to Stark was enough to pull him away from the feast. As the King's Guard that had been assigned to guard the Fat Oaf on this day, Jaime was of course forced to go along with them as an emergency small council meeting was called. The moment the last of the small council arrived, Renly of course, the sorcerer laid out everything that Trant had told him. Apparently, a group of slavers from Essos had somehow managed to find root here in King's Landing. According to what Trant knew at least, they were more focused on purchasing slaves and smuggling them to Essos than they were about selling slaves in the city. But evidently there was enough of a demand for those with exotic tastes in pleasure that they had begun selling pleasure slaves of all ages to those who had the coin to pay for them. And apparently, the young girl that was supposed to have a similar look to Myrcella was indeed real and was soon to be auctioned off to the highest bidder for whatever purpose they deemed fit. For most of the conversation, Jaime simply stared blankly ahead, letting the words from the small council just pass him by. Robert was, predictably, enraged. Not for the people being sold of course, but rather because it was happening right under his nose. Stannis was his normal stoic self, decrying the action and stating that the slavers needed to be hunted down. A thought that was mirrored by Stark and Jonaryn. The eunuch, in one of the rare few times Jaime could get a read on the man, seemed mildly perturbed. Though again, for what reason he didn't know. Baelish didn't seem to care much. And Renly, well, he seemed to find the issue not worth his time as he simply stated that they could assign a few of the city watch to go to Flea Bottom and root out the slavers in the morning. In the end though, all of their opinions mattered not as the sorcerer calmly and firmly told them that he would be taking a group of Northmen and whoever else he could grab and head down to Flea Bottom to deal with the slavers personally that very night. The way he said it, the way he simply silenced and overruled the most powerful men in all of Westeros, it reminded Jaime a great deal of watching his own father in action. Not much was said after that. And, having laid out his plans, the sorcerer marched out of the small council chambers to go and collect those he would be taking with him to Flea Bottom while the Fat Oaf declared that they would leave this matter to the sorcerer, and that they had a feast to return to. His sister was, predictably, waiting for him the moment he returned to the feast and pulled him aside the first moment she could. From the urgency with which she pulled him aside, he had hopes that his beloved sister wanted to share a night of passion with him while the Fat Oaf was distracted. But sadly, that was not her reasoning at all as she started asking him just what had been discussed with the sorcerer. So he told her exactly what was said to the word, or at least all that he had been paying attention to. And when he'd finished, she asked something of him that momentarily took him aback. Go with them, Jaime. What? He had asked. Why? Because the sorcerer is using this as a play for power, his sister hissed, even in anger still the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. Pycelle was loyal to our family. And Trant had his uses to us. In one move, he's eroded some of our house's power and now he's seeking to supplant us. Jaime shook his head, politics being his brother's strong point and not his own. I doubt that, Cersei. If so, then why has he stayed in the north all these years? Because he was biding his time. Cersei hissed, casting a glance around for any prying ears. What better place to hide than under the watchful eye of the wolves? Robert won't do anything about the man and the threat he possesses because he takes Stark's word as law. But I know better. He's playing the game. And I won't let him wander around my city unwatched. Go with him and keep an eye on him at all times. Jaime wanted to deny the request. Marching around Flea Bottom and hunting down foreign slavers wasn't his idea of a pleasant night. But it was hopeless. He could never deny his sister anything. "The things I do for love," he said, taking her hand and pressing his lips to her porcelain skin. "There's one more thing," Cersei said, now smiling. "This girl. The one who is said to resemble Myrcella. If she truly exists, and if she's still alive amongst those slavers, kill her. I won't stand for a peasant girl, a slave whore child at that, being passed off as Myrcella. Her very existence is an insult to us and our family. And a Lannister always repays those who insult them." And now, here he was, following the sorcerer through the dimly lit streets of Flea Bottom with shit, piss, and the gods only knew what else splashing against his boots. The consolation, it wasn't much of one, was that he wasn't the only one going through this. The frilled Rose and Renly's squire Loras Tyrell had come as well on Renly's recommendation, though by the look on his face he was enjoying this about as much as Jaime was, perhaps less so. Even the half-dozen or so northerners who were accompanying them did not look pleased with what they were walking into and through. The two who seemed completely at ease were the sorcerer and Stannis' own lackey, Davos Seaworth. The latter was understandable, as the former smuggler was said to have been raised in this shithole. The sorcerer though, well, Jaime was never one to wish to go without eyes, but in this instance, he could see the advantages of not being able to see the shit one was walking through. Though it would be nice if the two weren't talking like a couple of fishwives out for an evening stroll. "And young Shireen? Has she been keeping up on the exercises that I gave her before I left Dragonstone?" She has at that. Damn near made Lady Baratheon's heart give out when she went into the little lady's room one morning and found her floatin' in the air above her bed. She's here in King's Landing as well. No doubt hopin' that y'all be talking her back north with you when your work here is done. And I do believe Lord Stannis will give his consent now." The fact that Stannis' daughter had the same magic as the sorcerer had caused no shortage of tongue-wagging ever since the news came to the court. Cersei had been, well, livid. The fact that Stannis' child had this gift when their children apparently did not was a fact that had not sat well with his beautiful twin. She'd even begun musing about the idea of summoning the sorcerer to the court to train the royal children. In part because their children were certainly not inferior in any way in comparison to Stannis' child. But to also keep a better eye on the sorcerer. "Her powers are progressing well then," the sorcerer hummed. "I wasn't expecting her to actually have reached the level to be able to perform a floating meditation. But if she has progressed to this point then oh, well, here we are." Looking around, Jaime was certain the sorcerer was losing his mind as he'd pulled them to a stop just before they could enter a small square in Flea Bottom. Whatever it was the sorcerer saw, or thought he saw, Jaime couldn't see it. All he could see was a square filled with shit and piss and a few ragged small folk milling around despite the sun having set some time ago. In short, it was just like every other square they'd come across since descending from the Red Keep. "How can you be certain, Lord Sorcerer?" Renly's green-bowy squire asked, his hand gripping the hilt of his long sword tightly and his voice shaking. "Gods, the things he did for love. There are 2 guards keeping watch from the windows on the 2nd level of the... Let's call it a house on the far side of the square from us," the sorcerer stated, making Jaime immediately look up to the windows in question to try and see whatever the hell it was the sorcerer was seeing. "Then there are also the 2 men guarding the streets. One by the entrance and the other stumbling around the square." Squinting in the light, Jaime finally spotted the 2 men in the windows and the 2 that were supposedly on guard on the street. Though how in the hells the sorcerer could tell that without eyesight was beyond him. "How can you tell, Lord Sorcerer?" Loras again asked, getting far too close to Jaime for his liking. He swore he could still smell Renly on him. And it was not a pleasant smell. "They're not carrying weapons, and they could just be out for a walk." "You don't walk around Flea Bottom for fun after the sun sets, my lord," Davos responded before the sorcerer could. "And look at the one walking around. He's following the same path each pass. And he keeps his right hand near his waist. If I was a betting man, he has a dagger tucked in his pants right under his hand." Loras grumbled more than slightly at the telling off by Davos, but a sharp look from the sorcerer, even though it was nothing more than a turn of his head, was enough to shut the fool up finally. "Davos is correct in his assessment," the sorcerer stated. "You lot will stay here and wait for my signal. Then move in and take out the 2 guards on the ground before securing the entrance. Make sure no one gets out of there free. I don't give a damn if they're a lord or a lady. Anyone who tries to come out of there will be spending what little is left of their short lives in the black cells." "And what's your signal, sorcerer?" Jaime asked, surveying the yard and already writing the 2 guards off as little more than flies to be swatted away. "When people start dying," the sorcerer answered before jumping straight upwards to the room of the building they were standing next to with no warning at all. "By the 7, Loras gulped, staring at where the sorcerer had disappeared to. How is such a thing possible?" That wasn't nothin'," one of the northern brutes laughed at the Tyrell's shocked expression. "The sorcerer won't be needin' us for this ramble. We're only here to clean up the mess and make sure nobody gets away. So get ready, southern boy. This ain't no tourney you about to be fightin' in." It took all his willpower not to snap at the uncouth brutes from the north, but mercifully he was saved from their presence as the silence of the square was shattered with screams of death. Grasping his sword, Jaime could only watch with wide eyes as part of a wall burst outwards, a body flying through the rubble being what caused the destruction. The man, at least he assumed it was a man, landed in a heap on the ground with the rubble of the house. But before the fool could even so much as let out a groan, he was suddenly flying back into the house where a blood-red blade was waiting to cut the man's head clean from his shoulders. The attack was so sudden and unexpected that Jaime did something he hadn't done since he was but a boy. He froze. His body unwilling to move as his mind tried to come to grips with what he'd just seen. Davos and Loras were both equally as shocked by what they'd just seen. To his shame though, he wasn't the first to shake himself free of his stupor. For Highgarden. Fucking idiot, Davos growled as Loras, his sword clear of its scabbard, charged headlong towards the building the sorcerer had apparently gone into. He's gonna get himself killed, young fool. Jaime had a much stronger word for the idiot, especially seeing as how he charged right past the two men who'd been standing guard outside the building. Both of whom drew their daggers as the young Tyrell passed them by, aiming to trim the roses as it were. But House Tyrell would not be losing a son this night as Davos, in a surprising burst of movement, caught up to the first man who was poised to strike Loras in the back and ran said man through with a short dagger. I'm getting too fucking old for this, he could hear Davos grumble as Loras, finally realizing what an idiot he was being, stopped and stared with wide eyes at the newly made corpse and the man who saved his life. The second man that had been standing outside the building quickly met his end at the end of Jaime's sword. Hardly worth the effort, Jaime said, lamenting the fact that the man posed no challenge. So, now what? Now you lot actually start doing something. Jaime gave a start, his sword coming around in a quick arc, only to stop midair as if he'd struck a tree. Standing just behind him, his hand raised in the path of Jaime's sword, was the sorcerer. Fuck, how the hell? I didn't even hear him approach me. How did he get so close? That didn't take you long, my lord, one of the northerners said, his sword out but held with the point towards the ground. Wasn't much here, the sorcerer shrugged, whatever had been holding onto Jaime's sword releasing as a body was dragged out from the house and coming to a stop beside the sorcerer. Only this idiot slaver and a few perverted fucks getting their rocks off raping and brutalizing the children inside. This was nothing more than a sampling post. We'll need to question this one about where the slavers have set up their true operations. You, the dumb fuck who charged in like an idiot while screaming at the top of your lungs. Loras's face turned an interesting shade of red and purple as he sputtered at the sorcerer. How dare you? Do you know who I am? I am Loras Tyrell. Squire to Lord Renly Baratheon. Son of Lord Mace Tyrell, the Warden of the South, Lord of Highgarden, and from the tails, the fat flower, the sorcerer said, cutting Loras off and making Jaime nearly lose it at the look on the young boy's face. Make yourself useful and go and find some members of the city watch who aren't corrupt and oversee the transporting of these fools to the black cells. Loras was nearly shaking with rage. How dare, I am not an errand, boy. A chill settled upon Jaime's shoulders as the sorcerer turned and faced Loras. Gods, how can he do this? He doesn't even have eyes, yet with but a single turn of his head, you can feel eyes upon you. Eyes of the stranger. You are what I say you are until you prove that you actually have something resembling brains between your ears. Now shoo. The rest of you, get to work getting the sick fucks inside out here and ready to send up to the keep. And make sure not to kill them. I have more than a few questions for this lot that need answering. Finally showing some semblance that he had a mind, Loras kept his mouth shut and made a hasty retreat to go and do as the sorcerer commanded him. Davos, the sorcerer called out, already heading back towards the ruined building. With me. Lannister. Do as you will. Jaime wasn't quite sure just what to make of the sorcerer's dismissal of him, but he didn't dwell on it. It would be far easier to do what he came here to do without the man looking over his shoulder anyway. The building was just as bad on the inside as it was on the outside. But, after having visited multiple establishments with the king so the fat oaf could satisfy his urges early in his reign, Jaime had come to recognize a brothel when he saw one. And this place was certainly that. Making his way through the place, he peeked behind the curtains that were hung up as walls, trying to find the one his sister had sent him to find. Perhaps the child isn't here, he thought as he came upon the last of the curtain partitions in the far back corner of the house and pushing it aside. Inside was a small bundle curled into a ball with messy yellow gold hair. Frowning, he looked down at the bundle as a pit started forming in his gut. It was a child, a girl, perhaps only 10 or so. Though, he was a terrible judge of age with children. What few clothes she was wearing did little to hide her bruised and battered state as the girl laid curled in on herself, the small sniffles coming from under the blankets the only clue that she was even still alive. It's a mercy, he thought, casting a look back down the length of the hall to make sure that he was alone while gripping his dagger. Freedom from the shit life she'd been given. But the moment he went to draw his dagger, the child moved. Her head lifted and turned towards him. Immediately, the grip he had on the dagger loosened as his hand fell away. The girl was, despite her disheveled and battered state, she was almost a mirror image of Myrcella. Save for one detail, her eyes. One was the bright Lannister green. And the other was a dark almost black color. It was a set of eyes he'd only seen on one other in his entire life. Are the bad men gone? Even the voice. Gods, it was the same voice as one that plagued his mind whenever he thought about what had happened. Yes, Jaime nodded, to which the girl broke down and lunged forward at him, her small little arms trying their best to wrap around him as she cried. Feeling more than slightly uncomfortable, Jaime awkwardly patted the girl on her head while his sister's voice rang in his ears. Her very existence is an insult to us and our family. And a Lannister always repays those who insult them. Again, his love to his sister made his hand twitch towards the dagger at his waist, but the love he had for another stilled his hand. He couldn't. Not yet. Not until he knew for certain. What's your name, girl? Anna, came the muffled reply, making Jaime wince once more as another memory came to him. Anna. What? My daughter? Should any woman ever be able to look past, well, what I am, and bear my child? I want her to be named Anna. Father would never allow my child to be named Joanna. But Anna? That is close enough to honor our mother. Pulling back from the girl, Jaime felt his heart sink even lower as his suspicions were fully confirmed by the cheap bronze pendant he could see hanging from around her neck. An ill-made and obviously poorly repaired piece in the shape of a lion. I can't believe you actually paid for that piece of junk, brother. What? I have a soft spot for broken things, Jaime. And it can't be too hard to repair it. Besides, I'm sure that my wife will love it. Where did you get that? He asked, doing everything in his power to try and remain calm as what he was just about to do raced through his mind. My mother, the girl answered quietly, her tiny fist closing around the pendant protectively. She gave this to me just before she died of fever a few moons ago. Said it reminded her of the happiest time in her life. Even if it did not end well. Heart thundering in his chest, Jaime cursed himself to the hells and back. So, your mother is dead. What of your father? Tears still running down her bruised cheeks, the little girl shook her head sadly. Mommy never spoke of him. Said he was some lord in the west but he betrayed Mommy and hurt her. Said we were better off without him. There was no doubt in Jaime's mind now. He knew exactly who this young girl was. She was Tyrion's daughter by way of the crofter's daughter, Tisha, his brother's first wife. The same wife their father had gang-raped and paid off like a common whore before forcing Tyrion to rape her as well one last time and then tossing the girl out of the Westerlands. The only question now was, what to do with her. He couldn't just leave her on the streets to fend on her own. Not given who she was. But he couldn't keep her in the city. If he did, then Cersei would find out. And as much as he loved his sister, he knew that her hatred of their brother knew no bounds. If she discovered that their brother's daughter was in the city, and that she looked so much like Myrcella? But he couldn't exactly send her to be with Tyrion either. Considering what their father did to the girl's mother, he doubted their father would ever accept the girl as Tyrion's and a Lannister by blood. Even if she was a hill. Giving her coin and sending her on her way was an option, but she was still just a girl and would end up dead in a week should he do that. He needed to send her somewhere she would be safe. Somewhere she could grow up without having to fend for her life day in and day out. And, most importantly, he needed to send her somewhere his brother could meet her. After he had a long and painful conversation with him, that is. Stay here a moment, he said, disentangling himself gently from her small arms. I need to talk to someone. Turning, Jaime suddenly found his path blocked by a figure in black. Hells, he gasped, taking a half step back as he instantly grasped a hold of the hilt of his sword, only to pause as he realized the object blocking his path was none other than the sorcerer himself. By the gods, how long has he been standing there? Sorcerer, anyone ever tell you it's not polite to sneak up on people like that? Especially when they are capable of running you through. Even though he couldn't see the man's eyes beyond the cloth covering his face, he could feel his eyes upon him. If it was so simple to end me, Sir Jaime, then I would have died a long time ago. Leaving him with that cryptic comment, the sorcerer's head turned from Jaime and down towards the little girl, who was staring up at the sorcerer with unabashed awe. Hello, little lady. The look on the young girl's face was one of one who'd just had their dreams come true. Are you really the sorcerer from the north? A smile broke out on the sorcerer's face as he squatted down in front of Anna. That I am, young one. And what is your name? Anna, the young girl beamed, still staring at the sorcerer in adoration. Did you make all the bad men go away? They won't hurt me again, will they? Yes, I made them all go away. And don't worry, little one, I will not let anyone else harm you while I am near. He knows, Jaime thought as he could practically feel the sorcerer's attention shift off the girl and back to him. Somehow, he knows. But then, why let me get this close to her? What was the point of this if he knew what I was about to do? Sorcerer, I would have a word with you, in private. The sorcerer didn't say anything in response as he rose back to his full height. Wait outside a moment, little lady. There is an old man named Davos, he'll take care of you for now. I believe he might even have some sweets that you can have. I can't promise you what your future will hold, little lady. But I can promise you that you will not suffer this place for another moment. Anna didn't look like she wanted to leave them, but whether it was because she could sense the tension between Jaime and the sorcerer, or more likely the temptation of having something sweet, she pulled a blanket around her shoulders and made a quick exit, leaving Jaime alone with Knox. Sorcerer, Jaime began, unsure of just how to word it without giving too much away. His brother was so much better at this. I need you to take that girl back with you to the north. Honestly, it was the last thing Jaime wanted to do, sending his niece off with the bloody wolves of all families. But he really didn't have much of an option. And it wasn't like it would be a permanent placement either. Just until he could talk to Tyrion and let him know the truth, both of his wife's true nature and his daughter's existence. Then his brother would be able to figure out what to do with her. And as much as he loathed to admit it, the Starks were perhaps one of the few families who wouldn't hold the girl over House Lannister's heads should they discover her true parentage before Tyrion figured out what to do with her. Is that so? The sorcerer asked, his head tilted slightly to the side as if he were studying him. Yes, Jaime nodded, gritting his teeth and despising what he was about to say. Name your price, sorcerer. A Lannister always pays his debts. And I would have this paid before you leave King's Landing with her. The sorcerer didn't say anything, instead the blasted man just stood there, staring at him without staring. There's desperation in you, Sir Jaime. Anxiety. Fear. UNC. Enough, Jaime growled, hand going to his hilt, though in truth he doubted his chances against the man in these tight corridors. Will you take her, or no? I will, the sorcerer replied, the corners of his lips turning slightly upwards. Breathing out a sigh of relief, Jaime let his hand fall away from his sword. And the price? A trifle thing, Knox said, making Jaime wince. It was his experience that whenever someone said a price was trifle, it was anything but. You were appointed to the King's Guard under the rule of the Mad King, sworn to defend the king. Yet you stabbed him in the back. Huffing, Jaime shook his head as he could begin predicting the insults that man was more than likely to hurl at him. What of it? Would it have been more honorable if I'd stabbed him in the front? Smirking, the sorcerer shook his head. I don't care about how you killed him, or even that you did. What I care about is the why. Why did you kill not only the Mad King that day, but the often overlooked pyromancer as well? And why then? The battle was over. Your father's army had breached the city walls and the Stark forces were less than a day's ride out. So, why kill him? His fate was already sealed. Answer the question, Sir Jaime Lannister. And I will accept the debt for Anna's life in the north paid in full. From her proper place of honor at the high table, Queen Cersei Lannister observed the hall laid out before her with a critical eye, taking careful note of the sycophants that were doing nothing more than trying to earn favor with the royal family and her husband's dear friend Eddard Stark in return for some meager illusion of power. Fools, the lot of them. The wolves were just a mere flavor of the moment, a nuisance that held no real power when compared to the true rulers of Westeros. But one that she was forced to endure for the night as she was forced to watch her beloved husband fawn over his friend from the north and his two sons. The bastard and the trueborn. If only he showed such attention to my children, she thought, her gaze passing along the table and spying her three perfect little lions sitting close by. On the other hand, it is a good thing he has so little to do with them. I don't want his filthy rot corrupting my perfect lions. Her eldest and perfect son Joffrey had already clearly dismissed the Starks. Which was good. He was understanding how useless and unimportant the North was, unlike her husband. Her youngest son Tommen, however, he was going back and forth between staring at the Stark boys in adoration and awe at the filthy wolf bitch and her spawn that were lying next to the high table. Honestly, why anyone thought keeping such beasts around unchained was beyond her. She wanted them thrown in the kennels, or perhaps even disposed of, but her husband would not hear of it and instead called for a fresh deer to be brought in and given to the wolves as a reward for catching Pycelle when the fool tried to flee. And lastly, there was her daughter. Her precious golden lioness who was just a few short years away from the cusps of womanhood. And it was with her that Cersei felt her ire for the damned wolves of the north increase tenfold. For her daughter was making eyes at not only the Stark heir, but the recently legitimized bastard as well. Part of her could understand her daughter's look. Despite their origins, both boys were rather appealing to the eye. The heir favored his tully mother with his thick red-brown hair and blue eyes, yet he maintained the build of a northerner. The bastard, he was all Stark in his hair, eyes, and coloring, yet he had a slimmer build than his true-born brother. Perhaps the tales of his mother being Lady Ashura Dane were true. Such a relation would shed light on just how the boy had become so skilled with the sword, though she was confident that he was still no match for her brother. In fact, now that she thought about it, perhaps it would be for the best if her brother taught the bastard some humility before he began thinking he was better than he really was. But despite their mildly appealing looks, neither were even close to being worthy enough for her daughter. One was a bastard, legitimized or not he was still just a bastard. And the other, while an heir to a great house, was the heir to the Starks. And she would be damned to the seven hells and back if she ever allowed any filthy wolf to lay their hands on her precious daughter. She would have to act immediately it seemed, as she watched her daughter smile brightly as she caught the eye of the bastard, who at least had enough sense to recognize his betters by giving her daughter a polite look before averting his gaze. If her husband got it in his head that he wanted to join their houses, something he frequently lamented about during his drunken ramblings, then all he would need to do would be to see her daughter making eyes at either Stark boy and they would be betrothed before the wolves left the city. That was something she could not and would not allow. She'd have to make sure that her children were kept far away from the Starks during their stay just to make sure her husband didn't get any idiotic ideas in his head. And she would have to make sure that the sorcerer certainly did not get his hands on her children. Gods only knew what he would do with them. The man had been a mainstay conversation ever since he first appeared in the north just before the Greyjoy rebellion. Upon first learning about the man, she did as many did. Simply wrote him off as another charlatan who used some sort of trick during the Squid's rebellion to win the favor of the Starks. But then she heard from her father that the man was no charlatan. That his power was real. And that he used said power to crush a man to death and to bring down the walls of the pike. And if there was one man who would not be taken in by any charlatan sorcerer it was her father. As time wore on, more and more stories of just what he was doing started trickling into court. Many were simply assuming he was being a good vassal to his new lord and warden, but Cersei knew different. She knew the man had no loyalty to the wolves of the north. He was simply using the northern fool to increase his standing, and the Stark fool was too blind to see it. A new place of learning in the north? A means to undercut the maesters of the Citadel. New foodstuffs and the means to produce them through the glass gardens? A means to stop the northerners' dependence on southern food during the winter years. The glass trade with the south and Essos? A means to increase the financial wealth of the north but not the crown. His expedition to Valyria? A means of acquiring lost knowledge and Valyrian steel not for the crown, as he should have, but rather for himself and for the north only. Taking the Stark children under his wing and teaching them his magic? A means of wresting control of the north away from Ned Stark. The removal of Pycelle, a Lannister man through and through, and Meryn Trant, one of her own useful tools? A means to weaken the crown and House Lannister. It all led to one obvious conclusion. The man was planning to rebel. To cut the north away from the Seven Kingdoms and install himself as king of a new land. And then eventually he would turn his attention south and march on the rest of the Seven Kingdoms. The problem was no one else seemed to be able to see it. And she would not stand to have her son's future kingdom severed in any way. She knew that her father was working on something to keep the north, and by extension the sorcerer, in line. But she could not wait for whatever plans he had in place. The quickest and most effective way would just be to eliminate the man. But that option had been wasted by those incompetent northern fools who tried and failed to assassinate him. Now the man would be on guard for years and getting an assassin in position to strike would be next to impossible. So, no, eliminating him was out of the question. She could use the one weapon all women possessed. A weapon she wielded far greater than any other, and a weapon she had used to ensure the loyalty or obedience of a few here at court that she deemed useful. And looking at the sorcerer, it wouldn't be all that hard of a task either. His platinum hair and strong facial features, yes. It would not be a chore at all to take him to her bed to ensure she had him in the palm of her hand. But that solution had a few problems as well. Most namely was her brother, who did not know of the times she had used this method in the past. And for good reason as well. Her and Jaime were two halves of a whole. They came into the world together and belonged together. But Jaime didn't understand that sometimes she needed to use her body to ensure their survival and the survival of their beautiful children. She would have to wait until a time when he was out of the capital or not guarding her to make her move on the sorcerer. The other problem, though significantly less so of one in her mind, was the fact that the sorcerer was a man wed. Not that that was much of an issue. Men often sought the warmth of a woman's bed, even if said woman was not their wife. And the sorcerer was a man in the end. Besides, his wife was of the north. Sure, there were songs that sung of the woman's apparent beauty and skill that captured the sorcerer's heart, but Cersei knew better. The woman was of the north. She could be nothing other than plain and boring. The only reason that up-jumped serving girl even became the man's wife was because she was perhaps the first one in this land to wrap her cunt around his cock and get with child. She was a noble hunter. Nothing more, nothing less. Whereas she was the queen and the most beautiful woman in the realm. Men fell over themselves just praying to receive a single glance from her. It would be but a trivial task to make the man forget about his northern whore for a night. And while the idea of making the sorcerer lose himself in her bed and fall under her power was warming her in the most exciting of ways, she knew that she couldn't be hasty about inviting the man to her bed. There was still the chance that the man was one of the few who knew where to stick his cock when he was married. Perhaps arranging a few whores to tempt him first to see if he was even open to the idea. Yes, that would work. And it wouldn't even be all that difficult to arrange. Her husband often had whores around the Red Keep for his entertainment. It would be nothing to divert one of the prettier ones his way. And once he'd had his fill of her, she could use what knowledge she could glean from the encounter into ensnaring the sorcerer in her bed and ensuring his allegiance to. Haha. You're shitting me, boy. Her husband laughed uproariously, drawing the attention of the entire hall as he slammed his fist against the table. You jumped up on the dragon's head and fucked it right in its skull with the sorcerer's own blade. Ha. Tell it again, boy. What sound did the beast make when you ended its miserable existence? Nothing better than a good kill. Well, maybe a warm woman afterwards. But gods. What I wouldn't have given to be right there with you lot to watch the beast die or to even bury my hammer into its skull and cave it in just like I did before to that silver-haired fucker. Tell the story again, lad. Grimacing, Cersei delicately took a bit of her roasted chicken that was on her plate while her husband demanded that the bastard tell him again of his encounter with the dragon. A tall tale if she'd ever heard one. The boy might have been skilled enough to defeat Trant, though she attributed his victory to the strange weapon he and the sorcerer carried, but there was simply no way this boy could have killed a fully grown dragon on foot or even at all. Fully intending to ignore the story, Cersei picked up her wine glass and the glass nearly jumped out of her hand, the fine arbor red splashing onto the cuffs of her dress as the doors to the great hall were thrown open with such force that the heavy doors rebounded off the wall and nearly closed again. And striding into the hall, dragging something, was none other than the sorcerer himself. His face completely devoid of all emotion, though given the cloth he wore around his eyes, that wasn't necessarily surprising. Her oaf of a husband made to stand, but whatever he'd been about to say was cut off as Cersei felt a scream rise from her throat as she saw just what or rather who the sorcerer was dragging into the great hall. Her brother, her beloved Jaime, was bent over at the waist, his face twisted in obvious pain as the sorcerer dragged him through the hall by his ear. How dare you! Cersei found herself screaming, rising to her feet as the sorcerer threw Jaime into a heap before the high table. Guards! Kill this wretched man for daring to lay a hand on my... Her words died in her throat as the sorcerer turned his sightless gaze on her. She didn't know how she knew, but she could feel his eyes, or something like his eyes, on her. Her breath froze in her lungs as it felt as if her entire body had been plunged into a river covered in ice. Light faded from her vision as darkness started to claim her as if she were staring down a narrow corridor whose torches were being extinguished one by one. Her body refused to move. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't talk. She couldn't move. All she knew was darkness. Darkness and fear. She'd never felt this fear before. This bone-chilling, heart-clenching all-encompassing fear tha. As quick as it came, the darkness and the fear passed, leaving her gasping for breath and falling back into her seat. Breathing rapidly, Cersei looked around desperately for help. Yet, no one, not even her children, had moved to help her. In fact, it looked as if no one had even moved from their seats. What? How? Whatever he did lasted for so long. Why? Why did no one help me? Your Grace, the sorcerer's low voice cut through the silence of the hall like a knife. We have a very, very serious problem. Stepping off the ship that had carried him across the narrow sea, Domeric Bolton, formerly of the North, took a moment to gain his bearings as he stared at the foreign city of Pentos, the very city that would serve as the birth to his new life away from the North and the dread fort. The first thing Domeric noted about his new home was the heat. It wasn't unbearable, but a lifetime spent between the North and the Vale had not prepared him for the constant sun beating down upon his skin nor the heat which caused a constant layer of sweat to cover his skin. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Domeric took a quick moment to categorize what he could of Pentos. There were massive high walls that surrounded the city on all sides save the harbor, but to the trained eye they looked more for show than anything else. The true defense of the city was within the walls in the shape of squared towers that rose up high over the roofs of the houses. He'd also heard from the sailors that there were many walled estates, almost like small keeps, that housed the richest and most influential of the city. Perhaps one day, he himself might find himself in such an estate. But that day was not today. For all he had of value to him was the clothes on his back, a bag of gold, his sword, and the strange chest the sorcerer had entrusted him to deliver to the city in exchange for his help in setting Domeric up with a new life outside of Westeros. Well lad, this is where we part ways, the captain of the ship that had taken him from White Harbor to Pentos said as the man joined him on the dock while a few ship hands unloaded the torso-sized chest Knox had given him. For what it's worth, my lord, I'm sorry it ended this way. You're a right sort ya are. Not, well. Not like my father, Domeric said, finishing the captain's thought for him. I know very well who my father was captain. And believe me when I say I harbor no ill will towards what happened to him in the end. He betrayed the laws of gods and men in a desperate and ill-conceived grab for power. His fate was, well earned. the captain nodded and motioned for 2 of the crewmen carrying the chest to step up. These boys here will follow you to where you want to lay your head down for the night. If I might, there's a nice place just down the docks here called the Sailor's Wife. Soft beds and warm women aplenty. And not too hard on the purse either. I'll take your advice, Domric nodded, thinking of the instructions Knox had given him to stay at any inn along the docks of Pentos and wait for contact from someone under the sorcerer's employ. Farewell, Captain. Farewell, lad. May the gods show their mercy upon ye, the captain replied kindly, offering out his hand, which Domric took in a tight grip before making his way down the docks with the 2 sailors carrying his chest right behind him. It didn't take him long to find the Sailor's Wife, and true to the captain's word, it looked like a slightly higher-end location rather than a few of the obviously cheaper inns he could see along the docks. Entering the inn, he saw that the patrons were all well dressed and a few of the men had women draped over their backs or on their laps, for a price no doubt. Walking up to a bar, he waited as an elderly woman stopped what she was doing and came over to him. Westerosi. Domric nodded, reaching to his coin purse and pulling out 2 dragons. A room and food for myself. Privacy is appreciated. And I have no need for company. How long will these last me? The woman picked up the 2 coins and examined them for a moment before tucking them into a small purse hanging on her belt. 1 sennight. The innkeeper stated before turning her head and barking out what were clearly orders in a language he did not understand. A young woman with bronze skin who could stir the blood of any man, if it wasn't for the strange small brand on her cheek, came forward and took a key from the innkeeper before motioned for him to follow her up the stairs. Reaching the topmost level of the inn, the young lady led Domric a short distance down the hall before stopping and using the key that had been given to her to unlock one of the rooms. After opening the room and giving him the key, the young girl made a quick retreat, leaving Domric and the 2 men that were carrying his chest alone in the hall. Just set the chest in the room, Domric ordered, walking into the room that had been provided for him. And you 2 can head back to the ship with my thanks. The 2 men did as he asked, dropping the heavy chest off at the foot of the bed before quickly leaving him alone in his new home for now. The room was fine. Almost too fine. The bed was soft, and the sheets looked to be made of velvet with freshly stuffed pillows. A brass pitcher filled with a pale white wine along with a set of glass cups sat on one of the bedside tables. The room even had a small desk and chair for him to work at. No doubt this was one of the finer rooms in this place. And he was sure that the innkeeper had given it to him on purpose to make sure that the 2 gold dragons didn't keep him here too long. Lesson 1 learned, he thought sullenly, sitting down on the soft bed and burying his head in his hands. I don't have a lot of coin. And until I find this person the sorcerer said will find me shows up, I need to make what I have last. Perhaps I can sell my services as a sellsword? Or maybe the old crone downstairs would be willing to let me earn my keep by playing the harp. I guess there's really not much to do but wait here until I'm found. Hearing a light knocking on his door, Domric lifted his head from his hands and walked the short distance across the room to open the door. On the other side, he found a stunningly beautiful woman. She was wearing plainer clothes than the innkeeper had been, yet they were still modest in comparison to some of the other dresses he'd seen some of the women wearing along the docks. Her long dark hair was pulled back into a tight braid and she was staring at him with a look he couldn't quite decipher. But one thing he did know was that she was no native to Pentos. Apologies, lady, Domric said, not quite sure just how to address the woman standing on the other side of his door. I do not require company this night. You will have to find someone else to earn your CO. You are from Westeros, no? The north, in specific. The woman asked, or rather stated, surprising Domric not only with the question but with her accent that he couldn't quite place. Did Knox send you? Domric was stunned. Was it possible that this was who he was supposed to meet here in Pentos? If so, then how did she know he was already here? Or was she waiting for any ship from the north to arrive? But then, how did Knox get a message to her so quickly? Domric nodded, looking down the hall before ushering the woman into his room and shutting the door. I am Domric Bolton. May I have the pleasure of knowing your name, my lady? At the mention of his name, the woman's eyes widened momentarily in recognition before she reset her face into a blank mask. Bolton? As in House Bolton of the North? How did Knox manage to convince you to enter his service? And won't your father object? I doubt you will be setting foot back in Westeros for some years. I didn't have much of a choice, Domric huffed, a dull ache forming in his chest as he thought about his fate. I was forced to decide between either exile or the wall. And complaining is a bit beyond my father's current ability. The woman's head tilted to the side. I'm sensing a tale here. One that I think needs to be shared before we continue on with this partnership. Nodding, Domric motioned for her to take a seat on the bed while he took up the only chair in the room. Once both were seated, Domric proceeded to tell her everything about the failed coup that his father had taken part in. He left nothing out from those who betrayed the North to those who died. And throughout it all, the woman just sat there with an impassive look on her face. I see, she said simply once he was done. I always thought those grey rats were not to be trusted. Far too ingrained in the landscape of the great game to not be players themselves. It's an oversight that many have made, Domric agreed. But now that you know my tale, my lady, I would know yours. What is your name and how have you come to enter the sorcerer's service? For the first time, he could see a moment of unease appear on the woman. Nox found me in Volantis and helped me with a difficult situation. He promised his aid in a future problem I might face. In return, I am to help him set up various operations here in Essos and perhaps beyond. As for my name, I have discarded it for now. Perhaps one day I will take it up again. But not today. Today, I am simply known as Voice. And you, Domric Bolton, will be known as Hand to those in the know. Voice and Hand, Domric echoed, thinking over the implications in his head. Nox is creating a spy network in Essos? And we are to be his voice and hands. Yes, Voice nodded. Though we will be doing much more than that. But we can go over the details another time. I take it that is the chest that Nox sent with you? The one that you were to deliver to me? Domric nodded as Voice got to her feet and started running her hands around the wooden surface of the chest. I hope you have a key or something. Because I have not been able to figure out how to unlock the bloody thing Ev. His words were cut off as something clicked on the chest as a piece of the metal ring surrounding it gave way, revealing a small hidden compartment underneath. Reaching with 2 fingers, Voice pulled a small key and used it to unlock the chest. As she opened the lid, Domric felt his eyes widen as he beheld the contents within. Gold dragons, jewels, a strange cloth-covered object the size of a man's head, Valyrian steel daggers and what looked like a large partially melted candle made of black glass. Excellent, Voice nodded, shutting the lid on the chest and locking it once more. This will allow us to start our operations here in Essos. And what operations are we speaking of, my lady? Domric asked, still trying to wrap his mind around the fortune he'd dragged across the narrow sea. Sitting down atop the chest, Voice delicately folded her hands and placed them in her lap. You will spearhead the advancement of the northern glass trade here in Pentos and make inroads to the rest of Essos. There will be quite a bit of competition with Myr, and you will more than likely need to hire guards to protect yourself from their assassins eventually. But do this right, and you could potentially elevate yourself to the position of Magister in the city and have a say in its rule. I see, Domric nodded. So, we set up a glass trade here in Pentos on the surface. But underneath we also work as the sorcerer's spies. Yes, but that is not all that we will be doing, Voice said as her tone gained a hard edge. Tell me, Domric, did you by chance notice the branding on the flesh of some of the dock workers or even a few of the girls here at the Sailor's Wife? I noticed, Domric nodded. Those are slave brands. Frowning, Domric rubbed at his chin. I thought that slavery was outlawed here in Pentos. In name only, Voice answered. Bravus imposed a ban on the practice some time ago, however the Magisters found a way around it. They have free bond servants, people who are collared and branded just like slaves, but technically free. But while they are free, the cost of their food, clothes, shelter, and just basic living needs far exceeds what they are paid. It may not be slavery in the traditional sense, and their lives might be considered an improvement over being a slave in Slaver's Bay or Volantis. But they are still slaves through debt. As a man of the North, any form of slavery sickened Domric. I take it our second task will have to do with the slaves of the city. You are correct, Voice nodded. We're not going to overturn slavery. To do that would require either an army on par with the majority of Westeros, or to kill it at its source. But even if we succeeded in freeing the slaves, we don't currently have the means of imposing a lasting removal of the practice on the people. So, for now, we will simply do what we can. And what can we do? Domric asked, leaning forward. We can aid those who have escaped their bonds and help them find a new life in the north, Voice stated, surprising Domric greatly. As a northerner myself, my lady, I can tell you that while the north has a strict view on slavery, we are not the warmest to outsiders. No, you are not, Voice sighed, shaking her head. But what you northerners do warm up to quickly are those who are willing to work and earn their keep. Slaves, as a rule, are perhaps some of the finest artisans, farm hands, potters, bricklayers, pit fighters and pleasure providers. Name a laborious task, and a slave could perhaps perform it better than any other. By sending them to the north, we offer them a chance to live their lives freely and earn their place by using the skills they already have. And it's not like the north is short on room either. It is the largest of the kingdoms of Westeros, but also the least populated. Nox and Stark have plans for the north, plans that require skilled hands and a lot of them. We are to help provide those hands to the north. Nodding, Domric took a moment to ponder over everything he'd learned. It won't be an easy life for those we send to the north. No, it won't, Voice agreed with him. But it will be a far better life than the one they currently have as a slave. There was no arguing with that. Fair point, my lady Voice. When do we begin? Chapter 20, Consequences Part 3. Welcome back everyone. Just wanted to say before we begin that I am planning on taking a week vacation coming up soon, and honestly I don't know if I will have any time to write during my vacation, and I may not want to just to take a break. So, having said that, the next chapter will be released in either 4 or 5 weeks, July 23rd or July 30th. Huge shout out to my beta reader and brainstorm partner Telemachus Sundus. The help has been invaluable so far. And another huge thank you to everyone who has favorited, alerted, or reviewed this story so far. Your support is what keeps me going. So if you feel so inclined to leave a review, please do. They really do help me get my mojo going and get the next chapters rolling on. And I also greatly enjoy reading your theories as to what is going to happen next. If you have any direct questions you want to ask me, please PM me, as I am not the greatest in responding directly to reviews, but please still review LOL. I like hearing from all of you. Lastly, I do not own Disney, nor am I Lucas or Martin, so I have no ownership of A Song of Fire and Ice, Game of Thrones or Star Wars. This is purely for fun with no profit being made. And with that out of the way, let's get to the chapter. Stay safe out there everyone. Chapter 20. Pressing his hands against the table dominating the center of the small council chambers within the Red Keep, Knox used his foresight to stare down at the large and incredibly detailed map of King's Landing that had been laid out across the entire surface of the table. The map was littered with small flags, nearly a dozen in total. One was atop the Red Keep, another sitting on the Dragon Pit, while a third rested on the Great September of Baelor. The other 9 were scattered strategically around King's Landing, primarily residing in places with dense populations or those which held the city's food stores. Directly across the table from him, sitting in a high-backed chair with his head in his hands, was King Robert. The king was amazingly sober as he stared down at the map with no small amount of fear. Standing next to Robert was Ned Stark, the quiet wolf living up to his name, as he remained completely silent while he too stared down at the map. Behind Ned and the king stood Barristan Selmy, the Lord Commander of the King's Guard, as well as Jon and Robb. Even Queen Cersei was in attendance, though she too remained silent. Whether that was from fear of what was going on or the fear that Knox had instilled in her the night before, he wasn't sure. He was just glad for her silence. The remaining members of the small council, Jon Arryn, Peter Baelish, and Renly Baratheon all stared along in silence as Stannis Baratheon picked up yet another small flag and set it down on a spot near the harbor. Davos just confirmed another deposit at the harbor near the mud gate as well, Stannis informed them all, his voice like iron. That makes 13 stores of wildfire. And those are just the ones that we have found so far. Each store has somewhere between 50 to 100 barrels. However, the greatest stores are the ones under the Red Keep, the Great September of Baelor, and the Dragon Pit. Each of which have perhaps 200 barrels or more. And those are just the stores that we've been able to find so far. There is still the possibility that there are more scattered throughout the city. Fucking hells, Robert groaned as he stared down at the map. The fucker's madness was well known. But this, gods. This is beyond fucking madness. And that dumb fucking Kingslayer knew this entire time. Cersei, clearly displeased with having her brother slandered, sat up straighter. My brother saved this city from this plot from the Mad King. And in the confusion of the aftermath, it is understand. Don't try and justify your brother's fuck up, Cersei. Robert roared, rising from his seat in an instant and towering over his clearly frightened wife. Jaime Lannister can be dealt with later, Knox said, drawing attention away from the royal couple. For now, we have a much bigger problem to worry about. That is true, Ned said, placing a hand on Robert's shoulder, which visibly calmed the man down enough for him to once again take his seat. The question we have to focus on is how to deal with the wildfire. Does anyone know? No one spoke, though Knox could feel several sets of eyes turn to him. Don't look at me, Knox said, feeling more than a slight bit of frustration creeping up within him. Being relied on was nice. But at times, it was a nuisance as people stopped trying to think for themselves. Never even heard of this stuff until I arrived in the north. And since then I've only ever read about it. But what I've read is, concerning to say the least. Mostly that it grows more potent and unstable as it ages. To put that into words everyone here might understand, a single barrel of wildfire aged for 10 years has the same destructive capabilities as 5 freshly made barrels. And we are dealing with perhaps several thousand barrels of wildfire that could potentially be approaching 2 decades in age. Perhaps, seeing as how we are currently lacking in the knowledge of wildfire, it would behoove us to bring Pycelle up from the Black Cells. The Master of Coin, Baelish, suggested. He did serve the Mad King. Surely, me. I wouldn't trust Pycelle to wipe my own ass, let alone give prudent advice on how to deal with the wildfire, Robert growled. Pycelle can stay rotting in the Black Cells until I have Pain take his fucking head off. What of the pyromancers that made this shit in the first place? Where are they? We didn't kill all of them after we put the dragons down. I've already sent the Commander Slant and some of his best amongst the City Watch to collect the 3 wisdoms of the Alchemist Guild this morning after I sent out the search parties for the wildfire caches, Stannis stated. They should be arriving here soon. The council chambers settled into an uneasy silence as those within the room could do little more than wait for the arrival of the pyromancers and hope they would bring some sort of solution to the problem. It took nearly an hour, but eventually a group of 5 elderly men reeking of strange chemicals and a general lack of proper hygiene were escorted into the room by a group of the City Watch. All of them were clearly afraid. One was just a hair's breadth from pissing himself. But it was the 2 in the lead that truly drew Nox's attention. For both men were surrounded by the dark side of the Force. I'm going to cut straight to it, Robert growled, rising to his feet as he faced the members of the Alchemist Guild. All of you were alive and part of the Alchemist Guild during the Mad King's reign. So, I'm sure at least one of you recognizes what is laid out before you. What I want is answers, now. Specifically, how the fuck can we dispose of thousands of barrels of wildfire without turning all of King's Landing into an inferno to rival the 7 hells? The feel of the dark side that was hanging off the 2 wisdoms that stood in the front intensified as both men stood straight. For the true king. King Aerys Targaryen. For the first time in a long time, Nox felt next to helpless as he watched in almost slow motion as a glass flask filled with a green liquid dropped from the lead wisdom sleeve and into his waiting hand. Wildfire. Acting on pure instinct, Nox lashed out with the force not to attack, but rather to contain. The lead wisdom froze in place as Nox wrapped him in bindings made of the force. The container of wildfire still in his hand less than a few inches from the man's chest. But in his haste to catch the man, Nox made a mistake. He only grabbed one of the wisdoms. And while his attention was fixated on the one in the lead, one of the other wisdoms managed to smash the vial of wildfire against his chest before snapping his fingers and creating a small spark. The spark was all that was needed to ignite the wildfire covering the wisdom. In a fraction of a heartbeat the wisdom that had smashed the vial against his chest was engulfed in a bright green flame. The ignition forced Nox to take a step back and shield himself from the heat. But in doing so, his attention slipped, and the heat of the flames reached the second vial of wildfire, igniting the substance and setting the lead wisdom aflame. Forgetting about the wisdoms, or even the others that were screaming in the room, Nox shifted his focus as he pulled heavily on the force trying to contain the raging wildfire inferno before him. Using the force to create a sphere around the flames, Nox felt sweat coat his face as he struggled to contain the flames. Even through the force shield holding the flames in place, the heat of the flames was so intense he could feel his skin starting to burn. This is no ordinary chemical substance. Nox thought quickly as he felt the green flames battering relentlessly against the shield he held around them. I can feel the force within these flames. This shit is more akin to Sith alchemy than it is to any naturally occurring or synthesized chemical compound. John. Rob. Nox yelled over the noise of the burning flames just beyond his outstretched hands. Containment shielding now. He could feel 2 other force shields being hastily formed over his own, one far more powerful than the other. Good, John still has the armlet on him. Otherwise, I doubt we'll be able to contain this shit for long. Follow my lead. Nox yelled, fighting through the pain in his arms as he felt the sleeves of his robes begin to char as his skin began blistering from the heat. Moving slowly to allow John and Rob to keep their hold on their force shields, Nox led them over towards a large window that overlooked one of the many courtyards within the Red Keep. Pushing hard and fighting against the pain racing through his arms as the heat of the flames began to char the sleeves of his robes, the 3 of them managed to force the containment sphere filled with the burning wildfire out of the small council chambers and out into the courtyard. Once he felt the flames were far enough away, Nox released his hold on the containment sphere, prompting John and Rob to follow suit. The flames spread across the courtyard, immediately setting nearly a third of the surface area alight in green flames that refused to go down. Keep everyone out of that courtyard until the wildfire burns itself out, Nox said, his breath coming out in heavy pants as he quickly discarded his still smoldering outer robe. Master, John called out tentatively. Your arms are. Burned to hell, I know, Nox winced, holding up his arms. The skin on both his arms were red and glistening and even black in parts. But while they both hurt like hell, he took solace in the fact that they did still hurt. Which meant that the burns were still just superficial and there wasn't any long-term nerve damage in his arms. He'd be able to heal them soon enough, but it would still take days and they would undoubtedly hurt like hell until they were fully healed. Leaving the wildfire to burn itself out in the courtyard, Nox took stock of the small council chambers. The 2 wisdoms who'd ignited the blaze were both gone, leaving nothing more than ashes behind. One of the other wisdoms had died as well in the inferno, but unlike the 2 who set the blaze, his charred corpse remained. A fate that was shared by at least 2 of the City Watch, judging by the still smoldering remains covered in armor that were on the floor beside the dead pyromancer. The last 2 wisdoms were both still alive and cowering in the corners of the room, no doubt hoping that they would be forgotten in the aftermath of the blaze. Outside of the 2 idiots who suicided themselves, the unlucky bastards who were too close, and his own robe, there were no other casualties as the rest of the small council and others who were in the room began filtering back in. Snapping his fingers, and ignoring the pain that the action caused, Nox used the force to drag the last remaining wisdom screaming across the floor. Twisting his wrist so his palms was facing upwards, Nox lifted the screaming men off the floor and threw them hard against the ceiling before holding them there. "You two stay there for a moment," Nox hissed through the pain as he turned his attention to the city watch who'd escorted the pyromancers into the Red Keep. Almost all of whom looked none the worse for wear. "Which one of you dumbasses is in charge?" The members of the city watch all glanced at one another before one of them stepped forward, a stout frog-faced balding man who looked far too full of himself. His armor was highly polished and a large pendant hanging from a heavy golden chain around his neck. "I am Janos Slint, head of House Slint and commander of the sea." "So you were the one in charge of escorting these men into the Red Keep to speak with the king and the small council?" Nox said, cutting the man off and taking a step towards him. "Yes," Slint replied nervously. "Had we any indication that such a Slint's eyes bulged as he began clutching at his throat. A completely useless gesture as Nox raised his hand, his fingers held like a vice as he used the force to choke the commander of the city watch. "Then it was your responsibility to search these men before they were brought before the king," Nox growled, tightening his grip as Slint's face began turning red and the man started clawing at his throat in a desperate bid to breathe. "Yet either because of your incompetence or pure stupidity, these men were able to bring not one, but 2 vials of wildfire into the small council chambers along with the means to ignite them. Men who were near fanatical in their devotion to the Mad King. Did it not cross your pathetic mind even once to think that they might have ill will towards the king or the small council?" Falling to his knees, Slint's nails started leaving small cuts in his neck as he continued trying to pry off whatever force was holding onto him. "Sorcerer! Wait!" Slint's eyes shined with hope as Robert stepped past Nox, who'd released his hold just enough to allow the slightest bit of air to enter the man's lungs. The light of hope that was in Slint's eyes though quickly disappeared as Robert unceremoniously yanked the necklace off that was hanging around Slint's neck. "Renly," Robert growled, tossing the pendant to Renly, who couldn't catch the heavy gold pendant before it struck him hard in the chest, doubling him over. "Learn how to fucking catch, then, find me a new, competent, commander of the city watch. Nox, kill him. Slowly." "As you wish," Nox smirked, tightening his hold once more on Slint. Gurgling, Slint reached out desperately for the king as the pressure on his throat increased once more. But Robert had already turned his back on him and walked away. Closing his hand, Nox took the time to crush each vertebra in the man's neck one at a time while making sure to leave his spinal column undamaged so as not to kill him too fast. Once the last of the bones was turned to near dust, Nox snapped his fingers closed and twisted his wrist. Slint's head rocked back with a loud breaking sound as the back of his head touched the space between his shoulder blades. "This doesn't happen again," Nox growled, letting the now deceased man fall to the ground dead next to the other members of the city watch. "The next example I make will not be as quick or pleasant. Now get the fuck out." The city watch were all but tripping over themselves in their haste to leave the small council chambers, lest they too be made an example of. Once the room was free of the watch, Nox flicked a finger down, dropping the 2 men from the ceiling and catching them only just before they went face first into the tiled floor. "Now, you two," Nox said, using the force to lift both men up before slamming them both face first onto the table next to the map. "You two are going to explain to us exactly how to neutralize the wildfire in the city without accidentally setting it off, and you are going to tell us now. Or I will start rearranging your bodies into abstract pieces of art. And trust me, I can be very, very creative when I want to be. Now talk." Sweat dripping heavily from his brow, Robb Stark, eldest son of Lord Eddard Stark and heir to Winterfell, forced himself to fight through the pain racing through his arms and the heat of King's Landing beating down on him as he raised the weighted training blade above his head before bringing it down again in an overhead strike. Gritting his teeth, he raised the blade again and again as he strengthened his body with the force so he could press on even when he wanted to do nothing more than fall over and die. He'd been a fool in neglecting his training during Master Nox's and Jon's expedition. Granted, he hadn't skipped any days in the yard, but he hadn't been training as hard as he should have. And now Jon, his brother by blood and choice, was years ahead of him. Hells, his brother had faced down a member of the King's Guard in a trial by combat without flinching and came out victorious. He knew that Jon was good, very good. But to see now just how far ahead Jon was in terms of skill, and Robb knew that he had a lot of ground to make up if he were to continue pressing his brother. It wasn't that he was jealous of his brother's skill. Well, maybe he was a bit. But what drove him was more the thought of being left behind. Of being helpless. He'd felt that way once already when he held his mother in his arms while she died and when his youngest brother died. He'd vowed that he would never feel that powerless again. And he'd had a lot of free time as it were. After the discovery of the wildfire caches beneath the city, Lord Nox and Robb's own father had spent nearly every night overseeing the removal of the casks of the damned stuff from the city. Jon and Robb helped where they could, but, in all honesty, there wasn't much that the two of them could do. Their father, even if he and Jon didn't share a father by blood, Eddard Stark was their father, insisted that the two of them could not even be within eyeshot of the casks while they were being moved. And after seeing the destruction caused by even a single vial of the stuff, gods. All he could think was that the Mad King had truly earned his name. Finishing the last down strike with a cry, Robb dropped to a knee as he felt his hold on the force falter as his body gave out. Not enough, Robb cursed, gritting his teeth and burying the tip of the training blade into the ground to keep himself from falling over. I need to press myself harder. I won't feel powerless again. Hearing a light whine and feeling something press on the edges of his mind, Robb gave up trying to start again and instead made his way over to the stone bench that was within a shaded section of the training grounds and sat down heavily. Letting his hand fall, he blindly scratched at the top of Grey Wind's head, his young wolf pup raising his head and licking his hand in response to the affection. Sorry boy, Robb said breathlessly as he continued to scratch at Grey Wind's head. I haven't had much time for you. But, you saw Jon. I can't afford to slack off like I have been. I need to keep up. I can't let myself fall behind our pack. He could feel affection emanating from his wolf as well as, understanding almost. Followed up by a quick flash of Grey Wind and Ghost running side by side. The fleeting image was, strange and new. Ever since they'd claimed the wolves and their mother after the wildling attack, Robb, and the rest of his siblings, had felt a connection to the wolves. A beast bond, Master Knox called it. A simple trait that most force sensitives could develop to bind a beast to themselves. But Robb thought that was undersimplifying things and that in this one rare instance, Master Knox wasn't entirely correct. He truly believed that he, and more than likely his siblings, were what old Nan described as wargs, skin changers. Individuals who could slip into the minds of animals and become one with them. It was an amazing ability. Amazing and terrifying. For old Nan's stories of the wargs of old almost spoke of those same wargs losing themselves in the minds of their beasts. Hearing Grey Wind whine again, Robb resumed petting his head. That's right boy, Robb smiled, sensing that his wolf understood his inner turmoil. I need to keep up with Jon. Just like you need to keep up with Ghost. So that we can stay by their sides. And if I can do this, warg thing. Then don't worry, boy. I won't ever push you aside. You and I, will always be together, boy. Without warning, Grey Wind suddenly went still as his little body tensed and a sense of foreboding flooded into Robb's mind. Hearing a light clapping noise, Robb followed his wolf's line of sight and spotted a slim man in elegant robes with a neatly trimmed mustache walking into the training grounds. Lord Baelish, Master of Coin of the Small Council, Robb thought, recognizing the man as he'd seen him several times during their stay in King's Landing but had yet to have spoken with him. An impressive display, Lord Stark. In the yard since before the sun has risen and now it is well past midday with nary a break to rest. A true credit to your house. I'm not Lord Stark. Not yet at least, Lord Baelish, Robb said. Grey Wind's ill ease of the man's presence and his tired state affecting his manners. That title is reserved for my father. Lord Eddard Stark. The Master of Coin stopped a good 10 paces or so away from Robb, his face set with what seemed like a comforting smile, but there was something off about the man. Grey Wind didn't seem to care for him. And something about him just oozed wrongness. Like an infested wound, though for the life of him Robb couldn't figure out why. Of course, I meant no offense, Lord Baelish said politely. I was merely following proper court protocol in addressing the heir of the North as per his proper title. Courtly courtesies of the South mean little in the North, save for guest rights, Robb countered. So, I have heard from your mother on many occasions. That brought Robb up short and made him look at the man. Oh, did your mother not mention me at all? We grew up together in Riverrun until just before the start of the rebellion. And we have stayed in contact with one another ever since. Not very frequently, I'm afraid, but we did often exchange ravens with one another discussing various subjects. I was most distraught when I learned of her death. Your mother was, she was a woman amongst women. One to be aspired to and worshipped. The pain in his voice when he spoke of Robb's mother was real. Thinking back, Robb tried to think of any stories his mother had told him of her childhood that might allow him to corroborate the tale this man was spinning. I remember, she did speak of you, Robb said, finally placing the man. She said that you fought against my father for the right to her hand. Lord Baelish smiled, a cunning smile that was very different from the comforting one he'd worn earlier. Smart, young wolf. Very smart. It was not your father that I faced that day to ensure that Catelyn's future husband was a suitable match, but rather your uncle Brandon. In hindsight, not my smartest move. Your uncle was a demon with a blade. And it was only because of your mother's mercy that I managed to escape with only a token of your uncle's esteem that I still carry from my collarbone to my hip. It was smart of you to test me, young wolf. King's Landing, and the court especially, is full of liars and cheats that will do and say whatever they can to gain a scrap of power. And you are not one of them. Robb asked, narrowing his eyes. The comforting smile returning, Baelish shook his head. Some of us realize that there is a ceiling to power, young wolf. I am a member of the small council and the master of coin, and I control 60% of the brothels here in King's Landing and the surrounding lands. As it stands, I have climbed as high as I can. But I did not come here to talk boring politics with you, but rather to offer my condolences on the loss of perhaps the best woman to grace this realm in all of its history. Robb appreciated the sentiment, but at the same time it felt almost, well, much. His mother was a good woman to be sure, and his mother. But she was not without her faults. You have my thanks, Lord Baelish, Robb said, still trying to figure out if this man had some ulterior motive behind this talk, which every part of him was screaming to be the case. Your mother told me a great many things about you and your siblings, young wolf. So much so that I feel as if I am an uncle you have never met. The smile was back, and though it appeared comforting, Robb could find nothing of the sort while being next to the man. She told me of the time you hid in the crypts covered in flour waiting to surprise your sister, Sansa. Quite the scare you gave her. And while she had to scold you for scaring your sister so, she said that it reminded her greatly of some of the antics herself, Lisa, and I got up to while we were growing up in Riverrun. Robb couldn't help himself as he smiled fondly at the memory. Mother certainly took John and I to task for that one. Something changed in Baelish. His face didn't twitch a muscle, but something about him changed. Ah yes, your newly legitimized brother. Quite the swordsman there. Apprentice to the Northern Sorcerer and now a full-fledged Stark who is your age. I can see now why you are here in the yard practicing so fiercely. Best not to let your brother get too far ahead of himself, or else he and others might start thinking that, well, history speaks for itself in this matter. Without thought, Robb lunged to his feet and found himself before the master of coin in the span of a heartbeat. John is my brother, by blood and choice, Robb growled with grey wind behind him, adding his own low growl to his words. I know what people think of him because of his former status. But I know my brother better than anyone else alive. We grew up together. We took our first meals together. Our first steps were with each other. Our first time in the yard was with one another. John would never, never, do anything to put any of his brothers or sisters at risk. Unlike some, in the north a family is a pack. And packs stick together. Or die. And I will not stand to hear another ill word spoken about my brother or about his former status. Friend of my mother or no. The master of coin held his ground throughout Robb's tirade, the light smile never once falling from his face. I have given offense, and that was not my intent, young Stark. Your mother told me of the bond you held with your brother. I hope that his devotion to you is equal to your devotion to him. Robb was so blindsided that he was unable to formulate a response as the master of coin turned and started to walk out of the yard, only to stop and turn back towards Robb. I merely wished to express my condolences for the loss of your mother, young Stark. And I have done so. But let me leave you with one last piece of wisdom so that history will not repeat itself upon the children of Catelyn Tully. It is the knife in the dark, the one you never expect to come, that goes the deepest. Alone once more with grey wind, Robb could do little more than just stare where Baelish had once been standing while trying to figure out what exactly had just happened. Any ideas, boy? He asked, turning towards Grey Wind, who looked just as confused as he felt. Yeah boy, me either. Resisting the urge to drum his fingers against the table dominating the center of the small council chambers, Knox was doing everything in his power to keep himself from simply bashing Renly Baratheon's head against the table as the man went on and on about the accomplishments he and his squire, Loras Tyrell, had achieved in ending the reign of the slavers that had taken root in the city while said squire stood beside him beaming. And he wasn't the only one who was clearly annoyed with how Renly was drawing this out. Sitting next to him, Ned was clearly trying to keep his impatience from showing while across the table from the two of them Stannis was openly ignoring everything his brother was saying as he stared straight ahead. The only one of the small council who actually seemed to be paying attention at all was King Robert, though Knox was fairly sure that that was only because Renly's tale was quite vivid on the details of Loras's slaughtering of the wretched slavers. Loras managed to track the rest of the slavers down to their hideout and without any need for aid proceeded to cut down every slaver within their holdfast. Clearing our city of their filth once and for all. Sighing, Knox scratched lightly at his close-cut beard as he tried to keep his irritation from showing. Ideally, Knox had wanted to handle the situation with the slavers personally, but unfortunately he'd been forced to hand that responsibility off in favor of dealing with the fact that the city was sitting atop a bomb just waiting for some idiot to set it off. Now though, he wished that he had split his attention. Renly and Loras had managed to kill the slavers, but their inexperience was showing in spades. Well done Lord Renly, Loras, the hand of the king, Jon Arryn, congratulated the two, causing both to puff out their chests. You've both done Westeros and King's Landing a great deed in removing the slavers from our shores. I will be sure to send mine, and the crown's, compliments to your family Loras. Unable to take it any longer, Knox slowly and mockingly clapped for the two young men. Yes, well done the both of you, he said, making both men smile as neither recognized his tone. Tell me. How many slavers were killed during the raid of their hiding place? Blinking, Renly shared a look with Loras. As I said, Lord Sorcerer, there were perhaps a dozen or more in their hideout. Most of whom met their ends at the skilled edge of low. And how many of those you killed were of SSC descent? This time it was Loras who answered. Perhaps half, Lord Sorcerer. Half, meaning 6, Nox finalized as he leaned forward and rested his forearms on the table. And did you find any documents pertaining to their operations here in King's Landing? How about the gold they were using to purchase the slaves? Or cages? Were there cages in their hideaway? And if so, were they empty or full of people? The rest of the small council turned their full attention on Renly and Loras, both of whom were fidgeting and looking slightly less sure of themselves than they were a moment ago. There were cages, but they were empty. And we couldn't find any gold. 6 slavers in an operation that spanned all of King's Landing and perhaps the land beyond, Nox said, cutting Renly off. No gold. No documents. And empty slave pens. Which means that the slavers knew of your coming and cleared out well before you got to them. Stannis offered to help you too, I know because I heard him offer his own and Sir Davos's aid in tracking the slavers down. Yet in your arrogance you turned him down. And now because of your inexperience the slavers not only managed to escape us, but they managed to do so with force only knows how many newly made Westerosi slaves. You two are lucky this is Westeros and not the Sith Empire, otherwise you two would be dead or worse for your incompetence. Both young men had curled in on themselves as Nox laid into the both of them. Stannis, in a rare display, had a slight grin on his face as he watched his younger brother be firmly put in his place. Even Robert seemed mildly amused, and while Ned didn't seem to care for the tone with which he was using, he could tell that his friend fully agreed with him as well. In fact, the only one in the room who didn't seem to agree with Nox was Renly, Loras, and Jonnaran. As you said, this is not your Sith Empire, Lord Sorcerer, but rather Westeros. And here in Westeros we do things differently, the hand said firmly, no doubt trying to intimidate Nox, which honestly just made him want to laugh. And Renly and Loras have done a fine job in ridding Westeros of these slavers. A handful of dead slavers with the rest fleeing the city with their captives, yes, such a fine job, Nox scoffed. The aim was to not only remove the slavers, but to take down their entire ring and make it so that they could never repeat what they've done here. Now we can't. The slavers will run and hide and lick their wounds. But because we cannot close up the gaps they used to get into the city in the first place, they will return after things have calmed down and your guard has lowered once more. If they come back, I'll kill them myself, King Robert scoffed as he waved off Renly. Renly, sit your ass down and let's finish this copper counting session before I shit myself. Sorcerer, what's the progress of getting the wildfire out of my city? Slow, Nox answered as Renly took his seat as far away from Nox as possible with Loras awkwardly standing behind him. The barrels are the size of a man's torso and have to be handled incredibly carefully and only at night due to their age. The men you assigned me have gotten the process down, but it will still take a long time before the city is clear of the danger. A few months at best. And that is from only clearing out the caches that we currently know about. Once those are clear, a much more thorough investigation of the city will need to be done just to make sure that there are no more surprises waiting to blow this whole place to the hells. Months? Jonnaran questioned, his brow furrowing as he stared at Nox. Yes, months. Nox reiterated, not backing down. The men that I've been overseeing know what they are doing now and I'm confident that they can handle the task set before them. Especially if they're properly incentivized by the crown for their services. You are free of course to order them to move faster, however I would ask that you don't do so until after Lord Stark and I leave the city in a few days as I don't feel like dying in a wall of wildfire at the moment. If that's what you believe to be best, Sorcerer, we'll follow your expertise on the matter, Robert shrugged, seemingly unconcerned about just how long the process would take as long as it was done. And speaking of the wildfire, Stannis spoke up. We must decide on what is to be done with Sir Jaime. He knew about the wildfire caches and kept quiet about them since the end of the rebellion. His silence placed the royal family and the entire city in mortal peril for years. Men have been executed for less. The members of the small council sat in silence, their eyes darting at each other waiting for someone else to speak up first. Jaime's silence was not meant out of malice, but rather ignorance. Nox said, breaking the silence. I am not defending or condoning his silence on the matter, but he honestly did not think the wildfire to be an issue after a certain amount of time had passed. If he truly had thought the wildfire to be a substantial threat, he would have never allowed his sister, the Queen, to stay so close to the danger. There is also Lord Tywin to consider as well, the Master of Coin spoke up. The crown owes the Lannisters a not so inconsequential sum of gold. Should anything happen to Lord Tywin's eldest son, there is a good chance Lord Tywin will not only call for a repayment of the debt, but also a prohibition on future loans. And those would be the lightest of reactions from the old lion, I fear. We can just dismiss him from the King's Guard, Renly shrugged. There are others who would be more than qualified to take his place. I can even give you a few recommendations. That idea though was quickly shut down by Sir Barry Stan, who was standing just behind the king. No man has ever been dismissed from the King's Guard, Lord Renly. Our oaths are for life. And a dismissal from the King's Guard would allow Lord Tywin to reinstate Sir Jaime as his heir of Casterly Rock, the Master of Whispers, Varys, stated correctly. Such a move could be seen by many as a reward, not a punishment. Bah, Robert growled. Can't kill the fucker, can't dismiss him from the King's Guard, and we can't send him to the fucking wall or Tywin would ensure he'd never make it there and he'd be in Essos before we knew about it. Sorcerer. Back on Pike, you left a lasting message on the squids. I think the same message needs to be sent here. That gold-haired fuck kept silent for 13 years, 1 lash for each year of his silence. I'll see to his punishment personally just to make sure the message is received. And if the queen bitch argues against it, I'll use a fucking iron whip. Anything else? There is one more thing, Your Grace, Jonaran said, stopping Robert who was in the process of getting out of his chair. One of the prisoners taken by Lord Knox is a Septon. And I've received word from the High Septon wishing for his release into the custody of the Faith so that they might deal with him. Knox would have rolled his eyes had he still the ability to do so. In other words, the Faith doesn't want it to become known to the people that one of their own was supporting a slavery operation and was caught while balls deep in a young boy's ass. He broke several laws, most of which carry a death sentence. Why should the king even think of handing the man over when he was caught red-handed? His comment drew a hard look from the hand of the king. Lord Knox, I understand that matters of the faith might be handled differently in your homeland, but this is Westeros. Special consideration must be given to those who have sworn themselves to the faith. Why? Knox questioned, focusing on Jonaran. Men and women of the faith need to be held up as an example to the people. Not an exception. You hand him over, and the faith will probably make him do some menial form of penance by praying or whatnot and then send him away from the city with little more than a slap on the wrist and a don't do this again. Lord Knox speaks true, Stannis nodded, throwing his voice behind Knox. The man was caught in the act of raping a child while also supporting the operations of slavers. The law is very clear on what must happen now. Death or the wall. He broke his oaths to the faith with his actions, Ned added in, nodding with Stannis. The punishment is clear. No matter be he noble, of the faith, or small folk. The sentence is the same. The hand quickly looked towards the rest of the small council, trying to find some sort of support. But he was met with blank looks from both Varys and Baelish, neither of whom seemed particularly interested in the subject, and an unsure look from Renly. Seeing he was outnumbered, Lord Arryn sighed and backed down. I will speak with the High Septon personally and try to calm the fallout from this. Bah, if that fat fuck has any problems with a rapist and slaver losing his head, he can come to me directly, Robert scoffed, slapping his hand down on the table and rising, prompting everyone else to rise to their feet as well. Enough counting fucking coppers for one day. Tell Payne to get his sword ready and get some fucking spikes set as well. We'll be decorating the walls with a few new heads tomorrow. With the king's departure, the rest of the small council quickly filed out of the room. Renly was the first to leave with Loras right behind him, followed quickly by Baelish and Varys. Jonaran was slower to leave, and as he did Knox could sense the uneasy look he gave him as he passed. Lord Knox, Lord Stark. A moment if you would, Stannis said as Knox and Ned prepared to leave as well. Sharing a look with Ned, the two men sat back down at the small council table with Stannis. I have given the offer you presented to myself and my daughter back on Dragonstone serious thought, Sorcerer, Stannis said emotionlessly. And I have decided to take you up on the offer to train my daughter in the ways of your magic. And I would have her leave with you and Lord Stark when you leave King's Landing. Another new acolyte, and one that is powerful. Excellent. Knox thought, resisting the urge to smirk. Yet another piece started to fall into place. As you wish, Lord Stannis. I will ensure that your daughter receives the best education in the ways of the Force. I will also send word to my daughter Sansa in Winterfell to begin preparing chambers for Lady Shireen as well, Ned added in. I assure you, Lord Stannis, that while your daughter is in the north, I will care for her as if she were my own daughter. See that you do, Lord Stark, Stannis said, rising to his feet. Lord Knox, I expect regular updates on my daughter's progress under your tutelage. And you shall have them, Knox reassured the man. There is one more item I would wish to discuss with you. A matter of trade. There is a mineral that I am interested in obtaining. And I believe Dragonstone, due to its volcanic nature, is an ideal location for mining of the mineral. Stannis looked more than slightly intrigued. It was no state secret that Dragonstone offered little in forms of trade. So to discover that his island potential had a resource Knox wanted was tempting. And what mineral do you wish to trade for? Sulfur. Or rather brimstone as you might know it by, Knox answered, which garnered little more than a raised brow from Stannis. Others may not find much use for it. But I have a few projects that I believe it can be of use in. Stannis thought the offer over for a minute before nodding his head. I will send a raven to my steward to begin the mining process. Further details on the value can be discussed once the first shipment has arrived in the north. If that is all, I would spend this remaining time with my daughter. Lord Stark. Lord Knox. Once they were alone, Ned sat back in his seat clearly deep in thought. I will have to adjust how we will be traveling back north. We did not set out with the mindset that we would be taking a child back with us to the north. More than one, Knox countered, getting up from his seat and approaching the window that overlooked the sprawling landscape that was King's Landing. There are a number of force sensitives in this city. Some with only a glimmer of power. Others with a decent amount. And a select few that could potentially rival your own children, Stark. And it would ill behoove us to leave such talent wasting away in this place without proper guidance. Ned's impatience at wanting to return home started to seep out of the man. It was a feeling that Knox could understand. After all, he too was anxious to return to the north and to his wife. And they weren't the only ones. The other North Lords and lady that had accompanied them from the north were starting to grumble about wanting to return to their keeps. With or without the Starks as traveling companions. You have until the end of the week to find them, Ned said as he got up from his seat. If they are not located and with us by then they will be left behind. And try to limit how many you bring back with us. With your aid the resources at Winterfell have grown substantially, but they are not limitless. Of course, Knox agreed, prompting Ned to nod back and then leave the room. Once alone, Knox allowed his head to roll back as he turned his body towards the back of the room. I'm not one that enjoys being spied upon, Lord Varys. There was a moment of silence before a small section of the wall moved, revealing a passageway which the Master of Whispers used to re-enter the room. The man was a wall who kept his face impassive and his emotions well in check, but it was easy enough to tell that Varys, while he didn't despise Knox, was very much uneased when the two were together. Forgive the intrusion, Lord Knox, Varys said, his hands folded together and masked by the sleeves of his robes. If you truly hadn't meant to intrude or if you were sorry for it, you wouldn't have been spying on the three of us in the first place. Knox countered, returning to the small council table and motioning for Varys to retake his seat as well. Smiling, Varys took the offered seat while taking care to arrange his clothes in a very specific manner as he sat down. Ah, but I am the Master of Whispers. If I have no whispers to hear or speak of, then I would be a very poor Master of Whispers. True, Knox conceded. Yet are you lucky that the discussion with Stannis and Ned was not supposed to be one that was kept quiet. Had it been, then I would have snapped your neck in your hiding place and left you to rot. To his credit, Varys didn't seem fazed at all by the threat. No doubt he received similar threats almost daily considering his position in the court. I see you take after Lord Stark in your hatred of the game. A mentality that I fear will do you no good should you wish to venture outside the north, my friend. Is it any wonder as to why Lord Stark doesn't care for your game? Knox asked. He lost his father, brother, and sister to the game. And as for myself, well. What you call your game or great game or Game of Thrones or whatever you wish to call it, I have another name for it. Child's play. That got Varys's attention. You find the game childish? In comparison to the strata of Sith politics that I am used to dealing with? Yes. You may think you know what it means to play the game against one like myself, Lord Varys. But I can assure you, you don't. I see, Varys responded, leaning back. If I might, my lord, may I pose a riddle to you? One that I often like to ask those who are players in the game. A sellsword stands between a king, a rich man, and the high septon with a sword in hand. The king orders the sellsword to cut the other two men down and promises him positions of power. The rich man offers the sellsword double his weight in gold to cut the other two down. And the high septon promises the man eternal peace with the gods in the afterlife should he cut the other two down. Who does the sellsword kill? Smirking, Knox could only shake his head. Again, child's play, Varys. It's a trick question. The sellsword will take the offer of the one who aligns with his values the most. Or rather, power resides where men believe it resides. And each person you ask will give a different answer, and their answer will give you an insight into how their minds work. A clever way to set the game board to favor yourself, Varys. But as I said, mere child's play when compared to Sith politics. Varys's face remained blank as he gave him a single nod. Well spotted, Lord Knox. Perhaps your skill in the game will offset Lord Stark's lack of willingness to play. Time will tell, Varys. Time will tell, Knox stated as he got up from his seat and made to leave. Oh, and by the way, Varys. You might want to get that boil on your inner thigh taken care of before it festers and ruptures. And if you want to keep them from coming back, I advise that you try and lose a bit of weight or wear something that will prevent your thighs from rubbing against one another. Varys froze for but a moment before he nodded his head. I see, well played, Lord Knox. I have a feeling that your position in the future will make the game quite interesting indeed. Child's play, Spider. Simple child's play, Knox thought as he walked out of the small council chambers, leaving the Master of Whispers to wonder just how he managed to know something of such a personal nature that Varys had only discovered this very morning. Ignoring the sounds of whores applying their trade, Peter Baelish, the Master of Coin to King Robert Baratheon, first of his name, made his way through his largest establishment without acknowledging any of the whores or patrons who crossed his path. Entering his own private sanctum, Peter immediately shut the door behind him and rested his back against the door. It took a conscious effort on his part to raise his right hand and unclench his fist, and as he did so he noticed 4 small punctures in the palm of his hand that had been caused by his own nails. An effect of having to bear sitting in the same room as Stark and Knox. The only reason why he hadn't attempted to kill either of the two was because he knew it would be a fool's errand. The wolves and the sorcerer had just survived an assassination attempt and had uprooted a conspiracy amongst the maesters, which meant that both were on edge and on careful watch for any assassination attempts. They would die, but not yet. Pushing himself off the door, Peter crossed his lavish office and dropped heavily into the feathered stuffed chair he'd purchased from Pentos for a king's ransom. Many would, and did, envy his position. He had come from next to nothing and acquired a fortune to rival even the greatest of houses in Westeros. He was owner of nearly 75% of the brothels in King's Landing alone. And he was master of coin. Yet still, all his accomplishments had only a single goal in mind. Reaching a point where he could have his beloved cat by his side. And now that goal was gone forever. And all his accomplishments and plots and plans meant next to nothing. Fucking Starks, Baelish fumed, taking a breath as his anger, now free to roam, began to get the better of him. It was bad enough when Brandon Stark was supposed to take my love away from me. And with his death there was hope that Cat would be mine, but then Eddard Stark took her from me on the command of Hoster Tully, who sold her like a fucking broodmare instead of the queen she truly was. Then she was forced to rot away in that cold hell for years while pumping out wolf pups. And now, right when my plans were about to start, she gets taken away from me. Again. The day Peter learned of Cat's death was the day that he died as well. All of his hopes and dreams for the future meant nothing if Cat was not by his side. Stark, Knox, Tully, Baratheon, Arryn, Lannister, hell, even the Tyrells I hold responsible for her death. Peter thought, his anger mounting as he thought of each of the great houses that were responsible for taking his Catelyn away from him. They will all pay. I will make sure of it. Leaning back, Peter began playing out several fantasies in his mind revolving around the destruction of each of the great houses of Westeros. Of the country falling into pure and unadulterated chaos. And of him climbing the ladder of the chaos to reach the top and watch as the realm that had scorned and taken everything from him burned to dust. But as pleasing as the fantasy was, he knew that there were many obstacles that stood in his path. Namely the old lion, the Queen of Thrones, the crippled prince, the old falcon, and the most dangerous of the lot, the northern sorcerer. Only a fool would take on even of those 5, let alone all of them. And he was no fool. He would not face them. Instead, he would arrange it so that they faced each other. And destroyed each other. And he was already on his way to achieving that goal. While the wolves and the sorcerer might have brought a time of justice to King's Landing, they did so like a battering ram. And in doing so made more than a few enemies. And power enemies at that. All he needed to do was to stoke the fires of their hatred to the point where it became an inferno that none could control. And while he set the foundation in place, he would have time to solve the riddle that was the removal of the sorcerer. If even half of what he was heard was true, the man was a one-man walking army unto himself. Conventional means of defeating him would not work. His fall would not be on the battlefield. But he did have a weakness. His wife. A common girl. One that could be exploited in much the same manner as had already happened. And despite his prowess, the man's magic was not infallible. Trant's death, while unfortunate because it meant that he had lost an easy pawn that was close to the king, did bring about one useful piece of information. And that was that the sorcerer could not read minds directly, but he could sense a person's desires or their hate. With that in mind, Peter had been working very carefully to keep himself completely calm and devoid of all emotion whenever he was within the vicinity of the sorcerer. And it seemed to have worked. The blind sorcerer seemed completely ignorant of his existence even though he was standing just a few paces from him. Was it truly that simple? That one needed to simply abandon all emotion to become a blind spot in the man's vision? He doubted that it was that simple, but it was a start nonetheless. Grabbing a quill, ink, and his private book that he hid in a compartment under his desk, Peter began writing down a list of all of those that would gladly see to the sorcerer's demise. Once the sorcerer falls, the rest will fall with him, he thought with a smile as he began writing down the enemies the sorcerer had made in his years since coming to this land. It shouldn't take much to get them to work together towards the common goal of ending the sorcerer and his line permanently. And who knows, if Knox is as slightly capable as I believe him to be, then he will be able to take down more than a few of my other advisories on his was down. The Street of Steel within King's Landing was without a doubt a place that earned its name. The street ran from Fishmonger Square and climbed up one of the 3 hills, Visenyas Hill, that the city was built on until it reached the steps of the Great September of Baelor and was littered with smiths and metal workers for nearly its entire length. And while some might not notice the hierarchy in place, it was obvious to Knox that the better the smith, or rather the more expensive the cost of one's services, the higher up the hill they were placed. And like many of the streets scattered throughout King's Landing, the Street of Steel was a hive of activity with so many people milling about that one could hardly take a few steps without bumping shoulders with someone. Not that Knox had that problem, as the denizens of King's Landing seemed to be doing all in their power to stay out of their way, though not all had the same reason for doing so. He could feel genuine awe and admiration from some, with a brave few even working up the courage to come forth and show him respect by bowing to him or offering words of blessing. But for most, their fear drove them from his path. Feared what he was, what he could do and what he had done since arriving in this city. While he could, and did, enjoy the simple no-nonsense lifestyle of the North, it was refreshing to once again be able to part a sea of people just by walking down a street. It'd been over a week since they'd first arrived in King's Landing, and to say that their arrival had shaken things up would be an understatement. The day after Knox had berated Renly and Loras in the small council chambers, all of the prisoners that had been caught during the raiding of the slavers' bases along with Grand Maester Pycelle and the fallen King's Guard Meryn Trant were brought out before the people of King's Landing and executed by the King's Justice, Sir Ilan Payne. The foreign slavers didn't put up any resistance as they were forced down onto the block. They knew the price of being caught and knew that it was futile to try and escape their fate. The same though could not be said for the former King's Guard, Pycelle, or the Septon that had been caught with the slavers. Pycelle had broken down and was begging for his life and swearing his undying devotion to the crown even as he was being forced down onto the block. His pleas fell on deaf ears as Payne calmly stepped up and, with a nod from the king, severed the old man's head from his shoulders with a single blow. Trant had been next, and while the man had managed to keep a bit more dignity than Pycelle, he still cried out one last plea for mercy from the king before his head was removed. The last to be executed was the Septon that had been caught with the slavers. And it was his death that caused more than a slight stir amongst those present to watch. The man went to his death with his head bowed low and mumbling a constant stream of prayers that was only ended when Payne's sword sliced clean through his neck. The executions were quickly followed up by Sir Jaime Lannister being brought out before the people. He was stripped of his armor and secured to a post in the middle of the courtyard in front of the Red Keep. Then, with all to see and hear, Robert loudly proclaimed that Jaime had known about the wildfire caches stored away by the Mad King and had for 13 years kept quiet on the subject, putting everyone who lived in the city at risk. He then proclaimed that as punishment for his inactions, Jaime would be lashed 13 times, once for every year of his silence. And perhaps most surprising, Robert declared that he would be the one to hold the whip. Despite his lack of physical activity, the king was still deceptively strong. And he proved it then, as each last of the whip against Jaime's flesh was enough to tear it. And once the last lash had been delivered, blood was freely flowing down his back and legs, and Jaime could barely hold himself upright and had to be dragged to the Red Keep by no less than 3 Lannister guards, with the queen immediately trailing behind them, her eyes burning with hatred as she glared at the king while she passed him by. After the executions and whipping, things started to settle down slightly. All traces of the slavery operation within King's Landing were gone. The barrels of wildfire were still being disposed of at night by taking them far outside the city and igniting them, a process that would take months or perhaps years considering just how many barrels of the shit was beneath the city. Which meant that, with those 2 tasks handled and being handled, Knox had quite a bit of time on his hands. Time which he intended to use wisely, hence why this very morning he had awoken his apprentice at the crack of dawn and told him that they were going hunting in the city. "Master," John said from his place just behind him as the two were nearly to the top of Visanyas Hill with the Great September of Baelor coming into full view. I can sense something nearby." "No. Someone. A force sensitive. But untrained." "Good," Knox nodded, knowing exactly what it was that John was sensing, seeing as how it was why the two were even out here in the first place. "You're learning. Now watch and learn further as we collect our newest acolyte." Following one of the many force presences he'd sensed within the city, Knox led the two of them to the last blacksmith shop on the Street of Steel just before the towering Great September of Baelor. The shop was massive in comparison to the ones that came before, showing off the wealth and prestige of this smith. The double doors were composed of weirwood and ebony if he had to guess, and were carved with an intricate scene depicting a hunt. And on either side of the entrance were 2 stone knights fully suited in stone armor that were designed to mimic the likeness of a griffin and unicorn. Pushing open the doors, Knox felt the heat of the smithery wash over him as the steady rhythm of a hammer on metal reached his ears. "Welcome, milords," a young girl who was standing behind a counter spoke up the moment the two entered the shop. "If you are here to request an order, then I buy the 7. You 1 moment, milord." The girl all but bolted from her spot behind the counter and disappeared behind a curtain leading deeper into the shop. Does that happen often, master?" John asked, looking more than slightly confused at the curtain the girl disappeared behind. "Only when one's reputation precedes them," Knox answered as he made his way towards one of the display walls where a variety of daggers, short swords, and pieces of armor were put up for sale. None of the weapons or armor displayed were of remarkable quality, they were good, but they were clearly not this smith's best work. Those pieces were no doubt kept safe until they could be brought out to be shown off to potential customers who could afford the man's best work. Though, despite the quality of the weapons displayed, there was one that caught his eye, so to speak. On the surface it didn't look special, merely a well-made dagger with a hand-length straight edge and no identifying markers. But it was what couldn't be seen that drew his attention to the dagger. The faintest of traces of the Force laid within the cold metal blade. Echoes of both the light and the dark side of the Force. Lord Knox, this is a great honor to have one such as yourself as a patron. I am the master of this forge, Tipomot. Turning his attention from the dagger, Knox focused on Tipomot. The man was a quintessential blacksmith. A black velvet coat hung over his shoulders and opened just enough to reveal the heavy leather underneath that protected him from the heat of the forge. His bald head and face were spotted with sweat and soot while his graying beard was singed in sporadic places from the embers of the steel. Master Armor, Knox nodded in greeting, your reputation precedes you. And from what I can see so far, it is a reputation that is indeed well earned. Thank you, my lord. Your reputation precedes you as well, my lord. King's Landing has been all abuzz since your and the North's arrival to the Red Keep. But enough flattery, this is a shop, my lord, and I am a busy man. I doubt you have need of a sword, given the tales of the blade you carry. Are you in need of new armor? The people compare you to the stranger himself. I could fashion a set of armor in its likeness for you. Yes, armor so terrifying and realistic that children would run in fear just at the sight of you. Tempting, especially seeing some of your work here, he said, motioning towards a midnight black pair of gauntlets that were covered in red markings and spikes. The offer was tempting. After all, Sith armor was more than just a means of defense. It was also meant to intimidate one's foes. And while the armor he wore upon arriving in this world would not show its age for some time yet, he was interested to see just what this man could create for him. You know quality when you see it, my lord, Mott said, picking up the gauntlets and holding them out for Knox to inspect. I am the only armorer you will find in King's Landing and perhaps all of Westeros who can add such a tint to the metals without using paint. The pigments are infused during the forging process and will never fade until the metal does. But such work does have its costs, my lord. But I can guarantee you that the cost will be well worth my work. Good, Knox nodded as he ushered Jon forward. This is Jon Stark, newly legitimized son of House Stark and my apprentice. I want to see what you can do for him on a limited timetable. Gauntlets, vambraces, ream braces, and perhaps even shoulder pauldrons so long as he can keep full mobility of his armor movements. And seeing as how he's still young and has room to grow, they'll need to be easily adjustable in the future. Jon's head snapped towards him. His eyes wide in shock while Tippo merely grinned. Ah yes, word has spread around the city about Lord Stark's bastard son being recently legitimized by the king himself after defeating a member of the King's Guard during a trial by combat. And he is your apprentice, you say, Lord Knox? I take it that is something akin to a squire then. Yes, I believe that I can come up with something. Incorporate the wolves of the north and perhaps outlined in your house's colors, Lord Knox, forgive me, Lord Knox. But I fear I do not know the colors of your house. Red on a field of black. Knox answered, drawing a quick look from Jon. Yes, that would do the trick. Black tinting with red and white accents, yes. Though I fear I do have many orders currently in process, my lord. To get your order done quickly, I would have to disappoint a fair number of influential members of court that. Reaching into the folds of his robes, Knox pulled out a forearm-length dagger made of Valyrian steel with a thumb-sized ruby embedded into the crossguard. I believe that this will be more than enough to pay for the disappointment your other patrons will face when their orders are delayed by a few days. Taking the offered dagger, Tippo carefully inspected the blade and the ruby in the hilt before giving it an approving nod. A fine piece. No need to melt it down and reforge it in order to sell it. No doubt one you collected during your now infamous expedition, Lord Sorcerer. Well, lad, hold your arms out to the sides and let's get some measurements. Girl, bring the length rope. Standing back, Knox remained silent as he watched Tippo take a length of rope and begin the process of measuring Jon's arms from every conceivable angle while the serving girl quickly wrote down each measurement as the master armorer read them off. There, that is all I require from you, lad, Tippo said, handing the rope back off to the serving girl who made a hasty retreat. Give me a few days and your order will be ready. Good, Knox nodded before pointing towards the dagger on the wall that had caught his eye. And out of curiosity, this dagger here. It was not forged by your hand, was it? Tippo hesitated as he saw the dagger Knox was talking about. You, would be correct, Lord Sorcerer. That blade was forged by one of my apprentices. Nodding, Knox stood before the dagger, giving it his full attention. He went through several iterations, each one you thought was sellable, but he scrapped each one because they didn't feel right. He now had the smith's undivided attention as the man started oozing unease. You are correct, Lord Sorcerer, but how? I would like to meet the one who forged this dagger, Nox stated plainly, turning towards Tybho. I have no ill intent towards your apprentice nor towards yourself, Mott. He has merely piqued my curiosity, that is all. Mott still didn't seem to fully trust him, or at least he was suspicious of his motives. But the man showed he had more sense than most as he nodded and moved towards the back of the shop. Gendry. Get up front now. There's someone who wants to speak with you. A young boy, perhaps on age with Jon or a year younger at most, came forward from the back of the shop. Just like Mott, the young lad was wearing a thick leather apron and his skin was covered in sweat and soot from the forge. But that was where the similarities ended. Despite being at age or younger than Jon, this new boy was easily a head taller and broader than his apprentice and was built like a dreadnought despite his age. And his features were reminiscent of the King Robert. Though he looked more like the youngest Baratheon, Renly. There was some sort of family relation there. One that he would have to investigate when time permitted. But honestly, that was but a secondary thought to him. His primary thoughts were centered around the fact that the boy before him was quite powerful in the Force. Master, milord, the boy, Gendry, greeted him awkwardly, seeming to find his shoes and the dirt on the floor quite interesting. This is Lord Nox, boy, the Northern Sorcerer, Tybho introduced him, causing the boy, who was on height with Nox, to shrink in a bit on himself. He wishes to speak with you about your work. Holding out his hand, Nox wordlessly summoned the dagger through the air without saying a word. This is your work, is it not? He asked rhetorically, not waiting for an answer before continuing. An interesting piece. To the normal eye, it would seem just like any other dagger. But not to mine. You spent quite a lot of time making and remaking this dagger, never quite finding it just right. Until your last attempt your anger started to get the better of you. Frustration over the flaws you saw that no one else could clouded your sight and you hammered without thought or reason. Beating the metal into submission, bending it to your will and forcing it to take the design that you wanted. And then, as if it were by an act of magic, the dagger was finished. And the flaws you saw were gone, though no one else seemed to quite understand why you thought this iteration was better than your previous works. Am I right so far? The boy's nervous disposition faded, replaced with confusion as his eyes widened as he stared at Nox. Yes, milord. You're right. Of course I am, Nox said without hesitation. Tell me, have you ever known that something was going to happen before it happened? Have you ever moved your hand just before a hammer fall could strike it without even seeing the blow coming? And mostly, when you hold this dagger you made, can you feel the life within calling out to you? Gendry was looking more and more uncomfortable with each word he spoke. I'll take that as a yes as well, Nox nodded, already knowing the answer. I'm going to be honest, and blunt with you, young man. You can manipulate the Force, just like myself and my apprentice here. Though unlike my apprentice and I, your abilities have manifested in a rather unique way. You use the Force to guide your hands while you work, and in doing so you saturate the metal with the Force, creating something that, while not quite to the level of Valyrian steel, is definitely above the grade of normal forged steel. Gendry looked positively shocked, his mouth hanging open slightly as he stared at Nox. Tybho, however, Nox could see the gears turning in the man's head as he was no doubt working out the best way to use Gendry's gifts to his advantage. Now then, having said that, you have two options, Gendry, Nox said, pressing on before either Gendry or Tybho could say anything. First, you can stay here in King's Landing and continue to work. You'll continue to learn under your master here, and you'll more than likely even start learning how to consciously use the Force in your crafting. And in a decade or so, you will perhaps take his place as the best smith in the city. Your second option is to come with me. I will teach you the ways of the Force, and how to incorporate your powers into your craft. And while I am no smith and cannot help you in that regard, there are others who can help you. And in time you will become both a warrior and a forge master, capable of creating weapons and armor that can rival even the best of Valyrian steel and using them with a skill few possess. Make your choice, Gendry. And know that I do not offer my hand twice. Gendry's mouth hadn't closed, if anything it had only dropped lower by the time Nox had finished speaking. Tybho though was obviously very conflicted. If Gendry stayed with him, he could take credit for training the boy and make quite the profit off him. But if Gendry stayed, his work would be nowhere near where it could be. Close your damn mouth, boy, Mott sighed, coming to a decision. And pack your bags, Gendry. You'll be leaving with the Sorcerer to head north with him. Gendry spun and faced the Master Armorer. But Master Mott, what of my APPR? This man can teach you far more than I can, as much as it pains me to admit, Mott sighed. You have a gift, lad. I've always known this. Now we know just what that gift is. And it is a gift that I cannot help you cultivate. Go with the Sorcerer, learn what you can. And once he's finished teaching you what he knows, come back and my doors will be open for you to complete your apprenticeship. The young lad's head snapped back and forth between Knox and Tybalt several times as he tried to come to grips with what was being presented to him. "My lord, I have much patience, Gendry, but it is not infinite," Knox stated, to which he could have sworn he heard Jon scoff silently at it. "It's a simple offer requiring a simple response. Will you come north? Yes, or no?" Closing his eyes, Gendry breathed deep, his large chest moving and straining the thick leather covering him. When he opened his eyes again, Knox could see the determination in them and knew that he had his answer. "Yes, my lord. I will come with you. But I cannot leave my work half done." "Of course, you can't," Knox nodded. "You have until we leave the city. When we leave, you will either be with us, or this offer will be closed to you permanently." "I will be there, my lord," Gendry said with conviction. "Good," Knox smirked as he turned to the master armorer, "Master Tybalt, Jon and I will be back to collect his armor pieces in a few days' time." "Of course, my lord," Tybalt said, bowing his head slightly. "I thank you for your patronage, my lord." With nothing more to be said, Knox turned and made his way quickly out of the shop, leaving Jon hurrying to catch up with him. "Master," Jon said lowly once the two were out of the shop. That wasn't like you." "How so?" Knox asked, curious for Jon's supposed insight. "You're not one to leave a potential resource behind, master. You've told Robb and I that enough and shown it frequently as well," Jon said factually. "Back there, though, Gendry, he has the force and you were going to let him not join us? That was unlike you, master." Shaking his head, Knox began homing in on the next significant force presence he could sense in the city. It was faint, but dense. A young one. And a powerful one at that. "If that is the way it seemed to you, my apprentice, then you were clearly not paying close enough attention. There was no way that Gendry was not going to be joining us. The offer was too good to pass up. And even if he wavered, the armorer Mott would have pushed him out the door after us." "Why?" Jon questioned as the two resumed walking through the crowded streets. "Because as Gendry gains prestige, so too shall he. Especially if Gendry's skill as a forger grows to the levels I predict they can." Jon stared off into the crowd, pondering what he'd said. Tybalt Mott, as the first to take Gendry under his tutelage, will be able to claim him as his student, even when he is in the north. And if Gendry becomes as skilled as you believe, then the nobles of the land will be seeking out Mott even more than they already do because he can be credited for training Gendry in the art of forging. Which means that the moment you made the offer, you already knew it was going to be accepted. Smirking, Knox nodded. "As whole, people are simple. Study them carefully, learn what motivates them, and you will be able to correctly guess which actions they will take. Both on the field of battle and in the ring of politics. Now, there is another that I am very, very interested in. Their presence is small, yet dense. Search the city and find the disturbance, then lead the way." Nodding, Jon gained a far-off look in his eye as he stared straight ahead. Slowly, his apprentice began turning slightly until he was facing towards the presence Knox had indicated. "This way," Jon said confidently, leading the two of them through the crowded busy streets. It took the two of them nearly half the day to track the presence down, but as the sun began to set, they finally managed to locate the one they were searching for. Within a brothel of all places. The brothel stood 2 stories tall with leaded windows to prevent any from peeking inside and getting a free show. The girls that stood just outside the entrance were scantily dressed in flowing silk robes that were cinched at the waist and left very little to the imagination. To his credit, Jon didn't hesitate or blush or even look at the girls twice as the two of them stepped into the brothel, the smell of flowers and perfume so powerful and nearly caused Knox to sneeze. Well, this is a pleasant surprise," a sultry voice floated towards them almost as soon as the door shut behind the two of them. The speaker was a dark-skinned woman with a thick and sultry ooze whose every move screamed seduction. "We here at Citadel have serviced many a fine lord and lady. Even the king himself has named my home as his favorite in the city. Yet we have never had the pleasure of having a sorcerer, the Sorcerer, in our midst. I can assure you, my lord Sorcerer, you have chosen very wisely. My girls will ensure that you and your young companion here will leave more satisfied than you have ever been in your entire life. And if none meet your expectations, then I shall personally see to your satisfaction." "A tempting offer, madam. But I fear that should I partake in the pleasures of the flesh without my wife present to do the same, she would serve me my balls on a silver platter." The madam, he presumed to be Shita, smiled sensually at him. "I see, that is a pity then. But when you return with your wife, come again and we will see that the both of you are thoroughly satisfied. But if not for you, then perhaps you wish to have one of our girls spend some time with your young companion then? There is, after all, no better gift one can gift another other than an evening with one of my girls." That caused Jon to stiffen, in more ways than one. Alas, I fear young Jon Stark here has his heart set on another for his first time. The name Stark caused Shita's brows to raise, but when she realized just what he'd said, her friendly demeanor faded slightly. Then if you are not here to find your relief, then I must ask for you to make way for those who are, my lord sorcerer. Time, even time spent talking, is coin. Reaching to one of his coin purses he had on his person and tossed the leather pouch to the madam, who caught it with an expert skill and quickly gave it a shake to verify its contents. There is a child in this establishment. I would meet with the child and its mother to discuss a few things. Shata's eyes narrowed as suspicion flared within her. Mhijen. A young girl wearing a mostly transparent yellow silk dress quickly rose from one of the couches nearby and sauntered over towards them. Yes, madam. Tucking the purse into her own dress, Shata nodded towards Knox and John. This is the Northern Sorcerer, Lord Knox. And this is Jon Stark, I presume the newly legitimized bastard son of Lord Stark. They wish to have words with you, and your daughter. Fear spiked within the girl as her eyes widened. Of course my lord. Please this way. Keeping a slight distance from the girl as to try and calm her, Knox and John followed the young whore into the back portion of the brothel where it looked like a few of the whores lived when they were not applying their trade. Leading them back to one of the rooms, the young woman opened the door and stepped in. The small apartment within was sparsely decorated with only a bed, a dresser, a small cradle near the bed and a rocking chair that was currently being occupied by a second young woman who was holding a bundle in her arms and singing softly. Thank you for watching her, Yaya, Mhijen greeted the other young woman before taking the small bundle from the dark-skinned young woman. My lord, sorcerer, this is Alayaya, daughter of Shata. Alayaya this is Lord Knox and Lord Jon Stark. They wish to see my daughter. Ma'am, Knox greeted the young woman by inclining his head. The young woman rose from the chair, suspicion screaming with each move she took. My lords, Alayaya returned their greeting with a crisp accent. Paying the daughter of the madam no further mind, Knox approached the only slightly shaking Mhijen as she held the young child in her arms. This is my daughter, Bera, she said, turning just enough so that the child would be in his view. The action wasn't needed though as Knox already knew everything that he needed to know. The dense force presence he'd felt ever since arriving in this city was coming from this child, who could only be a month old at best. For her to hold such a presence at such a young age, she was something special. It would still take some time for her powers to truly mature. But once they did, he could easily see her as becoming on par with Arya. Perhaps even Jon in terms of raw power. Interesting, Knox said quietly as he continued to carefully observe the young child. Interesting, my lord. Yes, Knox nodded to the young whore as he took a step towards her and her child, causing her to flinch in an involuntarily protective manner. There is no reason for you nor your daughter to fear me, girl. I would risk no harm befalling your daughter. She is special, very special. It is still too early to tell the full extent, but there is no doubt in my mind that your daughter is powerful in the Force. Given time and training she could become a powerful Force adept, a sorceress. Perhaps even on par with myself. Mhijen's fear fled and Alaya's suspicion vanished as each young woman turned and stared down at the child in wonder. Are you certain, my lord sorcerer? Mhijen asked, a desperate sense of hope filling her. A hope that her child would have a better life. I am, Knox nodded. Despite being only a babe, her presence in the Force is incredible. With time and training, she will have few equals. The young whore's face nearly split as she smiled lovingly down at the young babe in her arms. I knew she was special, my lord. A gift from the gods. After my time with her father, I took moon tea but the will of the gods would not be denied, and she began growing in my womb and I couldn't deny her life. I don't know why but I had to bring her into the world. Now I know why. It was not the gods who kept the child alive, but the living Force, Knox thought, his interest in the girl rising. There have been a few in the past who have survived the womb when they were not supposed to. And those few have left lasting marks on history. This girl will no doubt be one to do so as well. I have an offer for you then, young Mhijen, Knox said, drawing the girl's attention back to himself. Young Bera here will need to be trained when she comes of age. To that, I extend the invitation to both yourself and your daughter to return north to Winterfell with myself and the Stark contingent when we leave in a few days' time. You me, to the north? Mhijen asked incoherently while the young Alayaya watched on from near the back of the room, her eyes narrowing as she took in everything. A sharp mind there. Yes, Knox answered simply. Your daughter's power, or at least the power she will command when she comes of age, is nothing to scoff at. She has it within her to become one of the more powerful beings I have met since coming to this land. But she must be trained. There are none outside the north who can truly help your daughter reach her full potential. And unlike some Force sensitives that I share a distinct disagreement of philosophy on, I do not believe in separating a child from its mother. Especially a child so young. So, I'm offering you the chance to travel with us and find a new home in the north. It won't be an easy life. Despite your daughter's status, you will still have to work to make your way. But there is a brothel near Winterfell that sees a relatively brisk business. Or if you wish to find another path, I will personally see to your placement wherever you wish. Mhijen was struck silent, her mind unable to process just was being presented before her. Mhijen, Aliyah said softly, walking towards her fellow whore. Take the offer. You may act the part well, but I know you, I know what is in your heart. And this life is not the life for you. Nor do you wish this life for your daughter. So, go. Go north and make a life for yourself and your daughter. Tears started forming at the corners of the young whore's eyes as she nodded. I accept, my lord sorcerer. Very well, Nox smirked, knowing that he had secured a very powerful future acolyte. We will leave in a few days' time. Conclude whatever business you have before then. For it is doubtful that you will ever again return to this city. Ignoring the cries of agony and pleas for mercy, Tywin Lannister watched dispassionately as the old maester of Casterly Rock and his replacement were both slowly and methodically sliced by a team of butchers he'd brought up to the main keep. Tywin had given implicit instructions to the butchers that the men were to be carved up one piece at a time starting with their limbs and that they were to be kept alive as long as possible. And so far, the butchers had done exactly that. As he watched, one of the butchers finished severing what was left of the younger maester's right leg from the rest of his body. The butcher then placed the portion of the severed limb onto a platter and handed it off to one of the guards, who then brought it over to a nearby cage where House Lannister had kept a pride of lions. The sigil of House Lannister eagerly licked the muzzles and fought against the bars of their cage as the guards threw the bloody pieces of the maesters to them. He did feel a slight pang in his chest as he heard the elder maester cry out to him by name, but he crushed that pain immediately. The man had been a constant in his life ever since he had been but a boy. He had helped teach him and his siblings their letters and numbers. Had provided decent counsel over the years. He had even seen to the birth and education of Tywin's own children. But he would not allow his sentiment for the man to overcome the fact that he was a traitor and the murderer of his wife Joanna by making sure that she did not survive the birthing of Tyrion. Confident that the butchers were doing their work per his instructions, Tywin turned his back on the execution of the maesters and traversed his way back through the halls of his home towards the small meeting chamber he'd had converted to a meeting hall when the small gatherings he'd had with Tyrion, Jaerion, and Kevin became more frequent. Entering the small room, he found his son and brothers already seated along with his sister Jenna. Sit, he said as the four started to rise to their feet while he made his way towards the chair reserved for him at the head of the table. Tyrion, I assume we have received another raven from King's Landing. We have, Tyrion nodded, who'd taken up the task of dealing with the ravens after the maester's treachery had been revealed. Something which almost brought a smile to Tywin's face as he thought of Tyrion's struggle in trying to reach the ravens. The wolves and the sorcerer have finally left King's Landing after delivering a rather rough paddling to those within the confines of the city. And Cersei is once more demanding that you head for King's Landing immediately to demand retribution for what happened to Jaime. The thought of his firstborn son and what he'd been hiding caused no small amount of rage within Tywin. Had his idiot son opened his mouth at the end of the rebellion, then he would have been heralded as a hero and House Lannister's name would have been elevated to heights unseen since the founding of the Seven Kingdoms. But instead, Jaime had kept his mouth shut about the Mad King's last plan. And in doing so had put the entirety of King's Landing in harm's way. Including the royal family, the very foundation upon which House Lannister would create a legacy to last 1,000 years. And now his son was stuck with that ridiculous moniker that followed him like a bad rash no matter what deed he did. The only reason I would go to King's Landing in regard to Jaime's punishment would be to see it revisited upon him several times over. Tywin stated coldly, eyeing Tyrion who he knew greatly looked up to his older brother. And you will send a letter to Cersei stating exactly that. Jaerion, is Joy ready to depart? Upon learning that the Stark bastard had a sword identical to Nox's, Tywin's intent to get one of his own under the tutelage of the sorcerer had intensified. Once Joy, or any other of the Lannister name, proved themselves worthy in the sorcerer's eyes he would no doubt grant them a blade as well. A blade that would then be promptly handed over to the Lannister main line. While Bright Roar was still a tremendous find and a symbol of prestige, it was still but a child's toy when compared to these lightsabers the sorcerer wielded. She is, his youngest brother nodded. And she knows what your expectations are for her as well. Good, Tywin stated with a note of finality. He knew that his brother did not like the idea of using his young daughter as a pawn, but that mindset only proved that while his brother had grown during his failed expedition to Valyria, he was still but a child. Wants and desires of the individual did not matter. All that mattered was the family name, for that was what lived on. And through Joy, House Lannister would be able to incorporate the sorcerer's powerful magic into their family line and be next to unrivaled. Did the sorcerer do anything else besides dealing with the wildfire caches before he left the city? Tywin asked, very interested in what exactly the sorcerer had been up to during his brief stay in King's Landing. Tywin was no fool. He knew that the sorcerer was ambitious and had plans to further his standing, though to what level was still unclear. But Tywin knew that one day he would have to face off against the man. Not on the battlefield of course. From what he'd seen of him, it would take nothing short of an entire army catching the man by surprise to even have the possibility of defeating him. No. Rather, this war he would wage against the sorcerer would be one fought with words and deeds. And he needed a solid foundation underneath him for when that confrontation came. A foundation that was now weakened with the loss of Pycelle. Beyond dealing with a group of slavers that had somehow managed to take root in the city, no, Tyrion replied. What information we have of his movements is limited at best. It is widely known however that when the northerners left the city, they did so with the young lady Shireen Baratheon riding along with them. Along with a handful of other small folk that had once called King's Landing home. Stannis's daughter going with the sorcerer was expected. The man would have been mad to not take the offer presented to him. But the fact that several small folk left with the northerners was concerning to him. After all, while he still found Stark predictable, the sorcerer was anything but. But while he was unpredictable, Knox was much like himself in that he never did anything without reason. There had to be some benefit towards House Knox to allow those small folk to follow them back north. When you are in the north you will expend every effort to discover why Stark and Knox allowed those small folk to travel with them back to the north. Of course, Tyrion nodded before turning pensive. And, if it turns out that those small folk who caught the eyes of the wolves and the sorcerer turn out to have the same power as themselves. It was a possibility and one of the few reasons why he could think of that would explain Knox's interest in them. If they have the same power, you and Geryon are to do all in your power to discover their parentage in King's Landing. If these individuals did indeed have the same power as Knox, which was a good possibility, there was opportunity to be gained. Not by trying to collect the individuals themselves, he had no means of training them. But rather he would go after their families. Arrange for better living conditions, positions within keeps, perhaps even a marriage or two should the individual be of high enough status. He would allow Knox to train these individuals and make them strong. But in the end, he would be the one holding onto their leashes as he collected their families under his banner. There is much work to be done, he said, rising from his seat. And you all have much work to do. Tyrion, Geryon. You two will set sail at first light for Winterfell and make sure Joy finds a place either by the sorcerer's side or within the Stark household. Kevin, continue your work renovating some of the abandoned mining houses around the rock for when they return with the North's improvements. And Jenna, inform your husband to send a letter to his family. The Starks will no doubt be heading for Riverrun so that Lord Stark may pay his respects to his late wife's family and from there they will head north to the twins. Inform the Freys that I will be most displeased should they do anything to anger or delay the sorcerer and the wolves. Olenna Tyrell had lived a long life. A very long life. One that had seen the fall of the Targaryen dynasty and the rise of the Baratheon reign. She'd lived through the War of the Nine Penny Kings and survived escaping a betrothal to a Targaryen prince when she was 8 and 10. And now, she was the leader of the Reach in all but name. She had fought and clawed her way through everything the world had thrown at her and come out the other end stronger than ever. She'd negotiated trade deals. Arranged betrothals. Settled disputes both petty and significant. And she'd even arranged more than a few unsavory acts of murder and theft all in the name of keeping House Tyrell in power. And through it all she'd lived a life without regrets. Until now. Overlooking the sprawling gardens that were scattered throughout Highgarden from the balcony connected to her private study, Olenna was overcome with the one feeling she hadn't felt in some time. Regret. But not regret that stemmed from actions that she'd taken. Quite the opposite, as the regret that was currently gnawing away at her came about because of her inactions. Resisting the urge to smash her head against the stone walls of Highgarden, Olenna forced herself away from the pretty landscape below and back into her room so she could start thinking properly. She'd blundered, though in her opinion that was far too soft of a word to describe it. She'd known about the Order of the Guiding Hand for years, ever since the maester here in Highgarden had arranged for her late husband to have the riding accident that claimed his life, thereby setting up her oaf of a son to take over rulership of the Reach. But in her youth and arrogance, instead of putting the man to death, she had instead confronted him and turned him into one of her agents. It was her hope that through him she could gain control of the organization that was spread throughout Westeros and had the ear of every lord and lady in the land. She used the knowledge she had of the maester's role in the death of her husband to gain control of him. His task was simple. He was simply to relay the plans the order had regarding the other noble houses to her so that she could take advantage of said plans. And for a time, it had worked. She'd managed to use the system the Order of the Guiding Hand had in place to help further the prosperity of the Tyrells and to ensure that their place as wardens of the South and lords of the Reach went unquestioned. But now it had all come crashing down around her. Her little spy in the Order either hadn't informed her of the conspiracy against the Starks, or he hadn't known about it. Either way, he had utterly failed her in the task she had set before him. Had he informed her of the conspiracy, she could have curried much favor with not only the Starks, but the Sorcerer and the entire North by revealing the plan to them and helping the wolves crush the dissenters within their ranks. But that was not what happened. Instead, the maesters had incited an attempted coup of the North, a coup that failed epically. And then, they'd made the mistake of leaving a trail behind that the Starks followed right to their doorstep. And now the entire realm knew of the order, and the lords and ladies across Westeros were currently decorating their keeps with the heads of maesters. The exposure of the order left her with another problem as well. She couldn't allow the fact that she knew about the order to become general knowledge to the people. She could think of more than one upstart house that would try and use the knowledge to try and unseat House Tyrell from their place of power. Which was why she'd had left and right, encouraged the Maester of Highgarden to down his entire supply of poisons before leaping out of his tower right onto a rather conveniently located rack of spears. But while she'd managed to cover her insight into the order, the people of Westeros were still looking at House Tyrell and blaming them for the Maesters being able to act so brazenly right under their nose. They were the wardens of the South after all, and the Citadel fell within their jurisdiction. It'd been their responsibility to watch over the Maesters, and they'd failed at that. In time this whole debacle would be forgotten, but until then House Tyrell would have to be vigilant with their vassals. Gods, what a simplistic fool I was, she cursed herself as her regret at having failed to act reared its ugly head once more. She should have just exposed the Order of the Guiding Hand the moment she learned of them and started decorating Oldtown with their heads. But no. She hadn't done that. Instead, she had tried to use them. And now the Starks and the Sorcerer were being heralded by the people for uncovering the conspiracy of the Maesters and cleaning up their mess. The second hour of the wolf the people were calling it, in reference to the first hour of the wolf when Cregan Stark took over governance of King's Landing after the Dance of Dragons. And just like his ancestor had before him, Stark swept into King's Landing, oversaw and performed a few beheadings, and then left to head back north. Unfortunately, her failure to take proper action against the Maesters was not her only blunder, or even the biggest of her blunders. No. That honor lied with her inaction in trying to coerce the Sorcerer to come south. She should have acted years ago when Mace had returned from the Greyjoy Rebellion with tales of a so-called sorcerer in the employ of the Starks. But instead she simply assumed that, if the man was even half of what her oaf of a son claimed him to be, he would grow tired of the boring North and the Starks who were hosting him. After all, what was there in the North besides cold, snow, trees and constant threats from the wildlings? She assumed that he would grow bored and eventually head south to seek his fortune, and when he did that was when she was planning on striking. Offering him a place of honor at Highgarden's court, perhaps even offering him a lady from the Tyrell family line to keep him here. But had he done that? No. In complete defiance of what she thought he'd do, he stayed in the north. And not only had he stayed put, but he had helped turn the north into a thriving land that while not quite at the level of wealth held by the Reach or the Westerlands, was far from being the poorest land in all of Westeros. Looking down at her desk, she glanced over the pair of glass wine chalices that she'd had commissioned from the north. The cups themselves were in the shape of roses with the petals acting as the cup and a green stem below. The pieces were incredibly detailed to the point where they almost looked exactly like a rose. The man who'd made them even managed to tint the glass to give the petals a light red coloring while the stem was a dark green. They'd cost a small fortune, but they were worth it to see just how truly talented these northern glassmiths had become. And they were talented. It had only taken a few years, but now the North had completely replaced the Myrish as the principal supplier of glass in not only Westeros, but also the northern parts of Essos as well. If it was just glass they were making, I would be able to deal with that, Olenna thought ruefully, sitting down and spying the next item on her desk, a bowl of exotic fruit grown in the north, and only in the north. But no. The Sorcerer not only helped the North to create their glass trade, he also helped them set up numerous other ventures as well. New forms of alcohol. A way of copying books in days rather than weeks. New medicines that can even cure grayscale. New foodstuffs unseen in all of Westeros. And a new place of learning, a place that will now surely see quite the uptake in members thanks to the actions of the moronic idiots in the Citadel. Forcing down thoughts of the Maesters once more, Olenna focused more at the problem at hand. Had she acted when she'd first learned of him, she could have enticed the Sorcerer south and all the gifts he'd given House Stark in the North would belong to House Tyrell. But because she had hesitated, the North was now the primary recipient of the man's gifts. Hells, he'd even begun teaching the children of House Stark how to use his magic. And doing a damn fine job of it considering Eddard Stark's bastard son was able to handily defeat a member of the Kingsguard during a trial by combat. The man had even taken a northern woman as his wife. The fact that the girl was a former serving girl might be a fact that some houses would try to exploit to break their union, but that was a fool's errand. The girl, from the tales she'd been told, was said to be her northern equivalent. Which was something that would insult a lesser lady, but Olenna was not insulted. The girl had earned her place. And even if she wasn't born a noble, she now was one with her marriage to the Sorcerer. He is a full northerner now, Olenna thought with dismay. With everything he has set up in the north, he will never leave. But, when the gods close one door, they open another. The Sorcerer may be lost to House Tyrell, but the game is far from over. Pulling out several pieces of parchment, Olenna grabbed her inkwell and best quill and started getting to work creating a few drafts. Left, she called out, not bothering to raise her head from her work as she addressed her guards. Wait until my son has finished stuffing his face and then bring him here. Right, see to the assembly of a proper escort for a long voyage and have the servants begin packing enough for several months. Shoo. By the time her son finally arrived, Olenna had gone through no less than a dozen drafts of what she had been working on and 2 full inkwells. Pausing from her work, she took a moment to gaze at her son. Which proved to be a mistake as she couldn't contain her scoff. The fat flower he was called. And unfortunately, it was an apt name for her son. And it was a name that he had unfortunately done nothing to try and dismiss or counter. Thank the gods her grandchildren at least gave her hope for House Tyrell's future. Willias, despite his crippled leg, would make for an excellent future Lord Tyrell. Hells, if she could truly have her way, she would ship her son and his wife off to some villa in the hills and leave the 2 there until Willias could formally take over. Garland was the warrior reborn with Loras proving himself as well and aiding to repair relations between the Tyrells and Baratheons. Though she did wish he would do so without biting a pillow. And Marjorie, her sweet flower, she carried with her the hopes and dreams of House Tyrell. And thank the gods that she had the mind and the body to see those dreams come true. Mother, her son greeted her, a food stain on his shirt directly below his mouth. Was there something that you wis? Sit, Olenna commanded, pointing to the chair directly across from her as she slid the 2 finalized documents she'd spent all day drafting. Sign these. Frowning, Mace reached over for her quill before thinking better of it and reading what she'd handed him. At least not all of my lessons have been for naught with him. Mother, Mace said, his brow furrowed as he read over the first document. This is a recruitment drive for the Night's Watch. Congratulations, Mace, you have a pair of eyes and can use them, she scoffed. The writ called for all the cells in the Reach to be emptied of all who were willing to take the black. But that wasn't all it called for, otherwise she wouldn't have needed her son's name on it. It also called for every able-bodied man, young or old, to take the black as well. And knowing how well that would go over, she added a clause that, pending on the man's age and ability, their family would be compensated a set amount of gold for them joining. An old man joining the watch would give a family enough coin for a few years. A young man joining the watch would earn his family enough coin to last a decade if spent wisely. This will put quite the dent in our coffers, Mother. And some of our vassals may not take heed of the writ given their own limited coffers. Mace stated, amazingly correct for once. Why should we? Because while most of the kingdoms of Westeros find the Night's Watch to be little more than a penal colony to send our undesirables, the North find the place as one of honor and respect those who voluntarily take the black. And given recent events with eyes towards the future, it would behoove us to curry some favor with the North. Olenna lectured her son. And while this will hurt our coffers a touch, it is nothing that we will not be able to recover from in a few years. Setting the parchment down, Mace scratched at his immaculately trimmed beard. Honestly, if the lad spent even half the time he spent in front of the mirror dedicated to his studies, then he could be an archmaester by now. But why should we care about gaining favor with the... What is this? Olenna asked, pointing towards the twin wine glasses on her table. A pair of wine glasses. Very good. Now, where were they created? She pressed, making her son squirm. The North. Good, now these. She said, pointing towards the bowl of exotic fruit on her desk. Where do these come from? The North as well, Olenna sighed. Honestly, he doesn't even realize which food comes from which province. Reaching into her desk, she pulled out a small book and a flask of strong wine and set both on the desk before her. I won't bother to ask this time, seeing as how you don't appear to know, but both of these also come from the North as well. Glass, ornate and practical. Strong wine and ale. New types of fruits and vegetables. And books. All coming from the North. Not the Reach. Not the Westerlands or any of the other kingdoms. Only the North. Now, tell me again why we shouldn't bother to try and gain favor with the North. Mace made to speak, but Olenna cut him off. Have you looked at the taxes for the past year? The past 3? No? Of course you haven't. Not unless they were written on a sweet roll. The North, while not our primary consumer of food, was second behind ourselves. But in the last few years the income from the North has been steadily declining. The glass gardens of Winterfell are numerous enough to feed the entirety of Winterfell on their own. And more glass gardens and farmsteads are popping up all over the North, reducing their dependency on buying our crops. When they don't buy our crops, that means that our people don't get their coin. And if our people don't get their coin, then neither shall we through taxes. For too long the Reach has relied on the fact that we supply most of the food to the realm for our coin. Well, times have changed, and we need to change along with them. And what better example is there to emulate than the way the North has changed? Supplying men to the Night's Watch is a minor way to start getting into the North's good graces. The other is through this, which will also conveniently enough aid in our long-term goals. Taking up the second piece of parchment, her son again read over its contents with wide eyes. This. But I thought it was decided that. That is a betrothal contract, correct? Olenna said, answering her son before he could ask his question. Granted, the terms greatly favor the North. But we must look past the short-term losses and towards the long-term gains. But why? Who are the most eligible girls in all of Westeros that are at least within marriageable age with Crown Prince Joffrey? Olenna asked before holding up 3 fingers. I'll tell you. There are 3 that could be betrothed to the prince without issue. Princess Arianne Martell. Though given the history between House Martell, House Baratheon, and House Lannister, such a union is highly unlikely. Which leaves 2 front-runners. Our own Flower Marjorie. And Sansa Stark. Now, given the nature of King Robert, who do you think he will choose for his son's queen? The daughter of the man he considers to be his brother in all but blood? Or the daughter of the house that fought against him during the rebellion and held his brothers under siege and nearly killed them both? Who do you think the king will choose? Mace swallowed, clearly uneasy. Well, Loras has ensured us that he has Renly's ear and... Oh, Loras has much more than Renly's ear, Mace, Olenna scoffed. And, in the end, it doesn't mean shit. Give them a few more years and the North will perhaps be able to match the wealth of the Westerlands and the Reach. And make no mistake, when they reach that point, Robert will betroth his son to Sansa Stark. Once that happens, House Tyrell's hopes of gaining access to the royal family dies for at least another generation. There are only 2 ways to prevent this from happening. The first, well, the dragons and the maesters have both learned what it means to anger the wolves, so we will not be doing that. The second though is to make it so that Sansa cannot be betrothed to the prince because she is already betrothed to the future Lord of the Reach. But Willias is twice the girl's age. Willias has just celebrated his 1/20 name day while Sansa has recently turned 1/10. Olenna countered. There have been far greater age disparities, just look at Jon Arryn and Lisa Arryn, for example. Plus, the girl will not wed until she has reached the age of 6/10 and is a full woman. By marrying Sansa to Willias, we remove the primary competition for our Marjorie becoming the next queen of Westeros. And we also gain access to the growing power that is the North. And, if rumors are to be believed, Sansa is not only a great beauty despite her age, but she also apparently has the same powers as the Sorcerer and her siblings. Powers that apparently can be passed down to her children, the future of House Tyrell. Now, do I need to keep holding your hand about this situation? Or will you sign the damn contracts already? Her son was clearly not pleased with the way the conversation had been going, but she honestly didn't care, seeing as how half of her days were spent cleaning up her son's mess and making sure that their lords didn't get some crazy idea in their heads like thinking that they would perhaps be better wardens of the South. The staring contest between her and her son was over before it could even truly begin, as Mace quickly went about putting his name at the bottoms of each contract. I can have riders sent out first thing in the morning to deliver the terms to Winterfell. That will not be necessary, Olenna said, dusting both contracts to dry the ink before rolling them up and securing them. The betrothal between Sansa Stark and Willias is far too important to leave in the hands of some idiot rider. This requires an experienced hand to make sure that the Starks agree. So, I will be heading to Winterfell myself and deliver these terms in person. And Willias, Garland, and Marjorie will be accompanying me to the north as well. What? Mace stammered. Why would you nay? Because it will be good for them, Olenna countered, getting up in order to pour herself a glass of wine, purposefully not pouring a second for her son. He didn't need more to addle his brain. The Starks are the oldest remaining family in Westeros and have held rulership of the north since the beginning of recorded history. Perhaps longer. It will be good for Willias to learn for a time under the man who will, hopefully, be his good father within the next few years. As for Garland, our gallant son of House Tyrell might be considered one of the best knights in the realm, but there is still much he can learn. Especially from men as skilled as Lord Stark and Lord Knox. And as for Marjorie, our goal is to place her as the next queen of Westeros. And a part of her future kingdom will be the North, a land that is at the best of times willingly ignorant of the South. Giving her time in the North will give her the foundation for how to bring the North better into the fold when she takes up her crown. Also, I've received a letter from House Forrester all but begging for one of their daughters to be taken in as one of Marjorie's ladies. And considering all the advantages, I've decided to allow it to further our relations with the North. Now, is there anything else you want to say? If not, then go. I have a lot to think about and do before we leave for the North. Whistling a light tune as he strolled through the gardens surrounding Son's pair, Oberyn Martell found himself feeling lighter than he had in some time. The sole reason for his elation could be boiled down to a single word. Revenge. Not the revenge he was hoping for, of course. After all, the old lion and his mad dog and the fat king all still drew breath while his beloved sister did not. But it was revenge nonetheless. Revenge against the foolish maesters who had spent decades, perhaps centuries, making fools of all the people of Westeros. When word had first reached them about what had transpired in Winterfell, the reaction of Dorne was mixed to say the least. The Starks, while acknowledged to perhaps be the primary reason why the rebellion was able to succeed, had earned the respect of Dorne because they'd gone to war after the unjust execution of Rickard and Brandon Stark and the kidnapping of Lyanna Stark. So, when word reached them that several of their vassal houses had attempted a coup, there were some who said that the wolves deserved their fate, but many more who were outraged by what had transpired. Oberyn, for his part, was one of those who were outraged. He would never call Ned Stark a friend, but he did at least respect the man. Whatever sins Stark had committed, his children were innocent of them. He did not deserve to have his wife and youngest son murdered in his halls. But while he would not call Stark a friend, he did consider Knox to be a friend. A friend who nearly lost his wife and did lose his child in the coup. It took his brother Doran all but placing him under arrest to prevent him from taking the first ship he could find and sailing north to kill any and all responsible for the atrocity. And he wasn't the only one either. His niece Arianne had also been visibly upset by the news. Though he was positive that her anger was direct solely at the fact that her recent interest had nearly lost his life. She's got good tastes, even if he is a northerner, Oberyn thought, his mind straying towards the young lad he had spent over a moon's time with during the expedition to Valyria. She could certainly do worse, that's for sure. Though she might not be given the option to choose if Doran's plan comes to fruition. She'll be Queen of Westeros. Though perhaps taking the boy on as a paramour could help bridge relations with the North when the time comes, but that is an issue for another time. Nothing has been set in stone yet. And I have something much more interesting to discuss with Doran other than his daughter's love life. While he might have been powerless to act when word had first arrived about the coup in the North, he certainly hadn't been when the next bit of news arrived at Sun's Pair. Knox and Stark had found out who the true force behind the coup was, and it turned out to be a secret organization within the ranks of the maesters. An organization that even Oberyn wasn't aware existed, and he'd nearly forged several links during his stay at the Citadel. But that wasn't all that was uncovered. Apparently, this group of maesters wasn't content with merely trying to control the North, they were trying to control all of Westeros by spreading their agents within the maester order to various nobles' houses and whispering into the ears of the lords and ladies they were sent to serve. And there were two such maesters here in Sun's Pair. Once their treachery had been revealed, courtesy of an envoy sent by Archmaester Marwyn who'd taken control of the Citadel, Doran had immediately ordered the arrest of both maesters in Sun's Pair and demanded they be questioned extensively. While the letters they received from Archmaester Marwyn confirmed there was no great conspiracy to set the houses of Dorne against House Martell, the maesters were still trying to weaken House Martell. Their main plot was to not cure or even aid Doran, but rather make his condition worse through subtle poisons guised as medicine. The fact that the two maesters had tried to kill his brother slowly did not sit well with Oberyn, and he had insisted on taking over the questioning of the two men. Neither man had lasted long, barely an hour each into their questioning before they were both spilling everything they knew from what types of poisons they were using against Doran to his brother's boot size. It was satisfying watching the two men suffer. But at the same time, it was rather, well, boring. No challenge whatsoever to get either to talk. And after only 2 days Oberyn was ready to send both men to be mounted on the spears lining the walls of Sun's Pair when the elder of the two let something slip. Something he had kept silent even from the other members of this Order of the Guiding Hand. A letter from his sister. Written in code that he and his sister had developed as children and received at a time that corresponded with the sacking of King's Landing. His sister's last words. The maester had hid the letter from Oberyn and Doran, trying his best to decipher the cryptic language Elia wrote it in. But after being unsuccessful for some time, the maester had simply put the letter aside and forgot about it. That was until Oberyn pried its location, as well as the maester's teeth, out of him with a pair of tongs. After learning its location, Oberyn tore the maester's chamber apart, looking for the last letter sent by Elia. It hadn't taken him long to find and it took him even less time to decipher the short message Elia had sent them. But while he could decipher her writing easily enough, that was only the first step. His sister had not only written in the secret code that the two of them had developed, but she had also made her message as cryptic as possible to the point where even if one could decipher the code, it would read as pure nonsense. Which was why Oberyn was now heading towards for Doran. While Oberyn could easily decipher the writing, he knew that Doran would be the one to truly understand the cryptic language she was using. Passing by his brother's guards and entering his solar, Oberyn found Doran standing with his hands resting against the railing of the balcony that overlooked the yards of Sun's Pair. Along with the missive revealing the maester's duplicity, Marwyn had also sent them a new recommendation for how to handle the symptoms of his brother's gout. Primarily a change in his exercise routine and diet. And while it would take years to undo the damage that had been done to him, Doran was starting to show some recovery. Did they have anything useful to say, Oberyn? Doran asked the moment the door closed behind him, sealing the two in the room. Not much, mostly what they have been attempting to do to you. And neither had any inclination of your plans with the exiled Targaryens, Oberyn stated before pulling out the rolled-up scroll. However, it appears that our maester did keep a secret from us. Our sister's last words, sent to us just before the sack of King's Landing. That got his brother's attention as he turned away from the balcony and, albeit with a noticeable limp, retook his usual spot in his wheeled chair. And what did she say? She wrote it in the code that the two of us developed as children and as an added layer of protection made the message within so cryptic that even I cannot fully understand it. Whatever she had to tell us, she was deathly afraid of it falling into the wrong hands. Oberyn said as he began reading sections of the message. First was a true fire before the farce came into being to spin a tale of deceit for time. Doran seemed to mull the message around in his head before sighing. That part of the message is easy enough to figure out, though it is a secret that was known to only a few. Alia's pregnancy with Rhaenys was difficult, as you well know. After she gave birth, Pycelle stated that she would have a difficult time carrying a second child to term. This did not sit well with Aerys, who threatened that if she lost a dragon child that he would see to it that his son had a proper wife through whatever means he deemed necessary. When she became pregnant with Aegon, Rhaegar took her to Dragonstone to try and minimize the stress Aerys placed on her so that she could carry the child in peace. And it worked, Oberyn nodded. She gave birth to Aegon on Dragonstone. No, she didn't, Doran replied, stunning Oberyn. Aegon, the true Aegon, was stillborn. And the birthing permanently damaged Alia's womb to the point where she became barren. Knowing that Aerys would order Alia's death for her failure to carry the future heir to the Iron Throne, Rhaegar ordered this information kept silent by the Maester of Dragonstone, and a child of a common girl with Valyrian features was found and passed off as Aegon until Rhaegar could set his father aside. Feeling weak in the knees, Oberyn sat down across from his brother completely stunned. Why didn't you tell me? Because you were in Essos at the time, Doran countered, which was true. And after her death, it didn't really matter anymore. What else is in the letter? Not caring for Doran's answer, Oberyn proceeded to read through the rest of the letter that he didn't understand so that the two of them could work out what she was telling them. Most of it was sentimental, her wishing to see the two of them one last time but knowing that it would more than likely not happen with Rhaegar's defeat at the Trident. However, when they came to the end of the letter, her writing seemed to change. This part is strange, Oberyn said, sitting upright and reading the passage to himself once more before reading it aloud. Follow the path to the dawn and find the untamed vicious bitch at the end. Save my beloved Lys from the chains that bind by oath and see them to safety. What is this path to the dawn she speaks of? And the vicious bitch? And why would she care about one of the free cities? Doran, however, had a very pensive look on his face. Let me see the letter, he demanded, all but ripping the letter out of his hands. His elder brother read the last part of the message repeatedly before something seemed to click in his mind as his eyes widened and the letter fell from his hands. I was wrong, brother, so very wrong. Doran said, seemingly shaken by whatever epiphany he'd had. I assumed he was the most dangerous man in all of Westeros, but that is incorrect. What? Oberyn asked, lost as to where his brother's mind had taken him. Your friend, the Sorcerer Knox, Doran clarified. After meeting him, I labeled him as a remarkable player of the game and perhaps one of the most dangerous men in all of Westeros. But I was wrong. He isn't the most dangerous man in all of Westeros. He's the most dangerous man in all of the known world. Leaning forward, Oberyn rested his elbows on his knees. I could have told you that, brother. Especially after seeing just what he was capable of doing in Valyria with his magic. I'm not talking about him in terms of his fighting prowess or his ability with magic. Those would be cause for concern enough. But no, I'm talking about his head for the game that makes him so dangerous. How did you come to that conclusion from our sister's letter? Oberyn asked, scratching at his beard. Surely, he didn't have a hand in the events that happened during the rebellion? Does he have some connection to the path to the dawn or to Lys? No, I doubt he had any hand in the rebellion. But he is taking advantage of the secrets that were created from the rebellion. Doran said, confusing Oberyn even more than he already was. As for our sister's message, the path to the dawn was meant to be taken literally. As in travel to the dawn, or rather the one who held dawn. Sir Arthur Dane. And to further this message, she tells us to find the untamed vicious bitch. Or, if taken in context, she's asking us to find a wild untamed female dog, which could be related to a wolf. A she-wolf, Oberyn finished for his brother, connecting the pieces of the puzzle in his mind. She wanted us to find Lyanna Stark? Why? And what about Lys? Oh, I see, clever. The L and S were capitalized in her writing. She wasn't referring to the city of Lys, but rather Lyanna Stark. But still, why would she want us to find the woman her husband ran off with? Whoever said that Lyanna Stark ran off with Rhaegar? Doran asked, making Oberyn frown. You know as well as I our sister's true preference in bed partners. And a girl like Lyanna Stark? She would have found the she-wolf irresistible. And based on the way our sister claimed that Lyanna was her beloved, perhaps her feelings were reciprocated. And Rhaegar's action would also make a bit of sense when combined with the fact that our sister was secretly barren. If he was looking for a second wife at Harrenhal, our sister would want to make sure that it was one that she could get along with. This answers a number of questions, but creates even more Doran, Oberyn stated, to which his brother just nodded. That it does. Namely, why did Brandon Stark charge into King's Landing and demand Rhaegar show himself and face justice for the kidnapping of his sister? If our thoughts that Rhaegar had chosen Lyanna as a second wife are true, then why did Stark behave in such a manner? Surely having his sister as the future, even a second, queen was far better than her becoming the future Lady Baratheon. Shaking his head, Oberyn got up and poured himself and his brother a glass of chilled wine. These theories of yours, brother. They still don't answer why you now hold such fear of Nox. Because of a single question Nox asked me while he was here without any pretext. Doran answered, taking the glass of wine. He asked me what the duties of the King's Guard were. Such an easy to answer question and one that he should have already known. Yet he asked it of me anyway. And ever since, I haven't been able to get the question out of my mind. And now I know why. Tell me, Oberyn, what is the duty of the King's Guard? Retaking his seat, Oberyn took a small sip, the cool wine doing wonders for his throat. To protect the king and the royal family from any harm that may be set upon them. Indeed, Doran nodded. 7 members, no matter how large the royal family becomes. The king is always assigned 1 if not 2 of the King's Guard at a single time, and the heir to the throne usually always has a King's Guard assigned to him. For the rest of the royal family, however, it is not uncommon for them to remain unguarded. Elia, despite being the future queen, rarely had a King's Guard assigned to her. Yet when Rhaegar returned to King's Landing to deal with the rebels he did so without the accompaniment of Lord Commander Hightower, Sir Dane or Sir Went. Those 3 were left with the Stark girl. Why? Even if she was his second queen, at most she would have been assigned a single guard. And a call to arms would require the King's Guard to follow the Crown Prince into battle no matter the orders given. So why did they stay behind? And why did they not immediately seek out Viserys once Rhaegar and Aerys were killed? The question was disturbing. And for the life of him he couldn't help but wonder why he had never questioned the actions of the 3 King's Guard before. Had they followed Rhaegar to the Trident, it is very possible that they could have turned the tide of the war by helping Rhaegar slay Robert. And Sir Arthur Dane was known to be Rhaegar's close friend and confidant. So why? Why leave such capable men behind? And why didn't they leave the Stark girl to attend Viserys after Rhaegar and Aerys were killed? The young boy was the heir by gods, Oberyn gasped, the wine falling from his grasp. They weren't staying to protect or keep Lyanna hostage. They were protecting the next heir to the Iron Throne. A child still in the womb of Lyanna Stark. That is my thought as well, Doran nodded, finishing off his wine and setting the empty cup down. Where is the child then? Oberyn asked, picking his cup off the floor. I'm surprised you haven't realized yet. You do have quite the high opinion of him, after all, Doran stated with a slight grin on his face, drawing Oberyn up short. There is only one other person, no, 2 others who know what happened at the Tower of Joy. And do you really think Stark would harm a child? Especially one born by way of his sister? The same sister he fought a war and overthrew a dynasty in order to reclaim. It took Oberyn a moment to catch up, and once he did, he couldn't help himself as he threw his head back and laughed. Oh gods, Oberyn laughed. The one who publicly hates the game more than any other has outmaneuvered the old lion, the Queen of Thorns, and my brother while he was still barely into manhood. In my defense, Lord Stark's honor provided the perfect shield, his brother countered. While the idea of the honorable Lord Stark fathering a bastard was far-fetched, the idea that he would hide the true heir of the Iron Throne and the son of his sister from the world by claiming him to be his bastard son is even more unbelievable. Finally getting himself under control, Oberyn began pacing the length of the room. And you think that Nox knows and has plans to put the boy on the Iron Throne? Yes to Nox knowing the boy's true identity. However, I will not begin to say that I understand the mind of the sorcerer or his long-term goals, Doran said, as he turned his wheeled chair around so he could face out over the sun's pair. Brother, I do believe that it is time for your wanderlust to strike you once more. I see, Oberyn nodded, already knowing that game that his brother was playing at. And where will my wanderlust be taking me this time? Winterfell, Doran answered without hesitation. You are good friends with the sorcerer, are you not? I do believe that it is considered polite to visit and wish your friends well after a traumatic event. And I do believe that perhaps your paramour and your daughters might like to expand their horizons as well. Smirking, Oberyn leaned back in his seat and rested his hands behind his head. I do believe that my daughters will relish the chance to see the world, even if it is the frozen lands of the north. And with Lady Dacey and Jon serving as an example of northern men and women, then I doubt that it will take much to convince Elaria to come. Good, Doran nodded. You will head out on the first trade vessel heading north. And, there is one more thing. Arianne will go with you as well. Arianne. Oberyn repeated, staring hard at his brother. Yes, Doran nodded. She has taken an extreme interest in learning how to be a proper ruler, just as I had planned. And while she is in the north, she will be representing Dornish interests regarding an expansion of our trade relations with the north. And, should her affections for the boy reach a certain point, you will encourage her to pursue them. So that's his angle. You're thinking of trying to use the boy in place of the beggar king. Do you think that is what Nox intends as well? His brother remained silent for a short while as he stared out over the landscape. The Targaryens may yet still serve a purpose in our plans. But who do you believe will be better to rally the lords of the realm to his banner? The beggar king and son of the mad king who spent his entire life in Essos? Or the son of Rhaegar who has been raised like a son by the honorable Lord Eddard Stark? Just his presence alone would be enough to bring the North under his banner. And with them will come the Riverlands and potentially even the Vale. But there is still the issue of Lord Stark actually declaring for Jon over Robert or the Whore King's spawn. Oberyn countered, making his brother turn around and face him. This is where we must have patience. First, we must begin to erode the bridge between the Starks and the Baratheons. Though given what my eyes in King's Landing have seen, the bitch Lion Queen has already started doing our work for us. But you will leave that to me. For now. Head north and learn what I can of the boy and of Nox's intentions towards him, Oberyn finished for his brother. And should your daughter find an urge to bed the boy, I'm to do all I can to encourage said urges. Shouldn't be too hard. Those two could hardly go a moment without being in one another's company during their brief stay here in Sun's Pair. Just don't be too obvious, brother, Doran chided him as Oberyn began heading for the door. Things with the North need to be handled delicately for now until we can figure out Nox's true intentions. Why, brother, you wound me, Oberyn smirked. I can be the picture of delicacy when I wish to be. But it's often too boring for my tastes.